Chapter 251, Chu-Chen's true id4 monarchs appeared at once. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Coincidentally, just when he came to the chaotic wasteland, the previous human king had been tricked. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the opening of the Raging Sea when they came out had attracted the attention of the An family and the 10,000 scale monarch. Only then did they find an opportunity to set up a trap to lure the Master of Silence out. However, what could Han Fei do about a monarch-level attack? His original purpose was very simple, which was to kill all the people who knew about the Raging Sea like Chu-Chen. Who could have known that there was a bigger conspiracy hidden here? At this moment, Zhang Wei and the others had been rescued, so had the people from the An family. However, with the 4 monarchs around, they didn't dare to act rashly. Even if they wanted to enter the origin ground, it couldn't be now. Now, the legendary Master of Silence was standing there. At this moment, the Master of Silence said calmly, Ning Tianlong, compared to the city of origin, I hate you more. Since you dare to participate in the battle today, prepare to pay the price. The 10,000 scale monarch sneered. You and I have long become mortal enemies. I enslaved the human race, while you protected the human race. You should have guessed that I would take action. The Master of Silence said, You'd better be glad that you can keep me here today. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll flatten your city of scavengers. Ha ha ha, the 10,000 scale monarch said disdainfully. You? On the other side, the 2 monarchs of the An family appeared at the same time, and in Bailing said, A few years ago, when the Raging Sea stirred, we set up today's trap. Gu Tingnan, either you give up on the Raging Sea, or you prepare to fight to the death today. The Master of Silence said, You're just a piece of trash who relied on a woman to prove your Tao. How do you deserve to talk about a death match with me? It seems that the city of origin hasn't learned its lesson. Recording death. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the 4 monarchs disappeared at the same time, and the ice within a radius of 100,000 kilometers almost instantly shattered. And the place where everyone was suddenly became abnormally cold, because the sea surface was pierced open, and the extreme cold quickly spread down. Zhang Wei and the others were thrown into the chaotic cave almost uncontrollably. Obviously, it was done by the monarchs. The battle outside had already had nothing to do with them. In the end, the voice of the 10,000 scale monarch sounded in Shui Fei's ears. Shui Fei, I've placed a projection on you. Crush this jade and release the projection into the origin ground to destroy the human race there. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. In the chaos, he looked down and saw a jade scale in his hand. Fuck you, Han Fei cursed in his heart. Did Emperor 10,000 Scales leave a projection for everyone? Of course, he quickly put away the jade slip. After only 10 seconds, they suddenly flew out of the chaotic cave. When they took a closer look, they found that they were in a black mist. Not right. When Han Fei and the others arrived, they immediately felt that something was wrong. Where did so much ominous aura come from? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This was not the entrance to the Raging Sea at all. At most, it was the entrance to a primitive graveyard. At that moment, Han Fei's mind was racing. Did Emperor 10,000 Scales and the 2 monarchs of the An family trick the Master of Silence, or did the Master of Silence trick them? However, the Master of Silence was indeed fighting 3 alone. Could he beat them? If he deliberately let the 10,000 scale monarch and the An family monarch set up a trap, his purpose was actually to attract the 3 monarchs. Therefore, when the 4 monarchs gathered in this remote place, what happened between the 3 main cities? Han Fei was confused. These people were all cunning. At this moment, Zhang Wei exclaimed, Why is there all ominous aura here? As he spoke, a large number of clean stones flew out of Zhang Wei's body. For a moment, a large amount of purifying light emerged from everyone's bodies to resist the endless ominous aura. They didn't know where they were, but Han Fei knew that there was no ominous aura in the Raging Sea at all. Then, this was obviously not the Raging Sea. It seemed that it was more like a trap set up by the Master of Silence. He must have had a backup plan. The ominous aura alone was definitely not enough. Everyone here was a Lord-level powerhouse, who didn't have hundreds of millions of clean stones. It was almost impossible to destroy the 6 sky openers with the ominous aura alone. Han Fei couldn't help but think to himself, since they could let these sky-opening realm cultivators in, they must have prepared trump cards. Even the 10,000 scale monarch gave him a jade slip. How could the An family not have a backup plan? They must have come prepared, right? However, before they could use their trump cards, Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was danger coming. Almost subconsciously, he controlled Shui Fei to fly out. While running, he set up layers of dreams. After Han Fei ran away, countless white threads appeared. Huh! A soft gasp sounded, but it didn't last. On the other side, Zhang Wei's reaction was 1 step slower than Shui Fei. However, Zhang Wei chose to detonate himself immediately. Rumble, rumble. The explosion of the sky opener swept hundreds of thousands of kilometers around. Along with Zhang Wei's explosion, a large number of clean stones also exploded, causing the surrounding ominous aura to be instantly emptied by tens of thousands of kilometers. At this time, Han Fei took a closer look, only to see that Chu-Chen had a head of white hair, which was eerily long. The white hair continued to cover the area where Zhang Wei exploded. Every hair seemed to be able to penetrate the void. In just a few seconds, with a crack, something was broken. Rumble, rumble. However, a middle-level lord had died on the spot. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Fuck, he thought that the Master of Silence must have made some preparation here, but he never expected it to be Chu Chen. No wonder he had always felt that Chu Chen was strange. Now it seemed that she had been treating them as cannon fodder since the beginning. Logically speaking, if there was really an origin ground, Chu Chen could have found many people. Why did he want to cooperate with Shui Fei and the others whose strength was ordinary? It turned out that he had planned it from the beginning because Shui Fei and the others were easy to kill. When needed, they could be killed easily. On the City of Origin's side, the strong master of the An family couldn't help but exclaim, one of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers, Duan Qingxi. In fact, Han Fei had recognized him too. After all, he had just read the information about the City of Wanderers. One of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers, Duan Qingxi, had killed 11 emperors in her life. In the past, when she attacked the City of Origin, she destroyed 2 cities alone. It was said that in that war her white hair turned red and black, and she was extremely ferocious. Duan Qingxi looked at Shui Fei, who was controlled by Han Fei to enter the ominous aura. Duan Qingxi didn't chase him. She just sneered and looked at the City of Origin's side. If you don't want to die, show me your trump card. I'd like to see which projection of the 2 monarchs of the An family has descended. As Duan Qingxi expected, a triangular divine seal suddenly appeared behind the leader of the An family's team. This was the An family's divine technique. It looked like the god's arrival technique, because the strength of the An family's emperor was rapidly soaring. However, this didn't seem to be God's arrival technique, because the man's eyes had completely changed. His body was gradually surrounded by another special power, and a monarch's might gradually appeared on his body. At this moment, when the man's eyes completely changed, he said in the tone of a supreme powerhouse, Duan Qingxi? I didn't expect this to be your trap. Duan Qingxi sneered. Oh, and Bailing, how much power have you injected into your projection? Can this body withstand it? Humph, even if it's a trap, I'll kill you, one of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers. Kill me? Do you really think this trap is so simple? With that said, Duan Qingxi reached out and grabbed a small world. Yes, Han Fei recognized this kind of crystal ball small world. Bang. The moment the 3,000 hair threads cut through this small world like knives, hundreds of ferocious giant shadows appeared. Each of the black shadows was an ominous creature. And judging from the strength of these ominous creatures, they were all in the sky-opening realm, and they were not the simple kind of sky-openers. When these sky-opening realm ominous creatures appeared, the surrounding ominous aura swept over again, and this place fell into darkness again. On the An family side, a monarch immediately rushed out, and a massive number of clean stones turned into billions of saber beams, instantly slashing into this group of ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm. However, although the sky-opening realm ominous creatures were no match for a monarch, the projection of the An family's monarch only had the strength of a junior monarch. It was almost impossible for him to wipe out so many ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm in one blow. Duan Qingxi sneered. I opened the sky 80,000 years ago. Today, I'd like to have a spar with a monarch. After that, the world was covered by white threads. The white threads were like swords, interweaving into a net, forming a huge sword that cut through the darkness and illuminated the sky. And Bailing's projection snorted coldly, Humph! A mere star dares to compete with the sun and moon? Seal of God, dead spirit wheel? While they were fighting, Han Fei appeared in the ominous aura, holding a fishing pole and shattering the void. He had fished more than 30 times. Son of a BHT Che, it seems that the distance is too far, which will affect fishing. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the fishing hook sink, and his eyes glittered. I made it. Then a figure was fished out of the void by Han Fei. This person was wearing an ice mask. Who else could it be but the Master of Silence? Chapter 2522, Fishing for the Master of Silence. Han Fei originally wanted to fish for the Beast King, but after fishing dozens of times, he didn't catch it. He didn't know if it was because it was too far away. After all, the two were not in the same sea area at all. Having no choice, Han Fei could only fish for the historical projection of the Master of Silence. After all, and Bailing came here with the god's arrival technique. No matter how powerful Duan Qingxi was, she was only in the sky-opening realm. Han Fei really didn't believe that he could easily meet a top genius who could fight a monarch as a sky-opener. Therefore, Han Fei didn't think that Duan Qingxi could win, even if she released more than 100 sky-opening realm ominous creatures. However, these ominous creatures attacked indiscriminately. They would attack the 3 people from the City of Origin, so they would naturally attack Duan Qingxi too. Therefore, there was already a chaotic battle there. Unveiling almost wiped out an ominous creature in the sky-opening realm with a slap. She activated all her secret techniques, and the entire area within tens of thousands of kilometers was filled with sword beams. Just now, the strongest sword that Duan Qingxi slashed out was blocked by the triangular divine seal that Bailing summoned. The two's power was in a stalemate for more than 30 seconds. The moment the divine seal was shattered, Duan Qingxi's strongest sword was also obliterated, and Bailing seemed to be confident of winning and could even occasionally help the other 2 sky openers from the City of Origin. In just 100 seconds, Duan Qingxi's body was penetrated twice. This time, Unveiling released a god-sealing seal, and a green jade in Duan Qingxi's hand shattered. Then, the phantom of the Master of Silence appeared, and he also launched a sword attack. Unveiling laughed out loud. It's just a phantom. Master of Silence, are you underestimating me? As Unveiling waved his hand, a triangular divine seal appeared in front of him. Strange Tao patterns grew in the triangular divine seal, and then a yellow demonic knife slashed out. Rumble, rumble! When a terrifying explosion swept in all directions because Unveiling had to resist the attack of the Master of Silence, he didn't take care of his people for a moment. This negligence caused a sky-opening realm cultivator from the city of origin to be swallowed alive by a group of ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm. In fact, this person had already taken out enough clean stones, but as soon as the clean stones came out, they were all swallowed by something. No one knew that it was a small black fish. Perhaps Unveiling had also noticed it, but he didn't have the time to deal with it. Without the clean stones, how could one sky-opening realm cultivator be a match for a group of sky-opening realm cultivators? The man was enveloped by the ominous creatures and tried to break through several times, but he failed. In the end, he detonated himself, trying to buy time for Unveiling to save him. However, the moment he detonated himself, his soul was instantly broken by a soul spike. Xuanhuan's nightmare opened his origin sea. After Xuanhuan entered it, a large number of energy crystals were released and instantly detonated. Ah ha 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 ha. Rumble, rumble. A lot of Unveiling's power had descended here. Therefore, even if Duan Qingxi had a projection of the Master of Silence, it was still not enough. Duan Qingxi shouted, "Aren't you afraid that you can't resist my master even with so much of your power descending here?" Unveiling snorted, "I'll kill you first no matter what." Unveiling was very angry. They really thought that this was the entrance to the Raging Sea, but who knew that this was a trap deliberately set by the Master of Silence? This meant that the Master of Silence had guessed that they had noticed the news that the Raging Sea had once opened. Furthermore, both parties were playing tricks, but in the end, they were still one step behind. Now, although he knew that the chaotic wasteland was definitely in chaos, with Duan Qingxi here, Unveiling naturally had to slaughter her to vent his anger. After all, the four generals were all very strong. However, just when Unveiling thought that he could easily penetrate the projection of the Master of Silence and kill Duan Qingxi, suddenly, with a bang, a great Tao collapsed. It turned out that a sky-opening realm powerhouse from the city of origin was killed by a group of ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm. Huh? Of course, Unveiling wasn't that naive. As long as one had enough clean stones, even sky-opening realm ominous creatures couldn't kill him easily, let alone to kill him so quickly. Who is it? When Han Fei fished out the Master of Silence, the latter was speechless. After all, he was a Master of Silence. If his original body hadn't been willing, how could Han Fei have caught him? Even historical projections were conscious. Therefore, when the Master of Silence appeared in front of Han Fei, his eyes turned cold and he asked, "Who are you?" Han Fei said, "My name is Han Fei, the current human emperor." The Master of Silence looked at the indifferent Xuanhuan and then slowly looked at Han Fei and said casually, "So, it's not him, but you." Han Fei asked, "Are you the former human king of the Raging Sea?" Before this, neither of them had expected that the meeting between the human leaders of the two generations would be held in such a way. The corners of the Master of Silence's mouth curled up slightly. "So, the exit of the Raging Sea was opened this time because you came out?" Han Fei said. "The sea demons have been wiped out, and the human race has been unified by me. I must come to the sea realm sooner or later." The Master of Silence turned his head and looked at Duan Qingxi, who was about to be beaten. He quickly said, "You are only in the sky-opening realm. Even if you hide in the city of scavengers, so what? Why don't you come to the city of wanderers? I can solve your doubts here." Han Fei said, "I can't go there for the time being, but I can send an avatar over. I have other plans for the city of scavengers." In fact, the two of them had nothing to say. Han Fei fished him out to deal with Unveiling. At this moment, Unveiling had already discovered the problem and was trying to kill Duan Qingxi. The Master of Silence snorted. In the next second, he had already appeared in front of Duan Qingxi. With a wave of his sleeve, he slashed at Unveiling. Clang. Even though Unveiling's reaction was fast enough and he used the triangular divine seal to block in front of him, the Master of Silence's historical projection was still the Master of Silence himself who had his complete strength. Therefore, under this sword, one of the An family's sky openers couldn't handle such an overwhelming power and half of his body exploded. Another sky-opening realm powerhouse from the city of origin was blown to pieces by the aftershock of the sword light. There was no need to find any intrinsic item at all. He was directly killed, causing an astronomical anomaly. Monarch? Duan Qingxi was dumbfounded, and a look of disbelief appeared in her beautiful eyes. This wasn't part of the plan. How could the Master of Silence have the time to care about the things in this primitive graveyard? The Master of Silence waved his hand and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. The injuries in Duan Qingxi's body were mostly healed in an instant. he shouted, "Go kill the fish of the city of scavengers that escaped the net." When Han Fei saw the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, the Master of Silence's identity as the previous human king was completely confirmed. At this moment, he knew that it was time to put on an act. Duan Qingxi only thought that Shui Fei was a strong sky-opening realm powerhouse and didn't know that there was something wrong with Shui Fei. Shui Fei's image as a member of the 10,000 scale clan meant that he was destined to be her target. Seeing that Duan Qingxi was coming at him, Han Fei turned back into a bracelet and hung on Shui Fei's wrist. Shui Fei, on the other hand, was covered in wounds and crushed the jade slip in his hand. Buzz! Instantly, the projection of the 10,000 scale monarch descended. Shui Fei shouted, "My lord, this is a trap. This is not an origin ground at all. Duan Qingxi disguised herself as Chu Chen and is hunting here. Also, the guys from the city of origin are also up to no good. They don't care about my safety at all. Fortunately, I escaped into this ominous mist. Otherwise, I would have died." The 10,000 scale monarch looked at the injured Shui Fei, then at Duan Qingxi who was charging at him, and then at the distance. Weren't those the An family's sky openers and the Master of Silence fighting fiercely? Wait, why is the Master of Silence here? Impossible. Because this jade slip given to Shui Fei was a projection of the 10,000 scale monarch, he didn't know what happened outside. However, the An family said they would cooperate with the city of scavengers, but all the sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 10,000 scale clan were almost dead. It was meaningless to participate in the battle now. Anyway, this was not an origin ground. Therefore, the projection of the 10,000 scale monarch grabbed Shui Fei and slapped Duan Qingxi. Then, he waved his hand and mobilized a large amount of chaotic qi to open a passage. The moment this impact spread out, the person who was possessed by unveiling also retreated, intending to leave through the passage. The Master of Silence also grabbed Duan Qingxi and swept past the entrance of the cave. Swish, 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 swish. Several figures appeared outside, and the Master of Silence shouted at Duan Qingxi, "Go." With that, he turned around and attacked the projection of the 10,000 scale monarch. The 10,000 scale monarch was not stupid, he was just a projection. How could he be a match for the Master of Silence who looked like a real entity? Therefore, the moment he came out, he didn't take the attack of the Master of Silence at all, but directly escaped with Shui Fei. The 10,000 scale monarch swept across 1,000,000 kilometers. During this period, Han Fei saw that the ice seal seemed to have broken several times and the ice was in a mess. He wondered how the real bodies of the Master of Silence and the 10,000 scale monarch were doing. In dozens of seconds, the 10,000 scale monarch shouted, "Go back and recuperate. You'll be rewarded another day." "Yes, my lord." Shui Fei quickly retreated alone and headed for Mountain City. If he guessed right, a war would probably break out in the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei sighed in his heart. 7 people of the city of origin had gone there, but only 1 survived. 5 of them had gone there, and 2 of them were undercover agents. He wondered how traumatized Zhang Wei and the other 2 would be if they knew. Chapter 253, The Wanderers Fighting Madly. Han Fei hadn't returned to Mountain City yet. When he passed the number 98 farm, he found violent fighting here. Out of curiosity, Han Fei slightly hid his whereabouts and slowly approached. When Han Fei scanned around with his perception, he found that the void was shaking and the weather was strange here. There must be sky-opening realm cultivators fighting in the void. Because the power was too strong, part of the void cracked and some power escaped. As for the main city of the number 98 farm, it was called Yue City. There were about 23 sea establishment level combat places around. Boom. In just half an hour, a sea establisher had died. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Sure enough, the Master of Silence had set up this trap for a purpose. He wanted to attack the city of scavengers. The moment they started to fight, this sneak attack battle had already begun. It had taken him less than an hour to enter the primitive graveyard, come out, and appear here. Most of this hour was spent on the road. This trick against the city of scavengers might have been brewed for 3 years. Caught off guard, the city of scavengers would definitely be in a passive position. Han Fei estimated that since the number 98 farm had been involved in the war, so must have his number 80 farm. However, it didn't matter. It didn't matter if the puppets he controlled died. When they died, he could ask for another batch from the main city and refine them into puppets again. Anyway, he still had a lot of soul power. After more than 700 years, he had only consumed it a little. This kind of sneak attack usually didn't last long. According to Han Fei's estimation, since one of the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers was missing, the remaining 3 would probably join forces. If the 3 of them joined forces, it shouldn't be a problem for them to slaughter 5 or 6 cities a day. Or, these 3 people could lead an army to attack the City of Scavengers and confront xuanhuan head-on. However, that kind of battle was not easy to fight. There were many sky openers in the City of Scavengers. Apart from xuanhuan, there were also the top 10 lords. It was inevitable that there would also be some trump cards. It was extremely difficult to attack the City of Scavengers directly. However, Han Fei didn't care. While the Lord of Yue City and the Sky Openers of the City of Wanderers were fighting, Han Fei quietly searched the Lord's mansion with his black mist body. While searching for the treasure house, Han Fei listened to the roars of the kings of the City of Wanderers in the void. Among those people, only about 20% were humans. Among them, there were some half-orcs, such as half-horse, half-deer, human-headed spider, one-eyed human. These people fought crazily, each burning their blood. Someone roared and turned his essence blood into a huge sickle, intending to harvest his enemies. He shouted, "For freedom, for never wandering again in this life, kill." Someone roared, "Everyone is born equal. How dare you scumbags of the 10,000 scale race bully other races? You deserve to be killed." Someone punched horizontally and self-destructed in close combat with the 10,000 scale race. After the person from the city of Wanderers self-destructed, a holy light lit up on his body. Han Fei recognized that it was the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Huh? A liquefied divine splendor? Han Fei even saw that the one fighting Lu Heng, the lord of Yue City, was a human horse emperor. This person held 2 sky-splitting axes in both hands and brandished them in the void like a storm. Wherever the axes went, a storm descended and thunder rumbled. From time to time he shouted, "Boys, let's conquer this city and go back to drink and eat. Go to the Heavenly Beast Cave to have fun. Roar, boss has spoken. Kill them, kill. My costs in the Heavenly Beast Cave will depend on these kings of the 10,000 scale race." Han Fei was speechless. He didn't know how the previous human king gathered these people. They were indeed as crazy as the rumors said. While watching the battle, Han Fei searched for the treasure house. After a long time, except for getting more than 2 million energy stones from a resource distribution place and 20 million clean stones from a clean stone refining place, he didn't find anything else. Unfortunately, the lords usually didn't keep the treasure house in the city. They probably took the treasures with them. In the lord's mansion, Han Fei sighed. "I don't want to be high profile, but you just don't give me a chance to keep a low profile." Just now, outside the primitive graveyard, when the battle there subsided, as long as the vast ocean navigator was still usable today, he would definitely be able to plunder a lot of resources. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay there for long. This time, 40 million energy crystals had been used by him. It could be said that he only had 50 million energy crystals now. He was probably the poorest lord in history. With such a small amount of money, he could only buy 2 or 3 pieces of information from Mo Chi. He couldn't just come here for nothing, right? Therefore, Han Fei restored his true body and put Shui Fei into his origin sea. Then he looked at the void and sneered. Then, Han Fei turned into a brawny man with disheveled hair and stomped on the lord's mansion. At that moment, in the void, all the kings looked at the city in shock. Who the fuck was so reckless as to smash the lord's mansion? Then, the lord of Yue City, Lu Heng, was fighting fiercely. He suddenly found that his residence had collapsed and looked over out of curiosity. However, a flame broke through the void, and a tide appeared in the void. It was a tide of knives made up of billions of knife waves sweeping over. The human horse who was fighting Lu Heng was also stunned. Who the hell is this guy? I didn't know that we would have reinforcements. More importantly, this reinforcement was so ferocious, but he didn't know him at all. Was there such a person among the sky-opening realm powerhouses in the city of Wanderers? However, regardless of whether there was such a person or not, this person was really ferocious. Not only did he create a knife tide, but his fist mark also crushed the endless void. Lu Heng turned into a huge palm and tried to resist, but he completely underestimated the power of Han Fei. Even Shui Fei's strength was only more than 1.3 million waves when he died, but Han Fei's current strength had reached 1.86 million waves. Lu Heng was ranked 98th. He couldn't even defeat Shui Fei. How could he defeat Han Fei? Bang. After punching out like a nuclear explosion, Han Fei still had the strength to counterattack with the yin-yang reincarnation blade. 1 slash to the body, 1 slash to the soul. In addition to the tide of knives formed by the infinity water, Lu Heng was instantly reduced to dust. The human horse was dumbfounded. He had been fighting for a long time, but this person had easily blown up Lu Ye with a punch, a knife, and a tide. Han Fei shouted, "Ha!" Human horse. Do you have a way to penetrate his intrinsic item or kill his great Tao? The human horse was stunned for a moment, and then his heart did a flip. Anyway, Han Fei didn't seem to have any ill intentions and even helped him kill the enemy. Since he wasn't an enemy, he must be a powerhouse hidden in the city of Wanderers or a strong master who had returned from the infinite mining area. However, how could it be simple to sever one's intrinsic item or great Tao? The human horse shouted, "I don't have a better solution. I can only crush his soul." "Oh, I heard that there is a life scale among the scales of the 10,000 scale race. Find his life scale and penetrate it. Maybe you can break his origin sea." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Really? Without effective means, it was very difficult to kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse. Even Han Fei didn't have the means to easily penetrate other people's origin sea except for the vast ocean navigator. And as long as he couldn't break the origin sea of a sky-opening realm powerhouse, he basically couldn't kill this sky-opening realm powerhouse. At this moment, Lu Heng hadn't been reborn at all. He seemed to be gathering all his strength to resist in his origin sea, or he felt that it didn't matter if Yue City was broken through. Anyway, as long as he didn't die, it didn't matter if these kings died. He just needed to ask the main city for another batch. Han Fei glanced around and found a scale hidden in a blood mist in ruins. Swish! Originally, Han Fei just wanted to give it a try and see if he could penetrate the other party's origin sea, as the human horse said. He was still complaining in his heart, "You don't even know how to kill a sky-opening realm cultivator, but you're still fighting here. Are you fucking crazy?" If he hadn't used up the vast ocean navigator today, Lu Heng would have died. However, to Han Fei's surprise, when the hidden scale was shattered by Han Fei, a strange void fluctuation appeared, just like that in the Void Temple. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into a golden light and rushed into the fluctuation. The human horse rushed over crazily, trying to use this as a space node to penetrate Lu Heng's origin sea. However, he was still a step too late. Han Fei had already drilled in. Lu Heng reacted immediately and sealed the entrance. After Han Fei came in, he was still shocked. It turned out that there was really a node on the body of the 10,000 scale race that connected to their origin sea. If the 10,000 scale race had it, what about the other races? Anyway, Han Fei didn't think human beings had that kind of body part. Otherwise, how could he not know? Lu Heng shouted, "Human, how dare you enter our origin sea? Go to hell." Han Fei grinned. "Every time I come in, you guys say the same thing. Isn't there anything new?" "Master Calabash, it's time to eat." A moment later. "Ah, what the hell is this? If you dare to kill me, the 10,000 scale monarch won't let you off." Chapter 254, Invincible Ren Tianfei. Finally, as long as he killed a sky-opening realm lord, all he spent would return. In addition to obtaining a large amount of chaotic chi and immortal chi, Han Fei had almost emptied Lu Heng's savings. This was because after the Tidewave battle, he didn't get much clean stones, only a little more than 100 million. And Lu Heng had clearly gone to the City of Scavengers to report, so he only got 80 million energy crystals. However, these resources were enough. He had only spent 40 million so far, but he had earned 80 million back. Wasn't it wonderful? Rumble, rumble. In the sky above Yue City, a heavenly Dao crack was revealed, and all the kings looked at each other. Which one was dead? Anyway, the human king was not dead. They didn't know what happened to the invincible human sky opener just now. Bang! The void exploded, and a golden light flashed, and Han Fei appeared in front of everyone. The kings of the City of Wanderers thought that Han Fei was on their side and immediately shouted, "The enemy lord is dead. Brothers, kill." As for the human horse emperor, he stepped over and said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist, I haven't seen you before. Who are you?" Han Fei raised his head proudly. "Well, I am Ren Tianfei, the Invincible." Huh? The human horse was dumbfounded. He had never heard of this name. Ren Tianfei, the Invincible? Then what about the Master of Silence? However, before the human horse could ask further, Han Fei threw out tens of millions of energy crystals and roared at the sea establishers who were fighting fiercely. "Brothers, don't fight here anymore. How many resources can you get from killing the 10,000 scale race kings? Follow me to attack the next city." On the City of Wanderers side, all the kings exclaimed, "Good lord, this lord is so generous." He offered tens of millions of energy crystals. Someone had already flown back, grabbed a bunch of energy crystals, and then shouted, "We are here to attack the city. The sky opener is already dead. It's time to leave. Efficiency is important." Someone shouted, "Don't hold the two emperor masters back. Let's stop fighting here and go to the next city." As for the kings of Yue City, seeing that even their lord had died, how could they still be willing to fight? They had begun to think of a way to escape. Seeing that the wanderers had stopped, they almost burst into tears. These lunatics were finally leaving. Han Fei glanced at the human horse. "Let's go. Speed is the most important in war. If we don't destroy 7 or 8 cities today, it will be a waste of the Master of Silence's efforts." The human horse was still stunned. Ren Tianfei was too good to the people of the City of Wanderers. He just gave them tens of millions of energy crystals without hesitation. This was not a small amount at all. One might not be able to get hundreds of thousands of energy crystals even if he killed a king. Besides, the human horse found that this person seemed to know the plan of the Master of Silence. Few people knew of this plan. It seemed that he was indeed one of them. Although he didn't know who this guy was, this person was brave and good at fighting. He could directly kill through the origin sea of a sky opener. He must be a mysterious human powerhouse from the City of Wanderers who wanted to use this opportunity to appear. Therefore, the human horse shouted, "Come on, let's kill our way into the 10,000 scale race's den." Swish, their speed was almost at its limit, but Han Fei and the human horse were very relaxed and just led the way from afar. Han Fei asked casually, "Taoist friend, how should I address you? I've been hiding in the human world for 10,000 years and still don't know you. Has anyone attacked the City of Scavengers?" The human horse was speechless. Who would attack the City of Scavengers? He shook his head in confusion. "No problem, no problem. The City of Scavengers is not easy to fight. Too many strong masters have gathered there. Even the 4 generals can't take it down. At present, the generals are already leading the emperors to attack the city below the 50th. Hey, Brother Ren, you've just shown up. Why didn't the Master of Silence share this news with us? Where are you from?" Ma Qian-kun still felt that there was something wrong with Han Fei's background. If he hadn't killed an emperor of the 10,000 scale race, he wouldn't have dared to travel with this person, even if he was a human. Han Fei said with a smile, "Of course you don't know. Duan Qingxi and I assisted the Master of Silence in luring the 2 monarchs of the An family and the 10,000 scale monarch. Otherwise, where did you think you got the chance to attack the Scavenger Sea area?" "Huh?" You and Goddess Duan lured the monarchs out? The way Ma Chengkun looked at Han Fei changed. Only the sky-opening realm powerhouses knew that Duan Qingxi did have a secret mission this time, so no one knew where she went. He didn't expect that she went to lure the monarchs out. However, Ma Chengkun asked in confusion, the two monarchs of the An family? Could it be the city of origin? From Ma Chengkun's tone, he didn't seem to know much about the An family, but when Han Fei mentioned the two monarchs of the An family, he thought of the city of origin. Han Fei said, yes, the two fish shit of the city of origin. Sooner or later, I'll kill them. Ma Chengkun really wanted to roll his eyes at Han Fei. What conditions do you have? You're only in the sky-opening realm, and you're already thinking of killing monarchs? What are you thinking? A big battle was also going on in the number 97 farm, just like when Ma Chengkun attacked Yue City just now. The lord of number 97 farm, Black Jade City, was called Chuzhe. Han Fei had long had information about this person. Although this person was in the number 97 farm, his defense power was extremely strong. It was said that his defense power was comparable to the top 50 lords, and his peak defense power was probably comparable to the top 10 lords. If it weren't for the fact that this person's combat power wasn't good enough, it would be impossible for him to stay in the number 97 farm. He would have to be ranked at least in the top 50 lords. The one responsible for sniping the Black Jade City was a human-headed centipede. This was the first time Han Fei had seen such a species. He could understand the human-headed spider, but how was this human-headed centipede created? Were there any normal people in the city of wanderers? More importantly, this human-headed centipede seemed to be a woman with long hair and a beautiful face. On this side, the centipede's 10,000 feet blades were crazily cutting a 10,000 scale race powerhouse who was almost completely wrapped in jade armor. It could be seen that at least 30% of the centipede's legs had been broken, but she still failed to take down Chuzhe. At this moment, the human-headed centipede was shouting, "That turtle shell, if you have the ability, fight me head-on for 3,000 rounds. Why do you turn into an iron lump? What kind of ability is that?" Chuzhe sneered, "Wanderer thief, how dare you sneak attack our 10,000 scale race? When our strong masters come, you will die a horrible death. If you don't come out, I'll kill all the kings in your city first." Just as the human-headed centipede was about to slaughter the kings, she suddenly looked into the distance. The human horse shouted from afar, "Sister Qinghua, we're here to help you." Then, the human horse said to Han Fei, "Brother Ren, this is Wu Qinghua. She has an explosive temper and is one of the few female heroes in our city." Ah, I can tell it. Han Fei really couldn't equate this big centipede with a heroine, but in any case, he couldn't judge a book by its cover, right? From 100,000 kilometers away, he saw Han Fei turn one hand into a sword, and the immortal Qi and the fiend Qi were intertwined. The aura of the immortal fiend saber began to brew from 100,000 kilometers away. Fuck! For a moment, Ma Qianchun, Wu Qinghua, and the kings of the city of wanderers were all shocked. What kind of fucking sword was this? It began to erupt from 100,000 kilometers away. When the sword was formed, the endless void was torn apart. Wherever it passed, all the chaotic Qi in the endless void followed it. Wu Qinghua was refreshed and subconsciously said, "What a powerful sword. But who is this guy?" Seeing that this person came with Ma Qinghua, guessed that he must be one of them. A mere 100,000 kilometers was covered by sky openers like Han Fei and the others in the blink of an eye. Clank-a-crack, crack, 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 Chuzhe was dumbfounded. Why were there suddenly 3 sky-opening realm powerhouses? How could he defeat them? If there was only one, he wouldn't be afraid, but there were 3 of them. There was zero possibility for him to defend against them. Unfortunately, the other party came too fast. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. Also, the man's sword Qi was like a rainbow crossing the sky, looking extremely ferocious. After the blow, Chuzhe's crystal armor was full of cracks. Fuck, is Brother Ren's explosive power so strong? Ma Qiankun was stunned. He couldn't help but look down at his 2 hand axes. He should be the one with the strongest combat power. Chuzhe was shocked. His body was burning with blood, and 3 spiritual tablets flew out of his body, which turned into 3 layers of purple jade armor. Chuzhe roared, "Which of you can break my defense? It's unbreakable." Boom, knock, knock, knock. As soon as Chuzhe said so, a huge palm print fell from the sky. Dharma idol world. Han Fei turned into a giant and punched horizontally. The seawater steamed, flames burst out, and immortal Qi wrapped his fist. At that time, the kings who were fighting were all dumbfounded. Fuck, when did our city of wanderers have such a powerful figure? Chuzhe's body had been deformed. He shouted, "Ashhole, tell me your name if you have balls. If I don't die today, I'll cut your head off someday." How could Han Fei listen to his threat? He laughed out loud. "My name is Ren Tianfei, the Invincible. Who do you think you are? Today, I will break your great Tao and destroy your soul." Knock, 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 knock. The rhythm of the attacks shook tens of thousands of kilometers, and the ripples set off tides and storms. Cracky, cracky, cracky. Chuzhe was strong. He might be able to block 1 or 2 punches, but with Han Fei's great Tao and his Dharma power activated, the gap in strength had become an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, in the blink of an eye, he threw out thousands of punches. Even the eyelids of the kings of the City of Wanderers twitched. Someone said, "The 10,000 scale race's emperor is hopeless. This person is obviously a general-level powerhouse of the City of Wanderers. His craziness is awesome." Although I haven't seen Senior Ren before, his name will definitely resound throughout the entire City of Wanderers after this battle. Chapter 255, Scavenger. First Lord Han Fei hadn't fought so happily in a long time. In particular, after he used a large number of energy crystals in Mountain City, his strength and soul power soared. Although his strength hadn't reached its peak, as long as he fought, it could accelerate his recovery. However, although his strength was still the same as before, the power he unleashed was more ferocious than before. When he threw out thousands of punches, Chu Zhe of the 10,000 scale race was crushed by Han Fei. This time, Han Fei didn't look for Chu Zhe's intrinsic scale. Because Wu Qinghua was good at using the power of the soul, at the moment Chu Zhe was crushed, Wu Qinghua's spiritual power erupted, forming an area of effect spiritual piercing, so she found the entrance to Chu Zhe's origin sea. How could Han Fei let go of this chance? He instantly penetrated Chu Zhe's origin sea and entered it. Wu Qinghua was dumbfounded. He went in just like that? That's someone else's origin sea. Ma Qiankun helplessly waved the double axes in his hands and said, "I thought so too at that time, but Brother Ren's means might be extraordinary. He can enter other people's origin seas as easily as entering an uninhabited realm. I'm really envious." Wu Qinghua looked puzzled. "Are you very familiar with him? Why don't I know him?" Ma Qiankun said. "We don't know each other well. We just met." Brother Ren went on a secret mission with Lady Duan Qingxi. Since it's a secret mission, they certainly can't let you and I know. Besides, with this one, Brother Ren has already killed 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race in a row. I trust him. Wu Qinghua was stunned. Although she felt that something was wrong, Han Fei's combat skills, combat attitude, madness, and pure human identity made her give up her suspicion of Han Fei. If Han Fei wasn't one of them, why would he come to help her kill a difficult opponent like Chu Zhe? Ma Qiankun and Wu Qinghua even agreed that if Ren Tianfei erupted, they might not be able to resist him. Rumble. A moment later, when the great Dao crack appeared, it was the sign of an emperor's death. With a bang, Han Fei cut through the void and came out of Chu Zhe's origin sea. This harvest was gratifying. He obtained another 90 million energy crystals and more than 100 million clean stones. In addition to these, Han Fei also obtained a stone called the Heavenly Dao Jade Essence. This jade could be fused into the body, directly tempered and assimilated into the bones, and could strengthen the physique. It was already rare to find such a treasure in the sky-opening realm. There might be many treasures in the Venerable Realm and the Sea Establishment Realm. However, in the sky-opening realm, 1 or 2 treasures wouldn't be of much use. The expansion of the Origin Sea and the integration of resources required various resources, and treasures that could directly temper the bones, improve the bloodline, and temper the soul were mostly heavenly spiritual treasures. And this Heavenly Dao Jade Essence was a heavenly spiritual treasure. Han Fei was overjoyed. With a flip of his hand, he threw out another 20 million energy crystals. Brothers of the City of Wanderers, for this trip, let's set a small goal first, which is to conquer 5 or 8 cities. Everyone was overjoyed. He just threw out 20 million energy crystals so casually. Why was this Master Emperor so generous? Especially the kings who followed Han Fei here. They had just arrived and participated in the battle, and another 20 million energy crystals had fallen from the sky. This expedition was too awesome. Someone shouted, "Senior, you're invincible. We swear to follow you all the way." Someone picked up an energy crystal and laughed. "Emperor Fei is invincible. We'll have meat to eat if we follow him." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "Emperor Fei? What a lame name." Han Fei shouted, "Do you know how to talk? I'm Ren Tianfei, the Invincible. You should call me Human Emperor." Ma Qiankun, Wu Qinghua, all the kings, everyone was speechless. "We admit that you are indeed powerful, but don't you think you're too much? The human emperor was the emperor of the human race. The master of silence was the monarch of the human race, but even he didn't dare to say that he was invincible, nor did he dare to call himself human emperor. You've just showed up, and you're already calling yourself the human emperor? Aren't you afraid that the master of silence will beat you up?" Wu Qinghua said telepathically, "Old Ma, I think this guy is out of his mind. He's too arrogant." Ma Qingquan replied, "It seems that this guy is indeed a little crazy. But who cares? When the time comes, the 4 divine generals and the Master of Silence will deal with him. But I think they will probably only criticize him a little. After all, he is really strong." This battle was longer than Han Fei imagined. Perhaps it was because the Master of Silence held back the 2 monarchs of the An family. After a full 4 hours, Han Fei, together with Ma Qiankun, Wu Qinghua, and the many kings, conquered 3 more cities. Every time Han Fei killed an emperor, he threw out tens of millions of energy crystals. At this moment, the kings who followed Han Fei to sweep through the Scavenger Sea area were very excited. It was true that they pursued freedom, but on the other hand, they were also ferocious people. They were all powerful figures gathered from all over the East Sea Divine Realm and needed a lot of resources. Therefore, Han Fei kept throwing out a large number of energy crystals. It was fine for the sky-opening realm, but for the sea establishers who wouldn't be excited. So far, among the kings who had followed Han Fei all the way, who hadn't collected hundreds of thousands of energy crystals, and the first batch of kings who followed Han Fei had even obtained more than 1,000,000 energy crystals. Even Han Fei couldn't withstand the chaotic chi, ownerless souls, and spiritual energy provided by 40 million energy crystals. 1,000,000 energy crystals was a huge sum for a king. With this huge sum of money and a suitable cultivation method, once they returned to the City of Wanderers and settled down, their strength would definitely soar. At this moment, Han Fei had finished pushing the 94th city and shouted again, "Brothers of the City of Wanderers, what are we going to do next? Please answer me." At this moment, more than 100 kings had gathered. They roared, "Keep attacking the cities and slaughtering the emperors." Someone shouted, "With the combat power of the human emperor, it won't be a problem to conquer 10 more cities." Han Fei laughed. "Ha ha ha, you got me. Let's go. Let's keep attacking." At this moment, Ma Qiankun, Wu Qinghua, and the other 3 sky-opening powerhouses were already numb. The 5 of them looked at the kings who were almost driven crazy by Han Fei and felt complicated. They had led the kings for so long, but they had never seen these people so crazy and so respectful of them. However, Ren Tianfei had only appeared for a few hours, but he had already made so many people willingly call him Human Emperor. Wu Qinghua said, "The communication jade slip hasn't been broken, which means that this battle isn't over yet. We can continue to fight. Brother Ren, although he's a little crazy, his combat power is really shocking. I feel that one day he might be comparable to the 4 generals. Let him attack the cities now." However, when Han Fei was heading for the number 93 farm, he saw a strange astronomical phenomenon on the road. Someone said, "Brother Ren, this is the sign of an emperor's death." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "We are already close to City 93. It would be great if our people could take down this city. If it weren't our people, we should have worked together to kill the emperors of the 10,000 scale race." Everyone nodded. With Han Fei's leadership, they had already gathered 6 emperors. This kind of power might even be able to block one of the top 10 lords. After all, there was lunatic Ren here. Therefore, 100 seconds later, before they arrived at the 93rd city, they saw a person crossing the sky and flying over. The souls of the emperors collided more than 50,000 kilometers away. Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Are you fucking serious? Is this the first lord?" Yes, this person was the leader of the top 10 lords, Pan Litian, who was the lord of the first city. In the city of scavengers, everyone knew this saying, "Litian seal, 9 dragon sword, emperor armor, and once the heavenly emperor attacks, no one can survive." This was not a joke, but a real battle record. Pan Litian's status in the city of scavengers was second only to xuanhuan and Zhang Beihai. Han Fei never expected that this person would personally cross more than 90 cities to fight them. Not only Han Fei, but Ma Qiankun and the others also recognized him, mainly because Pan Litian was too famous. In fact, it was mainly because Han Fei and the others were attacking too fiercely, conquering one city after another. They could kill a sky-opening realm lord in a moment. If they continued to fight like this, the remaining dozens of cities of the Scavenger Sea area would be doomed. Therefore, Zhao Honghuang arranged for Pan Litian to come in person to see who was killing their emperors. As for the 3 generals, they didn't know that Ma Qiankun and the others would fight so fiercely. They didn't expect Pan Litian to come here at all. Wu Qinghua shouted, "All kings, enter my origin sea, hurry up." Ma Qingquan shouted, "All kings, listen up. Quickly enter the origin sea of Emperor Qinghua." "Humph, you want to save these kings under my watch? What do you think I, Pan Litian, am for?" Buzz. 100,000 kilometers away, the sea was suddenly suppressed by a terrifying pressure. The phantom of a peerless seal, across tens of thousands of kilometers, pressed down with an overwhelming force. Ma Qiankun shouted, "Everyone, stop him." However, a sword behind Pan Litian flashed like light, turning into 9 azure dragons that pounced forward with a destructive momentum. Just the dragon roar alone made Ma Qiankun and the others' blood boil. Chapter 256, All Out. When Han Fei saw Pan Litian, he couldn't have felt worse. Wasn't it said that there were 4 divine generals in the City of Wanderers? Even if Duan Qingxi wasn't here, there were still 3 divine generals. They sent Pan Litian here to stop them. How could they deal with the 3 divine generals? Had they considered the consequences? At this moment, Han Fei was still at the front. If he retreated, with Pan Litian's means, he would definitely bypass the others and sweep the kings in the rear immediately. It was not easy to cultivate to the sea establishment realm. If so many kings died, it would be a huge loss for the City of Wanderers. Therefore, he roared, "Pan Litian, take my punch. Buzz." At that moment, behind him, Ma Qiankun shouted, "Brother Ren, be careful. The Litian seal is not a joke." However, when was Han Fei ever afraid? Even if his strength hadn't reached its peak, his great Tao was still extremely terrifying. He had killed an emperor alone before. He also wanted to see how strong the so-called leader of the top 10 lords was. Han Fei activated his Dharma idol, but didn't make it too big. As he activated his great Tao, his combat power was 5 times more violent. With Han Fei's current physique, he could still withstand such a high-intensity outburst. As his fist blasted out in the endless void, an invincible aura erupted, and golden light dazzled, illuminating the sea. Pan Litian narrowed his eyes. Huh? He walks the path of invincibility? What? The path of invincibility? I didn't expect Brother Ren to take this path. Brother Ren is so bold. Those who dare to walk the path of invincibility are all heroes of their generation. None of these people are afraid of death. Ma Qian-kun and the others were also stunned by Han Fei's punch. When the huge fist mark struck the void collapsed. The endless void turned into a vortex, and billowing ripples swept out for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the rear, the kings all retreated. This scene was really extraordinary. Someone had seen Han Fei's fist mark, and his eyes even showed a trace of confusion, almost falling into an epiphany on the spot. Crack, crack, the Lishan seal in the void, with Han Fei's dazzling punch as the center, quickly cracked outward, and its momentum weakened by more than half. However, the void Lishan seal didn't collapse. This scene made Han Fei's heart turn cold. Even his violent blow failed to shatter the Lishan seal. Behind him, Ma Qian-kun shouted, "Brother Ren, let me help you, roar." The people in the city of wanderers were all brave. The seawater within thousands of kilometers around Ma Qian-kun boiled, and the double axes formed a storm. With lightning, they instantly charged at Pan Litian. Wu Qinghua also rose. 2 rows of white bone-long knives appeared in the sky, surrounded by immortal energy. The saber array blocked the way, trying to slash at Pan Litian. The other 3 emperors didn't have the time to care about the kings behind them. All of them ignited their blood and erupted. One of them gathered half of his Tao runes and a massive amount of immortal qi, turned into a spike, and shot across the sea. Behind him was a surging fish tide, which shot towards the whistling azure dragon shadow like an arrow. Humph, you overestimate yourself. A group of people who haven't even turned your origin seas into stars dare to fight me? Dragon God strike, the azure dragon spat out an extreme cold ice flame at the emperors. Boom boom boom. This space completely exploded. The seawater raged, the sea completely collapsed, and a terrifying shockwave surged into the sky. Ma Qian-kun's axe light was shattered by the blow. The storm froze halfway, and he was sent flying. If it weren't for the protection of his immortal qi, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Ka-ka-ka-in, Wu Qinghua's knife array, frost and snow fell. Wherever the ice flames passed, the scimitars shattered. Puffed! Wu Qinghua vomited blood, her hands exploded into powder, and she was sent flying. The other 3 were not much better. The spike was frozen and could no longer move forward 1,000 kilometers away from Pan Litian. Then it collapsed and exploded. The fish tide array exploded, and this emperor was the weakest among the emperors. As for the arrow, it was the only attack that reached Pan Litian. However, when the arrow hit the bright red armor on Pan Litian's body, the latter didn't even block it because when the arrow reached Pan Litian, it was already powerless to break his defense. With just 1 blow, Ma Qian-kun and the other 4 were all defeated, and this was only the leader of the top 10 lords. There was no telling how strong xuanhuan, who was stronger than this person, would be. At this moment, an azure dragon ice flame swept across Han Fei. Han Fei's heart sank when he failed to penetrate the Lishan seal. If others couldn't withstand it, he had to. Otherwise, after this battle, even if he could run, at least 2 sky openers on his side would die. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei took out the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. The saber dyed the sea red, and 1,000 wisps of immortal qi were injected into it. The fire waves turned the sea area thousands of kilometers into magma. Knife drawing. Han Fei never lost in knife technique. He spun a few times, and his Dharma idol held a long flame knife in his hand too. As he slashed down, the sea split. A godly weapon? Interesting. No wonder you can destroy several cities in a row, so there's a variable like you. Then I'll kill you. Pan Litian saw that one of his azure dragon flames was pierced, but he didn't take it seriously. He reached out and grabbed, recalling all his tools. Then he stepped on the ground, saying, "Separate the sky and suppress the sea, and the sky will collapse and the emperor will be slaughtered." Above Han Fei, the Litian seal continued to press and roll, and its power was soaring crazily. Han Fei felt the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Pan Litian had already fused with the heavenly Tao and tried to kill him with it. In the distance, the emperors who had just stopped their bodies from being sent flying watched this scene in horror. The saying that no one could survive from the heavenly emperor once he attacked was not for nothing. Pan Litian was comparable to the 4 generals of the city of wanderers in strength. No matter which city of the chaotic wasteland he was in, he would be one of the strongest. Even outside the chaotic wasteland, in the East Sea Divine Realm, among the Sky Openers, Pan Litian was one of the top powerhouses. However, they knew too little about Ren Tianfei. In their minds, only the 4 generals could resist a powerhouse like Pan Litian. Ren Tianfei, they had never heard of him. As for the kings of the City of Wanderers, they were even more frightened. Someone was shocked. Is this the leader of the top 10 lords of the City of Scavengers? He repelled 5 emperors with a single blow. Even Senior Human Emperor is no match for him? Not necessarily. Senior Human Emperor killed 5 emperors in a row. How can he be defeated so easily? A mere Litian seal definitely can't suppress him? However, all the kings looked gloomy. They all knew that words didn't count. Han Fei did look a little tired. Han Fei couldn't believe that he felt a little exhausted. This fucking Litian seal was too powerful. His physique and strength were so strong, but he still couldn't break this thing? Han Fei knew that it was not that he was weak, but that the other party borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao. Roar! Han Fei roared, golden light flowing on his body, and an eye of golden light opened between his eyebrows. Invincible eye, open. Sacrificing punch. Boom, boom, boom. The crack of the Litian seal was widening, but it was still a little bit away from breaking. Dragon transformation technique. At this point, Han Fei had no time to hold back. A drop of essence blood of the azure dragon shattered, and one of his arms turned into a dragon claw. Crack, boom. At that moment, the Litian seal was pierced through. This was probably the first time Pan Litian's void Litian seal had been pierced through with force. God knew how powerful it was. It's pierced. It's pierced. In the rear, a king exclaimed with joy and pride. However, Han Fei roared, "Retreat! I'll cover you." Ma Qiankun and Wu Qinghua, who had just returned to their senses, didn't dare to be negligent. They were not on the same level as Pan Liqian at all. Only Han Fei could fight Pan Liqian here, but they could tell that Han Fei was also fighting with difficulty. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qinghua flashed, opened her origin sea, and stored all the kings inside. Then, Wu Qinghua shouted, "Brother Ren, I'm sorry." Ma Qingquan roared, "Brother Ren, we're leaving." They didn't dare to stay any longer. Every second they stayed here would increase Han Fei's danger. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his body couldn't hold on anymore. The power carried by his body was too strong, so strong that even his jade bones couldn't hold on anymore, and his flesh and blood were cracking. Pan Litian didn't chase after Ma Qiankun and the others. In his opinion, even 10 Ma Qiankun couldn't compare to Ren Tianfei. This person hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star, but his strength level was already so strong. More importantly, he could bear such strong power. If such a person didn't die, he would definitely grow into a strong master at the level of 4 generals. Pan Litian snorted. "Do you really think you can escape from me just because you pierced through the Litian seal? 9 dragons become 1, Emperor's sword." At that moment, Han Fei was horrified. What the hell is this? Can one of the top 10 lords unleash the combat power of a monarch? No, not the combat power of a monarch. He is imitating monarchs. Fuck, do you think only you can unleash the monarch-level fighting intent? I can do it too. Han Fei directly grabbed 10,000 streams of immortal qi. He extended his hand and pointed, and launched all great Daos in one sword. However, in this slash, Han Fei added a drop of green sword fluid. This thing was the barrierless sword fluid, the source of sword intent born in a monarch's sword embryo, and the only monarch-level treasure he had obtained from Hidao Yuan's origin sea. Han Fei roared, "All great Daos in one sword." Chapter 257, Who is he? Ma Qiankun and the others were rushing forward when the communication jade slip shattered. Immediately, they felt terrible. Why didn't you break earlier? If you had broken earlier, we wouldn't have met Pan Liqian face to face, and Brother Ren wouldn't have stayed behind to cover for us. Buzz. Just as Ma Qiankun and the others were retreating, a white light suddenly appeared. Qinghua, why did you run away by burning blood? The person coming had white hair and sharp eyes. Although she was a woman, she looked heroic and intimidating. Wu Qinghua and the others were running wildly. When they suddenly saw this figure, they stopped. Wu Qinghua, Ma Qinghua, and the others' eyes lit up. Wu Qinghua hurriedly asked, "Master Qingxi, why are you here?" It was Duan Qingxi who came out of the primitive graveyard almost at the same time as Han Fei. The difference was that Han Fei was taken away by the 10,000 scale monarch, while Duan Qingxi was sent away by the historical projection of the Master of Silence. In fact, not long after the two of them left the primitive graveyard, the projection of the Master of Silence dissipated. Duan Qingxi could only walk the latter half by herself. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't need to. The 10,000 scale monarch had sent him out of that sea area, so he was faster. At this moment, Duan Qingxi had just come out and went to the nearest cities of the City of Scavengers. But when she entered one city, he found that the emperor there had been slaughtered. When she entered another, the emperor there was slaughtered too. After passing several cities in a row, she found that all the emperors in these cities had been slaughtered. To be honest, Duan Qingxi was confused. When did the combat power of the City of Wanderers become so strong? The war had just started, right? If one of the lords of the 10,000 scale race was killed, it might be because of strength. If there were 2, it might be a coincidence. But if there were 3, 4, or 5, it was a little confusing. However, before she found the reason, she saw Wu Qinghua and the others who were fleeing with their blood burning. Ma Qingquan hurriedly said, "Master Qingxi, hurry up and save Brother Ren. In order to cover our retreat, he fought Pan Litian, the leader of the top 10 lords, alone. Hurry up, go back, or it will be too late." Duan Qingxi couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who? Which Brother Ren? Ma Qingquan? Human Emperor? Ren Tianfei? Didn't he participate in our master's secret mission with you? Ren Tianfei?" Duan Qingxi was stunned. "I don't know this person." "Huh? Immediately, Ma Qianchun, Wu Qinghua, and the others were all confused. Why didn't she know him? Wu Qinghua was dumbfounded. Brother Ren led us to kill 5 emperors in a row. Master Qingxi, did he use another name when he was with you? Duan Qingxi's heart did a flip. She knew that there was something wrong with this person. She was acting alone. How could he be her teammate? However, no matter what, this person was willing to fight Pan Lichen alone to cover the escape of Ma Qiankun and the others. She should save them. Duan Qingxi shouted, "Let's walk and talk." Where is he? In the number 93 scavenger farm. Han Fei didn't know who Ma Qiankun and the others would meet. Anyway, he was very uncomfortable now. Pan Litian was too strong. He seemed to be no match for him. At this moment, all great Daos in one sword was Han Fei's strongest technique. Even so, he wasn't sure if he could withstand the Emperor's sword. Huh? Pan Litian was also surprised. After seeing Han Fei's sword, he couldn't help but frown. Han Fei's sword was very strong. He felt that many Dao runes were fused in it, and there was even a trace of the heavenly Dao hidden in it. In addition, 10,000 streams of immortal Qi burst out. An ordinary emperor couldn't resist it at all. From Han Fei's sword alone, Pan Litian concluded that this guy might be qualified to become one of the top 10 lords. Of course, it was not now, but when Han Fei could use such combat power at will. What made Pan Litian feel bad was that the drop of sword intent origin injected into Han Fei's sword greatly strengthened the power of his sword. Clank, buzz. The sword intent ripples exploded crazily, collapsing all the ice within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Wherever the swords passed, a black hole burst out of the endless void. At that moment, Pan Litian saw a golden flash. When he glanced around, he found that Han Fei was already 600,000 kilometers away, fleeing frantically. He ran away? Pan Litian was speechless. You've already unleashed all your strength, but you just turned around and ran away? Do you have the bearing of a strong master? Pan Litian was about to chase after him when another perception swept over. Who else could it be but Duan Qingxi? Duan Qingxi also glanced at the golden light that Han Fei left, thinking that being able to escape from Pan Litian, he was indeed strong. Duan Qingxi? Pan Litian frowned. Where did Duan Qingxi pop up from? At this moment, Duan Qingxi looked at the terrifying power that Han Fei had just erupted. She really didn't know when the City of Wanderers had such a strong master. His physique was unparalleled, his Dharma idol world was powerful, and he could fight his way into the enemy's origin sea and return safely. If there was such a person, how could she not know? But now, when she saw the terrifying aftershock of the battle between this person and Pan Litian, she was even more confused. This person was definitely not from the City of Wanderers. Few people in the City of Wanderers could fight Pan Litian like this. Besides, this person told Ma Qiankun that he had gone on a secret mission with her, but she didn't know him at all. Of course, Duan Qingxi had no time to care about that person at this moment. From the way he escaped, he seemed to have been seriously injured. This person was flowing with golden blood, but didn't even leave a drop of blood at all. He was really a tough guy. Pan Litian snorted coldly. One ran away, and another came. Duan Qingxi, I didn't meet you on the front line. Why, have you been reduced to bullying the weak? Duan Qingxi's eyes turned cold. She came back to save that guy. Now that the man had run away, she didn't need to save him. The communication jade slip had been broken, which meant that the army had retreated. Now was not the time to fight Pan Litian. Duan Qingxi said coldly, this is the consequence of the City of Scavengers interfering in the war between the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin. Wanderers are never afraid of war. Pan Litian narrowed his eyes and said, I heard that the Master of Silence is also from the human race. Aren't you afraid that we will attack the human race here? Duan Qingxi smiled contemptuously. Do you dare? Have you forgotten the battle when the Wanderers attacked the City of Origin? With that, Duan Qingxi left grandly, and Pan Litian had no intention of attacking. Pan Litian knew very well that Duan Qingxi was different from the Ren Qianfei who ran away. Ren Qianfei relied on secret techniques, precious techniques, and treasures to forcibly increase his strength and unleash a powerful blow or two. However, Duan Qingxi was different. She was one of the 4 generals in the City of Wanderers and was really strong, no weaker than him. He could fight her alone, but it was almost impossible for him to take her down. Several hours later, in a very remote place in the City of Scavengers, Ma Qiankun and the others were waiting for Duan Qingxi. When they saw this woman, they all came to her. Master Qingxi, how is it going? Where is Brother Ren? When they saw Duan Qingxi return alone, their hearts sank. Duan Qingxi was speechless. A mere stranger seduced your souls away in a few hours? Ah, Ma Qiankun said. Well, aren't we fellow cultivators? We got along quite well. Humph, Duan Qingxi said. When I arrived, that guy had already run away. If this person is from the City of Wanderers, I can definitely find him. I'm just afraid that he is not from the City of Wanderers at all, Wu Qinghua said. How can that be? This person is a real human. If he's not one of us, where is he from? Duan Qingxi asked. What if this person might be from the City of Origin? Ma Qianquan shouted. How can there be such a manly emperor in the City of Origin? Slap! A white hair swept across and Ma Qianquan was sent flying. Duan Qingxi said with a black face, he claims to be the human emperor. What if he just wants to sow discord between our City of Scavengers and the 10,000 scale race? If the 10,000 scale race attacks the human race here, with our master's identity and temper, will he fight to the death with the city of scavengers? Hiss, Ma Chengkun and the others were all horrified. They had never thought that there might be such a possibility. Duan Qingxi said, the hatred can be deepened. This person slaughtered 5 cities in a row. What benefits did he leave for you? Apart from hundreds of millions of energy crystals, what else? Everyone looked at each other. If what Duan Qingxi said was true, then Ren Qianfei was really good at pretending. Duan Qingxi said, let's go. We must have suffered a lot in this battle. Boss is dealing with the city of origin. We have to return to the city of wanderers quickly. On the other side, Han Fei gave himself 7 or 8 heaven enlightenment divine techniques in a row, which consumed about 3,000 years of vitality. Only then did he recover with a pale face. It was too strong. Pan Lichen's sword was too strong. The Dharma idol world was pierced through, the infinity water was pierced through, and even all great Tao's in one sword was pierced through. If it weren't for his strong physique and many treasures, he would have been killed by him. Under such circumstances, once he was killed by Pan Litian, the consequences would be disastrous. Gulp. At this moment, Han Fei was almost to Mountain City. Fortunately, he saw Duan Qingxi appear last. Otherwise, if he encountered a strong master like Pan Litian again, he might not have been able to escape. Chapter 258 Arrive at the main city. Again, when Han Fei arrived at Mountain City, it wasn't much better. As he expected, without Shui Fei guarding it, almost all the kings here had been slaughtered. Han Fei's more than 20 puppets were all gone. Fortunately, there were basically no casualties among the strong masters below the king level in Mountain City. It seemed that the city of wanderers still left some leeway. Otherwise, if the 10,000 scale monarch was really forced to a corner, the two sides would completely start a war, and it was even possible that the 10,000 scale race would slaughter humans. The 10,000 scale race probably didn't do this because they didn't want to go too far. Once they did, it could be imagined that with the craziness of the city of wanderers, they would only fight to the death, and the Master of Silence would probably take action personally. At that time, except for the 10,000 scale monarch, who in the 10,000 scale race could withstand the attack of a monarch, Hong Ye. Han Fei saw Hong Ye sitting in a courtyard thinking about life. Yes, he was thinking about life. He only felt that this sea realm was too dangerous. More than 20 kings, who were all Han Fei's puppets, were wiped out in just a moment. Hong Yu still remembered that someone asked him if he wanted to go to the city of wanderers with him. Hong Yu refused solemnly. I still have clansmen to protect. I can't leave. Seeing that Hong Yue had made up his mind, the other party didn't insist. Someone even reminded him that he could take his clansmen away. Hong Yue's answer was very simple. You can conquer a city, but it's impossible for you to conquer all the cities. The humans in the Scavenger Sea area are actually hostages, the only reason to stop the final battle between the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers. Once this reason is gone, a real war will break out. If humans can't evacuate at once, we'd better not evacuate. Hong Yue's words actually obtained the approval of the emperor who attacked Mountain City. The emperor even left him some resources. In fact, only the people in power could understand what Hong Yue said. Hong Yue used to be the master of the Mad Corpse world and presided over a world. He had seen all kinds of schemes. From the layout of the city of scavengers that Han Fei had told them before, he knew that since the 10,000 scale race could become an overlord and stand in the chaotic wasteland for hundreds of thousands of years, it was impossible for them to not have any abilities. Otherwise, they would have long been wiped out. It was impossible for the city of wanderers to conquer all the cities here, and they would have to suffer a lot of casualties themselves. Otherwise, how could there still be the city of scavengers? In fact, as Hong Yue had expected, most of the cities the city of wanderers conquered had low rankings. The higher the ranking, the stronger the lord was, and the harder it was to destroy the city. At most, the both sides would lose some sea establishers. In fact, among the peak-level combatants, Duan Qingxi, who was one of the 4 generals, was not around, nor was the leader of the 4 generals. The remaining 2, the strongest one had to deal with Zhao Honghuang, and the remaining one had to guard against the top 10 lords. Therefore, the target of this surprise attack was only the cities ranking after the 50th. As for the top 50 cities, they didn't attack at all. This was why Pan Litian could leave the frontline battlefield and appear in the number 93 farm. Under such circumstances, although they could take away a large number of humans in the rear, it would take time for them to take away a large number of humans while fighting. Besides, there were more than 10,000 domains in the entire Scavenger Sea area. How could the city of wanderers send more than 10,000 sea establishers to take away all the humans in the villages while attacking the cities? Buzz. Han Fei appeared in Hong Yue's courtyard. The latter shivered and hurriedly got up. Master Human Emperor, all the kings have died. I really could do nothing about it. Han Fei waved his hand. It doesn't matter. They are just puppets. When the main city sends another batch of kings over, these people will all be your puppets. Huh? Seeing that Hong Yu was dumbfounded, Han Fei said, let me tell you a secret. The city of wanderers is our ally. The monarch of the city of wanderers is the former human king of the Raging Sea, the one who successfully traveled to the east. If I'm not wrong, you should know him, right? Hiss? Hong Yu gasped and was dumbfounded. Gu Tingnan? Hong Yu was actually an old-timer. When the former human king went east, he had already become a venerable. However, he didn't expect that the former human king had built the city of wanderers with his own hands. Han Fei said, "When I found out his identity, I wondered if it was necessary for you to go to the city of wanderers. However, I don't think you want to go there. There, you are nothing except for knowing Gu Tingnan. There are many strong masters there. The identity of Gu Tingnan's old acquaintance won't let you develop well, and he won't take special care of you. However, you'll have a promising future in the city of scavengers." Hong Ye recalled the scene when those people came to attack the city and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, the city of scavengers is full of enemies. It's indeed more suitable for me," Han Fei said. "I'm going to the city of scavengers later. If nothing goes wrong, I'll bring a group of people back. Be prepared to receive them." Hong Ye immediately perked up. "I won't let you down, Master Human Emperor." Although Hong Ye didn't know what Han Fei was planning, he knew that he could do a lot of things in the city of scavengers. The reason why Hong Ye wasn't strong enough was that he didn't have enough materials for refining corpses. Han Fei's current intention was probably to let him control the city. He wanted to nurture him. Hong Ye felt that as long as he didn't die, his rise was inevitable. Besides, Hong Yu knew Han Fei's personality. He was a lunatic who had unified the raging sea in just a few hundred years. He was the new human emperor, a real heavenly talent. Once Han Fei rose in the chaotic wasteland, he might be one of his most trusted henchmen. Han Fei just felt that it was necessary to tell Hong Yue that the Master of Silence was Gu Tingnan, the former human king. This was not a secret, or he wouldn't have known it so easily. Besides, Gu Tingnan became a monarch as a human and fell out with the city of scavengers because of the human race. These were all very obvious. He had never wanted to hide anything. Of course, that was because Gu Tingnan had already proven his Tao. When he just came out, his situation wasn't any better than his. Han Fei guessed that he must have already gone to the East Sea Divine Realm. Otherwise, how could he have had the connections to build the city of wanderers? However, there was one thing that Han Fei didn't understand. It seemed that Gu Tingnan was the monarch behind the scenes who helped the Beast King and Chu Hao deal with the two monarchs of the An family. However, Han Fei still felt that something was wrong. 100,000 years ago, when some human beings traveled to the east, how could Gu Tingnan have the ability to escape from the 10,000 scale race? From Shui Fei's memory, it seemed that a strong master helped the human ship, so some people escaped. Then, who was the person who helped Gu Tingnan? Although Han Fei wanted to know this question, he was not in a hurry. At the right time, he should talk to Gu Tingnan, but not now. Now, Gu Tingnan was the Master of Silence, the city lord of the City of Wanderers, and extremely powerful. How could Han Fei, the new human emperor, talk to him with his current strength? After this battle, Han Fei estimated that neither the 10,000 scale monarch nor the two monarchs of the An family could stand Gu Tingnan's madness. In this case, there shouldn't be a problem with the raging sea for the time being. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Fei turned into a bracelet again, and Shui Fei appeared again. Han Fei pretended that Shui Fei had returned, roared angrily, and then headed for the city of scavengers. If he guessed right, the city of scavengers would change a lot this time. First of all, as far as Han Fei knew, 10 cities in the city of scavengers were doomed. Among them, except for Mountain City that was controlled by him, the number 101 farm was clearly controlled by Duan Qingxi, including Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, and the other people, as well as the 5 sky-opening realms that he had slaughtered. 8 emperors had died. 2 days later, Shui Fei returned to the city of scavengers again. With him were some sea establishers, who were sent by the other lords to ask for reinforcements from xuanhuan. However, those lords hadn't come in person. They still had a mess to clean up, so they didn't have the time to come. But Shui Fei was different. Shui Fei was specifically called by the 10,000 scale monarch to come to the city of scavengers to recuperate. Although it was called recuperation, it actually meant reward. Regardless of whether the matter was done well or not, Shui Fei didn't disgrace the 10,000 scale race. After Han Fei entered the city, the 10,000 scale monarch didn't send him a voice transmission. He didn't know if it was because the 10,000 scale monarch wasn't around or something, so he went to find xuanhuan first. A moment later, Han Fei stood outside the undersea forest where xuanhuan lived. Shui Fei, the lord of Mountain City, asks to see Master Honghuang. Those sea establishers could only apply to the law enforcement camp for reinforcements and wait for their response. Han Fei, on the other hand, went straight to Zhao Honghuang. This was the privilege of a lord. However, Zhao Honghuang replied, "The monarch allows you to go directly to the holy city. After you meet him, you can go directly to the law enforcement camp to select people." Shui Fei pretended to be flattered and quickly replied, "Yes, Master Honghuang." Chapter 259, 10,000 Scale Monarch. Although Han Fei had met the 10,000 scale monarch in a hurry once, it was only a quick meeting. Perhaps the 10,000 scale monarch didn't pay attention to him, so he didn't find anything wrong at that time. But this time, before Han Fei came, he knew that he might see the 10,000 scale monarch. Even so, Han Fei still controlled Shui Fei to come. Of course, his black mist body was still far away, and he had already taken sufficient countermeasures. What he wanted to bet was that the 10,000 scale monarch couldn't see through his disguise and the puppet he controlled. In Han Fei's opinion, although a monarch was strong, there should be a limit. This test would decide whether Han Fei could keep a foothold in the city of scavengers in the end. "Oh!" The Holy Land of the City of Scavengers was where the 10,000 scale monarch cultivated. However, in Shui Fei's impression, he rarely heard that the 10,000 scale monarch stayed in the city. Usually, it was xuanhuan who was in charge. No one knew if the 10,000 scale monarch was around. There was a lone peak in the Holy Land, surrounded by various ordinary marine creatures. This peak was 1,000,000 feet high, and there was a small palace made of black crystal on it. Shui Fei came to the foot of the mountain and bowed nervously. Shui Fei greets the monarch. Shui Fei lowered his head and waited for more than 10 seconds. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Lift your head. Han Fei suddenly realized that something was wrong. When he controlled Shui Fei to raise his head, his heart trembled. He didn't move at all, and there were no spatial fluctuations around him, but he had come to the palace on the peak of the mountain from under the mountain. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Were the methods of a monarch so powerful that even a sky opener couldn't detect them? At this moment, even though Han Fei was only in the form of a bracelet, he didn't dare to look at the 10,000 scale monarch. In order to prevent himself from being discovered, he could only look through Shui Fei's eyes. Seeing the scene change, Shui Fei looked up again, trembled, and said again, I, Shui Fei, am here to apologize. The 10,000 scale monarch snorted. Why? Shui Fei braced himself and said, I failed to protect the others. It's a big crime for me to live alone. Sitting on the throne, the 10,000 scale monarch said solemnly, You don't mean what you say. You should be proud enough to survive Duan Qingxi and avoid the projections of the Master of Silence and the monarchs of the An family, right? I dare not. The 10,000 scale monarch said in a dignified voice, All right, don't use such a trick on me. Your strength is ordinary, but why could you kill 3 emperors in a row this time? Shui Fei hurriedly said. My lord, my nightmare Dao has improved. Unfortunately, my physique and soul power are still lacking. I was able to kill the emperors because of the help of Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, and Zhang Li. Otherwise, how could I have killed 3 emperors alone? The 10,000 scale monarch nodded slightly. What Shui Fei said was true. If he could kill 3 emperors in a row, he would at least be ranked in the top 20 of the lords, but now he only ranked the 80th. The 10,000 scale monarch said, On this trip, you've seen the Master of Silence and the 2 monarchs of the City of Origin. When you came back, you should have known that the City of Wanderers attacked our Scavenger Sea area. Tell me, how do you feel? Shui Fei's heart stirred. He wouldn't comment on a monarch-level powerhouse, but his heart stirred and he said, My lord, when I passed by several cities on my way back, I found that almost a large number of Sea Establishment Realm powerhouses had died. But there were very few casualties under the Sea Establishment Realm. I dare to think that the Master of Silence must be afraid of your might and dare not really start a war. Otherwise, he would have slaughtered everyone in the cities and destroyed the foundation of the birth of the strong masters in our City of Scavengers. Once our people die, the strong masters of our 10,000 scale race will definitely be wiped out. The 10,000 scale monarch couldn't help but glance at Shui Fei, thinking that this guy was not stupid. Continue. Shui Fei continued, As long as the City of Wanderers doesn't dare to start a real decisive battle, we don't have to worry about them. I think that we were most likely implicated by the City of Origin this time. With that, Shui Fei looked up at the 10,000 scale monarch, as if to see his reaction and play it by ear. However, the 10,000 scale monarch said solemnly, Continue. Shui Fei could only bite the bullet and say, Although this trip to the primitive graveyard was a trap, there is clearly another trap in this trap. I walked on the path of nightmares. After meeting the emperors in the City of Origin, I set up a 9-layered nightmare. I know that they really want to kill us. They don't want this matter to be known by others. Secondly, from your conversation with the Master of Silence, it seems that you had just participated in this battle. I'm thinking, if you hadn't participated in this battle, what would have happened? The 10,000 scale monarch's heart did a flip. He had thought about this question too. If he didn't participate in this battle, with the nature of the City of Wanderers, they would probably attack the City of Origin. The Master of Silence was in charge of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique and was simply an unkillable cockroach. If he attacked the City of Origin again, he would definitely kill at least a dozen sky openers. And if he really fought like that, the City of Wanderers wouldn't be much better. At that time, the City of Scavengers would just sit idle and reap the benefits. However, because of his participation, the City of Wanderers launched such a large-scale war. It was more like a warning. Shui Fei continued, I'm thinking that the conflict between you and the City of Wanderers is just because of the human race. Even if the Origin Ground really has some shocking secret, the bigger the secret, the greater the battle between the City of Origin and the City of Wanderers. The stronger the battle between them, the better it will be for our City of Scavengers. The 10,000 scale monarch seemed to have thought about what Shui Fei said, so he didn't react when he heard Shui Fei's guess. He said solemnly, Okay, you have to completely forget about this matter. Don't mention it to anyone, okay? Shui Fei nodded quickly. I will keep it a secret and never tell anyone. Only then did the 10,000 scale monarch nod in satisfaction. Although you didn't succeed this time, you're not bad. However, the cultivation of the sky-opening realm is mainly about the comprehension of the great Tao. You lords don't lack resources. I'll reward you with a piece of mystic yellow soil and a heavenly Tao pill. As for what achievements you can achieve, it depends on you. Shuifei pretended to be overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your reward, my lord." Taking the piece of mystic yellow soil and a golden pill that flew over, Han Fei put them away without looking at them carefully. "Well, leave. Xuanhuan told me that you are nurturing a good seedling. When you are done, go to the number 68 farm to be the lord." Shuifei was overjoyed again. "Thank you, my lord." As soon as Han Fei said so, he had already appeared outside the Holy Land. It wasn't until he completely left the Holy Land that he secretly despised in his heart. "It's just a piece of mystic yellow soil and a pill, and you want to send me away? You're really stingy. As for the number 68 farm, that's not bad." In addition, since they asked him to choose people, the stronger the better. The law enforcement camp in the City of Scavengers was usually responsible for guarding the City of Scavengers. They were powerhouses born after careful selection. In the law enforcement camp, there were two kinds of powerhouses. One was the Sea Establishment Realm powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race, and the other was the powerhouses of the other races that had submitted to the 10,000 scale race. In the talent selection, the 10,000 scale race always gave priority to their own race, and usually only looked for strong masters of their own race. Unless they saw particularly outstanding strong masters of other races, they usually wouldn't accept them. In the entire law enforcement camp, there were as many as 30,000 sea establishers. In fact, there were more than that. Most of them were either training, carrying out missions, or patrolling the city. When Han Fei arrived, someone had already recognized him. A fierce-looking instructor of the law enforcement camp who was in the sky-opening realm grinned and said, "Fellow Taoist Shuifei, Master Honghuang has instructed that you can choose any sea establisher here." Although Han Fei didn't know this person well, he vaguely remembered that this person's name was Chen Yan. Shuifei smiled and said, "Brother Chen, can I really choose freely?" Chen Yan laughed. "Master Honghuang instructed that you can choose whoever you want. Do you need me to help you choose? To be honest, I have a batch of excellent seedlings here that I can't bear to give away. Brother Shui, I told you because you can win the favor of Master Honghuang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you." Shuifei grinned. "Thank you, Brother Chen. How many people can I choose?" Chen Yan said. 20. Shuifei couldn't help frowning. "Only 20? Except for my capable assistants, all the sea establishers in my city have died." Chen Yan patted Han Fei on the shoulder and said, "Brother Shui, 20 is not a small number. Do you know how many lords have come to ask for reinforcements? Even if their people are all wiped out, I can only give them each 15. Brother Shui, you came in person, and Master Honghuang favored you, so you can have 20. Shuifei nodded slightly. Many strong masters of the major cities had died this time. There were dozens of cities. If each city wanted 3 or 5 on average, then there would be 300 or 500 sea establishers. Unlike venerables, sea establishers weren't easy to nurture. 300 or 500 sea establishers was indeed not a small number. If it were in the raging sea, 300 or 500 kings was unimaginable. Therefore, Shuifei said, "Okay, thank you, Brother Chen, but I'd like to take a look myself first." Chen Yan said, "No problem, Brother Shui. You can take away anyone you like. By the way, Brother Shui, I have a few good human female cultivators here." "Haha, it's up to you." Chapter 2160, Human Female Cultivators. Han Fei's heart sank. What does Chen Yan mean? Have our human race's female sea establishers already been reduced to this point? Originally, Han Fei was here to collect people happily. Anyway, for the 10,000 scale race, there were still many sea establishment realm powerhouses. It was equivalent to him choosing 20 king puppets, which was equivalent to killing 20 10,000 scale race powerhouses. Now, Han Fei's mind had changed. Shuifei grinned. "Oh, there's such a good thing? Brother Chen, take me there quickly." Chen Yan also grinned with a meaningful look in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Brother Shui, although they are human female cultivators, most of them don't have good tempers. Besides, you can't pick too many. 5 is already the limit. If it were anyone else, he could at most take away one." Han Fei immediately cupped his fists. "Brother Chen, good brother, if you need anything in the future, come to my mountain city. I'll treat you well. Ha 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 ha." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. In fact, Chen Yan was cursing in his heart. "I said I would give you 5, but you really want 5? Son of a BH teach, if I had known earlier, I would have told you 3. The Scavenger Law Enforcement Camp. In the City of Scavengers, if one wanted to become strong, he had to become strong at all costs. However, there was a different kind of person, which was human cultivators. In the entire law enforcement camp, human cultivators accounted for less than 5%. This was because under the suppression of the 10,000 scale race, it was actually very difficult for them to establish the sea. Unlike the sky-opening realm, which could become stronger at any time, it was very difficult for a venerable to reach the sea establishment realm. This was the same in the raging sea or the sea realm. Take Mountain City as an example. There were nearly 1 million venerables, but how many kings had there been? Anyway, Han Fei had only seen more than 20. Plus those who were sent to the main city, there would be at most 50 sea establishers, which meant that only one sea establisher would appear among nearly 20,000 people. Perhaps because the ranking of Mountain City was relatively low, the ratio of becoming a king wouldn't increase much. At most, there would be systematic training, trials, and life and death battles in the law enforcement camp. This kind of high-intensity squeezing behavior might be able to double the ratio of becoming a king. Any more than that, it could only rely on time and talent. At this moment, in the settlement of the human race in the law enforcement camp, a few human female cultivators were discussing the path of cultivation. Sister Yingyue, I feel that my Jade Immortal technique has reached its end. Although the energy crystals in my Origin Sea are enough, my Origin Sea is still a little misty. Is it because I have too few varieties of resources? The woman named Yingyue was valiant and reserved, and her face seemed to have been disguised. She sighed slightly. It's not just because of the lack of variety and resources. The absorption of chaotic chi, the transformation of immortal chi, and the strength of the body will all affect the Origin Sea. Save more energy crystals and go to the city to exchange them for various kinds of resources. No matter what kind of resources it is, it's better than energy crystals. The man asked, but how long will it take? Our energy crystals are not very abundant in the first place. If we exchange them, the amount we might get might only be enough to fill hundreds of kilometers of the Origin Sea. Yingyue said, no matter how little it is, we have to exchange it slowly. If 1 year doesn't work, do it for 100 years. If 100 years doesn't work, do it for 1,000 years. Just look at Wen Ruqing. She has been doing that for almost 3,000 years, and now her Origin Sea has been more than 60,000 kilometers. Not far away, the woman named Wen Ruqing said, but you have to survive first. If you have a chance, exchange your weapons for a weapon most suitable for you. It will greatly increase your chances of survival. Another woman sighed. 3,000 years, only 60,000 kilometers. How long will it take to open 100,000 kilometers of Origin Sea? When Ruqing shook her head slightly, don't bite off more than you can chew. If you have enough resources, it might not even take you 300 years, but you don't. Besides, opening 100,000 kilometers of your Origin Sea doesn't mean you have the ability to open the sky. Although you can sense the opportunity to open the sky, if you rashly open the sky, you will definitely die. You won't be able to withstand the baptism of the lightning tribulation at all. Yingyue said, so far, only 3 humans have successfully opened the sky. Unfortunately, they all died. However, someone sighed. They didn't die accidentally. I think they were murdered. They didn't allow us to become stronger at all. Shh, shut up. Do you know the consequences? At this moment, a familiar cold shout erupted in the void. Gather. Everyone's heart did a flip, and Yingyue said, not good. Someone must have come to ask for us. Try to hide your strength and make yourself look ugly. Swish, 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 swish. As Chen Yan gave the order, figures instantly took their positions. Han Fei's heart stirred. There were a total of 418 people. Among them, there were 352 men and 66 human female cultivators. Han Fei finally understood why Chen Yan said that there were only a few human female cultivators. There were really few of them. Chen Yan's face was ferocious and his voice was cold. The one next to me is Lord Shui Fei, the Lord of Mountain City. Today you've received your blessing. You can follow Lord Shui Fei to his territory and enjoy your lives. Okay, all female cultivators, step out. Huh? Instantly, countless people raised their heads. Why only female cultivators? This wasn't the first time this happened. How could they not understand? Instantly, some human powerhouses looked awful but didn't dare to say anything. Han Fei could even feel their anger, but they couldn't do anything but watch it happen. Han Fei sighed in his heart. He didn't know if they had expected what would happen to them when they came to the city of scavengers to seek opportunities. Therefore, people had to rely on themselves. It was almost impossible to rely on other races to seek opportunities. Han Fei even thought to himself, don't you understand that even if you get some opportunities here and reach the sky-opening realm, so what? How many sky-opening realm powerhouses did the 10,000 scale race have? There was still the 10,000 scale monarch above. There was no other possibility except to surrender to them. At this moment, Han Fei could only save as many as he could. Even if he was human emperor, under such circumstances, he could only endure. Only when he reached Gu Tingnin's strength one day would he be qualified to save the human race from being enslaved. In fact, Gu Tingnin was already powerful enough, but he still couldn't change the situation. Therefore, Han Fei had to be stronger than Gu Tingnin. At this time, Chen Yan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, look, human beings are like this. No matter what happens, they can tolerate it, but they are wild in their bones. Brother Shui will have to discipline them when you take them back. Shui Fei replied, of course, how can I not handle a few humans? Chen Yan said, Brother Shui please. Chen Yan meant for Shui Fei to start choosing. Shui Fei's gaze swept across the crowd. It was obvious that there was a polarization among the human female cultivators. Some female cultivators didn't hide their faces at all, looking extremely charming, and some even tried to push their strength to its peak state. These women seemed to have known what Shui Fei wanted to do. They just wanted a chance to leave the city of scavengers and develop independently. The other kind tried to hide their beauty and didn't seem to want to be enslaved by a wretched lord like Shui Fei. Some even deliberately showed hidden injuries, and some deliberately made themselves ugly. If it was just a slight distortion of the facial features, it wasn't a disguise. It was just that this woman didn't look good. Anyway, for the 10,000 scale race, they actually couldn't tell whether a human was pretty or not. They could only choose the ones they felt were the best. Even if they could detect the female cultivators who tried to conceal their real appearances, they looked really ugly. Who would want them? They might as well find a few charming and proactive ones. There were only 66 female cultivators in total, and it wouldn't take much time for Han Fei to scan them one by one. Han Fei could tell who was strong and who was weak at a glance. Therefore, regardless of whether they were willing or not, Han Fei pointed his finger and said, that, and that. At this time, Chen Yan said, Brother Shui, there is a pair of biological sisters here. Their aptitudes are not bad. Han Fei followed Chen Yan's gaze and saw two women who looked similar, but their facial features were slightly distorted, so he didn't notice their similarities just now. When the two girls saw Chen Yan and Shui Fei looking at them, their hearts skipped a beat and they felt terrible. Shui Fei said, I want them. Chen Yan smiled in his heart. Stop pretending, okay? How can I not know what you're thinking? It's a pity that this pair of sisters were originally planned to be nurtured before being sent out as a gift. Who knew what Shui Fei did to attract the attention of Master Hong Huang? When Chen Yan saw that Shui Fei had chosen 5 women, he immediately said, Ying Yue, Zhang Ya, Zhang Lu Yu, Wen Ruqing, Chu Ling Yu, the 5 of you, enter Lord Shui's origin sea. Immediately, Ying Yue said, Master Instructor, Zhang Ya and Zhang Fei Yu are only new kings, and their origin seas is less than 30,000 kilometers long. I'm afraid they will disappoint Lord Shui. Shall Lord Shui pick someone else? As Chen Yan snorted, Ying Yu immediately vomited blood, her face pale. Chen Yan said, Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If you dare to doubt me again, die. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Chen Yan, right? I've remembered you. You're already the first on my must-kill list. Shui Fei sneered. You guys, hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Open your minds. Ying Yue still wanted to speak, but Jiang Ya stopped her. Sister Ying Yue, we'll go. Chapter 2161, A Way to Kill a Sky Opener. Under the furious gaze of the human kings, Shui Fei forcibly took these women into his origin sea. In the city of scavengers, the 10,000 scale race was the real ruling race, not to mention that Han Fei was a lord-level powerhouse. No one dared to object. These human kings sighed in their hearts. This scene happened again and again. They were even used to it. If possible, they really regretted coming to the city of scavengers. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Most people were lost and couldn't open the sky at all. Only a few people could stabilize their minds. And the female cultivators who had just tried to make Han Fei choose them were all as cold as ice at this moment. They had basically suppressed all their emotions and tried their best to become stronger. Chen Yan and Shui Fei left happily, and Chen Yan asked, Brother Shui, what about the strong masters of our race? Shui Fei smiled and said, The kings of our race should be enough. They are easy to pick. When choosing the powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race, Han Fei picked the strongest. Almost with a glance, he had decided those he wanted to pick. After saying goodbye to Chen Yan, Han Fei didn't leave but came to the cultivation ground of the city of scavengers. As a good actor, Han Fei had been acting from the beginning to the end because he didn't know if someone was watching him. And now, as a relatively low-level lord, when he obtained the mystic yellow soil and the heavenly Dao pill, he would definitely think of how to use them immediately instead of running back to Mountain City to use them. In fact, as Han Fei expected, until he entered this cultivation place to cultivate in seclusion, there had actually been a gaze following him. Zhao Honghuang shook his head slightly and saw everything that had just happened. He commented, I'm a bit disappointed with this guy. The mystic yellow soil was still useful to Han Fei's origin sea. At present, such a large piece of mystic yellow soil could probably help Han Fei consolidate his origin sea by 10,000 kilometers, but that was all. Han Fei put the mystic yellow soil into his origin sea. After feeling that his strength had improved a little, he stopped paying attention. At this moment, Han Fei took out the heavenly Dao pill. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Extra name, heavenly Dao pill was introduction. This is an 8th grade divine pill that contains the laws of the heavenly Dao. It can be refined after being baptized by the heavens and earth for 500 years. The heavenly Dao pill contains the laws of the heavenly Dao and can be fused into the origin sea. It can be combined with the runes of one's own great Dao and can strengthen the fusion of the heavenly Dao and his own Dao. After taking it, the effect will last for 10 years and depends on the user's talent. Level Sky Opening Realm War Quality Ultra Quality Work OT U Ultra Quality 1042 Wisps 1042. Wisps 1042, Wisps 1042, you can consolidate your origin sea and have a certain chance to comprehend the heavenly Dao. Huh? Is this pill's effect so long? Han Fei's eyes lit up. If it was a pill of this level, the reward of the 10,000 scale monarch was not bad. When the heavenly Dao fused with his origin sea, it could enhance his origin returning characteristic. If he guessed right, it could greatly consolidate his origin sea. Unfortunately, he couldn't take this kind of pill now. Otherwise, it would be bad if it caused a reaction of his and exposed his identity. It just so happened that when he returned to Mountain City this time, he would have to start a new round of seclusion, 3 days later. Han Fei pretended to cultivate in seclusion for 3 days. When he came out of seclusion, he didn't find anything wrong. No one must have noticed him. Han Fei didn't intend to go to Mo Chi's side, but he sensed the anomaly of his great Tao of time. In his origin sea, Han Fei looked up at the sea of stars and saw a star shining abnormally not far away. Therefore, Han Fei still went there. As soon as he entered, he heard Mo Chi shout, "Hey, are we still allies? Why didn't you come to see me now that you've come to the city of scavengers?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Haven't I just been here? It's only been a few days. I don't need any information for the time being." "Are you sure?" Han Fei asked. "What information do you have?" Mo Chi said. "Just tell me if the Wanderer's attack this time has anything to do with you. Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, Zhang Li, and Chu Chen went to hunt with you, but they all died. I didn't expect that you're quite capable." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "This is just a coincidence." Mo Chi glanced at him sideways and said, "Then why aren't you dead? And you can even go to the Holy Land to meet the 10,000 scale monarch. Do you think I will believe you? We are allies. There's no point in hiding it from me." Han Fei said, "This matter really has nothing to do with me. As for why Zhang Wei and the others died, it's because we encountered the 7 emperors of the city of origin and competed with them for a primitive graveyard that was thought to be an origin ground. Isn't this normal?" "Oh, is that so?" Mo Chi seemed to be calculating silently, as if judging the correctness of Han Fei's words. After a while, she seemed to be sure and said, "What you said seems to be true. 5 on 7, and 4 of the 5 died." "I think the people from the city of origin are all dead, right?" Han Fei shook his head. "There's still one alive," Mo Chi said indifferently. "The Wanderer's attack is such a big event. Why didn't you take advantage of such a good opportunity?" Han Fei said. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't?" Mo Chi shook her head. "I don't believe it. I calculated that your wealth has soared. You must have taken advantage of the situation." Han Fei was stunned. "Didn't you say that you couldn't use the great prophecy technique on me?" Mo Chi said matter-of-factly. "Yes, but I'm just calculating your wealth luck. There's no need to predict. I just need to calculate a little." Han Fei thought to himself, "This girl should be a psychic. It seems that she is better at divination even than old Han. Where is she from?" At this moment, Mo Chi changed the topic. "By the way, the 10,000 scale monarch doesn't suspect you at all?" Han Fei said. "As you can see, I'm Shui Fei now." "That's not right." Mo Chi frowned and said, "Although you haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet, I feel that your natal star is sometimes distant and sometimes close, drifting erratically. You seem to be wandering near the city of scavengers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to touch you with my great Tao." Han Fei asked. "Natal star?" Mo Chi said, "Since a sky opener has opened the sky, his origin sea is actually his natal star to be formed. Many stars we see in the sea of stars are actually the natal stars of countless strong masters." Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "Are you kidding me? The sky is full of stars." "Are they all natal stars?" Mo Chi said. "They include the dead and the king's natal stars. Even a venerable or a fishing master has a natal star. It's just small. It might only be the size of a stone, but it's still a natal star." "Huh?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. He seemed to have heard a saying before that people would turn into a star in the sky after they died. He didn't expect it to come true here. Han Fei couldn't help being interested. "Are you saying that everyone has a natal star?" Mo Chi chuckled. "Look, you won't suffer a loss if you come to me, right? Everyone has a natal star, but only when you become a king will your natal star be officially formed. However, it's not big or complete. After you open the sky, your natal star will shine in the sea of stars, and then it can be observed." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What's next?" Mo Chi was lost for words. "You can figure it out yourself later. I'm just a sky opener. If I've proven my Tao, will I still care about you?" Han Fei was about to complain when his heart did a flip. Mo Chi should know a lot. After all, she had seen too many emperors, and many people had to buy information from her. Han Fei said, "Let me ask you something. If you want to kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse, can it only be done by destroying his origin sea or his intrinsic item in the origin sea?" "Yes and no." "Huh?" Han Fei asked. "Why do you say that?" Mo Chi said, "Do you want to pay some money?" "The answer is simply too valuable. I'll charge less. How about 500 million energy crystals?" Han Fei's face immediately turned black. "Are you crazy? Didn't you just say that we are allies? Now you want 500 million from an ally? Correct counting keeps good friendship, right? Forget it. I'll charge you 50 million, okay? Look at how petty you are. How can a man be so petty?" Hearing Mo Chi's nagging, Han Fei couldn't help but say with a black face, "Speak." Mo Chi smiled. "Pay up. The boss is the one paying." Han Fei, I indeed. Han Fei really wanted to know the answer to this question, so he had no choice but to pay. He muttered in his heart, "It wasn't easy for me to get the energy crystals, but now I have to pay 50 million for a problem. My heart hurts." Mo Chi, who had taken the energy crystals, said with a smile, "Theoretically speaking, it's extremely difficult to kill a sky-opening realm cultivator if he fuses his Tao in his origin sea, condense his intrinsic item, or do the two at the same time. However, nothing is absolute. It's difficult to kill a sky-opening realm cultivator before they turn their origin sea into a star. However, once you turn your origin sea into a star, you'll find that there are actually other ways to attack the origin sea and the intrinsic item of a sky-opening realm cultivator." Han Fei was immediately refreshed. He knew it. It was too easy for Gu Tingnan and the others to kill a sky-opening realm cultivator. With a tap of their fingers, a sky-opening realm cultivator would collapse. If they couldn't penetrate the other party's origin sea with a finger, they must have another way to kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse. Moki continued. One way is to descend outside the other party's origin sea through the Sea of Stars and penetrate it from the periphery. Of course, this method is even more difficult than breaking into their origin seas. This is because even if two sky-opening powerhouses are close to each other, it's difficult for them to cross the Sea of Stars directly. At least, it's difficult for anyone in the sky-opening realm to do this. Han Fei asked, "What about the other one?" Mochi said, "The other is simple. Most people in the sky-opening realm don't know before they turn their origin seas into a star that a wisp of origin mark will be born in the deepest part of their soul when their origin seas form. Everyone has it. You can go back and find it. Because the mark is hidden too deeply, even they themselves can't find it. Therefore, if you find that mark and shatter it, his great Tao will basically collapse." Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. So simple? Moki tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. "You think it's simple? You haven't even found your own origin mark. How is it simple?" Han Fei asked. "What about after I turn my origin sea into a star?" Chapter 2262, Wait for your performance. Han Fei had always felt that it was fucking difficult for a sky opener to beat a sky opener. If it weren't for the vast ocean navigator, he wouldn't have been able to break into the other party's origin sea. Without the demon purification pot, even if he broke into the other party's origin sea, the power that the other party had accumulated for tens of thousands of years could crush him easily. How could he break through their origin seas? It was already so troublesome for him to kill a sky-opening realm cultivator, let alone others. Because of the restrictions of the vast ocean navigator, theoretically speaking, he could kill at most 3 sky-opening realm cultivators a day. Although this number was definitely a lot, and the interval was only 1 day, it was not good to have an upper limit. For example, in the battle a few days ago, when the times of the vast ocean navigator were used up, he could only enter the enemy's origin sea through other means. For those who didn't have the vast ocean navigator or the demon purification pot, what could they do? For example, Ma Qiangkun and Wu Qinghua were in this state. Although they said that they were attacking the city of scavengers, in fact, they couldn't even kill a single sky-opening realm cultivator. Mochi said, "After you turn your origin sea into a star bead will be born in your brain. When the star bead is broken, your origin sea will collapse and your great Tao will collapse. And then if your body is destroyed and your soul is slaughtered, you're a dead meat." Han Fei couldn't help frowning. An obvious star bead will appear after the origin sea is turned into a star. Doesn't it mean that the stronger one is, the easier he is to be killed? Mochi sneered. "That star bead. That thing can instantly mobilize the infinite power in the origin sea. With that thing, it'll be harder for you to die. Assuming that the normal combat power can be 100, but with the star bead, you can erupt with the strength of 1000 at most. Do you think you can break it easily?" Han Fei opened his mouth. "Infinite outburst? How can I kill my enemy?" Mochi said leisurely. "It can't be said to be an infinite outburst. It depends on the reserve power in your origin sea first. If the power erupted through the star bead is too much, it will affect the strength of the origin sea. It's equivalent to releasing your foundation. Then wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts to cultivate? Therefore, under normal circumstances, even powerhouses who have transformed their origin seas into stars won't choose to frequently erupt with combat power through the star beads. If this goes on, they won't be able to prove their Tao at all." Han Fei finally understood that the star bead could actually allow sky openers to easily release their power. However, it existed for the purpose of Tao proving, so it was equivalent to a life-saving function. Han Fei asked, "Then is there any skill or divine technique to find the origin mark?" Mochi looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. If there is such a thing, how easy would it be for a sky-opening realm cultivator to die? If the strong master this technique, how can the weak survive? The heavenly Tao has its own rules. It wasn't easy for one to cultivate to the sky-opening realm. When you are in danger, the heavenly Tao will also give you a way to resist danger. Han Fei's face turned green. "That's it? You charged me 50 million? Mochi quickly put away the energy crystals. "Isn't that enough? If you think about it yourself, you won't be able to figure it out no matter how hard you think. Besides, you asked this question yourself, not me." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "No, you should give me 2 more pieces of information. You can charge others a high price, but we're allies. This price is too expensive for me. 50 million energy crystals. Don't you know that my city has cut taxes by 20%? Mochi shrugged. "Okay. Then I'll answer you another question and give you some information." "What do you want to know?" Han Fei asked without thinking. "When should I turn my origin sea into a star?" Anyway, it would be a waste if Han Fei didn't ask. He still knew too little about the sky-opening realm. Although his combat power was very strong, if he didn't know enough about this realm, it would definitely become a burden in the future. Mochi said, "There's no final verdict on when to turn your origin sea into a star. One thing I can tell you is that the size of your star is not the only factor in strength. Some people pursue quality instead of size. Although their origin C is small, it has been refined to the extreme. Most people pursue the size, so their overall combat power will be large, but the resources consumed will be an astronomical figure. And after turning their origin Cs into stars, they are still far from proving their Tao. Therefore, for many people, when they feel that it's about time, they can turn their origin Cs into stars. After all, those who have turned their origin Cs into stars are usually stronger than those who haven't. Hearing that there was no answer to this question, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, aren't there some examples? For example, when do gods usually turn their origin Cs into stars? This time, it was Mo Qi's turn to be speechless. Do you think I know? Han Fei asked. Don't you have the great prophecy technique? Mo Qi rolled up her sleeves on the spot. I have an urge to hit someone now. Han Fei, Han Fei said, fine, forget it. Then how large was your origin C when you turned your origin C into a star? Mo Qi tilted her head. Do you think I can tell you that? But I can tell you that xuanhuan began to turn his origin C into a star when his origin C was about 400,000 kilometers long. Fuck. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. 400,000 kilometers? But now his origin C was less than 200,000 kilometers long. Besides, with the size of his current origin C, every 10,000 kilometers he expanded required an astronomical amount of immortal qi and energy resources. He, Dao Yuan, and the others had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but their origin Cs were only slightly more than 200,000 kilometers long. The real gap in resource consumption was not small at all, and the process of turning the origin C into a star also required an astronomical amount of resources. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately gave up. His origin C was only less than 200,000 kilometers long. What was the rush? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what information do you have for me? Mo Qi said, I guess you don't know the casualties of the two parties in this battle and the strength of the people in the major cities. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Why should I know that? But just tell me, Mo Qi said angrily. Don't you know that intelligence is to start from the smallest details and find a chance that others can't see? Han Fei asked. Tell me about it. Mo Qi said, in the city of scavengers, 13 people in the sky-opening realm have died, including Zhang Wei and the others. A total of 591 sea establishers have died. I've prepared a list about how many people from which city have died. Because of this, in the short term, the city of scavengers will have to send at least 13 emperors to garrison the cities. I've already made a list of their time of action for you. Han Fei looked at the jade slip Mo Qi pushed over and was lost for words. Fuck, you are literally asking me to kill and rob them. Is this really appropriate? It seemed that this girl was really angry at the 10,000 scale monarch. She told Han Fei all the information about the appointment of the 10,000 scale race so quickly. As for how many Han Fei could kill, it was up to Han Fei. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. I can only kill 1 or 2 at most, but thank you for the information. Mo Qi seemed to be shocked. You can kill 1 or 2 of them with such accurate information? Han Fei was equally shocked. Wait, do you think I'm the master of silence? I can kill as many as I want? However, when Han Fei said this, his heart suddenly stirred. It didn't seem impossible. Since he could fish Gu Tingnan once, he could fish him a second time. It wasn't easy for him to kill so many sky openers, but Gu Tingnan could. No, that was not right. Now the battle was already over. Gu Tingnan just wanted to warn the 10,000 scale monarch. If Gu Tingnan attacked again and the 10,000 scale monarch found out, the consequences would be bad. If not Gu Tingnan, then who could he catch? Han Fei reached out and put away the jade slip. In any case, this was a good thing. Since when did he even look down on a sky-opening realm powerhouse? Han Fei asked. Okay, anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Han Fei thought to himself, I still have to go back to cultivate in seclusion. My strength isn't in the peak state. It doesn't feel good to be weak. However, Mo Qi said, I'm just curious. How did you trick a monarch? You actually went to the Holy Land and came back safely. Han Fei was lost for words. Do you think I can tell you such a secret? Mo Qi said, we can exchange. Han Fei said, no, no one can learn my natal talent. Mo Qi said, what a pity. Since your disguise can even trick the 10,000 scale monarch, when are you going to take me away? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Mo Qi sideways. Well, we've only been allies for a few days. My plan on the city of scavengers hasn't been launched yet. You've been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Can't you wait for another thousands of years? Besides, 10,000 scale monarch has persecuted you to this point. Are you willing to just leave like this? Don't you want to destroy the city of scavengers? Mo Qi was dumbfounded. Are you going to fuck up a monarch? Bah, be more civilized. What do you mean I want to fuck up an emperor? Why do I have to fight him myself? Besides, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Perhaps I can't do anything to him for the time being, but when I leave, I'll take you away. Mo Qi sighed. Okay, ally, remember not to lie to me. Otherwise, I can easily trace back time to trace back everything about you. Han Fei smiled. Don't worry, I, Han Fei, never go back on my word. Huh, so your name is Han Fei. Hee, then I'll wait for your performance. Chapter 216T3, Your Companion Spirit Tastes Good. 3 days later. A team of 8 kings of the 10,000 scale race hurried past. The major cities could lack sky openers, but not sea establishers. The lords only made some arrangements on major matters. However, they would never sacrifice too much time for a city. At most, they would be more active when the tide waves came. Therefore, most things were carried out by the kings. Basically, for hundreds of years, the kings were in charge of the affairs in the city. Therefore, the sky-opening realm powerhouses who were chosen and arranged to be lords of the ownerless cities didn't set off in a hurry. But the kings were different. In this battle, so many kings had died, and all the major cities needed to replenish kings. Therefore, the kings would leave first. The kings selected from the law enforcement camp would lead the city of scavengers one after another from today on. In this team, someone said, "Is it really okay for us to go there like this?" Although the battle has subsided, who knows if those wanderer lunatics have left anyone behind? Someone said, "Otherwise, do you want to disobey the order? Don't worry, this battle is over. If anyone dares to stay, I'm afraid he will be doomed if he is caught by the powerhouses of our 10,000 scale race." Someone smiled and said, "Don't think too much. It's better to go to the city. The danger in the city is much lower than in the law enforcement camp. Besides, in the city, the emperor basically won't care about the affairs of the city, so it's actually we who dominate the city. After so many years, we've finally made it." Someone sighed. "But we've also lost the chance to explore the primitive graveyards or even participate in various trials. It's probably not easy for us to improve our strength, right?" Someone sneered. "Do you really think there's anything good in the primitive graveyards? I think it's better to dig for resources in the scavenger sea area. There will always be resources. At least, it's safe." They chatted as they flew. Suddenly, someone felt that something was wrong. He said, "Do you feel that we've been here before?" Huh? Suddenly, a terrifying suppressing pressure descended, and their minds seemed to be impacted by an invisible mental power, instantly falling into chaos. In the blink of an eye, they were forcibly taken to an unknown place. In Hanfei's origin sea, the 8 powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race looked at Hanfei in shock. They found that their bodies couldn't move at all, they couldn't even mobilize their bloodlines, and their souls were forcibly suppressed by Dao runes. They didn't even have a chance to attack. An emperor? They were shocked, and someone shouted, "Wanderer Emperor, the battle is over." "Do you want the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers to start a war again?" Someone hurriedly said. "We are from the law enforcement camp of the city of scavengers. If you kill us, the commander of the law enforcement camp will definitely find out. Master xuanhuan might notice it. At that time, you will be doomed." Hanfei smiled. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. He. You are all good seedlings." A moment later. In Hanfei's origin sea, there were 8 more living dead puppets. Hanfei said, "When you go to the city, do what you should do. If I don't summon you, just go about your business." The 8 of them said in unison, "Yes, master. Okay, go." Perhaps it took some time in his origin sea, but it only took a very short time in the outside world. These kings were refined into puppets and allowed to go. Anyway, Hanfei felt that he had a lot of ownerless souls. It only cost him a few hundred points to refine a sea establisher. Even if some of these sea establishers were stronger, it would only cost him 200 or 300 points of soul power more. 5 days passed. Hanfei had already caught 42 waves of sea establishers, controlling a total of 218 sea establishers. Because the major cities in the city of scavengers were not in the same direction, Hanfei could only hunt within a certain range. If the kings were too far away or in the other direction of the city, he didn't do anything to them. 5 days later, the first sky-opening realm powerhouse left the city of scavengers. This person was the new lord of Li City, the number 86 farm, whose lord used to be Zhang Li. His name was Ding Yi. If Hanfei guessed right, this person would take at least 15 sea establishers with him. If Hanfei's method for the sea establishers was to refine them into puppets, then his methods for the sky openers were more than that. If he wanted to instantly break through a sky opener, suppress his soul, seriously injure him, and refine his soul, he couldn't with his current strength. It was with the help of the other emperors that he managed to kill Xuefei back then. But now, although Hanfei had the ability to defeat or even kill this person, he couldn't control him quietly. Therefore, since he couldn't refine this guy into a living dead puppet, this person could only be killed. Of course, even if it was a dead person, Hanfei had to make the best use of it. Ding Yi's speed was naturally not something ordinary kings could compare to. At this moment, he was quite excited. This time, among the cities that needed new lords, Li City's ranking was not bad. He bribed a lot of people to get the chance to take office in Li City. Ding Yi, who was rushing, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong with his companion spirit. To be precise, so far only humans could have spiritual beasts, but the other races mostly had companion spirits. Hanfei didn't know what special significance this had, but the two were similar. The 10,000 scale race also had companion spirits, and what Hanfei needed to do was to eat their companion spirits all. Little Black and Little White's growth was much slower than that of the Emperor Sparrow. If it weren't for his intentional nurturing, Little Black and Little White's growth would have been even slower than now, and the growth of the Emperor Sparrow had temporarily stopped. He had reached the threshold of opening the sky, but now he couldn't make any progress. Of course, the Emperor Sparrow's growth speed was already extremely shocking. He rarely came out, but occasionally came out to fight and experience tribulations. Hanfei didn't know why he could grow so fast. When Hanfei appeared in the Soul Sea again, he found that the quality of the primitive spiritual beasts here had clearly changed. The primitive spiritual beasts in the sea realm were of a greater variety and higher quality. Hanfei saw a flood dragon rampaging, an angel-like spirit fish, and a dragon turtle with mysterious carvings on its back. Seeing Hanfei come in, the Emperor Sparrow asked, "Did you come in to hunt again?" Hanfei said, "I want to hunt an emperor's companion spirit." The Emperor Sparrow had no feelings for emperors. He said, "If you have time, find me a place full of primitive murderous aura in this world. I need to cultivate and break through to the sky-opening realm." Hanfei asked, "Can you break through to the sky-opening realm now?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "I'm the Emperor Sparrow. It's inevitable for me to become an emperor. However, I even need to start constructing my origin sea and turning it into a star." Hanfei was surprised. "I never asked." "Hasn't your origin sea been established long ago?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "Although it has been established, I've always been in your Soul Sea and the Origin Sea. How can I have the chance to collect resources and cast the Origin Sea? Therefore, after this, you'd better get your contractual spiritual beasts and little black fish and little white fish out. It's time for them to transform into humans. Except for little black and little white, they need to undergo their own training. However, you need to provide the resources little black, little white, and I need." Just as Hanfei was about to respond to the Emperor Sparrow, he suddenly saw a seahorse flying over. "A seahorse?" Hanfei thought to himself. Seahorse companion spirits are quite rare. Hanfei said, "Emperor Sparrow, it's this guy. Stop him." The Emperor Sparrow took a look. A companion spirit at the peak of the sea establishment realm? Red light flashed in the Emperor Sparrow's eyes, and the seahorse that was flying over was suddenly confused as if it was entangled by something. Hanfei, who was possessing Little Black, bit him crazily. While the seahorse was still in a frenzy, it was the best time to kill him. At this moment, even his master couldn't summon him out. The master and his companion spirit had the ability to communicate telepathically, but now that the seahorse had lost his mind, even if Ding Yi discovered it immediately, he couldn't be saved. "Munch, munch," in the outside world, Ding Yi shouted, "Come out, fuse!" Seeing that his companion spirit was not listening to him, Ding Yi was shocked and tried to enter the Soul Sea himself. However, just as he felt that he could enter, he suddenly felt that he could summon his companion spirit again. However, after he summoned, what came out was a level 1 pony. At that time, Ding Yi couldn't have felt worse. Was someone plotting against him? The sea realm was different from the raging sea, so Ding Yi knew what was going on. His companion spirit had been killed. Companion spirits were different from cultivators. They lived in the Soul Sea. The only possibility Ding Yi could think of was that there were strong masters nearby. Sure enough, when Ding Yi was vigilant, a human youth walked out of the void not far away. The young man grinned. "Your companion spirit tastes good." Chapter 264, Magic Crystal Ball, Human? Ding Yi was horrified. Human beings in the sky-opening realm had always been rare. This human's concealment technique was extremely strong. Before he could react, he had killed his companion spirit. Companion spirits were raised by everyone with great difficulty and accompanied them to grow up and live together. Hanfei's act of killing Ding Yi's companion spirit had completely turned them into mortal enemies. When Ding Yi was full of anger, his heart sank. This place was not close to the city of scavengers. He had been walking for half a day. Even if he wanted to run, he probably couldn't. The nearest city should be the number 32 farm, but it should still be 500 million kilometers away. It could be said that the place he was in now was quite remote. Since this person was lying in ambush here, he must not be simple. No matter how angry Ding Yi was, he knew that this was not the time to be impulsive. He had to find a way to escape. Hanfei grinned. "Unfortunately, you are the first to come, which means that you are unlucky. In your next life, remember to do something good to replenish your luck." Ding Yi snorted. "Human, the war between the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers is over. Do you want to start a war again?" Hanfei said. "You think too highly of yourself. So what if I do?" As Hanfei spoke, Hanfei had already secretly set up a trap array that spanned more than 3,000 kilometers. Not to be outdone, Ding Yi held 2 long black crystal knives in his hands and slashed out a green light. Clang! When Ding Yi instantly collided with the array, Hanfei's heart did a flip. This person was so fast. The speed he erupted with just now had reached the limit of speed. However, Hanfei had been preparing for this battle for a long time. How could he break it so easily? Hanfei attacked with all his strength, and all great douse in one sword burst out. Seeing this, Ding Yi didn't dare to be negligent. This sword was so powerful that it made him feel threatened. If he was hit, he probably couldn't resist it with his strength. Therefore, Ding Yi also erupted. His blood chi soared to the sky, and his 2 long knives turned into 2-headed flood dragons, biting at Hanfei with destructive power. However, at the moment when Ding Yi burst out, Hanfei smiled. Instantly, Ding Yi felt his heart skip a beat. What kind of expression was that? At that moment, Hanfei took out a mirror. In the next second, Ding Yi suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar mirror space, in which there were countless double-headed dragon-like knife lights. Pooh, 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 pooh. Han Fei deliberately drew out Ding Yi's full-strength blow to make the infinity mirror copy his attack. Now, the countless flood dragon blades swept across Ding Yi in the blink of an eye, directly cutting him into nothingness. How could Ding Yi know that he would encounter such a strange battle? He also didn't expect that one day he would be killed by himself. Han Fei turned the vast ocean navigator in his hand and pierced through the void into Ding Yi's origin sea. Human, how dare you enter our origin sea? Han Fei thought to himself. Every time I enter someone else's origin sea, they would basically say this. Idiots, if I don't have any means, how can I enter your origin sea? When the demon purification pot began to crazily absorb Ding Yi's origin sea resources, Ding Yi realized that he couldn't suppress this human in his own origin sea. After a while, when Ding Yi's origin sea was almost drained by Han Fei sprinkled millions of energy crystals and detonated them. Rumble, rumble. In the sky, the weather changed, and the Emperor Death astronomical phenomenon appeared, and even the sea establishers in Ding Yi's origin sea died one after another. And Han Fei actually took out a fishing hook. Although Han Fei could enslave Ding Yi, he didn't intend to do so. The lords of the low-ranking cities were only average in strength. If he enslaved them now, apart from preventing their strength from growing and getting more resources every 100 years, he couldn't do anything else. Han Fei had never planned to stay in the chaotic wasteland for a long time. The reason why he stayed here for the time being was firstly to find an opportunity, secondly to understand the sea realm, and thirdly, he needed some time to consolidate his cultivation and improve himself. The death of Ding Yi would inevitably alarm the city of scavengers, which was what Han Fei needed. This was because Han Fei had left a wisp of a king's soul in Ding Yi's collapsing origin sea. Han Fei turned into Ren Tianfei again and fished more than a dozen times before he finally pulled a person out of the void. And this person was xuanhuan. Perhaps because the sea realm was far away from the raging sea, it wasn't easy to fish xuanhuan's historical projection. Besides, xuanhuan, who was fished over, was completely unconscious. Alas, girl, wait for me. When I prove my Tao, I will go to you. With that, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and xuanhuan suddenly flapped her wings. Chirp! In less than 100 seconds, a powerful powerhouse suddenly descended. Who else could it be but the 10,000 scale monarch? Although monarchs were powerful, there was a difference in strength between monarchs. An existence like eldest senior brother could ignore the heavenly Tao and cross different worlds. His single hand could shake the heavens and earth, and no one could stop him. The 10,000 scale monarch was still far weaker than him. Of course, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. When the 10,000 scale monarch arrived, he was already hundreds of millions of kilometers away, floating with the sea current in his black mist body. Unless this monarch could rebuild time, it was impossible for him to find him from billions of kilometers away. When the 10,000 scale monarch appeared here and felt the power erupting here, he couldn't help frowning. Suddenly, he extended his hand and punched through a void node, which was Ding Yi's collapsed origin sea. In the collapsed origin sea, the 10,000 scale monarch found that almost all the resources here had been deprived. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly reached out and found a wisp of soul that was almost destroyed in a corner. The 10,000 scale monarch's heart stirred. This was actually just a wisp of a king's soul. The place where the soul was located was the junction between the origin sea and the outside world. Perhaps this person happened to be blasted here and escaped the disaster of the destruction of the origin sea. However, even so, this person only had a wisp of soul left, and this was not his main soul. His main soul had already been annihilated. The 10,000 scale monarch pinched this wisp of soul that didn't have much consciousness, his expression ugly. Half an hour later, Mochi was summoned to the Holy Land of the City of Scavengers. Mochi said, "What? Are you going to let me out? If you keep detaining me here, I'll tell the seniors of the Time Temple that you detained me and abused me." The 10,000 scale monarch snorted. "You came out to gain experience. All these years, you have grown a lot in the City of Scavengers. Except for not being able to leave, I have never restricted you from doing anything. How can the Time Temple punish me for this?" Mochi snorted. "Who wants to stay in this lousy city? There's an entire brilliant world waiting for me outside. Let me tell you, you'd better let me go as soon as possible. The 10,000 scale monarch, don't worry, I will definitely let you go in the future. Now, I need you to help me see a wisp of soul." Mochi was speechless. "I'm a prophet. Why are you showing me a wisp of soul?" the 10,000 scale monarch said. "Just now, half an hour ago, close to number 32 farm, a sky opener of our City of Scavengers died. Now, there's only a wisp of remnant soul left, and the main soul is gone. I wonder if you can trace back to time." Mochi said, "I won't do it without any benefits." The 10,000 scale monarch frowned. 3 pieces of mystic yellow soil. I think it's just a small matter. This price shouldn't be low. Mochi said, 5. You need my help. I'll decide how much I'll charge. There was no change in the 10,000 scale monarch's expression. After a few seconds of silence, he snorted. "As you wish." Mochi felt that she had guessed most of it right. She also wanted to see what methods Han Fei had used. A blue halo swirled in Mochi's eyes. After a while, Mo-Ki was surprised to see that Han Fei had messed up that period of time. She could only vaguely see some images and sounds. Damn Han Fei. He expected that the 10,000 scale monarch would come to ask me, so he had erased the key information of that period of time? When Mo-Ki recovered, she said, Ding Yi was killed by two people together. One of them is called Ren Tianfei, a sky-opening realm powerhouse of the human race. The other is from the An family. The An family, the 10,000 scale monarch's pupils were constricted, and he looked murderous. Are you sure? Mo-Chi took out her crystal ball with a flip of her hand. The blue halo twisted, and soon a vague picture appeared in the crystal ball. The picture was intermittent, and only Ren Tianfei and Xu Dingyi's conversation could be heard. That was not the point. The point was that the sound of chirp made the 10,000 scale monarch angry. After throwing 5 pieces of black soil to Mo-Chi, he held his breath and roared, Unfamily, in order to provoke the hatred of the city of scavengers and the city of wanderers, you've really worked hard. On the other side, Mo-Chi snorted in her heart. This guy was sowing discord between the 10,000 scale monarch and the 2 monarchs of the An family. Besides, he seemed to be testing her to see if she was a qualified ally. Interesting. Chapter 2165, You Can Call Me Human Emperor. 2 days later, Han Fei returned to Mountain City. He didn't kill the other sky-opening powerhouses at all, at least not now. The sky-opening realm powerhouses in the city of scavengers were not stupid. Knowing that Ding Yi had been killed, they would either travel together or set up a trap. As for what they wanted to do, Han Fei didn't care. He just needed to leave a seed of suspicion in the heart of the 10,000 scale monarch. Next time, if the city of origin wanted to cooperate with the 10,000 scale monarch again, the latter would have to consider carefully. In Mountain City, everyone was in a panic. The battle had just erupted, and God knew what else was going to happen. The Lord was not around, and almost all the sea establishers had been killed. The only king left had become the dependents of most people. Therefore, the impression of the human race in Mountain City of Hongyu was getting better and better. On this day, Hongyu was patrolling the human areas, asking questions and looking around. Many human venerables were wondering if they should go out to hunt. Someone said, Master Hongyu, I heard that the villages are safer. No one fought their way over. Can we secretly return to the village to take refuge? Hongyue said. Don't think too much. If you all secretly run away, do you know how serious the consequences will be when the Lord returns? Someone sighed. But we don't dare to go out at all now. I heard that people have come to our mountain city. It's said that they're from other cities, Hongyue said. Don't worry. The war of the strong will only involve the strong. If it really involves you, Mountain City would have been gone long ago. Just do what you need to do now. You can hunt in a small area nearby. If you're really worried, wait a few more days. If nothing goes wrong, the Lord will return soon. At this moment, a voice sounded in Hongyue's heart. Come see me. Hongyue's heart stirred as he comforted everyone. All right, don't panic. In my opinion, this war should have ended. After comforting some human cultivators and getting to know most of them, Hongyu hurried to the Lord's mansion. At this moment, there were almost no sea establishers in the city. Only Hongyu was a sea establisher. No one knew where he was going or what he was going to do in the Lord's mansion. Seeing that Han Fei had returned, Hongyu hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Master Human Emperor. Han Fei nodded slightly. Open your mind and follow me to Shui Fei's Origin Sea. In Han Fei's Origin Sea, the kings who came in were all limited to specific areas. At this moment, the 5 female human cultivators of the human race were restricted in the same area with the 15 kings of the 10,000 scale race. When they saw the human female cultivator, these kings of the 10,000 scale race understood. In the past few days, this woman was often mocked. At this moment, a king of the 10,000 scale race said, It's been more than 10 days, right? We'll probably reach Mountain City soon. Brothers, this will be another starting point for us. Work hard. Someone smiled and said, I heard that the Lord is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Now that there is a shortage of strong masters in Mountain City, I wonder what position we will be given. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Of course, they were willing to be tax envoys. It was said that tax envoys were very profitable, much more than guarding the city. Hey, what do you think will happen to these 5 human female cultivators? Ha ha ha, do you have to ask? If they can serve the Lord well, it'll be fine. If not, hee hee, their path will come to an end. Someone looked at Ying Yue and the others, and the person said, Ying Yue, this is what you get for overestimating yourselves. Different lords have different preferences. I advise you to think about how to please the Lord. Ha ha ha! The kings of the 10,000 scale race all laughed. On the other side, the 5 female cultivators led by Ying Yue looked extremely angry. Ying Yue spat. Do you think the Lord will be as dirty as you? Immediately, the 10,000 scale race powerhouses' faces changed slightly. Someone shouted, Ying Yue, how dare you? Have you forgotten where you are now? This is the Lord's Origin Sea. How dare you insult the Lord? Chulin Yu said. We didn't. You slandered us. Humph, slander you. Who doesn't know you humans? You are clearly very weak, but you still keep your pride. Why are you so arrogant? Since you are a subordinate race of our 10,000 scale race, you have to give up your dignity. We are your masters. Zhang Yue, who was the youngest, couldn't help but spit. In the world of cultivation, strength is everything. The Lord is strong because he is the Lord. But how do you deserve to be our masters, Zhang Yue? Her sister immediately pulled Zhang Yue over. Don't argue with them. We just need to make ourselves stronger than them. Stronger than us? Many 10,000 scale race kings looked at each other and laughed. With your resources? You've left the main city. Where can you exchange for resources in the future? This person's words made Wen Ruqing and the others sad. They were not afraid of enduring torture, but without resources, how could they become stronger? Could they only rely on serving Shui Fei and obtaining those small rewards to cultivate? Just as the female cultivator's expressions dimmed, two figures suddenly appeared in the Origin Sea. Everyone was surprised. Why didn't Shui Fei just let them out but enter the Origin Sea? And why were there two of them? However, when they saw the two of them clearly, they were even more surprised. Why were they two humans? Were they captured by Master Shui Fei? A king of the 10,000 scale race said, "Did you two go to Mountain City to guard it, or were you caught here halfway?" Han Fei looked at the man as if he were dead. Me? Hee, I'm here to send you to hell. How dare you be so arrogant in the Lord's Origin Sea, Shui Fei? This trash has such a high status in your hearts. Hiss. Instantly, the kings of the 10,000 scale race were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? This guy insulted our Lord in his Origin Sea? On the other side, Ying Yu and the others were shocked. Ying Yue said, "Shut up." However, Han Fei and Hong Yue ignored them. Han Fei looked at Hong Yue and said, "These people are not weak. The weakest one has established an Origin Sea of more than 50,000 kilometers. Hong Yue couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Hee, the stronger the better. This kind of puppet is stronger. My lord, are these all mine? Han Fei nodded. I don't have time to manage the city for the time being. These people will be at your disposal in the future. Looking at Han Fei, who was obviously very strong, and the excited Hong Yue, these 10,000 scale race powerhouses suddenly had a bad feeling. Next door, Ying Yue and the others were also stunned. What was going on with these two people? Did they still dare to be so unscrupulous in the Lord's Origin Sea? Also, they seemed to have distributed the kings of the 10,000 scale race-like items? Then, Hong Ye was overjoyed and bowed to Han Fei. Thank you for your reward, Master Human Emperor. Master Human Emperor? Before they could react, they felt the infinite power of the entire Origin Sea pressing down. These 10,000 scale race powerhouses were instantly pressed to the ground, their blood freezing, unable to move. With a thought from Hong Yue, a puppet sat on his shoulder. As the puppet clasped his fingers, a king of the 10,000 scale race was controlled to stand up. Then, the puppet flew to the king of the 10,000 scale race, and its fingers seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, grabbing the man's soul out. At this time, Han Fei saw countless fine threads being attached to the man's soul fire, and a soul belonging to Hong Yue was slowly injected into it. Han Fei watched with interest. Hong Yue's method of operation was very different from his, and Hong Yue's 1,000 puppet was a control-type spiritual beast. He just didn't know how effective it would be after the puppet was controlled. Under the shocked and stunned gaze of Ying Yue and the others, a moment later, the king of the 10,000 scale race said to Hong Yue as if nothing had happened, "Greetings, master." Hiss! At this moment, Ying Yue and the others were dumbfounded. Who were these two people? How did they do it? At this moment, Han Fei ignored Hong Yue, who was refining corpses and controlling souls. Instead, he walked casually towards Ying Yue and the others with his hands behind his back. Seeing Chu Lingyu and the others dodging, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Why, are you used to being oppressed by the 10,000 scale race? How can you be so scared of your fellow human beings? Ying Yue looked at Hong Yue, who was casting a strange technique, and then at Han Fei. She couldn't help taking a breath and asking, "Who are you?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you hear it?" Seeing that Ying Yue and the others were still looking at him warily, Han Fei shook his head. "My name is Han Fei, the Emperor of the human race. You can call me Human Emperor." Chapter 2266, Nurturing His Own Team, Human Emperor. Ying Yue and the others couldn't believe their ears. They didn't understand what the word Human Emperor meant at first and only thought that Han Fei was a sky-opening realm powerhouse of the human race. They thought Han Fei asked them to call him Human Emperor because he was a narcissistic emperor. They guessed that this person might have killed Shui Fei with some method so he could appear in Shui Fei's Origin Sea. Therefore, they all bowed to Han Fei. "Greetings, Master Emperor." At this time, Hong Ye couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted, "It's not Master Emperor, but Master Human Emperor." Master Human Emperor walked the grand great Tao of Human Emperor and had the power to sweep across the universe. His responsibility is to revive the human race and save the people from fire and water. You were lucky to be saved by the Human Emperor. Why didn't you understand? Huh? Hong Yu's words stunned them. The great Tao of Human Emperor, the emperor of the entire human race, wasn't this just a legendary path? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask stupidly, if he's the emperor of the human race, why are the human beings still under the control of the 10,000 scale race? Hong Yu snorted. Stupid, our emperor is rising. How can he resist the 10,000 scale monarch head on? We are making arrangements to cut off the foundation of the 10,000 scale race. Think carefully before you speak. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Hong Yue. Fuck, I have to rely on Hong Yue to brag for me. That's really embarrassing, Han Fei said. 100,000 years ago, there were no humans in the chaotic wasteland. The roots of the human race came from an origin ground. The former human emperor took you out of the origin ground and came to the chaotic wasteland. Because you were attacked by the 10,000 scale race in the chaotic wasteland, you ended up being enslaved by the 10,000 scale race. Now, I just left the origin ground and saw that the human race was enslaved by the 10,000 scale race, so I chose to stay here and slowly destroy the 10,000 scale race. Today, I'll give you two choices. First, follow me, but this path will be extremely difficult. Second, I can give you a sea chart and go to the city of wanderers. They'll take you in. I'll give you 3 days to consider. Certain residents outside the Lord's mansion, Ying Yue and the others were gathered. In the past few days, they felt as if they were dreaming. Wen Ruqing said, I've decided. The 4 women couldn't help but look at Wen Ruqing, who said, in the past 3 days, as you can see, the kings of the 10,000 scale race in the entire mountain city have been controlled by Senior Hong Yu as puppets. And the original Lord, Shui Fei, is the puppet of Master Human Emperor. The taxes in the entire mountain city are reduced to 30%. I see hope, so I choose to stay. Whether we can overthrow the rule of the 10,000 scale race or not, at least we deserve our human identity. Everyone was slightly moved. They knew that this was a bumpy road. Chu Lingyu suddenly stood up. I don't know much about the city of wanderers. I only know that when we were chosen by Shui Fei, we all thought that we had embarked on a path of no return. It was Master Human Emperor who saved us. Master Human Emperor and Master Hong Yue controlled an entire city alone and bravely faced the huge and powerful 10,000 scale race. We've been squeezed to this point by the 10,000 scale race. Do we have to watch generations of humans live under the enslavement of the 10,000 scale race? Ying Yue, that's right, we humans have to resist. Whether we succeed or not, at least we set an example for other humans and let them know that there have always been people fighting for the rise of the human race and not being enslaved. Zhang Yue said, I'm not going to the city of wanderers either. Human Emperor dares to deal with the 10,000 scale race alone. What are we afraid of? Zhang Luyu, Ye Er's decision is my decision. When the 5 of them decided to follow Han Fei, their temperament changed drastically on the spot. It was a kind of confidence, a kind of determination, and a kind of courage. In fact, the potential of the human race was very high. When Ying Yu and the others woke up, almost all of their Dao hearts had been strengthened at this moment. When the 5 of them were standing in the Lord's mansion, Han Fei was lying leisurely on a recliner with a smile. Have you decided? Ying Yue said. Master Human Emperor, the 5 of us want to follow in your footsteps and resist the 10,000 scale race. We don't want generations of humans in the city of scavengers to become slaves of the 10,000 scale race. Han Fei glanced at them. Do you all think so? Wen Ruqing said. We don't want to be slaves. Han Fei couldn't help but straighten up, and his expression became serious. This road is destined to be full of thorns. For a long time to come, you will have to endure. You will see with your own eyes that some humans will continue to be enslaved, and you will be trapped in loneliness and helplessness for a long time. Let me confirm again. Are you really willing to follow me? At this moment, Han Fei released a powerful aura on his body, which was overwhelming with blood, scary pressure, and terrifying killing intent. It made the 5 of them feel as if they were in a turbulent wave, and they were like a small boat floating helplessly, feeling infinite mental pressure. Han Fei didn't want just anyone. Although these people were human beings, he had to measure their determination and Dao hearts. Only if they could make the decision under his suppressing pressure could he believe them. They struggled for a long time. Finally, when the 5 of them were almost drenched with sweat, they tried their best to resist Han Fei's suppressing pressure and shouted, "We are willing to follow Master Human Emperor and fight for the rise of the human race." Outside, the corners of Hong Yue's mouth curled up slightly. This was the first force that Human Emperor had and didn't need to be controlled by him in the chaotic wasteland. Although there were only 5 of them, this start was not bad. Oh no, this was a good start. Buzz! When Han Fei retracted his suppressing and soul-attracting aura, the 5 of them staggered and felt that their bodies were limp and they could fall at any time. Huff! However, when they heaved a sigh of relief, they were all shocked and felt that their strength had inexplicably increased. Why? Han Fei lay on the chair again and said leisurely, "You have been suppressed for too long. Once your Dao heart is clear, your true strength can be unleashed." With that, Han Fei threw out 5 star shells at once, which landed in front of them. Your origin seeds are too weak. The amount of your resources is pitifully small, which greatly limits your strength growth. Here you are. Each of you can take 1,000,000 energy crystals, and these resources can fill about 50,000 kilometers of your origin seas. Although there are enough resources, use energy crystals with care. Your top priority is to fill your origin seas. By the way, your physique is too weak. When you fill your origin seas with resources, come to me. I'll teach you a body refining technique. Hiss, sir, the 5 of them couldn't believe their ears. 1,000,000 energy crystals? Enough resources to fill 50,000 kilometers of their origin seas? And a special body refining technique? The resources that were once out of reach were now in front of their eyes. How could they not be shocked? This was like a pie falling from the sky. Wenruqing and Yingyue couldn't help but tear up. They exchanged resources bit by bit, but they just didn't have enough resources. Now, when the resources were placed in front of them, they realized how important it was to have a strong master like Human Emperor in the human race. The 5 of them bowed. Thank you for your reward, Master Human Emperor. We won't let you down. Hanfei simply raised his hand, and they stood up uncontrollably. Hanfei said leisurely, as human beings, you can only kneel to the heavens and the earth. But as human cultivators, you can't even kneel to the heavens or the earth. Human beings will eventually stand proudly in the sea realm. No one in this world deserves you to kneel to them. Yes, Master Human Emperor. After Yingyue and the others left, Hanfei sighed slightly. Unfortunately, he could only save 5 of them. Among these people, none of them were weak and had enough potential. The 10,000 scale race clearly didn't want them to grow up, so they only gave them very few resources. Even if they had a chance to open the sky in the future, so what? There was no living human sky-opening realm powerhouse in the city of scavengers, which already explained everything. Hong Yu swooshed in. Hanfei couldn't help but glance at him. I know that your strength must have improved greatly now. With so many living corpses refined, it suits your great Tao. In the future, you just need to pay a little attention to the development of Mountain City. The 5 of them have been suppressed for too long. It's impossible for them to return to their peak state without 100 years, and I need to cultivate in seclusion. Hong Yue immediately said, Master Human Emperor, don't worry. With my puppets guarding the city, I will inform you immediately if anything happens. If anything big happens, as your subordinate, I will inform you. Hearing Hong Yue say the word subordinate, Hanfei's eyelids twitched slightly. Don't call yourself my subordinate anymore. Since I am Human Emperor, I don't want there to be such a hierarchy in the human race. Yes, Master Human Emperor. After Hong Yu left, Hanfei asked Shuifei to guard the Lord's Mansione, and he had already left Mountain City. With a thought from Hanfei, his Neza clone appeared in front of him. Hanfei murmured, it's time to go to the City of Wanderers. Chapter 267, Which Brave Warrior Is This? 3 years later. A big dog was galloping in the sea, and a person was riding on the dog's back. This person was holding a spear, wearing a golden ring and a red ribbon around his neck. Behind him, tens of thousands of maple conchs that emitted an ominous aura chased after him. On the other side, a large number of flying starfish charged at him. Bang! When the 2 groups of ominous creatures collided, in the torrent of collisions, a spear tip could be seen swimming among the fish and conchs. Every time there was a soft crack, an ominous creature died. Although it was the safest way to purify the ominous creatures with the clean stone, it didn't mean that they couldn't be killed in other ways. However, even if they died, there would be an ominous aura left, so no one was willing to take the risk to fight the ominous creatures. However, Hanfei's Nezha body was an avatar that had entered the sea establishment realm. Since this avatar was created, he had been fighting until Hanfei found the 9 Palace world. Even if the Nezha avatar stayed in the 9 Palace world, he had been fighting in trials. With this avatar, Hanfei had naturally built the image as a battle maniac. Hanfei's body was like a fish dragon in the sea of ominous creatures. No ominous aura could touch him. Pa, pa, pa. In the fish tide and conch tide, cracking sounds were heard like beans exploding. In just half an hour, without the purification of the clean stone, there was only 1 living creature left. Hanfei extended his hand and absorbed the energy crystals floating in the sea. Seeing that a large amount of ominous energy was swallowed by the last maple conch, its strength soared to the sea establishment realm. Hanfei, who was already prepared, instantly raised his fiery spear, leaving a fiery mark in the seawater, and the big conch instantly exploded. Brandishing the fiery spear, Hanfei put the spearhead on his shoulder and patted the licking dog under him. Licking dog, I heard that the City of Wanderers and the City of Scavengers have designated a group of primitive graveyards as the front-line battlefield. Let's go and take a look. The licking dog said, Master, that's a battlefield. There must be many strong masters, even including sky openers. What if they don't want us when we take the initiative to go there? Hanfei said. Don't forget, we are wanderers, itinerant cultivators, and travelers from the sky-hole world. As long as we can fight, how can the City of Wanderers not want us? The City of Wanderers and the City of Scavengers bordered, and the 2 parties were separated by a group of primitive graveyards. As for the City of Origin, there were actually a large number of strong masters stationed here. The 3 parties stipulated that the group of primitive graveyards would be turned into a trial field, and no one would be held liable if anyone died in the battles that happened here. In short, the 3 major forces in the chaotic wasteland had always been competitors, or enemies. At this moment, on the battlefield, a team of 7 wanderers was being besieged by the 10,000 scale race. On the 10,000 scale race's side, there were as many as 14 sea establishers, twice more than the wanderers. At this moment, on the wanderer's side, a human wanderer shouted, No, we've been tricked this time. That primitive graveyard is simply a trap. No matter what, we have to find a way to rush out and spread the news to the rear. One of them turned into a green snake and shouted in a low voice, Who will cover my retreat? These people clearly planned it. Sun Yukai, you are the fastest. Only you can run out of here. Leave quickly. The one called Sun Yukai was a human powerhouse, but his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. How can I live alone? Someone shouted. Then are you going to die with us? Don't waste time. Swish 23 white lights flashed in an instant. It was 3 speed-type powerhouses from the 10,000 scale race who were charging at Sun Yukai. You want to escape? 3 of you have already died. You failed to escape just now. How can I let you escape now? Bang, bang, bang. One of them stopped Sun Yukai, and the other took out a black pearl and squeezed it. In an instant, the surrounding void was sealed. The big snake among the people from the city of wanderers attacked the air with its tail, and a jade pearl shining with white light spewed out of its mouth. Someone shouted, Brother June, that's your life core. The green snake shouted, I'm going to be used. What's the use of this pill? Rumble, rumble. A huge piercing force swept tens of thousands of kilometers around. However, the sealed void was only slightly damaged before it instantly condensed again. A 10,000 scale race member smiled and said, This is the void poison of the sky opening realm. How can you, a king, break it so easily? Die. As he spoke, the green snake was cut in half by a single slash. The others didn't have the time to save him because their speed was slowed down. They were instantly attacked by a group of 10,000 scale race powerhouses and were all seriously injured. Sun Yukai ignited his blood but was still about to be killed by the 3 kings. Suddenly, a golden cover that was ablaze suddenly descended. The 3 10,000 scale race powerhouses were caught off guard and were trapped into the golden cover. Roar. 9 azure dragons raised their heads and spewed out terrifying flames with infinite killing intent. They heavily injured the 3 of them with one blow. At the same time, a strange power in the flames seemed to be able to burn their souls. The bodies of the 3 kings of the 10,000 scale race cracked under the terrifying heat. Clang. While everyone was shocked that someone had helped them, they saw a figure holding a fiery spear and wearing a red ribbon 100 feet long, stepping on the huge light cover that turned from gold to red. Sound waves vibrated in the cover, and the bodies of the 3 10,000 scale race powerhouses exploded. How dare you? Who dares to ruin our plan? Seeing that Sun Yukai was saved by a human, a powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race immediately took out a soul-devouring awl. Han Fei sneered and thrust his spear at the soul-devouring awl, which exploded on the spot. The person who attacked suddenly felt his body tighten and was bound by a golden circle. My name is Neza, a traveler walking in the darkness. It's your honor to die at my hands. Under Han Fei's feet, the 9-dragon divine fire cover was retracted. With consecutive bangs, the weather changed, and the 3 people who were enveloped died at the same time. The person who was trapped by Han Fei tried to break free from the universe ring, but he found that part of his power was locked by this thing. When he wanted to call for help, Han Fei said leisurely, sword opening the heavenly gate. Puff all the kings saw a flash of light and this person exploded. Han Fei stepped out and pointed at the void, and this person died again. It had only been less than 2 seconds since Han Fei appeared and the 4 kings died. The 10,000 scale race powerhouses were all shocked. Where did this fucking powerhouse come from? He was only in the sea establishment realm, but how could he be so strong? One of them shouted, Retreat! There were originally 14 of them, but in the blink of an eye, there were only 10 of them. And on the side of the city of wanderers, there was suddenly a strong master like Han Fei, instantly reversing the balance of this battle. However, just as they were about to retreat, the red silk on Han Fei's neck floated up. In the next moment, the red silk covered 10,000 kilometers, directly sealing this place. Han Fei said leisurely, Death will be your only destination. When the red silk falls, you will no longer feel pain. Sun Yukai and the others saw Han Fei stepping in the air as if he were taking a stroll. With elegant steps, his spear ignored the void, the barrier, and even the distance. As soon as the spear was extended, the tip of the spear had already shattered a person. Gulp! Sun Yukai and the others were all shocked. So strong. The remaining powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race roared and their blood and chi erupted. The scales on their bodies glittered, and it was obvious that they were using a secret technique. However, Han Fei chuckled and his body began to change. 2 more heads popped up, and 2 more pairs of arms grew out of his body. Han Fei held the spear with 2 hands, held the universe ring with 1 hand, held the sword with 1, and held the chaotic heavenly silk with 2 remaining hands. Then he entered the battlefield alone. The green snake roared, Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Brothers, kill. Han Fei turned the situation around alone. When everyone came back to their senses, Han Fei had already killed 6 kings in a row. They felt as if they were fighting with a sky-opening realm powerhouse side by side. A moment later. On this battlefield, some strong masters looked at this side. The main reason was that the noise here was too loud. Even on the frontline battlefield, there was no reason for so many kings to die at once. Therefore, the strong masters of the city of wanderers and the city of scavengers all looked here. Soon, they saw a cold young man with 3 heads and 6 arms erupt alone, completely outshining the 7 kings of the city of wanderers. At this moment, Han Fei killed 2 more kings alone. A sky-opening realm powerhouse from the city of wanderers was shocked. Which brave warrior is this? I don't know anything about him? Chapter 2168, Wandering is My Destiny. Sun Yukai and the others had never thought that a sea establisher could be so strong. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerful kings before. They had even seen many sea establishers who had explored an origin sea of 100,000 kilometers. However, it was unheard of for a strong master to kill enemies as if he were performing an art like Han Fei. Han Fei had killed 8 of the 14 kings of the 10,000 scale race alone, which made Sun Yukai and the others speechless. This person's origin sea had probably been open to 100,000 kilometers. In fact, their guess was correct. Han Fei had obtained so many resources that he couldn't use them all. When even his contractual spiritual beasts and spiritual beasts couldn't use them up, he could only give the resources to his Neza avatar. It was all thanks to his Neza avatar's enriched combat experiences and powerful foundation that he could withstand the effect of so many resources. Now, he released his Neza avatar to digest the rapid improvement brought by the 100,000-mile origin sea. As for his Zhangdaqian avatar, it wasn't that he couldn't quickly establish the sea, but that he didn't have a suitable environment yet. It was better to let him continue to gain experience under his nose. The battle came to an end, and the city of wanderers made a perfect counterattack. Under the sealing effect of the chaotic sky silk, none of the 14 kings of the 10,000 scale race could escape. Han Fei retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms, carried the fire-pointed spear in one hand, tied the chaotic sky silk to his neck, and put the universe ring on his wrist. The 9-dragon divine fire cover and the yin-yang sword were refined by Han Fei himself, but they didn't have the characteristics of Neza and were prepared as additional weapons. However, the kings were shocked by this set of sea-quelling bizarre treasures. They wondered how much it must have cost to get so many treasures. In a battle, the only person who could have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for each of his 6 hands was the one in front of him. Of course, in addition to weapons, Han Fei was also very strong himself. Whether it was speed, physique, sword dao, spear dao, strength, or soul attack methods, he was all-rounder. At this moment, Sun Yukai and the others all cupped their hands and thanked Han Fei. I'm Sun Yukai. Thank you, fellow Taoist. You saved me from danger. We owe you our lives. The green snake that almost died also bowed to Han Fei with a pale face. My name is Jun Xing. Thank you for saving my life, brother. I can't thank you enough. If you need me in the future, my life is yours. However, Han Fei put on a proud look, held his head high, and nodded slightly. I just did it in passing. Don't make a fuss. Sun Yukai smiled and said, It's nothing to Brother Neza, but to us, you saved our lives. We should thank him. I wonder which department Brother Neza is from and why you appeared on the battlefield. The battlefield? Han Fei looked at them up and down and said, I'm from the Sky Crater world in the East Sea Divine Realm. I heard that in the chaotic wasteland, there is a place called the City of Wanderers, which is the home of wanderers. Just now, I heard your conversation, so I took action. Sun Yoren, Jun Xing, and the others looked at each other in surprise. Jun Xing swallowed and said via voice transmission, Old son, it's the Sky Crater world. It said that it's the largest war zone in the East Sea Divine Realm. It said that people there fight undead creatures and otherworldly demons every day. Sun Yukai replied, Just look at the way this person fought just now. I've never seen anyone so good at fighting. How far is it from the Sky Crater world to the chaotic wasteland? He actually came here alone. Sun Yukai hurriedly said with a smile, So Brother Neza is from the legendary Sky Crater world? What a rare visitor. We are from the City of Wanderers. However, the City of Wanderers is not here. We are now in the war zone of the 3 major forces in the chaotic wasteland. There are a total of 3 major forces in the chaotic wasteland, which are the City of Wanderers. Hearing Sun Yukai's explanation, Han Fei said indifferently, The battlefield? Why, do I have to participate in the battle here first if I want to join in your City of Wanderers? Sun Yukai said, Of course not. The City of Wanderers welcomes all itinerant cultivators in the world as long as you don't violate the principles of the City of Wanderers. That is, not to harm the Wanderers' home or betray the creed of the Wanderers. Han Fei asked, What creed? When it came to the creed, Sun Yuchai said, All races have the right to survive. Our home is not allowed to be defiled by anyone, including ourselves. Han Fei clearly felt that Sun Yuchai was a little excited. He said, The Master of Silence said this himself. We all believe it. Jun Xing said, In the City of Wanderers, as long as we abide by the creed, don't betray, and don't abandon, we'll welcome our golden age and make our home the most perfect place in the East Sea Divine Realm. The current war is inevitable. We have to defend the Wanderers' country in the war. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The strong were always strong. Gu Tingnin's boldness and means couldn't be underestimated. It wasn't easy for him to lead so many people out of the raging sea and build such a city in the chaotic wasteland today. From the way these people spoke, they almost regarded Gu Tingnin as a god, which showed why this city was powerful. This was a true faith, a faith that everyone worked hard for. Han Fei smiled. That's what I want. How can I join you? At this moment, a figure walked out of the void. Seeing this person, Sun Yukai and the others hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, Master Buping. We have something important to report to you. The 9527th primitive graveyard we discovered is fake. It's a scheme of the 10,000 scale race. We were ambushed and hunted by the 10,000 scale race. Xiaofeng, Nightwolf, and Chenyu were killed. Fortunately, we were saved by Brother Neza. Oh, Brother Neza came from the Sky Crater world in the East Sea Divine Realm, the visitor said. I heard everything. Neza, a traveler who walks in the darkness. Your combat power is astonishing, and your body is full of treasures. If I've guessed right, you've almost reached the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. With such strength, you're just waiting for the opportunity to open the sky. Then he introduced himself. I'm Zhang Buping from the City of Wanderers, one of the generals on the graveyard battlefield in the chaotic wasteland. I'm responsible for the exploration of some primitive graveyards and the trials on the graveyard battlefield. You fought 10 alone just now, and I've seen your combat power with my own eyes. If you want to join the City of Wanderers, we'll welcome you. Of course, if you have any objections to our creed, you can choose to leave. Since you saved our people, I'll give you enough resources to make up for it. Han Fei held the spear on his shoulder and raised his head slightly. This creed is good. I'll join you. However, aren't you afraid that I have a problem? Ha ha ha, Sun Yukai said. Brother Neza, maybe you don't know our City of Wanderers well enough. Since the establishment of the City of Wanderers, no one who damaged our home is still alive. Our Master of Silence will hunt down that person even if he escapes into the enemy's main city. Instantly, the eyes of Sun Yukai and the others lit up. They knew that a person who came to the City of Wanderers from so far away must have had his persistence. However, Han Fei immediately said, however, I will only join temporarily. After I open the sky, I will still leave. Zhang Buping frowned slightly. Why? Believe me, the rise of the City of Wanderers will happen sooner or later. As more and more people know us, we will naturally become stronger and stronger. Han Fei shook his head. Wandering is my destiny. What you pursue is home, but what I pursue is to prove my Tao, and the further path after I prove my Tao. A short stay won't change my original intention. Zhang Buping was in a dilemma. He felt that with Han Fei's current strength, he could open the sky at any time. He didn't know that Han Fei would have to spend at least hundreds of years to digest the power of his origin sea. Therefore, the only thing he hesitated about was that if Han Fei stole some information in the City of Wanderers and left, where could he find him? Zhang Buping said, with your strength, I can report this matter to the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers for confirmation. If they think it's okay, you can stay in the city. Han Fei nodded slightly. When can I see them? Zhang Buping said. The City of Wanderers has just fought the other 2 major forces in the chaotic wasteland. Now, the situation on the graveyard battlefield is tense. Perhaps it will take some time. If you don't mind, you can follow me for some time and adapt to the environment here. As it happens, Sun Yukai's team has lost 3 sea establishers. According to the tradition of our 10-person team, I'll give you 2 more kings. You'll be the temporary leader of this team, and Sun Yukai will be the deputy captain. What do you think? Zhang Buping cherished talent, and it was indeed because Han Fei's outburst power was too strong. In any big force, sea establishers were not rare, but there was also a difference in strength among the sea establishers. People like Han Fei couldn't be judged as ordinary sea establishers. The threat he caused was almost comparable to a sky opener. Who didn't want such a strong master? Han Fei said. I'm not used to having too many people. These people are enough. Zhang Buping was happy to hear that. Sea establishers were rare. There were endless wars, so strong masters were in short supply. If Han Fei didn't want them, he could save 2 sea establishers. Besides, with Han Fei in this team, whoever came to attack them would only die no matter if he was from the City of Origin or the City of Wanderers. Okay. Zhang Buping agreed immediately. Chapter 269, Explore a Primitive Graveyard 1 year later. It had been a year since Han Fei joined Sun Yukai's team. In this short year, their team became famous on the graveyard battlefield. They were known as the Killing Squad by the other teams on the Wanderers' side. This was because many people knew that Neza was a lunatic. He pursued extreme slaughter and the pleasure of killing a king in one blow. In a year, he had experienced 13 battles, but no enemy had survived 3 blows from him. He was so famous that the trial teams from the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin couldn't help being scared when they heard about the Killing Squad at this moment. The Killing Squad was exploring a primitive graveyard. This was the first time Han Fei had really explored a primitive graveyard since he came to the chaotic wasteland. In his imagination, the primitive graveyard should have been swept by strong masters. There shouldn't be anything good worth snatching. However, it wasn't. Some primitive graveyards might have been very strong in the past, so the war swept over there, causing the people there to be plunged into misery and suffering and nothing good to be left. However, there were also some primitive graveyards that could revive although they had been devastated by war. A world might have been extinct for a long time, but as long as the origin of the world hadn't been destroyed, there was a chance to revive it. What Han Fei and the others were exploring now was such a recovering primitive graveyard. Han Fei said, Sun Yukai, intelligence. Sun Yukai said, the location is correct. It's close to the 303rd primitive graveyard. There were signs of recovery here half a year ago. The origin of the world must have recovered. Our main task this time is to search for the natural treasures born from the recovery of the world, and the mission will last for 2 years. Han Fei nodded slightly. What's the probability of us being ambushed? Xuanhuan said. The recovery time here is too short. It's unlikely that the city of scavengers and the city of origin know about it. It was discovered by us when this primitive graveyard just began to recover. So far, it seems that the safety factor of this mission is 9-star. However, to prevent the world from recovering and producing strong primitive creatures, we have to be careful. Han Fei nodded. Let's go. In a primitive mist, Han Fei and the others quickly passed through until they came to an empty place. Han Fei shouted, "Release the chaotic chi." Xuanhuan and the others had already prepared enough chaotic chi to open the passage. When more than 8,000 wisps of chaotic chi were released, a small passage appeared. In fact, it didn't take much chaotic chi to open the primitive graveyard, but 8,000 wisps were actually the limit. It was exactly enough for 8 people to pass. Han Fei added another 1,000 wisps. Under the surprised gaze of Xuanhuan and the others, Han Fei said, "Just in case, I don't encounter any problems at the entrance because of this little chaotic chi." Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, when they passed through the passage and reappeared, they were gathered. However, to their surprise, the signs of recovery of this world didn't seem obvious. Han Fei scanned around with his perception. There were only some low-level creatures here, at the level of hanging fishers. Besides, there weren't many ordinary creatures here. For example, when Han Fei scanned 1,000,000 kilometers with his perception, he could only see white sand and only some sandworms hidden underground. Han Fei said, "Jun Xing marked the space node. The previous boundary map might not be usable. It needs to be checked." "Yes, Captain," Han Fei said. "Now, investigate the surrounding 3,000,000 kilometers to see if there are any powerful creatures here." This time, everyone said in unison, "Yes, Captain." This was the first time Han Fei had entered a primitive graveyard, so there was no comparison. His first feeling was that although there might be a trace of recovery here, the exploration value was very low. In the dark, Han Fei tentatively opened the vast ocean navigator and asked, "Is there any heavenly treasure here?" Because Han Fei's original body was in seclusion, he gave the vast ocean navigator to his Neza avatar. Even if anything happened, Han Fei could fish it back from time and then find Neza's spot. Therefore, Han Fei was not afraid of losing the vast ocean navigator. Just like the vast ocean navigator, he also gave the 9-palace luck ruler to his Neza avatar. At first, Han Fei didn't have much hope. However, he was surprised to find that the vast ocean navigator was spinning. There is a treasure? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had thought that such a primitive graveyard could only give birth to some weak creatures. Their recovery and development might take 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. But now it seemed that there was clearly something wrong with his guess. He couldn't help but wonder what the origin of the world was. It could actually reshape the world so quickly and revive this world. While Xuanhuan and the others hadn't returned yet, Han Fei divinated with the 9-palace luck ruler and was relieved to find that the test result was flat. A moment later, Xuanhuan and the others returned and said, "Captain, there's nothing here. The strongest creature I met was only a hanging fisher." Jun Xing said, "Me too. After traveling 3,000,000 kilometers, I haven't even encountered 1,000 creatures." "Isn't this number too little?" someone said. "Is there a problem with the information? The signs of recovery here are too weak. Can such a world give birth to heavenly treasures?" Han Fei said. "Okay, follow me and quickly measure this graveyard. If it's all like this all the way here in half a month, split into teams of 2 and explore separately. We'll gather at the exit in a year. If anything happens, crush the communication jade and protect yourselves first. Wait for me to rescue you." "Yes, Captain." Half a month later. In fact, in the past half month, Han Fei had been heading in the direction the vast ocean navigator pointed. This was not the raging sea, so there wouldn't be any situation of direction being messed up. The vast ocean navigator only needed to point once. Han Fei didn't care if the spiritual treasure could be obtained by him. He had already used the chaotic spiritual treasure, so he didn't think much of ordinary spiritual treasures. Half a month was not a short time. With the ordinary speed of the sea establishment realm, even if he maintained a moderate speed, he could still travel about 1.5 billion kilometers. In fact, on the 8th day, everyone discovered something. Jun Xing said, "Did you find that the seawater here is getting shallower? But there is more and more sand here." Xuanhuan said, "Besides, the quality of this sand seems to be getting better and better, and its strength is getting higher." Someone asked in surprise, "Did we encounter some special treasure?" Xuanhuan said, "Don't be careless. It might be dangerous. There are all kinds of possibilities in a recovering primitive graveyard." Han Fei scanned the depths of the sea of sand with his perception and found that the sand there seemed to be flowing slowly. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Stop." Everyone immediately became vigilant. "Captain, what did you find?" Han Fei, 3. Everyone, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Hula. Suddenly, in the sea below them, a tentacle covered in sand rose to the sky. Furthermore, there was more than one tentacle around. In an instant, within tens of thousands of kilometers where Han Fei and the others were, tentacles covered in white gauze kept extending out of the sea. Hualala a swish, the tentacle instantly broke through the void, and Han Fei was shocked. Vines? This seemed to be an extremely huge creature. Unfortunately, he wasn't in his original body and didn't have the demon purification pot, so he couldn't see what this creature was. However, Sun Yukai suddenly shouted, "Captain, run, it's a trap." Han Fei was puzzled, but at this moment, the surrounding vines had already whipped over. Han Fei clenched his fist and the universe ring in his hand flew out. The golden energy erupted and slashed at the tentacles. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to take everyone away, but the dense giant tentacles rose in the distance. He needed to test the combat power of this monster. Han Fei asked, "What is this?" Sun Yukai said, "The devouring worm of the city of origin. Although this thing is called a worm, it's actually a strange demon plant. She can absorb the origin power of this world. When she has obtained enough origin power, she will blossom and bear fruit, finally completely stripping the origin of this world. We've seen the white sand along the way, which shows that this devouring worm has been swallowing for a long time. Now his strength may have reached the limit of the sea establishment realm, or even the sky opening realm." Han Fei frowned. "Really? Chila?" At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help frowning. After the power of the universe ring severed a tentacle, the severed tentacle exploded into white sand and swept towards Han Fei and the others. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Since this so-called devouring worm had the ability to devour the origin of the world, this white gauze probably also had the ability to devour. Han Fei shouted, "Don't touch the white sand." The chaotic sky silk flew out, and the white gauze was directly strangled into nothingness. However, the tentacles that filled the sky slapped down, and the team members could only fight side by side against these tentacles. For Han Fei, it was not difficult to crush the tentacles, but it was a little difficult for Sun Yukai and the others. Han Fei tried to scan his surroundings with his perception, only to find that these tentacles had already covered 100,000 kilometers, and there was a sandstorm sweeping over from 100,000 kilometers away. Fuck! Han Fei was horrified. If they were swept by the sandstorm that had the power of devouring, how could they escape? Aha! When Han Fei was distracted, one of the team members bent to crush a tentacle and was suddenly enveloped by a void sand mist. Humph! How dare you! Chapter 27D, World Origin without his original body. No matter how strong Han Fei was, he was only at the peak of the sea establishment realm. Besides, this peak was discounted. Others thought that Han Fei had reached the limit of the sea establishment realm, but in fact, only he knew that it was just because Neza had a good foundation, and he was actually still far away from the limit of the sea establishment realm. Seeing that something happened to his teammates, Han Fei thrust out his spear, and a spear beam shattered the gauze mist. However, when a large area of sand mist was pierced through, the person's flesh and blood were already blurred and a massive amount of white sand surged up from under him. Han Fei's chaotic sky silk broke out of the void and turned into a blade, sweeping across the surroundings and finally picking up the person. "Thank you for saving my life, Captain." Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and said in his heart, "The weakness of the devouring worm." The universe ring turned into countless wheels and attacked crazily. The chaotic chi in Han Fei's body was consumed a lot. These things couldn't be shattered easily. In fact, they were very powerful. Sun Yukai said, "Captain, don't worry about us. It's said that when this devouring worm swallows the origin of the world, it can borrow the power of the origin of the world, so we are equivalent to being enemies with this world." Han Fei snorted. "I've never seen such a weak world. It's already a graveyard. Even if it recovers a trace of vitality, what can it do to me? Follow me. Swish, swish, swish." They rushed forward with Han Fei. Along the way, the 8 of them attacked continuously. After running for about 1,000,000 kilometers, except for Han Fei, everyone had basically used up their chaotic chi. Jun Xing said, "Captain, I'm exhausted. Don't worry about us. Think of a way to escape." Someone shouted, "Captain, you won't leave unless we jump into the sand sea?" At this moment, Han Fei perceived that there was a sandstorm in all directions. At this moment, the vast ocean navigator had been used once. There were still 2 times left. He had to make good use of them. Although he had the jade slip of his original body to protect him, he didn't want to use it unless he had to. He was out to gain experience, not to ask his original body for help. Clang. A golden light cover descended, and the 9-dragon divine fire cover protected Sun Yukai and the others in. Han Fei said indifferently, "It's just a demonic plant. No matter how big you are, you're just a small tool. Licking dog, come out, buzz." Han Fei pulled the licking dog out and rode on it. "Doggy, this white sand has the ability to devour flesh and soul. If you don't want to die, show me your ability to devour everything." The licking dog couldn't have felt worse. "Master, how can I eat so much sand? Should I use the heavenly shield technique to help you leave?" Han Fei said. "We can't leave. If I've guessed right, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers have been enveloped by this white gauze. We've fallen into a trap. If you can't use your devouring power today and hold on until I find this creature's weakness, your master, will have to die with you." "Hiss," the licking dog exclaimed. "Master, don't scare me. Also, you said that this sand is a creature? What realm is it in?" Han Fei sneered. "It's just a pile of loose sand." "How can it have a realm? It's just some weak borrowed power. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Otherwise, when you die, I'll call my original body's projection to save me. Woof, the licking dog was timid and gluttonous, but this was the first time he was forced to eat sand. Han Fei forced him to rush into the white sand. Bang! The chaotic sky silk rolled into a cone and blasted away the sandstorm with a bang, clearing a way for him. The licking dog had to open his mouth wide. This kind of swallowing was similar to Lerenquang's swallowing, but the licking dog's swallowing power could cover an area. However, the licking dog didn't seem to want to swallow too much of this sand, so the area he covered wasn't large, only about 10 meters. Master, this sand is too sharp and has seriously reduced my swallowing speed. My speed is more than 10 times slower. Can you kill this thing quickly? Shut up, you talk too much. In Han Fei's hand, the vast ocean navigator pointed in a direction, and Han Fei said, Dog, sky escape, buzz. At that moment, a light passed through the sandstorm, and the licking dog's speed increased by about 4 times. Han Fei sneered. No matter how fast the devouring worm was, it was impossible for it to set off a sandstorm spanning billions of kilometers in a short period of time. Since it wanted to mobilize all its power to kill them, there must be some weakness in the sandstorm. Therefore, after only 5 seconds, the vast ocean navigator reacted. Bang! Han Fei jumped off the licking dog and combined the yin-yang dual swords. As he launched the heavenly door-knocking, the white gauze was quickly destroyed. In the sandstorm, a fruit appeared. This fruit was the only green in the sandstorm. Han Fei slashed at it, and the roots connected to the fruit broke. The million-mile white sand seemed to be out of control and instantly shattered, falling from the sky. As expected, it's just a pile of sand that borrowed some power. If it was really in the sky-opening realm, I wouldn't have been able to come here. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the fruit floating in the air. Unfortunately, there was no demon purification pot, so he couldn't see what it was. However, this fruit was transparent, like a light green glass ball containing dense flowing gas. Another moment later, the licking dog's eyes widened. Master, can I eat it? This thing looks delicious. Fuck off. I haven't even eaten it. How can I let you eat it? Another moment later, when Han Fei rode the licking dog back to the 9-dragon divine fire cover, Sun Yukai and the others couldn't help but exclaim, Captain, you're done? This is a devouring worm. Its combat power is in the sky-opening realm. The group of people swallowed crazily. When the 9-dragon divine fire cover descended, they regretted letting their captain waste such a good sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, only a few seconds had passed, but the sandstorm spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been penetrated. Han Fei said indifferently, There have never been any creatures in the sky-opening realm here. The devouring worm just borrows the power of the origin of the world, and its main power is swallowing. It doesn't have strong combat attributes. Otherwise, if it were a sky-opening realm powerhouse, you wouldn't be able to resist a random tentacle of it. This thing just looks scary. With that, Han Fei took out the fruit he had snatched without hesitation. Although he wasn't sure if this thing was the origin of the world, it must be related to the origin of the world, because the entire sandstorm was supported by the power of this thing. At this moment, everyone looked at the fruit Han Fei took out and exclaimed, Is this the origin of the world? Han Fei asked. I don't know him. Do you know it? Sun Yuchai said. I'm not sure. Only sky-opening realm powerhouses are qualified to obtain such a high-level thing. We've never seen it before. Junxing said, Captain, no matter what, this must be good stuff. With your current battle record, you can completely keep this thing and no one will have any objection. It's true that we're here to find treasures, but there's obviously something wrong with this information. There is a dangerous creature like the devouring worm here, but the safety rating of this world is actually 9-star. The person who sent this information either made a mistake or deliberately sent this wrong information. Therefore, no matter what, Captain, you can keep this thing. Han Fei nodded slightly. Continue exploring. Since it's good stuff, let's see how many there are. With that, Han Fei was about to put this thing in his origin sea for temporary preservation. Any normal person would do that. However, the moment Han Fei put the fruit into his origin sea, buzz. Waves of air surged around Han Fei, and Sun Yukai and the others were sent flying. Ah, Han Fei said with difficulty, this thing can't be put in the origin sea. Guard me. The land in Han Fei's origin sea was strengthening at a visible speed. The entire origin sea was full of infinite vitality. A large number of spiritual plants were growing, and the origin sea could slowly produce chaotic chi on its own. This feeling was like spring had come and everything was revived. The world in his origin sea was more like a real world. Han Fei realized that this thing was more than 10 times better than the mystic yellow soil. Although the mystic yellow soil could consolidate the origin sea, it could only strengthen the land of the origin sea. However, the origin of the world could strengthen the origin sea in an all-around way, making the resources in the origin sea better integrated with the origin sea. To be honest, although the origin of the world didn't boost his strength much, it made Han Fei feel that his potential suddenly soared. One day later, the origin of the world finally stopped acting. Han Fei sensed that his strength had increased by less than 5%. However, the improvement of his potential seemed to be unknown. He might not know it until he fought. Besides, he felt that one fruit was not enough, because he didn't feel the upper limit, which meant that this thing was completely within his capacity. No wonder the people of the Sea Realm are desperate to explore the origin grounds. This is just a primitive graveyard that has just shown signs of recovery, but someone has already come to steal the origin of the world here. What if it's a real origin ground? Han Fei thought to himself. The origin of the world in the raging sea can even give birth to a peak-level sky-opening realm powerhouse. It can be imagined how many world origins it has and how strong they are. Chapter 271, Challenging an Emperor. After trying the power of the origin of the world, Han Fei felt that he had even sublimated. When Han Fei woke up, Sun Yukai and the others couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, how does it taste?" Han Fei said, "It's tasteless. However, this thing can increase potential." Huh? If it could increase a person's potential, wouldn't it increase the upper limit of a cultivator's growth? Junxing said, no wonder the city of origin took action so quickly. Now, this thing has been obtained by Captain. Let them cry about it. Captain, should we continue to look for it? What if there are more of this thing? Instantly, Sun Yuchai and the others looked at Junxing as if looking at a fool. Have you been slapped silly by the sand? No one could resist such terrifying sandstorm except for the captain. And you still want to look for the world origin? However, someone said, we can continue to look for world origin, but I think we have to be more careful not to become a burden. Han Fei shook his head. How can there be so many good things waiting for us in this world? Besides, because we killed this devouring worm, I don't know if the people in the city of origin will know in advance. Junxing, you, Long and Shu Zhen go back first and report the problem of the intelligence immediately. Get someone to take over immediately. The origin of the world here is indeed recovering. Sun Yuchai and the others follow me to continue to search. If we don't encounter the devouring worm again in a month, we'll leave immediately. Yes, Captain. Junxing and the other two left in a hurry, and Han Fei and the others continued to search. During this period, Han Fei continued to search with the vast ocean navigator. He was sure that there was no more devouring worm, but he found that there was still the origin of the world. Therefore, after another half a month, they came to an abyss cave. 1,000,000 kilometers around this cave, vitality was surging, and the strongest creature had reached the explorer realm. In the cave, some special power was dissipating. Han Fei felt that this was the origin of the world. However, when they were about to stay here with excitement and absorb the origin of the world, Han Fei found that this amount of power was dissipating too slowly. It was almost impossible for him to absorb the origin of the world without thousands of years. When Han Fei measured the abyssal cave with the 9-palace luck ruler, the test result was impasse, which meant that it was extremely dangerous inside. Han Fei believed that there was no need to take this risk. He had already obtained a lot of world origin this time. At least part of his strength had been consolidated and strengthened. His origin sea had greatly improved, and the opportunity to fuse with the heavenly Tao had vaguely appeared. To be honest, Neza, who might have needed 1,000 years of training, only needed 500 years of training now. This was one of the powerful functions of the world's origin. 1 month later, Han Fei led Sun Yukai and the others back to the exit, but they looked solemn. Sun Yukai, Captain, there's a problem. Han Fei nodded slightly. Junxing and the other two went back to report. Someone should be here to receive them at this time, but there was no reaction at the exit. Someone said, not good. It's impossible for Junxing and the others not to know this. We're still in the primitive graveyard. Out of caution, they will definitely come in to help us. But now, is there a trap outside? Han Fei said. If I've guessed right, something must have happened to Junxing and the others. However, the life tablets they left with me hasn't broken. There is only one possibility that they were captured. Everyone was shocked. Sun Yuchai said, then what should we do? To be able to capture the 3 of them at once without even giving them a chance to blow themselves up, did the other party break the rules of the graveyard battlefield and let a sky-opening realm powerhouse take action? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. It might be the God's Arrival technique. What Han Fei was thinking about was the An family's God's Arrival technique. He had seen in Beiling's God's Arrival technique. It could send a massive amount of power to an emperor through a world entrance, making that person have the combat power of a monarch. He had to admit that this God's Arrival technique was indeed terrifying. Pondering for a moment, Han Fei said, enter my origin sea. Sun Yukai and the others were shocked. Captain, what if the other party is really a sky-opening realm powerhouse? Why don't we wait another 2 years inside? So what if we wait another 2 years? Even if the camp sends some more teams over, they will fall into the enemy's ambush too. I also want to experience how strong a sky-opening realm powerhouse is. Sun Yukai and the others had always known that Han Fei was not an ordinary person. In the past 2 years, they had followed Han Fei and obtained a lot of benefits. Now, they were surprised to hear that Han Fei actually wanted to fight a sky-opener as a sea establisher. How bold and valiant was he? If he succeeded in this battle, this team would probably be disbanded. Han Fei would definitely be treated as a key seedling to nurture or enter the Heavenly Talent Proving Ground to participate in some more difficult combat missions in the outside world. As Han Fei and the others expected, Junxing and the other two were indeed controlled. Led by a sky-opening realm cultivator, 12 kings were suppressing Junxing and the other two in a 4-sided array. However, the 3 of them were covered in wounds and looked extremely weak as if they had been reborn several times. Junjing roared. No one in the sky-opening realm is allowed to fight on the graveyard battlefield. Your strength has long exceeded the sea establishment realm. If the city of wanderers finds out, we will kill you even if we chase you to the city of origin, the leader sneered. Well, who will know that you were all dead? Unfortunately, you weren't together. I didn't expect that guy named Neza to have the strength to kill the devouring worm. It would be a pity not to kill such a heavenly talent. At this moment, a void channel opened. Just as the people from the city of origin were refreshed and about to attack, in the passage, a sword beam shot out. Huh? He could find the ambush in advance? Captain, run! At that moment, Junxing roared. Humph, since he's out, you're useless. Bang, bang, bang! On the city of origin's side, the leader kept slapping the heads of Junxing and the others. How could Junxing and the others resist the power of a sky opener? The people from the city of origin were only slightly surprised, but they had already rushed towards Han Fei. All the kings attacked together. Even though Han Fei controlled the sky-splitting sword technique, he couldn't penetrate all the power of these people. However, under Han Fei's sword, the kings at the front were still injured. When Han Fei came out, he saw great Dao cracks appear. Junxing and the other two were killed by the people from the city of origin in the blink of an eye. Immediately, Han Fei's heart was full of anger. What a city of origin! Are the strong masters now using ambush tactics? The person from the city of origin laughed. Oh, you should be that person, the one who has been very famous recently, Neza, right? I heard that you were very powerful. Coincidentally, I like to torture and kill heavenly talents the most. I'll send you to hell today. Han Fei sneered. Are there only 12 of you? Are these people enough for me to fight? Arrogant, sky-sealing battle array. Except for the leader, the others stood proudly in the air, the triangular divine seal between their eyebrows shining. The void within a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers was frozen. Then, these 12 people each held a sword and turned into thousands of swords. The void here turned into a sea of swords. The leader looked at Han Fei with a smile and said, What angers me most is that you stole the origin of the world that should have belonged to me. I will pry open your origin sea and take back everything that should have belonged to me. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, holding the fire-pointed spear, the chaotic sky silk, the universe ring, and the yin-yang sword. Kill. Unlike his original body, who had many trump cards and had super-strong outburst power, Neza was better at Fihitnang and chaos. His body flashed in the sea of swords. The leader of the city of origin was going to watch the show, but then he found that Han Fei shot out a spear beam that contained the runes of the heavenly Dao and directly killed the king. Huh? No, how can a mere sea establishment realm cultivator be so strong? Seeing that the situation was not right, this person immediately took action. However, a strange flame descended, enveloping the entire sealed void. 9 azure dragons spat out flames and surrounded this person. Humph, open! As this person's triangular divine seal erupted, the 9 fire dragons shattered but condensed again in the blink of an eye. Han Fei sneered. This is an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. You just have a part of the power of the god's arrival technique. How can you break it? Han Fei clasped his hands. 9 dragon trap array. Even though that person had the combat power of the sky-opening realm, he was still trapped by the 9 dragon divine fire cover. Then he saw a gorgeous performance. Han Fei's battlesuit shattered, and a large number of strange Dao patterns appeared on his body. Raging flames emerged from Han Fei's body. Although Neza's body was an avatar, he didn't lack trump cards. Even if this trump card wasn't strong enough compared to his original body, the great techniques that Neza cultivated were the strongest techniques that had been deduced by the demon purification pot. Swish the sword opened the heavenly gate and killed the king. The yin-yang dual swords turned into a millstone, crazily absorbing the power of the kings. On the chaotic sky silk, Dao patterns appeared, and killing arrays appeared frequently. 1 slash and 1 person died. 1 spear shot out and 1 person was killed. Han Fei stood tall and straight like a wandering spirit in flames. Every time he appeared, a king withered. After all the kings were killed, Han Fei extended his hand, and the universe ring and the chaotic sky silk returned. The yin-yang twin swords became one, and the fire-pointed spear pointed at the sky-opening realm powerhouse who was attacked by the 9 dragons. I like your stupidity. Now we can fight one-on-one. Chapter 2172, Chosen Team Bang. For countless times, Han Fei's body was smashed to the bottom of the sea, causing a quake within tens of thousands of kilometers. Finally, the power of this guy from the city of origin seemed to decrease. Han Fei smiled and said, Continue. Let's see if the people from the city of origin or the city of wanderers arrive first. As for the powerhouse from the city of origin, he was also shocked and in disbelief. How could this person be so good at fighting? His strength level was indeed at the peak of the sea establishment realm, but his physique and means were too ridiculously strong. From the beginning, Han Fei fought with a large number of treasures. In the end, Han Fei only used a spear and kept trying his limits. Originally, because the Neza avatar was refined from the original body of the Water Immortal, the original body of the Water Immortal hadn't opened the sky yet, so his potential was relatively limited. Although the Water Immortal died early and might still have a lot of room for improvement, the avatar created with her original body was still a little lacking. When the bloodline level and talent of Hanfei's original body were improving by leaps and bounds, his Neza avatar didn't improve so much. He was growing like an ordinary king. Although he had the resources and cultivation techniques provided by the original body, he was only in the sea establishment realm. Therefore, in the battle with the powerhouse of the city of origin who had the combat power of the sky-opening realm, Neza didn't gain any advantage. However, he knew that One World Origin had increased his potential by about 30%. Although his soul, strength, and other foundation hadn't changed much, his utilization of this body had increased too much. This improvement was comparable to the soaring of his bloodline. However, it was already his limit to be able to block the combat power of someone who had just entered the sky-opening realm. Under the suppression of the other party's great Tao, his chances of winning were almost zero. He just tried to keep undefeated. Of course, this was also because the other party obtained the power of the sky-opening realm via the god's arrival technique. If the other party's true body was here, he might not be a match for him. Therefore, the combat power of the Neza avatar was still not as good as his original body. However, he saw a different way to improve, which was to devour the world origin. At this moment, Hanfei grinned and said, "If I don't die, the traitor you hid in the city of wanderers must die. Also, you killed my people. I must avenge them. From today on, the city of origin better send some real heavenly talents over. Otherwise, I'll fight you until you collapse in the king-level battles on the graveyard battlefield." At this moment, Hanfei sensed several figures crossing the void in the distance. Among them, Hanfei knew Zhang Buping, and he didn't know the other one, but he seemed to be from the city of wanderers. Hanfei looked at the man. "Look, the people from your city of origin haven't arrived yet." Buzz. The power in this person's body receded like a flood. In the end, this person still tried to blow himself up, and Hanfei shouted, "9 tails, swish, swish, swish." 9 chains sealed the void, and the chain storm clasped the soul of the king who was about to blow himself up, and he failed to blow himself up. "Huh!" Hanfei sneered. "You're just a king now. Do you think you can blow yourself up in front of me?" Swish, Zhang Buping and a brawny bald man descended. The bald man grabbed the king of the city of origin and began to search his soul. Clang! Hanfei carried the fire-pointed spear on his shoulder and knocked it heavily. He looked at Zhang Buping and said, "This information is wrong. We have a traitor." Zhang Buping looked at the battlefield that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers, then at Hanfei, whose battlesuit was shattered and whose body cracked all over, and couldn't help taking a breath. "When we found that someone died in this place, we had already begun to keep an eye on the intelligence provider. The people related to this intelligence will be quickly and thoroughly investigated. He can't escape. What's the situation on your side?" Hanfei twisted his head and said, "This primitive graveyard did revive a little, but the city of origin already found it and set up a devouring worm inside. Fortunately, it hadn't been long. The devouring worm wasn't strong enough and was killed by me." Zhang Buping's face couldn't help but change, and then the corner of his mouth trembled. Is this what a human should say? A person killed a devouring worm alone? And so casually? Zhang Buping said, "I'm talking about this battle. Were you ambushed? I only find Jun Xing, Long Air, and Shu Zhen's life tablets shattered. Where are the others?" Hanfei smiled. A sky-opening realm powerhouse from the city of origin used the god's arrival technique and temporarily owned the power of a junior sky-opening realm powerhouse. It's difficult to fight him. When the bald man who was searching souls next door heard Hanfei's words, he couldn't help but look at Hanfei. Zhang Buping, with a thought from Hanfei, Sun Yukai and the other 3 were released from his origin sea. As soon as he came out, Sun Yukai saw Zhang Buping at a glance. When he saw the bald man, he couldn't help taking a breath. "Master Xingyu?" Hanfei's heart did a flip. "Is this Xingyu, one of the 4 generals in the city of wanderers, responsible for the entire graveyard battlefield camp?" It was said that this person walked the path of body refinement. With his physique alone, he could withstand the attack of a sky-opening realm cultivator and could cut apart a sea-quelling bizarre treasure with his bare hands. He had once fought a monarch and survived. Seeing that even Master Xingyu was here, Sun Yukai was finally relieved. He asked Hanfei, "Captain, Junxing, and the others?" Hanfei said, "Dead. There's no time to save him. No chance." Immediately, Sun Yukai and the others frowned. They didn't expect that the farewell in the primitive graveyard would be forever. They looked solemn, but Hanfei didn't see much sadness. However, he saw more determination in their eyes. Hanfei knew that this was faith. Junxing and the others must have died for faith. At this moment, Xingyu suddenly said, "Are you Neza?" Hanfei nodded slightly. Even though he knew that Xingyu was one of the 4 generals, the strong had the pride of the strong. There was no respect in Hanfei's eyes, but a strong fighting intent. "It's me." Seeing Hanfei's attitude, Zhang Buping felt a headache. He had rarely seen a person as arrogant as Neza. Most kings were arrogant, but Hanfei was kinda too arrogant. He was clearly a king, but he behaved like a fucking monarch. Sometimes Zhang Buping felt that he was too conceited. Xingyu couldn't help but smile. "You killed a sky opener and 11 kings alone. Not bad." Han Fei was not moved by the praise at all. He said, I swallowed a world origin, which stimulated my potential. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to fight them. With that said, Han Fei gestured. It's this big. I put it into my origin C, and it automatically fused with my origin C. Xingyu said, that's not big. If there's more time, this restored primitive graveyard can provide at least 3 or 5 world origins. Even Han Fei was shocked when he heard that. So many? He had only eaten one, but he felt that his potential had been greatly improved. If he ate 3 or 5 of them, he might really be able to fight a sky-opening realm powerhouse. Xingyu extended her hand and squeezed, directly crushing the king in her hand. What a city of origin! What a traitor! Then, Xingyu looked at Han Fei. I heard from old Jiang that you want to join the city of wanderers, but you will still leave? Han Fei said. Yes, wandering is my fate. Becoming stronger is also my fate. When the city of wanderers can't continue to improve me, I'll choose to leave. As he spoke, Han Fei looked straight at Xingyu. Xingyu's gaze was very dignified, but it couldn't intimidate Han Fei at all. Zhang Buping, Sun Yukai, and the others listened on the side and felt that what Han Fei said was actually quite normal. A heavenly talent like Han Fei couldn't be regarded as an ordinary king at all. He was a real heavenly talent. Sun Yukai and the others even felt that Han Fei might have the potential to prove his Tao. Zhang Buping felt that it was only a matter of time before someone like Han Fei opened the sky, so it was only a matter of time before he left the city of wanderers. Xingyu asked, what do you want? Xingyu knew that it was not difficult for Han Fei to open the sky, but with such a proud personality he wouldn't do anything like betrayal because he disdained it. Zhang Buping might not be able to realize it, but he could. Therefore, Xingyu just asked, what do you want? Han Fei looked at Sun Yukai and the others. This level of trial is not enough. I need more battles, stronger opponents, and the origin of the world. Xingyu said, I'll give you chances to snatch it yourself. What do you think? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Okay, Xingyu said, I have a special team here. Join them. Your opponents will be the strongest group of heavenly talents of the City of Origin and the City of Wanderers. There, everyone has trump cards. The strongest combat power they can unleash may reach the sky-opening realm. In addition to the enemies of these 2 main cities, you may also encounter the danger of some revived primitive graveyards. Although I know your answer, I still have to ask you. Sun Yukai and the others widened their eyes. Could it be the chosen team that was said to have taken countless selections in the entire City of Wanderers to select 100 people? Zhang Buping sighed in his heart. A real heavenly talent would shine wherever he went. If he joined that team, he would have a chance to become a monarch. Han Fei naturally noticed the change in the expressions of Sun Yukai and Zhang Buping, but he didn't care. This was because his goal was to surpass the Master of Silence, so the mysterious team in the City of Wanderers was just the beginning for him. Han Fei said, as I said just now, I will kill my way to the City of Origin and make it collapse. Xingyu said, okay, but before you join this team, you may need to go to the City of Wanderers. This is because you only joined this team after being approved by the Master of Silence. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't expect to see Gu Tingnan here. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Seeing this, Xingyu smiled and then looked at Zhang Buping. From today on, Neza will leave your camp. Chapter 273, Culture of the City of Wanderers. 1 month later, Han Fei came to the legendary City of Wanderers, a city where all races were equal and everything was free. No one sent Han Fei over. He rode the licking dog over. Because it was an unfamiliar city, Han Fei didn't scan it with his perception at the beginning. However, when Han Fei came to the city, a human girl flew over immediately. Hey, Hire, Han Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a human girl flash in front of him. She was a head shorter than him, agile, dressed smartly, and had a strong aura. She also had a murderous aura that couldn't be hidden. Chaotic chi circulated in her body, and her chi blood was rich. A peak-level C establisher? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't expect to see a peak-level C establishment realm powerhouse as soon as he came to the City of Wanderers. And she didn't look like an ordinary peak-level C establishment realm powerhouse. Han Fei tilted his head. What's the matter? The girl asked. You are riding a big dog. Are you Neza? I'm waiting for you. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Oh, you are? The girl smiled and said, Long Yue, human, I know you're from the graveyard battlefield. Let me show you around the City of Wanderers. Han Fei said casually. A sea establisher to be my tour guide? Are you members of the chosen team so idle? Long Yue couldn't help but ask, you guessed that I'm from the chosen team? Han Fei shrugged. You're at the peak of the sea establishment realm and your chi and blood are rich. I can vaguely feel your aura trying to suppress me. I don't believe that anyone in the City of Wanderers can affect my aura. Why, aren't you afraid that someone will recognize you? Boring. Long Yue curled her lips slightly. So what if they recognize me? There are no secrets in the City of Wanderers. Besides, the chosen team is very busy most of the time. There are so many people in this city. How can they all know me? Walking in this city, most people will only think that you are an ordinary person. As long as you don't claim to be from the chosen team, no one will look at you. Even if you claim to be from the chosen team, most people still don't know you because many people don't even know this team. Only when you reach the Sea Establishment realm can you know the existence of the chosen team. It seems that you're a chatterbox. Seeing that Long Yue rambled on, Han Fei immediately saw through her personality. Although she looked valiant and capable, she was a chatterbox. This was probably why she came to be his guide. Han Fei said, "Let's go into the city and take a look." "Are we going to see the Master of Silence?" Long Yue said. "You want to meet him immediately? Don't you want to shop in the city? There are many resource transactions here, including auctions, treasure pavilions, and occasionally treasures at roadside stalls." Han Fei asked, "Where are the treasures from?" Long Yue said, "We gained them in battles. We snatched them. We dug them out from the primitive graveyard. Anyway, there are many sources." The two talked as they walked. Long Yue said, "Our city of wanderers has gathered countless wanderers from various races. There are many people who know special techniques. For example, refiners. Our city of wanderers has more than a dozen races that specialize in refining weapons, so do those who refine pills. There are also those beastmen, half-beastmen, and some insect races, as well as demonic plants. Well, we have a lot of demonic plants here. They can give birth to many spiritual fruits and resources. There are also combat skills and cultivation techniques of countless races there. Some people specially try to fuse various combat skills, and some study cultivation techniques." "You must have benefited a lot from there," Han Fei asked. "Is there anyone selling the origin of the world?" Long Yue, the corner of Long Yue's mouth twitched. "Brother, your appetite is extraordinary. If there is the origin of the world, we've long been crazily scrambling for it. How is it possible for us to keep it for you to buy?" "Those who get it will definitely use it for themselves," Han Fei said. "Who knows if there will be people who can't use it at all?" Long Yue was speechless. What kind of logic was that? How strong must a person be to not even be able to use the origin of the world? "A monarch?" Long Yue said. "Anyway, you can have anything you want except the world origin. There are special Origin C resource allocation shops. As long as you have money, you can allocate as many resources as possible into your Origin C." "Now, do you want to fill the Origin C instantly?" Han Fei said. "It's already full." Long Yue was speechless again. "Can we still chat?" she said. "So, you have opened your Origin C to the limit and filled it up with resources. Do you lack chaotic Qi?" Han Fei shook his head. "No," Long Yue asked. "Do you want immortal Qi?" Han Fei, "I have, a lot." Long Yue asked. "What about ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures?" Han Fei said. "I have 5 or 6. Long Yue couldn't have felt worse. She stood still and looked at Han Fei. "Tycoon, let's be friends? I don't want to work hard anymore." Han Fei laughed. "Okay, then wait for me to prove my Tao first." Long Yue was immediately discouraged. She knew that a strong master would come, but she didn't expect a tycoon to come. He didn't lack anything except the world origin. She had wanted to show off the rich resources in the city of wanderers, but obviously she didn't succeed. Long Yue said, "I heard that you fought a sky opener alone and killed 11 kings." Han Fei asked, "How do you know that?" Long Yue said, "Of course, everyone in the chosen team knows." "Many people want to spar with you," Han Fei said. "Then let me be enlisted in the team first. Why don't you introduce the city of wanderers to me while we walk? Then we can go straight to see the Master of Silence." Long Yue said, "You're really boring. What else can I tell you except for resources?" Han Fei, "The culture of the city." Long Yue opened her mouth. "Okay, you're really special. You're the first who wants to know the culture of our city before entering the chosen team. The city is this city. In fact, you can freely release your perception here. No one cares here as long as you don't peep at the girls. As you can see, there are 3,036 races on the streets. About 1% of them are human beings, a very high proportion." As Long Yue spoke, she saw a flower bush running quickly on its roots to Han Fei. "Brother, do you want to buy flowers?" "Buy a flower for this beautiful sister. It's very cheap, only 1 explorer-level energy crystal." Han Fei, Long Yu, immediately shut up and looked at Han Fei curiously, wondering what Han Fei was going to do. Han Fei took out an energy crystal without hesitation. He didn't want to buy flowers, but he wanted to see where this flower demon took out flowers from. Was she going to pick them from her own body? As soon as Han Fei took out the energy crystal, a big red flower grew out of the flower bed of the little flower demon. Its roots were cut off and sent to Han Fei by the flower tentacles. "Thank you, brother." Seeing the little flower demon run away, Han Fei said in surprise, "She gave away part of her body. Isn't she afraid that someone will temper her essence blood and extract her soul mark?" Long Yu chuckled. "No, because this is the city of wanderers, and this flower will wither in a day. That wisp of power will return to her original body." Han Fei thought to himself, "So I wasted an energy crystal?" Then Han Fei handed the big red flower to Long Ye. "This is for you. Thank you, but I think we should leave here quickly." Han Fei was puzzled. "Why?" Long Ye didn't speak, but soon Han Fei saw hundreds of strange races rushing at Han Fei. Someone had a fruit demon hanging above his head, a little fatty who was red and looked like a pill furnace, spitting out pills from his mouth, and a tree demon who cut his wrist and began to pour drinks. Han Fei's face turned black. "I bought your flower, but you little punk betrayed me." Han Fei looked at Long Yue, who shrugged and said, "Well, this is the culture of the city of wanderers. Everyone takes good care of the children's growth." If you buy a flower, it means that you are a powerhouse with abundant resources. Come on, it's time for you to contribute your love. Don't worry, the little flower demon won't go too far. She will never call more than 100 people over. Han Fei's lips twitched. There were exactly 100 of them. Brother, buy a sweet pill. It can make you happy. Brother, the sister next to you wants a tree juice drink. Why not buy her 2 cups? Brother, the fruit I just grew only grows 1 a month, just 1 energy crystal. Brother, faced with these children, what could Han Fei do? He could only pay. When Han Fei paid 100 energy crystals, he only held a cup of branch drink in his hand, and Long Yue was eating happily. The drink was in her left hand, and the fruit was in her right hand. The sweet pill was flying beside her mouth, and she opened her mouth and chewed it happily. Long Yue said, "Such things often happen. When someone is happy, he will distribute his wealth. Well, we have a lot of food shops here, such as the ones I'm eating now. I like sweet pills the most. They're super sweet." Han Fei said, "Well, let's go see the Master of Silence as soon as possible." Slurp. Ah, need. Long Ye finished the tree juice in 1 gulp and said, "Let's go. The city of wanderers is where everyone lives. When you're tired of fighting in the future, you can come and stay for a few days when you're free. It's not bad to tour around. The main feature of the entire city is life. People live and cultivate very separately. But in fact, it's no different from other cities. They will also die, but they will die silently. The city will still be peaceful. This is the culture of the city of wanderers." Chapter 274, Im Here. After seeing the prosperity and harmony of the city of wanderers, Han Fei finally understood why these wanderers regarded Gu Tingnan as a god. A person who could build a city like this couldn't be simple. Han Fei also understood what these people believed in. Wanderers all needed a harbor, and the city of wanderers was a harbor. They could be more ruthless than anyone else outside, but in the city, they were just standard high-quality citizens. The killing outside would not be taken back to the city. This was one of their principles. A moment later, Han Fei also saw where the Master of Silence lived. It was an ice palace less than 2,000 kilometers above the city. In these ice crystals, there were many people living nearby. He must be the only monarch in the world who behaved this way. At least he must be a very amiable monarch. Outside the palace, Long Yue smiled and said, "I'll wait for you outside. Master is very amiable. Don't feel burdened." Han Fei smiled at Long Yue. Apart from being a bit talkative, this girl was not bad. Killing didn't tarnish her nature. It had to be said that Gu Tingnan was a person who knew how to enjoy life. It was clearly an ice palace, but he had planted flowers and plants here and opened up a courtyard-like place. There were even doors, windows, and furniture. Han Fei didn't use his perception to investigate. He just walked forward. After passing the courtyard under a tree, Han Fei saw Duan Qingxi sitting on the grass, leaning against a big tree and reading some books. This was something Han Fei never expected. Duan Qingxi, one of the 4 generals of the city of wanderers, was sitting casually on the ground like a woman basking in the sun, and her hair was dark now. When Han Fei passed by Duan Qingxi, he found that this emperor was eating a fucking sweet pill. Besides, there was a jar full of sweet pills beside her. Without raising her head, Duan Qingxi knew that Han Fei was staring at the sweet pills. She frowned and raised her eyes slightly. "Do you want one?" What could Han Fei say? He just nodded. Therefore, Duan Qingxi flicked her finger and a sweet pill flew to Han Fei. Han Fei clamped it with 2 fingers and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, alas, it seems really sweet, thanks. With that, Han Fei walked into the palace. Duan Qingxi was also a little curious. This person wasn't nervous at all and didn't even greet her when he saw her, as if he was looking at an ordinary person. Did he not know her? Even if he didn't, he should have heard of her, right? Therefore, she raised her head and glanced at Han Fei. Suddenly, Duan Qingxi narrowed her eyes. "This back, come back." Han Fei turned around and heard Duan Qingxi say, "Your name is Neza?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Yes." The 2 of them looked at each other for a full 10 seconds before Duan Qingxi said, "Go. Rich people should take care of the business in the city. The sweet pill is the most delicious pill in the city of wanderers." Han Fei thought to himself, did she just advertise sweet pill? After Han Fei left, Duan Qingxi scratched her head and said to the air, "Tingnan, that's not right. I think I've seen this person before. He seems to be the Ren Tianfei I told you about. Their backs are very similar. I'm sure they are the same person. See if he's hiding his strength. I can't tell." But then a voice sounded in Duan Qingxi's mind. "He didn't hide his strength, but he is indeed the person you mentioned. This is not his original body, but his avatar." "Oh, so there's no problem with Ren Tianfei?" "Well, his avatar is already so strong, he's trying to snatch the title of Human Emperor from you. To be precise, I can't be called Human Emperor now. After all, most humans are still trapped in the city of scavengers." "Humph, he hasn't even proven his Tao, and he wants to snatch your position as Human Emperor? No way. I won't admit it anyway." Han Fei didn't know the conversation between Duan Qingxi and Gu Tingnan. When he saw Gu Tingnan, this guy didn't wear a mask. He wasn't very handsome, but his features were well-defined and he had a refined temperament and was quite masculine. He should be the type women liked. At this moment, Gu Tingnan was playing with the healing divine light in his hand. Yes, he played with the healing divine brilliance of the heaven enlightenment divine technique like it was rubber. Although it was the size of a palm, it contained terrifying vitality. Han Fei couldn't help but think that this person had practiced the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique for 100,000 years and must be extremely high-leveled in this technique. When his original body first saw the liquid divine brilliance, he had already been surprised. If he guessed right, when he saw his original body again, he should have already figured out the liquid healing divine light. Seeing Gu Tingnan, Han Fei didn't bow. There was no reason for a human emperor to bow to a human emperor, even if he was in the sea establishment realm now. You're finally here. Yes, I'm here. Gu Tingnan's table was the kind of square table that could seat 4 people. There was no throne here. He casually patted the table and said, "Sit." Han Fei casually sat opposite Gu Tingnan. Gu Tingnan looked at him and said casually, "Tell me about the raging sea. It's been 100,000 years. I wonder what it's become." Han Fei briefly told Gu Tingnan what happened in the raging sea. The Monarch Palace? Gu Tingnan frowned slightly. No wonder no one has come out for so many years. Is the Monarch Palace so dangerous? Han Fei said. Dangerous relative? Besides, it's a good thing that the people inside aren't allowed to come out now. Where should they go after they come out? Be slaves to the 10,000 scale race? Gu Tingnan nodded slightly and asked, "How is Xia Hongju?" Han Fei said. "She has awakened, but her strength hasn't reached its peak yet." Gu Tingnan said, "What a pity. Her potential is higher than mine. If it weren't for what happened back then, she might have already proven her Tao." Han Fei said, "We can't trust outsiders. The city of origin is a good example." Gu Tingnan chuckled. "That's relative. What do you think of the city of wanderers?" Han Fei nodded. "Not bad." Han Fei's evaluation was objective. Although outsiders couldn't be trusted, the city of wanderers was well constructed indeed. However, Han Fei thought that the city of wanderers wholly relied on Gu Tingnan. If Gu Tingnan died, even if its faith was still there, it wouldn't be easy for it to rise again. Therefore, in the end, he had to become stronger. Only the strong could have the say. Gu Tingnan chuckled. "What about you? What's your plan? Just control a city? It's not easy to subvert the city of scavengers in the chaotic wasteland." Although the city of wanderers has risen quickly, it doesn't have enough power to resist the city of scavengers and the city of origin. Han Fei smiled. "Then how dare you attack the city of scavengers?" Gu Tingnan said. "We had to. The only thing the city of wanderers can rely on is to be fearless and fight to the death. The roots of the city of origin are here, so we don't dare to fight them head on. The city of scavengers is also afraid of the city of origin, so they won't really fight the city of wanderers to the death." Han Fei said, "But they won't be willing to watch you develop. This kind of battle will definitely continue. Why? Last time, you fought 3 monarchs alone. How can you fight like that?" The healing divine light in Gu Tingnan's hand was kneaded by him a few times, and then he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. "You should know that I have the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. I believe that even if I leave, there should be a legend about me." Han Fei thought to himself, "What's the big deal with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? I know it too, but I won't tell you now." Han Fei found that there was nothing to ask, so he replied, "My plan is to improve my own strength. I can control a lot of cities in the city of scavengers, but it's meaningless. I can't defeat a monarch now, but what if I rise quickly?" After a pause, Han Fei said, "I'm here to see the city of wanderers and find a place for my avatar to cultivate. Do you mind if my avatar opens the sky here?" Gu Tingnan shrugged slightly. "Of course not. You can help me kill so many enemies. Why should I mind? As for the battle for the title of human emperor, let's see who can break through the city of wanderers and save the human race first, okay?" Han Fei smiled and said, "We can't compete for this thing. It belongs to whoever deserves it. Let nature take its course." "That's true." The two were silent for a while. "Then are you going to the chosen team?" "Han Fei, I have a question," Gu Tingnan said. "Yes?" Han Fei asked. "How can I find the origin mark or star bead in the depths of the soul of a sky opener?" Gu Tingnan chuckled. "You even know about the star beads. It seems that you improve very quickly," Gu Tingnan said. "I can't answer your question clearly. This is related to the strength of the soul. When your soul power reaches an extremely high realm, you can naturally see through the other party's soul brand at a glance. I can give you a conservative number. After 500 points of soul power, your soul power will become abnormally powerful. You can find or sense the weak point of the other party's soul that is connected to the origin sea, or even see through the other party's origin brand directly. It turns out that the stronger the soul power, the better." Han Fei rose. "Got it, thank you." Han Fei didn't ask who the person who once helped Gu Tingnan was. If he should know, there was no reason for Gu Tingnan to keep it a secret. Gu Tingnan didn't take the initiative to tell him, nor did he mention to protect the raging sea in the future, which meant that the raging sea was temporarily safe. A moment later, outside the palace, Long Yue asked in surprise, "You're out so soon? Did Master give you anything good?" Han Fei couldn't help but look back and ask blankly, "Why? Is he supposed to give me something good?" Long Yue, Han Fei smiled. "It doesn't matter. From today on, this is my world." Chapter 275 300 Years of Cultivation. 300 years later, Mountain City, in the Lord's Mansion, in Han Fei's origin sea. At this moment, a large number of ownerless souls were swallowed and assimilated by Han Fei's soul. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and the energy tide in his body fluctuated. Huff! Han Fei woke up from his cultivation. He immediately looked at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei level 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 20,001 chaotic chi, 2,100,000 spiritual power, 4,086,012 perception range, 4,100,000 kilometers, strength, 3,001,625 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish level 95, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 95, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 99. Main art, time fishing technique, the 8th level of the void fishing technique, emperor level, divine quality. This was the 102nd time Han Fei cultivated in seclusion. Compared to when he first came to the chaotic wasteland, his strength had doubled. Originally, Han Fei could continue to absorb the power of the energy crystals and the large number of ownerless souls. However, cultivation alone, without experience or combat accumulation, was not enough. The power cultivated from nothing required a long time to consolidate. This was why Han Fei cultivated slowly and steadily. His goal was not to match Pan Litian's level from the beginning. However, with his full strength, he should be on par with the top 10 lords. However, the problem was that his jade bones might not be able to withstand the limit of his current strength. Therefore, Han Fei hadn't just been absorbing energy and ownerless souls for such a long time. Half of his 3 million points of strength came from the bitter cultivation of the void body refining technique. During the cultivation process, Han Fei discovered that a large number of ownerless souls could continue to fuse with the jadeized bones, and the golden jade bones that continued to strengthen were producing liquid jade essence. The golden jade marrow could enhance the transformation of one's chi and blood, increase one's defense and bone toughness, and even purify and detoxify. However, the transformation of the golden jade marrow was too difficult. After 300 years of cultivation, even if Han Fei cultivated on and off, it had taken him 10,000 years. However, Han Fei had only refined 8 drops of the golden jade marrow. As for filling all the jade bones in his body, it was less than 1,000th. This cultivation difficulty made Han Fei realize that if he wanted to cultivate slowly with time and resources, it would be a problem for him to reach Pan Litian's level even if he cultivated for 100,000 years. Real cultivation still required him to increase his potential in actual combat. Besides, the resources he could access now were no longer enough for his needs. In the future, he had to find a way to find better and stronger resources. Han Fei carved seals in his origin sea with the power of his soul. The 300 years were up, and it was time for him to leave, in the Lord's mansion. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and said casually, "Come and see me." A moment later, Hong Yue, Ying Yue, and the others arrived in front of Han Fei, Master Human Emperor. Han Fei looked at Hong Yue. "Has anyone come to investigate recently?" Hong Yu said. "Master Human Emperor, there have always been people coming to investigate. A few kings have come from the main city. It seems that they are waiting for you to come out of seclusion." "Yes, let them wait first." Then, Han Fei looked at Ying Yue and the others. "These people are here for 2 things. One of them is probably to promote me, Shui Fei. At that time, you will follow Shui Fei to City 68. After that, Han Fei looked at Hong Yue. "Mountain City is the first ring of my plan. We can't lose it. Therefore, I need you to guard it. If I've guessed right, a new sky-opening realm powerhouse will come soon. Although your origin sea has been established, it's still far away from the sky-opening realm. Even if you sense the sky-opening opportunity, ignore it for now. As for this emperor, leave him to me." Hong Yu looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Master Human Emperor, are you going to attack him in the city?" Ying Yue and the others were also shocked. They thought to themselves, is it really okay for Master Human Emperor to kill an emperor alone? It wasn't as simple as just killing an emperor. He had to refine an emperor into a puppet before he died. This was much more difficult than killing an emperor. Han Fei said, "You don't have to consider that." "Ying Yue, how is the expansion of your origin sea going?" Ying Yue and the others bowed. "Master Human Emperor, with enough resources, Ruqing and I have already expanded our origin seas to 100,000 kilometers. Chu Lingyu, Zhang Feiyu, and Zhang Ya's origin seas have also reached more than 80,000 kilometers. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Not bad, but still not enough. You are all talented. With abundant resources, your speed is still slow." Ying Yue and the others looked ashamed. In the past 300 years, with enough resources, their strength had almost doubled. However, so what if it doubled? It was still not enough. After all, they were limited by the lack of combat in the city, and there was no corresponding trial field. Of course, in the past 300 years, they crazily practiced the combat skills and techniques that Han Fei gave them. But even so, they were only not bad in Han Fei's eyes. When Ruqing said, "Master Human Emperor, we will continue to work hard," Han Fei said, "You lack opponents, so you can't grow quickly. This is a problem. In the future, I will find a way to create some conditions for you, but now, you still need to bear with it. When you reach the 68th White Jade City, the danger there will be higher. Besides, there are more scavengers there than in Mountain City. You don't have to be polite to scavengers. Just kill them." Ying Yu and the others cupped their hands. "Yes, Master Human Emperor." Han Fei released Shui Fei and quietly disappeared. In the Lord's mansion, Han Fei said, "I'll see the envoys from the major cities when I come back." Ying Yue and the others took a deep breath, knowing that they still needed to work harder. When Ruqing said, "Senior Hong Yue, Human Emperor seems to be preparing for something big," Hong Yu said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about the Human Emperor. By the way, go to the White Jade City first. The knowledge you've learned about how to manage the city will come in handy." Hiss, Zhang Yue, the youngest, asked in surprise. "Won't Master Human Emperor guard the White Jade City?" Hong Yue sneered. "Why should he guard the White Jade City? How can a mere city or two be his plan? What he wants is the entire city of scavengers. He has cultivated in seclusion here for 300 years. "This is the longest seclusion of him I've ever seen," Zhang Yue said. "But Master Human Emperor often comes out of seclusion. He has come out more than 100 times. Hong Yue immediately frowned. "Shut up. As long as the Human Emperor hasn't left, he's basically in seclusion." Zhang Yue couldn't help but secretly click her tongue, thinking that Master Human Emperor's cultivation time was really short. 3 days later. 1 billion kilometers away from Mountain City, Feng Tianyi rushed all the way. 300 years had passed. He had received an order to take over Mountain City. He didn't expect that he would be able to take over the position of Lord as soon as he returned from a graveyard. Although Mountain City's ranking was relatively low, there were many people who wanted it. It was all because of his contributions. If he hadn't commanded the battles in that graveyard for 20,000 years, he wouldn't have become the Lord of Mountain City. Tweeter tens of thousands of kilometers away, Feng Tianyi's heart suddenly stirred, and a strange black creature appeared in front of him. Is that a bird? After all, Feng Tianyi was a heaven-opening realm powerhouse and had some knowledge. Although bird creatures had never appeared in the chaotic wasteland, it didn't mean that he hadn't heard of them. Occasionally, some books of the East Sea Divine Realm would spread to the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, he immediately recognized that it was a bird, an ominous bird. This is the first time I've seen one. Out of curiosity, Feng Tianyi flashed past and came to the bird creature. However, when his eyes met the big bird that he thought was an ominous creature, at that moment, Feng Tianyi seemed to be in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. An ancient and desolate aura came at him, and he seemed to be in a primitive world. The sky was full of blood. There were giant beasts roaring, sky-covering wings flying, and ferocious beasts covered in blood rushing at him. Not good. This is not an ominous creature. Unfortunately, it was too late for Feng Tianyi to react. When he shattered everything around him, he only saw a cold light. Bang! Feng Tianyi exploded in an instant. His body couldn't resist the terrifying sword qi at all and was crushed. Han Fei's figure appeared. As he waved his hand, the surrounding thousands of kilometers were sealed by a time barrier. Han Fei fished out the vast ocean navigator with his fishing pole. As the vast ocean navigator turned, he pointed his finger and instantly tore open the entrance to Feng Tianyi's origin sea. Half a day later, Han Fei appeared outside, and what followed him out was the puppet Feng Tianyi. As soon as Han Fei came out, he saw that the Emperor Sparrow crushed an ominous creature with his claw and casually pecked it, swallowing the energy crystal of the ominous creature. And the ominous aura was also absorbed into the Emperor Sparrow's body. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "You can eat this thing? This is an ominous mist. It will mess up your soul and make you crazy," the Emperor Sparrow said indifferently. "Do you know why all the races think I'm ominous?" Chapter 276, Put on a Show. Although the Emperor Sparrow was Han Fei's spiritual beast, they didn't communicate much. This time, for the first time, the Emperor Sparrow took the initiative to show Han Fei that he had the ability to swallow ominous energy, and he seemed to be about to tell him why. Han Fei smiled. "Why do you suddenly want to tell me?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "There's no special reason. You've already become stronger. Although it's not enough yet, at least you're already a strong master. There are some things I can communicate with you." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "So he didn't communicate with me before because he didn't think I was strong enough?" Han Fei said. "Okay, then let's get straight to the point today. All these years, I've never fused with you to fight an enemy because I know that you are arrogant. Besides, I don't know how you entered my soul sea and became my spiritual beast. However, it can be foreseen that you must have a lot of memories. I've been waiting for you to take the initiative to tell me. After all, no matter how strong you were before or how you fought the strong enemies, now you are my spiritual beast and I am your master. This can't be changed." In fact, Han Fei really wanted to experience the feeling of fighting fused with the Emperor Sparrow. From the Emperor Sparrow's past performance, although he might not be as strong as him, his Dao heart, his aura, and his life level were all at the monarch level. From the moment the Emperor Sparrow turned into his spiritual beast, Han Fei knew that he was raising a monarch-level powerhouse. That was why Han Fei was so tolerant of the Emperor Sparrow. At the same time, he was trying to become stronger to become the real master of the Emperor Sparrow. Therefore, it was a good thing that the Emperor Sparrow suddenly wanted to communicate with him. The Emperor Sparrow said, "The Emperor Sparrow will never disappear. I will die, but I won't disappear. Every generation of the Emperor Sparrow will inherit the inheritance of the previous generation. Logically speaking, it's impossible for me to become your spiritual beast. This is the only thing that hasn't been reflected in my inherited memories. But since I become your spiritual beast, it only shows that you and I should be an alliance between the strong. Now, I see that you have grown to your current strength of the sky-opening realm, and I see that you can easily kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse. I confirm again that our alliance is an alliance between the strong. Han Fei smiled. It seems that you and I have something big to do together? The Emperor Sparrow ignored Han Fei's teasing. There's one thing that I'm very similar to you. This is the answer that the previous Emperor Sparrow failed to find even when he died. What? The Emperor Sparrow said. He was not sure of his Dao heart and his real path. The Emperor Sparrow said, being born a monarch might not be a good thing. This might be because of the power of my bloodline or my inheritance. However, it seems that I lack a path. What the Emperor Sparrows of the past pursue is atavism because we want to know the secrets of the first generation of Emperor Sparrows. They regard this as their Dao. But in this life, I was born as a spiritual beast. I suddenly discovered that, in fact, I don't have to trace back to the first generation, but I can also walk my own path like you or even these billions of creatures. Han Fei listened attentively. So, you were born with a spiritual beast, but you got an epiphany? The Emperor Sparrow said. Not really. I just found out about this truth. I'm still far from waking up. In the future, if there's a chance, we can fight side by side. I mean, we can even fuse. Han Fei grinned. Okay, however, let's get back to the point. Why can you swallow the ominous energy? The Emperor Sparrow said. This level of ominousness is not really ominous. As for me, I can swallow the ominous, darkness, sky fiends, and horror. I can swallow most negative things. Even in the Soul Sea, I can swallow a large amount of horror left in the Soul Sea to grow. Of course, the speed is not that fast. After all, I am about to open the sky. Han Fei was lost for words. Are there no side effects in this way of growth? The Emperor Sparrow said. This is the talent of the Emperor Sparrow bloodline. And the so-called ominous in the chaotic wasteland is actually a large number of negative emotions. The darkness of a world has all gathered here, and every once in a while, it will erupt. It's like a curse that has been pestering and acting up repeatedly. Han Fei was puzzled. Negative? The Emperor Sparrow said. The so-called negative energy contains too many things. Perhaps too many origin grounds are buried here, and the invisible negative karma forms the ominous. Perhaps all the sins in this world are led by some power to gather here and erupt from time to time. Therefore, when ordinary people come into contact with it, their minds will be invaded, they will lose their consciousness, and then go crazy. They will be driven by killing, desire, and all negative energy, and lose their original self. Han Fei asked, since you can swallow the ominous, will you become stronger because of it? Han Fei had to make this guess. If swallowing the ominous could make one stronger, then the growth of the Emperor Sparrow was limitless. The Emperor Sparrow said, yes, however, it will take a long time. I'm more suitable for the primordial murderous aura and other powers that are full of fighting aura. The power in these ominous auras is too impure. Although I can digest them, the level of this energy is not high. Unless I find its source, these ordinary ominous auras are meaningless. At most, they can become a part of my combat power. Han Fei thought to himself, isn't this enough? Han Fei sighed slightly. What a pity. This ominous aura is inexhaustible. The Emperor Sparrow said, anything that's inexhaustible can only mean that it's ordinary. Good stuff is always rare. It can't be much. Han Fei thought so too. He asked, then when will you open the sky? You've been at this bottleneck for a long time, haven't you? The Emperor Sparrow said, let's see. The time is not right yet. During this period of time, I'll consolidate my strength. Aren't you going to the city of scavengers? I'm looking forward to how you will conquer this city. Han Fei sneered. Take it down? That's a long-term thing. Han Fei thought to himself. In fact, I can do it now. I just need to turn to eldest senior brother for help, but I obviously can't do it this way. This is what the human emperor should do, not eldest senior brother. The city of scavengers was his first step to rise in the sea realm. If he couldn't take this step on his own, how could he, a disciple of the Void Temple and the emperor of the human race, rise in the sea realm? One day later, Mountain City. Feng Tianyi arrived, and Shui Fei announced his successor in the city, so the city was transferred to Feng Tianyi. In fact, it was just two puppets talking. The messenger who had come from the main city also saw Shui Fei come out of seclusion on this day. In the Lord's mansion, Feng Tianyi and Shui Fei exchanged some pleasantries. In the eyes of Hong Ye and Ying Ye, this scene was very strange. The two were clearly both the human emperor himself. They didn't know what it would be like to talk to themselves. At this moment, the retired Shui Fei received these envoys. The three envoys cupped their fists and congratulated him. Congratulations, Master Shui Fei, for taking over White Jade City. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, I know why you're here. You can go back first. After I go to the White Jade City, I'll take that person to the main city. The three envoys replied respectfully, then we'll have to trouble you. Well, Master Shui Fei, the higher-ups have instructed that Mountain City's taxes must return to normal. Han Fei snorted in his heart, thinking to himself, these stingy guys. However, after 300 years of development, the overall strength of the villages in the current mountain city shouldn't be bad. Therefore, Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, Feng Tianyi will take care of this matter. You don't have to worry about it. The three envoys were speechless. The only reason they came was to remind Shui Fei not to forget the two things he should do. Now that the mission was completed, they didn't want to stay here. Han Fei was always a good actor. That day, in Little Sea Village, the arrival of Shui Fei shocked the entire village. Shui Fei shouted, "Ye Feng Liu, I've agreed to reduce Mountain City's taxes for 300 years. Now, 300 years have passed. You should leave with me." Everyone in Little Sea Village, except for Zhao Jing, was dumbfounded. It wasn't until they watched Ye Feng Liu being taken away that they exclaimed, "What?" So the 300-year tax deduction was bought by Feng Liu with his future. "Damn it, Ye Feng Liu, you didn't tell us about this for 300 years? Do you still treat us as brothers?" Someone was lost for words. Forget it. He only did that because he took you and me as his brothers. He sacrificed his future to earn us the 300-year tax reduction. How generous and bold is he? Chen Qing said. Ye Feng Liu is a man who can be recorded in the history of our Little Sea Village. Only Zhao Jing knew the truth. The moment she saw Ye Feng Liu leave, she knew that he would have to shoulder all the hardship alone. Chapter 2077, Basic Test of the Death God City of Scavengers. Shui Fei led Ye Feng Liu into the enemy's city again. Han Fei had been planning for 300 years, but it wasn't the time yet. Now, Han Fei believed that his strength had reached a peak. Next, he just needed to focus on exploring his origin sea. This time, Han Fei didn't intend to leave for the time being. Their goal was not the graveyard battlefield at the front line, but a big event that he had been preparing for hundreds of years. He wanted to get a chance in the City of Scavengers, law enforcement camp, xuanhuan's residence. Since Han Fei had come, he had been fully prepared. In the past 300 years, his Zhangdaqian avatar had already transcended the tribulation and continued to train in the number 68 White Jade City with Little Fatty. And in the past 300 years, with the top talent of his Zhangdaqian avatar, his growth speed was not much slower than that of Yingyue and the others. Although Zhangdaqian's origin sea hadn't been opened to 100,000 kilometers, that was because Han Fei didn't want to pull a seedling to help it grow. His Neza avatar could go to the City of Wanderers to gain experience. He had given him the vast ocean navigator, the 9-palace luck ruler, and many magic treasures. When Neza came to the City of Wanderers, he would participate in a lot of battles to digest his growth himself. However, his Zhangdaqian avatar didn't have the combat environment of his Neza avatar. Therefore, he had only expanded his origin sea to 70,000 kilometers. With only 300 years of hunting experience, he was still lacking in strength. Therefore, it would still take some time for him to improve. Now, in the City of Scavengers, as long as Mo Chi didn't betray him, Han Fei was confident that even the 10,000 scale monarch wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. In order to make Mo Chi think that Ye Feng Liu was not his original body, Han Fei even forcibly sealed his great Tao of time. At this moment, in the depths of the law enforcement camp, xuanhuan was looking at Ye Feng Liu up and down. xuanhuan's eyes seemed to have a magic power. He looked at Ye Feng Liu as if he could see through him. However, Han Fei was not easy to deal with. He completely simulated a race. From flesh and blood to scales to hair, eyelashes, nails, breathing, the flow of qi and blood in his body and the bloodline, Ye Feng Liu was completely different from the human race. Oh, it's actually a heavenly heritage. No wonder you were so confident back then and wanted to cut taxes for 300 years in exchange for him. After a long time, Zhao Honghuang retracted his gaze and asked indifferently, "How big is his origin sea?" Shui Fei said respectfully, "Master Honghuang, this child has expanded his origin sea to 70,000 kilometers. 300 years? 70,000 kilometers? Even Zhao Honghuang couldn't help being slightly stunned. This speed wasn't impossible. If one forcibly used resources and expanded his origin sea every day, it wasn't impossible to achieve this. Of course, even if it was possible, there were not many such heavenly talents. This was why after Han Fei gave Yingyue and the others enough resources, only Yingyue and Wen Ruqing's origin seas had been opened to 100,000 kilometers. This was because even if there were enough resources, it was not so fast for a king to open up his origin sea. Yingyue and Wen Ruqing could expand their origin seas to 100,000 kilometers because firstly, they were extremely lacking in resources, so after obtaining the resources, their bodies were like dry deserts, crazily absorbing resources. Secondly, they had already opened up their origin seas to nearly 70,000 kilometers before meeting Han Fei. But in Zhao Honghuang's opinion, it wasn't easy for a person who had just established the Sea of Origins to establish a 70,000 kilometer origin sea in 300 years, even if he could get enough resources. Zhao Honghuang looked at Han Fei and asked, "How long will it take for you to expand your origin sea to 100,000 kilometers?" Han Fei said respectfully, "If there are enough trials, battles, opportunities, and resources, at most 100 years or even less." "Humph, you're quite confident." Han Fei bowed. This is the basic confidence of becoming a strong master. Zhao Honghuang looked at Han Fei, whose eyes were cold and murderous, and knew that Shui Fei must have nurtured this person a lot over the years. He even felt that Shui Fei probably wanted to become Ye Feng Liu's guide. Shui Fei probably felt that Ye Feng Liu would definitely surpass him one day, so he took care of Ye Feng Liu so much. However, Zhao Honghuang would never have thought that Han Fei was just a fake heavenly talent in disguise. Zhao Honghuang said, "I'll give you 30 years to enter the top 1,000 of the sea establishment list of the law enforcement camp. If you can do it, you'll have all the trials, battles, opportunities, and resources you want. If you can't, I'll throw you into the graveyard battlefield. You can only return when you kill 100 powerhouses of the same level as you. Han Fei shook his head. Scavengers had their own way of nurturing the strong. The law enforcement camp was a place to nurture the strong, but in any case, he would definitely win this bet. Besides, Han Fei never liked to rise slowly. Being ranked in the top 1,000 on the sea establishment list was underestimating him. What he wanted was a strong rise. Xuanhuan casually threw 3 pieces of mystic yellow soil to Shui Fei and said bluntly, "If this guy is as you expect, I'll give you 3 more pieces of mystic yellow soil." Shui Fei was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Thank you, Master Honghuang." Chen Yan. As Zhao Honghuang issued the order, law enforcer Chen Yan quickly flashed over. "Master Honghuang, I'm here," Zhao Honghuang said. "There's no need to throw this guy into the newcomer camp. Throw him into the Death God Mountain to test his basic strength." Death God Mountain? Chen Yan couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. The Death God Mountain? Having been in the main city all year round, Chen Yan was very smart. It seemed that the seedling Shui Fei nurtured was very strong. There was only 1 in 1,000 years who was sent to the Death God Mountain. If this kid was really not bad, Shui Fei should make friends with him. Chen Yan said, "Brother Shui, I won't send you off. I'll take Yi Feng Liu away." Shui Fei nodded. "Brother Chen, feel free." The city of scavengers was built on a group of primitive graveyards. There were more than a dozen primitive graveyards that could be reached nearby. Among them, there were 5 or 6 that were specially used for the law enforcement camp's training. Among them, the Death God Mountain was one of the most dangerous. It had been personally set up by the monarch and turned into a place for strength testing. Although it was a testing ground, it was also relatively dangerous. Han Fei didn't resist Chen Yan's power, so in the blink of an eye, Han Fei came to a valley depression deep in the law enforcement camp. There were 6 caves here, enshrouded in multicolored light. In this valley, Han Fei sensed that thousands of sea establishers had established caves to camp. When Chen Yan brought Han Fei to the entrance of the cave, many people looked at him in confusion. "Huh? Master Chen Yan personally brought someone over? And it's a newcomer? What race is that person from? Although his body is also covered in scales, he doesn't have a tail. He doesn't seem to be from our 10,000 scale clan. Please remove the word seem. He is clearly not. I don't know what kind of strange race he is from. It doesn't matter. No information in the city can be kept from us. But what does this person want to do? These are all trial grounds. Is he, a newcomer, already starting a trial?" While the kings were discussing. In the valley, Chen Yan said to Han Fei, "The Death God Mountain, as its name suggests, is a mountain. On the mountain, there is a testing ground. When the time comes, waves of sea establishment realm undead will attack you. The Death God Mountain has no limit. I will judge you based on your combat power, speed, soul strength, and other comprehensive powers. Of course, the premise is that you have to be alive. Oh, by the way, you can't connect to your origin sea in Death God Mountain. The world origin there is sealed by the monarch. You can only rely on the power stored in your body. How much you can kill depends on your own ability." With that, Chen Yan extended his hand and pointed. "That's a voidstone monument. On it, the names of the top 100 people in the Death God Mountain are recorded. Among them, the last place is called Shanzhe. He killed 356 people. Han Fei frowned slightly. If they were really opponents of the same level, it was unbelievable for one to kill 356 kings alone. Even he couldn't kill 356 kings of the same level without using the power of his origin sea. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that there must be something wrong with the strength of the undead. Otherwise, the 100th place on the rankings would be at the level of the top 10 lords. If the city of scavengers was so strong, the city of wanderers and the city of origin would have long been wiped out. Han Fei asked, "Shall we start now?" Chen Yan shook his head slightly. As expected, this young man was too confident of his strength. He said, "You can just enter from this entrance. Shui Fei values you so much. Let me see what's different about you. Go." All the kings around were shocked. Someone said in surprise, "Fuck, a newcomer directly broke into the Death God Mountain?" Someone frowned and guessed, "I guess he is just sent in for a test. I don't think he will fight much." Actually, the living dead in the Death God Mountain are just projections created by world origin. They lack combat vigor and adaptability. Since this guy was personally brought here by the law enforcer, his strength shouldn't be bad, but I don't think he can get on the list. Someone sneered. "Isn't that obvious? How can it be so easy to get on the list? Let's wait and see how many this guy has killed when he comes out, and then we'll probably know his true strength." As for Han Fei, after stepping into the passage, he passed through a chaotic mist and appeared on a dark red mountain. This mountain was 100 kilometers high. The mountain looked extremely hard, but it was still bumpy and full of killing intent. Roar. After Han Fei appeared, only 3 seconds later, a massive roar came. When he scanned around with his perception, he found that his perception range was limited to 1,000 kilometers. And in these thousands of kilometers, venerables were slowly walking to the top of the mountain, dragging their broken bodies. There were tens of thousands of them. Chapter 2788 entered the top 100 list. Although there were many living dead, their climbing speed didn't seem to be fast. The mountain seemed to be able to pressure them. Only when they walked to the top of the mountain would they erupt with the power of the sea establishment realm. Therefore, the difficulty of this test kept increasing. This was because when the first undead creature came up, Han Fei would encounter very few enemies. As time went by, the more undead creatures came up the mountain, the greater the pressure he would face. When the first living corpse appeared on the top of the mountain, it was about 20 seconds after Han Fei came in. The moment the pressure caused by the mountain disappeared, the puppet demon-like living dead's strength soared to their peak almost instantly, and they clenched a fist and punched at Han Fei. As for the first puppet, Han Fei planned to fight it head-on. With the genius image he had built for himself, he couldn't show any weakness. Bang! Ripples burst out on the mountain, and the living dead's body cracked. Under Han Fei's punch, flaws appeared. His strength is not weak, but his speed is not fast enough. There are Dao runes produced, but it seems to be only strength-type Dao runes. Can puppets also have Dao runes? Han Fei planned to adjust his strength according to the power of the puppet, so he held back the power of his first punch. When he felt the power of the puppet, he could adjust his upper limit of strength in time. Therefore, when Han Fei punched a second time, his strength was adjusted. Boom. With a single punch, the puppet exploded and continued to collapse. In the dark, Chen Yan and even xuanhuan were watching Han Fei attack. When Han Fei threw such a punch, they could instantly judge Han Fei's strength. The power of Han Fei's first punch was about 150,000 waves. In the raging sea, Han Fei's strength was not bad, but in the sea realm, even in the city of scavengers, this strength was very ordinary. However, in the second punch, Han Fei erupted with the power of 230,000 waves. Considering the fact that Han Fei entered the sea establishment realm only 300 years ago, he was already very excellent. When Han Fei was level 95, his strength was increased by 190,000 to 290,000 waves. At that time, Han Fei was already very strong in the raging sea. Therefore, when the power of 230,000 waves erupted, even in the city of scavengers, Han Fei's strength had exceeded more than 40% of the sea establishers. However, in the eyes of Chen Yan and xuanhuan, Han Fei clearly didn't use all his strength in this punch, so they estimated that Han Fei's strength was about 300,000 waves. If Han Fei's strength reached 300,000 waves, it meant that his strength was about in the top 40% of the law enforcement camp in the scavenger city. Although this strength was still not very strong, considering the time Han Fei was in the sea establishment realm, this couldn't be judged by strength alone, but by Han Fei's growth speed. As the first living corpse appeared, the second and third appeared one after another. However, this time, the undead roared and condensed the power of his soul to pierce Han Fei's soul. A living dead who can use soul power? In the void, an invisible collision storm appeared. At the same time, another living corpse was obviously much faster. This person instantly appeared behind Han Fei and attacked him with his sharp claws. Han Fei didn't even look back. He tilted his body slightly and a long knife appeared in his hand. Chila I. A cold knife intent erupted. The speed of this knife intent far exceeded the speed of this living corpse. Therefore, the living corpse was instantly cut apart by Han Fei. The living corpse, who was good at soul power, was stunned by Han Fei's mental attack. In the next second, the long knife swept past and was also cut apart. The bodies of the living dead who were killed directly dissipated. They were only simulated sea establishers, so they wouldn't be reborn. Therefore, after they were killed, there was nothing left. Only then did Han Fei understand why the 100th place could kill more than 300 living dead. In fact, theoretically, your name could be recorded on the Voidstone Monument as long as your strength surpassed these living dead and you could erupt your power for more than 300 times. If one wanted to erupt the sea establishment realm power for more than 300 times, the basic energy stored in his body might not be enough. Therefore, when one fought these living corpses, he needed to well control his strength. In the void, Chen Yan was recording. Strength between 250,000 waves and 300,000 waves. Soul strength seemed to have exceeded 500,000 points. He had learned the basics of the knife path and had a good understanding of the knife path. However, this was just the beginning. If Han Fei couldn't even fight the first 3 sea establishers, he wouldn't be able to fight the rest. Then, these 3 types of living corpses climbed to the top of the mountain one after another. Their numbers went from 2, 3, 4 to more than 10. Han Fei's attacks began to become quite conservative. In the beginning, his strength was about 250,000 waves, but then he suppressed it to 200,000 waves, which was just enough to kill the strength-type undead. The intensity of his soul attack and his combat speed had been adjusted accordingly too. In the void, Chen Yan's lips curled slightly. Do you think you can kill more living corpses like this? Then you underestimate the test of the Death God Mountain. After only half an hour, Han Fei had killed 100 Sea Establishment Realm undead. At this time, Han Fei still didn't seem tired. However, when the 101st living corpse appeared and Han Fei attacked with the power of 220,000 waves, he was surprised to find that his punch failed to penetrate the person. The power of the undead has increased? It seems to increase a lot. Bang, 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 bang. After a while, when Han Fei killed a dozen living dead, his heart did a flip. The strength of the living dead had generally increased by more than 10%. The power unleashed by Han Fei needed to reach 260,000 waves to kill a living dead. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It was no joke to increase the strength of the sea establishment realm by 20%. It turned out that every time he killed 100 living corpses, their strength would increase significantly. According to the ranking on the Void Stone Monument, the 100th place had only defeated more than 300 living dead. It seemed that the difficulty would be higher and higher. Besides, the appearance of the living dead didn't give you any time to rest. You had to fight continuously and adjust your strength in time. You also had to know how to control the energy stored in your body, and when the number of the living dead increased to more than a dozen, 10 sea establishers would attack together. Even if they were living dead, they couldn't be underestimated. After about half an hour, Han Fei killed another 100 undead creatures with the average strength of 260,000 waves and the average soul power of more than 600,000 points. At this point, Chen Yan had already nodded slightly. At least, he felt that the seedling sent by Shui Fei was not bad. However, xuanhuan didn't react. This was within his expectations. Shui Fei could sacrifice 300 years of taxes just to nurture such a seedling. If he couldn't even kill 200 living corpses, it would be embarrassing. In xuanhuan's view, he just wanted to see if Han Fei could beat 300 people. When the 21st undead appeared, Han Fei's strength increased to 310,000 waves. Besides, the scales on his body began to turn slightly red, so did his eyes. Huh? Chen Yan was surprised. Bloodline power, or a secret technique? If it's a secret technique, it obviously can't last long, but if it's bloodline power, since the 2001st undead creature appeared, the speed at which the undead creatures appeared was faster than before. They became stronger. Their speed of climbing the mountain became faster, and the number of undead creatures Han Fei needed to fight at the same time increased significantly. Han Fei knew that if he could still pass it easily at this time, there would be a problem. He had to show something special, which was to erupt with the power of his bloodline, making Chen Yan and the others mistakenly think that he had unleashed his potential. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. In the field, Han Fei's combat speed was getting faster and faster, and his explosive power had to be constant above 310,000 waves and 750,000 points of spiritual power. In Chen Yan's opinion, only the top 30% of the sea establishers in the scavenger city could keep this state for half an hour. And to break through the limit of 300 living dead, Han Fei's strength could basically be ranked among the top 5,000 sea establishers in the city of scavengers. Puh, puh, puh! When Han Fei killed more than 260 undead creatures, his knife path began to change. From the previous burst of knife intent to the current mysterious knife path, his strength seemed to have been raised to its strongest state. At this moment, Han Fei had already begun to pretend to be frequently attacked by the undead. But at this moment, Han Fei's physique showed its power. Chen Yan said, "Master Honghuang, this guy seems to have an extremely strong physique. His endurance and ability to deflect attacks even surpass our 10,000 scale race. I'm afraid he'll definitely be able to kill 300 living corpses." Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. Otherwise, Shui Fei wouldn't have paid such a high price to nurture him. When the 301 first undead creature appeared, Han Fei was panting and roaring. His body almost turned into a shadow and twisted on the top of the mountain. Buzz! Han Fei's scales turned completely red, and his body began to emit a dense red mist. At this time, Han Fei no longer fought the living dead who were good at soul fighting with his soul power. Instead, he guarded his soul and killed the living dead with his physique and saber art. Even Zhao Honghuang couldn't help but frown slightly. It said that this person accidentally ate the essence blood of a certain creature. Now it seems that he is showing signs of atavism. His combat power is passively increasing with the improvement of his combat strength. Although it can't last long, his bloodline is quite powerful. At this moment, Han Fei had really entered the role he had created. Among the more than 300 living corpses, Han Fei attacked left and right. He was often hit, but because of his physique, he survived. In return, he could unleash the power of his bloodline and counterattack. Chen Yan became serious. There were already 350 of them. Did Chen Yan want to rush into the top 100? Chen Yan was shocked. This potential was beyond his imagination. Roar. As Han Fei roared, finally, with Han Fei almost covered in wounds, he used the last of his strength to cover the mountain with the long knife in his hand. After he crushed 4 more kings, his number of kills was fixed at 357. Chapter 2799, Ranking Upgrade System Outside the Death God Mountain. When Han Fei went in for more than half an hour, these people finally realized that something was wrong. Someone asked in surprise, "Why did this person go in for so long? Did he die inside?" Someone sneered. "With Master Chen Yan personally guarding him, how can he die? I don't know where this guy got his luck to be taken care of by Master Chen Yan." Someone was puzzled. If he's still alive and hasn't come out, is he still fighting? Hiss? Many people thought of this possibility and couldn't help staring at the Void Stone Monument. Someone said in disbelief, "How strong does a newcomer have to be to enter the top 100 list?" The 100-person list represents the peak combat power of our outer camp. As soon as this person finished speaking, the last person on the Voidstone Monument, Shan Zhe, who killed 356, suddenly disappeared. Instead, a new name appeared, Ye Fengliu, who killed 357 people. Hiss, how is that possible? Fuck, he's just a newcomer. Are the newcomers already so strong? Buzz. Chen Yan appeared in the valley with Han Fei, who was covered in wounds. Seeing that Shanzi's name on the Voidstone Monument was replaced with Ye Fengliu, he couldn't help but It seemed that Shui Fei made the right bet this time. He didn't know where this guy got such good luck to meet such a seedling. It seemed that he had to get closer to him in the future. Chen Yan thought to himself, I'll give Shui Fei some more human female cultivators more when he comes next time. He seems to be quite fond of this. Chen Yan said, the law enforcement camp is divided into the inner camp and the outer camp. This Voidstone tablet records the peak achievements of the strong in the outer camp. Generally speaking, except for the top 10, the other names often change. Before you go to the inner camp in the future, you can come to test if you can leave your name in the top 10. Inner camp, Chen Yan grinned and exuded an invisible suppressing pressure. In the law enforcement camp, there are only 1,000 spots in the inner camp. The gap between the inner and outer camps is obvious. In the outer camp, most people's origin sea is only about 70,000 to 80,000 kilometers wide. However, as you can see, the ones on the Voidstone tablet are the strongest, and their origin seas have been expanded to 100,000 kilometers. However, the size of the origin sea doesn't absolutely mean strength. For example, you can enter the top 100 list, which is something even some people who have fully explored their origin seas might not be able to do. Huan Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. How can I enter the inner camp? Chen Yan sneered and said, the inner camp has an elimination system. The position of the inner camp belongs to the capable. It's actually very simple to enter the inner camp. As long as you dare to challenge and can win, you can enter it. However, let me tell you, this kind of challenge has an extremely high chance of death. In other words, in a battle between the inner and outer camps, life and death are not important. Han Fei pretended to yearn for it, and Chen Yan saw it and remembered it in his heart. He said, Master Honghuang wants you to enter the inner camp within 30 years. This is a very strict test. With your current strength, it's extremely difficult for you to enter the inner camp. There are no weaklings there. Of course, if you can enter the inner camp, the benefits will be beyond your imagination. As an excellent seedling of the outer camp, every year, the city will give you subsidies. With that said, Chen Yan threw a star shell to Han Fei. These are the resources for you to continue to expand your origin sea. It's your reward for entering the top 100 list of the Death God Mountain. If you still want a reward, there are two ways. The first is to be a scavenger and search primitive graveyards, but this will take a long time. Han Fei asked, what about the other one? The other is to go to the scavenger arena. In our city of scavengers, in addition to the strong masters in the law enforcement camp, there are also free scavengers. Those who are not strong enough are usually not qualified to enter the law enforcement camp without a recommendation. But this doesn't mean that they are weak. In fact, scavengers are relatively brave and good at fighting. They travel in the sea all year round to scavenge and are not weak. Although most of them don't have the potential to prove their Tao, there are many who are stronger than you. If you fight in the scavenger arena, you will quickly obtain resources. Han Fei's heart did a flip. In Chen Yan's opinion, he only had 30 years. It was unrealistic for him to become a scavenger, so Chen Yan showed him another way. Chen Yan said, you used to be a human, and there are also humans in the law enforcement camp. I'll have someone to explain to you before I leave. I won't train you specifically. You only have 30 years. It's up to you. Remember, in the city of scavengers, if you have resources, you have everything. With that, Chen Yan waved his hand. Lingran, come here. A sassy human female cultivator immediately appeared in front of Chen Yan. Master Law Enforcer. Chen Yan said, tell Ye Fengliu about the law enforcement camp. With that, Chen Yan disappeared. After a while, on Zhao Honghuang's side, Chen Yan took out a detailed record and said, Master Honghuang, after testing, we found that this person's spatial perception, combat intuition, reaction speed, and combat understanding are all better than ordinary people. The conclusion is that his upper limit of strength is between 310,000 and 330,000. Because he is good at discovering his enemy's weaknesses, he can enter the top 100 of the list. His soul power is between 720,000 and 780,000 points. It's impossible for him to have such a high soul power in his realm. He must have had a special opportunity. This person's physique tolerance is between 310,000 and 370,000 waves. He should also take the body refinement path, but his body refinement hasn't been long, so it should be a problem with his bloodline. His bloodline can increase by 1.2 times at most, but the upper limit is unknown. This person is strong in continuous combat power, probably because of his bloodline foundation. Hearing Chen Yan's detailed report, Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. You missed one thing. His Heavenly Heritage Foundation makes his recovery speed extremely strong, which greatly increases his combat endurance. Chen Yan hurriedly said, I'm sorry I neglected this. Zhao Honghuang said, okay, don't worry about it for now. Just pay attention when he challenges the inner camp. Yes, Master Huang. After Chen Yan left, Zhao Huang said to the Holy Land, from the looks of it, he's indeed not bad, he's a rare talent. But there are such people in history. There are also some who died young. In the entire East Sea Divine Realm, there are even more. It all depends on his performance. In Zhao Huang's ears, the 10,000 scale emperor just grunted. On this side, Ling Ran didn't expect that she would be the one explaining to Han Fei. Would Master Chen Yan let a strong master who could make it to the top 100 of the Death God Mountain have anything to do with human cultivators? Han Fei also felt that something was wrong. He could feel that countless people were looking at him. Those people were more or less stunned. At first, they were stunned because he had reached the top 100 of the list. Now, they were stunned because Chen Yan actually asked a human cultivator to explain to him. Han Fei immediately understood Chen Yan's intention. He was deliberately making enemies for him. Only by making enemies for him could he have enough enemies to force him to grow up. That was a trick, but those in power would never explain it to you. Han Fei thought that if he guessed right, the news that he had mutated from a human being would soon spread. However, Han Fei didn't care. He said indifferently, "Let's begin." Ling Ran immediately came back to her senses and asked, what do you want to know? Han Fei glanced at her coldly. "Tell me everything you know." Ling Ran blushed. "That's true. He's new here, so his understanding of the law enforcement camp should be limited." Ling Ran said, "The law enforcement camp is one of the two major forces in the city of scavengers. The other force is the scavengers. The scavengers are jointly managed by many sky-opening realm powerhouses. In terms of nature, it's not as good as the law enforcement camp. But the number of sea establishers between the two is about the same. There are more than 10,000 people, less than 20,000. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Did it mean that there were nearly 40,000 sea establishers in the city of scavengers? Han Fei knew about the scavengers, but he didn't expect there to be so many of them. Continue. Han Fei's voice was indifferent. Chen Yan wanted others to see that he was close to the human race, but he certainly couldn't be close to the human race. Ling Ran thought to herself that this person was clearly a newcomer, but he acted like a big shot. This made her quite unhappy. Unfortunately, she couldn't offend a guy who had made it to the top 100 as soon as he entered Death God Mountain. Ling Ran continued. The law enforcement camp is divided into inner and outer camps. In the outer camp, there are about 8,000 people left in the main city, and another 7,000 people should be on the graveyard battlefield, which is the place where the three main cities compete for the primitive graveyards. As for the remaining 8,000 people, most of them are carrying out missions, trials, or exploring primitive graveyards. There are 1,000 people in the inner camp. This information was not very useful, so Han Fei simply asked, "What's the ranking of the top 100 people on the Death God Mountain in the outer camp?" Ling Ran said, "That's hard to say. Logically speaking, you can enter the top 100. However, there are many strong masters who are stuck at the threshold of 300 people in the test of the Death God Mountain. Since they can all kill more than 300 people, they can only be judged according to the conditions such as Great Tao, the limit of individual combat power, and secret techniques. In short, their strength is very close. After all, the living dead are different from real people, but I estimate that you are at least in the top 2,000. Once you kill more than 400 living dead in the Death God Mountain, your strength will definitely be in the top 100 of the outer camp, or even higher." Han Fei asked, "Do we need to challenge them one by one?" Ling Ran said, "The outer camp usually doesn't have a ranking. Only the inner camp has one. The outer camp is mostly in groups. After all, they have to carry out missions and explore the primitive graveyards. Of course, if you want to challenge yourself, you can go to the scavenger arena. There, it covers almost the entire king ranking of the city of scavengers." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Tell me about the scavenger arena. Chapter 280, is killing allowed here?" Translator, Han Ye Translations Editor, Han Ye Translations. From Ling Ran, Han Fei soon learned some basic information about the scavenger law enforcement camp. It turned out that the law enforcement camp was divided into the Venerable Realm and the Sea Establishment Realm, and he was now in the Sea Establishment Realm about to enter the top group. Zhao Huang gave him 30 years to enter the inner camp. However, he didn't say that at the beginning. Of course, Han Fei didn't mind. There were mainly 5 ways for sea establishers to become stronger: the Scavenger Secret Realm, the Cultivation Tower, Graveyard Battlefields, Scavenger's Ways, and Scavenger Arena. Among them, most of the 10,000 scale race members chose the Scavenge Secret Realm, Graveyard Battlefields, and the Cultivation Tower. Among them, the Cultivation Room of the Cultivation Tower was filled with a large amount of spiritual energy and chaotic chi. It was said that the endless void nodes there were fragile and easy to absorb chaotic chi. However, although the Cultivation Tower was good, it consumed a lot of energy crystals and other resources. Without resources, it was difficult to stay in the Cultivation Tower for a long time. Scavengers were mainly used to call outsiders. As for the arena, it was mostly used by scavengers. However, people from the law enforcement camp often died in the arena. The Scavenger Arena, like all the arenas that Han Fei knew, was a place of gambling. Under normal circumstances, the Scavenger Arena was mainly for venerables, and the sea establishment level competitions were only 1/10 as many as the venerable level ones. Besides, there were usually bets in the sea establishment level competitions, and at least they could get subsidies from the arena. Han Fei didn't intend to fight in the arena for the time being. The combat power he showed in the Death God Mountain was theoretically not enough for him to be arrogant. Therefore, he needed a buffer. While Ling Ran introduced the law enforcement camp to Han Fei's identity was suddenly spread. Law enforcement camp. What? Ye Fengliu is a human? How can he be a human when he looks like that? Don't bully me for being uneducated. When did the human race look like that? The gossip said. I didn't believe it at first, but this matter is true. It said that this guy accidentally ate some kind of ancient essence blood, causing his bloodline to mutate and become like this. Therefore, just because of his bloodline, he's becoming more and more inhuman. Hiss, where did you hear that? Where did I hear that? Master Chen Yan said it himself. Damn it, I didn't expect Ye Fengliu to be a lowly human. I even applauded him just now. I didn't expect him to be from such a lowly race. Someone frowned and said, however, in general, he shouldn't be considered a human now. Someone said, why not? If not, why did Master Chen Yan ask Ling Ran to receive him? That seems to make sense. Hehehe. At this moment, someone sneered. Since this matter has spread, do you think Shanzai will let him off? If he knows that a human broke his record and kicked him off the list with the difference of only one person, what do you think he will think? On this side, Ling Ran also said, the law enforcement camp is in this valley. However, the number of the caves here is fixed. If you want to have your own cave, you need to snatch one from others. Also, in the next 2 days, you have to be especially careful of one person. Who is it? Although fighting for territory would cause fights, would Han Fei be afraid of fighting now? Ling Ran said, Shanzai, the last person on the top 100 list. That's the record he left 60 years ago. Now that you've broken it, this person probably won't accept it easily. No one has broken this lame record in 60 years before me? Ling Ran? If it were someone else, Ling Ran would have explained how difficult Death God Mountain was. However, Han Fei broke Shanzai's record the first time he entered Death God Mountain. How could she still say that? This person was obviously a heavenly talent. Han Fei asked carelessly, are there good and bad caves? Ling Ran took a deep look at Han Fei. The higher the better, but the higher the fewer. According to the height of the valley, we can actually see the strength ranking of the outer camp. Han Fei looked up. How many people live on the highest floor? Ling Ran's eyes widened. There are a total of 6 floors in the valley, and there are only 100 people on the top floor. It's the caves of the top 100 strong masters in the outer camp. Han Fei frowned slightly. Didn't they say that there was no ranking in the outer camp? Ling Ran said. It's true that the outer camp doesn't have a ranking, but there will also be strong masters who stand out in battles in the outer camp. They occupy the caves of the upper levels. It's very difficult for anyone to shake the 100 strong masters in the outer camp. Han Fei sneered. The top 100 of the outer camp? Han Fei asked. Which floor does Shanzai live on? What's his ranking? Ling Ran said. The 2nd level. There's no ranking, but if you really want to know his ranking, he should be among the top 1,000 in the outer camp. Han Fei calculated in his heart. According to the number of sea establishers in the law enforcement camp, Shanzai's was in the top 10%, probably 5% or 6%. He didn't sound weak. Which floor do you humans live on? Ling Ran's face immediately turned dark. Han Fei didn't have to ask. It seemed that they lived at the bottom. Therefore, Han Fei changed the topic. Let's go. Take me to the cultivation tower. As the saying went, there should be a buffer time for everything. Although Han Fei could easily beat all the people in the inner and outer camps, he couldn't do it the moment he came. Otherwise, what would others think of him? A super genius who appeared out of nowhere. When he was really so monstrously strong, people would be scared to use him, especially when everyone knew that he was a mutated human. Ling Ran was slightly relieved. She had thought that this person was going to challenge the top 100 of the outer camp right away. If that was the case, this newcomer was too strong. However, just as Ling Ran was about to leave with Han Fei, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Han Fei turned around and saw a 10,000 scale race member holding an iron ball in his hand and walked towards Han Fei and Ling Ran with a cold smile, followed by 5 or 6 people. Ling Ran said, this person's name is Chen Feng. Although his strength is not as good as Shanzai's, he is almost one of the strongest on the 3rd level. The iron ball in his hand is called the Chaotic Ball. It's extremely heavy and is his combat weapon. Chen Feng snorted and said, Human, as a newcomer, why don't you come to greet us? Where are you going? Ling Ran said. The law enforcer instructed me to explain the law enforcement camp to Ye Fengliu. I'm taking him to the cultivation tower now. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Behind Chen Feng, a powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race shouted in a low voice, which was full of soul demonic sound, and went straight at Ling Ran and Han Fei. This was a test, and the target was Han Fei. However, how could a mere henchman test the human emperor? Han Fei raised his eyes and looked at the man, and then the void exploded, and the man vomited blood. How dare you? How dare a newcomer be so arrogant? Ling Ran was also surprised, wondering why Ye Fengliu was so tough. Han Fei raised his head slightly and said leisurely, Is this a strong master on the 3rd floor you mentioned? Why is he so weak? Ling Ran was stunned. When did I say that? However, Chen Feng's face immediately sank. Yifeng Liu, you're just a level 1 human who accidentally ate strange blood and mutated. An inferior race is ultimately an inferior race. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you changed your skin? That's right, I was wondering what race he is from. It turns out that he's just a mutated human. No matter how you mutated, it can't change your identity as a human. Ha ha ha. While the people behind Chen Feng were laughing, Ling Ran also looked at Han Fei in shock. He was actually a human? Your name is Chen Feng? Han Fei was expressionless and his voice was indifferent, but there was a faint, murderous aura on him. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. It's me, so what? I won't make things difficult for you today. As long as you bow to me, I'll let you go. Clang! With a cold flash, a long knife appeared in Han Fei's hand. He said, if you can take a blow from me, I can bow to you. Instantly, the smile on Chen Feng's face froze. This human really thought he was great just because he changed his skin. He actually dared to provoke him, a member of the 10,000 scale race in the law enforcement camp? Ling Ran's face immediately changed drastically. After all, Han Fei was a human. There were some things she didn't know yet. She said via voice transmission, Yifeng Liu, the battle on the Death God Mountain is different from the real battle in the law enforcement camp. You've just come and will have an explosive growth period. It's not appropriate for you to fight now. However, Han Fei didn't seem to hear Ling Ran's persuasion at all. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was amused. Take a blow from you? Hehe, you inferior human? Do you know what you're talking about? Around him, the other 10,000 scale race powerhouses all shook their heads. Even if this guy is a heavenly talent, he's doomed. He's just arrived. How can he be so arrogant? I'm afraid he doesn't know how to write the word death. How can he say that? Is he crazy? Well, it seems that Shanzai doesn't need to do anything. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at Ling Ran coldly and asked, is killing allowed here? Chapter 2881, my name is Ye Fengliu Translator, Henye Translations Editor. Henye Translations. Han Fei's words shocked Ling Ran. Is this person crazy? He wants to kill Chen Feng just because of this? In the dark, there were also human kings who frowned. Idiot, he doesn't even know how to hold back. He's just in the sea establishment realm, but he's already so arrogant. He can't even tolerate a few mocking words. How long can he survive under the hands of the 10,000 scale race? Someone shook his head. He's simply stupid. Even if he is really a heavenly talent, so what? Is there no heavenly talent in the 10,000 scale race? Alas, no matter what he becomes, he is still a human. Do we have to watch him being ganged up on by the 10,000 scale race? Then what can we do? Can you stop him? Or can anyone? Someone muttered. If he just bowed his head, wouldn't it be over? Is there a need to raise this matter to the level of life and death? In the field, Han Fei didn't care what the onlookers said, but repeated clearly, is killing allowed here? Ling Ran didn't know what to say for a moment. Instead, Chen Feng sneered. Do you think you can kill me? Han Fei looked at Chen Feng. Do you dare to bet? With our lives. With that, Han Fei took out the star shell that Chen Yan had just given him and said, this is what Master Law Enforcer gave me just now. The resources enough to expand the origin sea by 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers. If you win, this will be yours. Let me ask you again, do you dare to bet with me? Chen Yan, who was watching the show, couldn't help but curse when he saw the star shell he had just thrown out. He wants to fight Chen Feng to the death? However, this is more exciting, so Chen Yan snorted. If you want to fight to the death, go to the life and death ring. Don't disgrace me there, okay? As soon as Chen Yan spoke, Chen Feng's momentum decreased and he hurriedly bowed to the void. Yes, Master Law Enforcer. Han Fei was indifferent and generous. He took out such a large amount of resources so easily. If it were Ling Ran and the others, they might not be able to save so many resources in thousands of years. But Han Fei took it out as a gambling stake. On the second floor, a 10,000 scale race powerhouse said, Chen Feng, since you started it, don't disgrace the 10,000 scale race. He has challenged you. If you don't go now, we won't be able to stand it anymore. Someone said with a smile, Chen Feng, he's giving you resources. It's up to you whether you can take them or not. If you don't dare to take them, get your ass to the graveyard battlefield. Any race had pride. The 10,000 scale race had ruled the city of scavengers for a long time. They had always been the ones bullying outsiders. Since when did an outsider dare to provoke them in their territory? At this moment, Chen Feng was caught between a rock and a hard place. The life and death ring? Fine. Then let me see what you lowly human is capable of. Han Fei sneered in his heart. What an idiot. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the sea establishment realm, but he was going to lose his life just because he wanted to show off. This was just like how white people discriminated against black people. Some racists might have some ability and means, but some people discriminated blindly. If they really fought those they discriminated against, he would be knocked down with several slaps. In the law enforcement camp, there was a life and death ring, but the life and death ring was only used once every few years on average. After all, where there were people, there were fights and conflicts. Now it could be changed to where there were intelligent creatures, there were fights and conflicts. Members of the 10,000 scale race even fought each other in the life and death ring, let alone with other races. Chen Feng, who was in a dilemma, came to the life and death ring only 1,000 kilometers away from Han Fei. This was a place sealed by an array. The array seal here would only be activated when someone stood on the arena. In front of the life and death ring that hadn't been opened for several years, Han Fei stood on the life and death ring without hesitation. When a dense array of light lit up, Han Fei looked at Chen Feng and said indifferently, "Aren't you coming up? I, Ye Feng Liu, want to fight you?" Chen Feng just wanted to lord it over. If he really wanted to fight all humans, then how could there be any humans left in the law enforcement camp now? But who could have known that Han Fei would be so arrogant? And he was going to fight a life and death battle less than a day after he came to the law enforcement camp. Chen Feng calculated in his heart. Even if Ye Feng Liu entered Death God Mountain's top 100 list, no matter how strong he was only about the same as Shanzai. Even if Shanzai was stronger than him, it would be wishful thinking for him to kill him first. Besides, his great Tao was the Void Phantom. He had infinite clones. If his clones weren't destroyed, his true body wouldn't die. How could he kill him? Immediately, Chen Feng stepped onto the life and death ring and sneered. "Ye Feng Liu, you asked for this. Remember not to join the human race in your next life." Clang. Han Fei inserted the long knife into the ring and smiled. "Let me teach you a lesson. Discrimination requires capital. You're even worse than the maggots in the wasteland. How dare you enter the life and death ring? How dare you?" Chen Feng roared, and his voice echoed with a soul sound, but Han Fei's expression didn't change at all. Below, Ling Ran said to Han Fei countless times, "You can admit defeat in the life and death ring. As long as you bow your head and admit defeat, the fight can stop." However, Han Fei ignored the girl's suggestion. "Admit defeat? I will never admit defeat in my life." At this moment, the life and death ring had been activated. Those who were still in the law enforcement camp valley were basically all here to watch. Those who weren't here were mostly watching with their perception. Even Chen Yan was watching with interest. 1 or 2 sea establishers had died. Chen Yan didn't care at all. Death would only motivate cultivators to grow. Of course, in Chen Yan's opinion, Chen Feng was dead for sure. He didn't underestimate Chen Feng, but when Han Fei fought in the Death God Mountain, he controlled his strength. If he really went all out, his explosive power would only be stronger. However, the death of a sea establisher could warn more people to think twice before doing anything next time. How could the person I personally brought to the test be defeated by you so easily? At this moment, outside the life and death ring, some people had already begun to waver. Someone was guessing, "How long do you think Ye Feng Liu can last before he admits defeat?" Someone smiled and said, "I estimate 100 seconds. This guy can break the record of the Death God Mountain. Although he's ranked last, he still broke the record. He shouldn't be weak." Someone shook his head. "Chen Feng is reckless. I'm not worried that he will be killed. However, if he doesn't take down Ye Feng Liu quickly, it will be embarrassing." Someone guessed, "Have you never thought that Chen Feng would lose? No matter if the top 100 list of the Death God Mountain can show the real strength or not, it's not easy to get on that list. Otherwise, why don't you get on it?" The audience was in an uproar. On the field, Chen Feng's figure turned into thousands of clones. These couldn't be considered clones. The iron ball in Chen Feng's hand also had thousands of changes. However, the ball was no longer the size of a fist, but the size of a water drop. Every drop was trying to mobilize Han Fei's chi and blood. Besides, Han Fei's body was like a magnet. The moment the iron ball turned into small balls and dispersed, Han Fei seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. Seeing that Han Fei was still standing still, Chen Feng shouted tentatively, "Blood devour." At the moment when the small balls rushed at Han Fei crazily with a clang, it was as if a string in the sky was broken. The kings who were watching the battle saw a flash of knife light. The knife light surrounded the entire life and death ring, and the knife chi soared to the sky. The small balls that could trigger blood chi exploded crazily. All of Chen Feng's clones couldn't even resist this knife chi and were instantly blown to pieces. The only one left was Chen Feng's original body. He looked shocked and tried to recall the small ball to block this knife. However, Han Fei's draw technique had already risen to the Tao. The heavenly Tao and the Tao of nature were fused with the knife Tao. When this knife slashed out, the entire space was filled with infinite knife chi. Chen Feng was horrified. He wanted to admit defeat, but the strong knife chi suppressed him so that he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to roar out with his soul, but his soul was completely suppressed in his body and couldn't jump out at all. Pooh, 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 pooh. All the kings saw that Chen Feng's body was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Bang! When Chen Feng's body exploded, the knife light that Han Fei personally slashed out had just arrived. The knife light crushed the void, giving Chen Feng no chance to be reborn at all. Rumble. At the same time as the King Death astronomical phenomenon appeared, Han Fei held the knife in his hand backhand, and the long knife floated behind him. He had learned this from Wang Yijian, mainly because this looked really cool. Humph, so fragile. Then, Han Fei looked around and said indifferently, "My name is Ye Feng Liu. Remember this name. In the future, it will make you tremble." Han Fei said indifferently, grabbed Chen Feng's resources, and then walked to Ling Ran. "Let's go to the cultivation tower." Ling Ran was dumbfounded. She didn't come back to herself until Han Fei walked to her and spoke. However, at this moment, Ling Ran was full of admiration for Han Fei. Among all the words she knew, there was only one word, strong, that could be used to describe this man. If she had to add another word, it would be so strong. Hiss! At that moment, the onlookers were all dumbfounded, and countless people gasped. The people who had just bet were all stunned. Someone murmured, it's really 1/. The strong masters on the first and second floors narrowed their eyes. Ye Fengliu was much stronger than they had imagined. Even Chen Yan couldn't help frowning. His saber Dao has already entered the heavenly Dao? How can his comprehension ability be so terrifying? Chapter 282, I want to fight 10 battles. A day before anyone could react, Han Fei had evacuated. If he was strong, he would definitely be challenged. It was fine to fight Chen Feng now, but once a stronger person came to challenge him, should he fight or not? If he won, his strength would be ridiculously strong. Even if he was really ridiculously strong, he had to slowly show his strength. Besides, temporarily suppressing his strength to the sea establishment realm, or even lower than these people, could also promote his rapid growth. After all, there weren't so many kings to fight in the past. Now, there were kings almost everywhere in the law enforcement camp. If he fought them one by one, his understanding of combat would definitely improve. Of course, now was not the time to attack them one by one. Ling Ran said, the cultivation tower consumes a lot of resources. Even the lowest level cultivation rooms require 100 energy crystals a day. Therefore, although cultivating in the cultivation tower is good, it's very expensive. Han Fei asked, what about the most expensive cultivation room? Ling Ran said, there are no the most expensive cultivation rooms. After all, they are open to sea establishers. I can only say that there is a batch of the best cultivation rooms. The price is 1,000 energy crystals, which is 365,000 energy crystals a year. This consumption ability is comparable to that of a lord. Han Fei sneered in his heart. What do you know about being a lord? Less than 40 million energy crystals in 100 years. How can you call yourself a lord if you can't even get this? Of course, although lords could get so many energy crystals, they wouldn't use them here. Han Fei grabbed Chen Feng's star shell and said, oh, there are 320,000 energy crystals here, which are enough to pay for half a year of cultivation. Han Fei estimated that it was because the last tide wave had just passed, so Chen Feng could store so many energy crystals. Otherwise, sea establishers' consumption of energy crystals was very fast too. They needed to exchange for all kinds of resources required in the Origin Sea with this. If they didn't use it sparingly, it might be used up immediately. Ling Ran's eyes widened. That was more than 320,000 energy crystals. It could be exchanged for many resources, but this person was using it to pay rent? Han Fei took out 10,000 energy crystals and threw them to Ling Ran. Go back. I'm going to cultivate. Ling Ran was stunned and quickly said, no need. I just told you a little bit of knowledge that everyone knows. However, Han Fei was still cold. Time is equivalent to resources. I never waste other people's time. Sensing the determination in Han Fei's words, Ling Ran couldn't help but hold the star shell and say via voice transmission, you shouldn't have come here. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Ling Ran. Everyone has their own fate. Another moment later. The so-called cultivation tower was an underground cave like an abyss cave. This cave had a total of 1,000 floors and 5,000 cultivation rooms. Among them, there were a total of 500 cultivation rooms that consumed 1,000 energy crystals a day. Han Fei stood on the ground in front of the cultivation tower. On the top floor, there was an old man guarding it. Although this old man looked like he was at the peak of the sea establishment realm, in fact, when Han Fei sensed his aura, he knew that this person was definitely a hidden sky-opening realm powerhouse. Of course, even a sky-opening realm powerhouse might not be very strong. When Han Fei came to the old man, the latter asked lazily, what level do you want? Han Fei threw down a star shell. The highest level cultivation room. Rent it for a year. The old man couldn't help but look at Han Fei up and down. It was rare to see someone who could rent a cultivation room for a year in one go. For sea establishers, energy crystals were still very important resources, but since Han Fei paid, the old man let him go. He casually threw a sign over and said, Room 5 on the 32nd floor at the bottom. Remember to come to renew your fee when the time is up. Otherwise, the seal will automatically be removed and I'm going to chase you away. As if he didn't hear it, Han Fei grabbed the sign and jumped down. Only then did the old man look at the void. Chen Yan, you think so highly of this seedling? Why is your perception chasing him all the way here? Chen Yan laughed. Haha, he is a good seedling indeed. Chen Yan retracted his perception and stopped tracking. Han Fei went straight to the cultivation tower to cultivate, which surprised Chen Yan. However, Han Fei chose the fastest way to cultivate. Idiot Chen Feng, he gave this Ye Feng Feng an opportunity to cultivate in the cultivation tower for a year for nothing. If this guy can cultivate here for 10 years, tesket, isn't it equivalent to at least 100 years of cultivation? Then his 30-year agreement with Master Honghuang seems quite likely to be fulfilled. Chen Yan muttered to himself and didn't care anymore. A sea establishment realm cultivator wasn't worth his attention for so long in the cultivation tower. When Han Fei opened the so-called cultivation room with his token, he found that there seemed to be a problem with the space here. He felt that the density of the chaotic chi here was especially high, as if this place was only a wall away from the endless void. A large amount of chaotic chi could escape from the endless void here. In addition to feeling the chaotic chi, Han Fei also saw a large number of Dao patterns on the wall of the cultivation room. Obviously, the existence of these Dao patterns was to let cultivators visualize and comprehend them. If they were lucky and could comprehend even a trace of them, their strength would definitely soar. In addition to this, there was also a pill fragrance lingering in the cultivation room, which seemed to be coming from the walls of the cultivation room. This fragrance could calm and focus the mind. It was probably very valuable, but Han Fei estimated that it couldn't be dedicated to his cultivation room alone. What sea establishers needed was a large amount of chaotic chi, a large amount of spiritual energy, and comprehension. If he could calm his mind and cultivate, the effect of a year would probably be comparable to 10 years elsewhere, or even longer. Useless tricks. Han Fei sneered in disdain, but he still began to cultivate like a normal sea establisher. However, the speed at which he absorbed the chaotic chi was at least 3 times faster than ordinary sea establishers. Therefore, after only half a month, the old man in the cultivation tower realized that something was wrong. He even muttered, "Damn, I charged too little for this cultivation room." 1 year later, Han Fei came out of the cultivation room and went straight to the old man. "May I ask how to get to the scavenger arena?" the old man said. "Hey, you're going to fight immediately after cultivating? You work really hard," Han Fei said. "I'm going to earn some resources and pay the rent." The old man was speechless. "Come on, you make it sound as if the scavenger arena is your ATM. The old man pointed casually and said, "There's a small world 800 kilometers away. You'll see it when you go there. There's an entrance." It was indeed a good choice to build the arena in a small world. With the strength of the sea establishment realm, it was difficult to shatter a small world. And a small world could carry many people. It was indeed a good choice to use it as an arena. There were many people going to the arena, so Han Fei found the place without any effort. The entrance to the small world was built into a magnificent building. People came and went every day, and the population might be dozens or even millions. When Han Fei walked in, a supervisor at the front desk of the arena immediately looked at him. Every day, there were too many people coming to the scavenger arena, including sea establishers. After all, there were a high-level, a medium-level, and a low-level arena here to deal with sea establishers, venerables, and those below venerables. "Sir, do you want to buy a ticket to enter? The sea establishment realm competition will begin in 4 hours. The ticket this time only costs 8 energy crystals." Han Fei said indifferently, "I'm here to join the challenge." The man's eyes lit up. "Join the challenge? Then we'll welcome you even more. What mode do you want to participate in?" Han Fei asked. "Mode?" The man's heart did a flip. "Sir, have you never been to the scavenger arena before?" Han Fei shook his head. "It's my first time here." The man's interest was obviously greatly reduced, but since it was his job, he still explained, "There are several modes to participate in the battle. The most common one is to become a permanent challenger in our arena. Every time the battle begins, the winner can win 1% of the gains. The loser can only get a consolation prize of 100 energy crystals. If you win 10 battles in a row, the share can reach 2%, and so on, and the highest share can be 50%. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes were calm, the man couldn't help but say, "The second mode is a sparring match, where the participants have to use as many combat skills as possible, produce as many Dao runes as possible, and fight brilliantly. However, the two parties aren't really fighting, they're just fighting for the audience to see. In this way, after the competition, both parties can get 2% of the profits." Han Fei thought to himself, "Isn't this a fake competition? This is cheating." Han Fei asked, "What about the third mode?" The man said, "The third is not common. For example, a life and death battle. If the participant wins, not only can he take away all the other party's resources, but he can also get 1/10 of the arena's gains. Of course, a life and death battle is extremely rare. Generally, people who don't have a deep grudge won't come here to fight a life and death battle. In fact, most of the audience are venerables, and most of them are here to study. Since it's the first time you've come, I can apply for a sparring match for you." Han Fei shook his head. "No, just the first one, but your competition speed is too slow. I want to fight 10 battles a day." Chapter 2183, Ranking Competition. 10 battles a day? Lu Chen never expected that someone would make such a request. Was this guy stupid or crazy? 10 battles a day? Lu Chen said, "Sir, the cooperation between sea establishers and the scavenger arena can't be established easily. Even if I apply for the second kind of sparring match, it can't be approved in a day or two. It's even more impossible to fight 10 battles a day. I'll definitely win." Han Fei said indifferently, which Lu Chen found incredible. "Where did this lunatic come from?" Han Fei said, "My name is Ye Fengliu." When Lu Chen heard the name Ye Fengliu, for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. But since this was the first time this person came to the scavenger arena, he definitely didn't know him. He said, "Fellow Taoist, this arena is not meant to be played like this. You can't fight as many battles as you want. There are tens of thousands of sea establishers in the city of scavengers. If even one of them does this, how can our scavenger arena find so many opponents to fight with you? Besides, in a sea establisher battle, you can't guarantee victory just because you say so. There are countless people and countless energy crystals involved." Lu Chen was talking when he suddenly heard a voice. Say yes. Huh. Lu Chen's heart did a flip. Was this the voice of the arena lord? Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. Who was this guy? Why did the arena lord speak in person because of him? Lu Chen's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Sir, it's not a problem for you to fight 10 battles a day. However, we still need some time to find your opponents. May I ask, Brother Ye, are you from? Han Fei said. Law enforcement camp, outer camp? Lu Chen's heart stirred. Just an outer camp disciple, and he wants to fight 10 battles a day? How could this person be valued by the arena lord? However, since the arena lord had spoken, Lu Chen could only do as he was told. He continued to ask, Brother Ye, may I ask how large your origin sea is? Han Fei said, more than 70,000 kilometers. Lu Chen asked, what weapon are you good at? Han Fei, saber. Lu Chen asked. After Lu Chen learned some basic information about Han Fei, he took out a thick book and said, Sir, the scavenger arena needs you to attend 3 basic battles to confirm your strength. Then, we'll give you a ranking according to your strength. Lu Chen smiled. At present, there are a total of 26,872 kings in the scavenger arena, but there are only about 10,000 people left in the city. Therefore, if you want to fight 10 battles a day, you can only confirm your strength first and then challenge the other kings one by one. Han Fei asked, when are the basic battles? Lu Chen said, well, it can be carried out today, but you still need to wait a moment for us to choose your opponents. After a while, Lu Chen came to a place that looked like a library in the depth of the scavenger arena and bowed to a middle-aged man who was reading a combat skill book. Lu Chen said, Master. The middle-aged man casually raised his hand and said, arrange for one who ranks around 7,000, one who ranks around 6,000, and one who ranks around 5,000. Huh? Lu Chen couldn't help but say in surprise, Master, to be ranked at around number 5,000 in the scavenger arena, they must have expanded their origin seas to at least 80,000 kilometers, about 90,000 kilometers. There are even some who have completely opened the origin sea. Even in the scavenger hall and the law enforcement camp, they are really among the top. The middle-aged man snorted. Don't underestimate this person. A top powerhouse on the 3rd floor of the law enforcement camp can't withstand a single blow from him. The ranking I gave him is conservative. If he wins all 3 battles, rate his combat power at about 4,000th place. Otherwise, this person can probably get 50% of the profits. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Who the hell was this guy? Why did Master think so highly of him? He actually saw his strength as the 4,000th place on the combat power ranking in the scavenger arena. The weakest king in this position had expanded his origin sea to at least 90,000 kilometers. Basically, they were all powerhouses at the peak of the sea establishment realm. What they were waiting for was just an opportunity to open the sky. Lu Chen's expression turned solemn. This person was so powerful, but he had never heard of his name. This was simply unforgivable. Lu Chen cupped his hands. I'll arrange it now. When Lu Chen returned, he directly invited Han Fei into the VIP area. There were strong and weak sea establishers. As hinted by the arena lord, Lu Chen felt that this person was probably much stronger than he imagined. Lu Chen said, Brother Ye, please follow me into the small world. I need to confirm your basic strength, so I'll arrange 3 sea establisher battles. During this period of time, our scavenger arena will inform all the kings in the city above the standard range. At that time, if there are no special problems, your challenge will be accepted. Han Fei nodded. Okay, Lu Chen continued, because our arena is fair and just, your ranking competition will be open to the public. The rules are as usual. If you win, you can take 1% of the ticket sales. Okay, after half an hour. In front of the small world entrance of the scavenger hall, 3 sea establishers had arrived. One of them said, Boss Lu, why are you here? Your ranking is 1,000 places higher than mine. Is there a need for such a ridiculous ranking competition? The burly man snorted. Who knows? But if we help the arena confirm this guy's combat power, we can get 2% of the profits if we win. It won't be a waste of time. Among the 3 of them, the 10,000 scale race woman said, I'm ranked 7,000th. It seems that I'm here just to make up the numbers, right? The person next to him smiled and said, the 7,000th place is not weak. I wonder which guy is so strong even in the ranking competition. At this moment, Han Fei was watching the audience of more than 500,000 people in a small world. In the field, only 2 mediocre kings were fighting fiercely. The frequency and trajectory of the battle were obvious even to venerables. To put it bluntly, these 2 people were acting, and these audience members were probably here to see if there was any experience or inspiration to absorb. Han Fei did a rough calculation. For a competition with 500,000 people, the price of a ticket was 8 energy crystals at a time. For the city of scavengers, the price was not high. In this competition alone, the income could reach 4 million energy crystals. If 1% was extracted, there would be 40,000 energy crystals. No wonder there was a queue for such a competition. For sea establishers, wasn't this just picking up money? Although sea establishers could obtain a large number of energy crystals, they could get tens of thousands of appearance fees from a single battle. Who wouldn't do it? Of course, for Han Fei, resources were not his purpose. His real purpose was to let everyone see that he was becoming stronger. After half an hour, the battle on the arena subsided, and a Sea Establishment Realm host's voice echoed, "This sparring battle is over. Today, an unexpected situation occurred. Only half an hour later, a Sea Establishment Realm Strength ranking competition will begin." A ranking competition? It's just a ranking competition. Forget it. This kind of ranking competition is too advanced for me to understand. It's a waste of energy crystals. Someone sneered. What do you know? Even if you comprehend a trace of heavenly Tao in the ranking competition, it's a great gain. Someone exclaimed, "How many people can comprehend that subtle trace? Shut up and listen to what the host has to say." The host said, "The contestant whose strength to be confirmed in this ranking competition is Ye Feng Liu, a newcomer from the law enforcement camp whose origin sea is 75,000 kilometers long and who is good at saber techniques. His opponents are Lin Qijun, who is ranked 6,962nd on the Sea Establishment list, Chu Mo, who is ranked 6,012 End, and Lu Ziming, who is ranked 5,012 Enders and any 7th. The strength gap in this ranking competition is huge. It can be seen that Yifeng Liu's strength must be extraordinary. Even a ranking competition will be extremely exciting. What? The difference of almost 2,000 places in 3 battles? Why are his opponents so strong at the very beginning? The 7,000th place in the arena should have already had an origin sea 70 or 80,000 kilometers long, right? Not only that, Lin Qijun is known as the Snake King. I heard that she's also good at poison, and her weapon is the Void Whip. Someone said, "Heavy Vajra Rod, Chu Mo." This person's rod has gravity comparable to a mountain, but he's a body refiner and hasn't showed up for long. I don't know if his strength has improved after so long. Someone sneered. Although Chu Mo is strong, even Lu Feiming is here. This guy's companion spirit is a flood dragon. It's said that it shows signs of atavism. That flood dragon is probably no weaker than him. The referee shouted, "Those who want to watch can stay. Those who don't, leave the field quickly. The battle is less than half an hour away." After some communication, only a few people left. Someone said, "What if we can get something from this ranking competition? The cost is only a few energy crystals." "I want to bet," someone said. "Anyway, from the moment they attack, we'll know whether we should watch the next round or not. If we can't even tell that, it will be meaningless for us to continue to watch." Chapter 284, Defeat the Snake King with 2 kicks. Han Fei also underestimated the strength of the scavenger arena. In just half an hour, although more than 50% of the audience had left, the people who came in one after another far exceeded Han Fei's expectations. Among them, there was no lack of sea establishers. In fact, Han Fei sensed as many as thousands of sea establishers. On the law enforcement camp side, a burly 10,000 scale race powerhouse was surrounded by some weaker kings. Someone beside him said, "Brother Shanzai, Yifeng Liu didn't even stay in the law enforcement camp for a day before he went to the cultivation tower. I guess he was afraid of meeting you." Someone said, "This person took Chen Feng's resources and stayed in the cultivation tower for a full year. It said that he rented a cultivation room charging 1,000 energy crystals. He is so extravagant." Shanzai snorted. "Isn't it said that this person killed Chen Feng with 1 slash? Although Chen Feng's combat power is not good, his life-saving means are not bad. To be able to kill Chen Feng with 1 slash, this Ye Feng Liu's strength is probably not bad. It's interesting that a newcomer can have such strength." In addition to the law enforcement camp, there were also many sea establishers who came from the scavengers. The scavengers liked the arena the most because this was their largest casino. Someone was curious. "I heard that in this ranking competition there are more than 2,000 levels. Even Lu Feiming has come out. Do you know who Ye Feng Liu is?" Most people shook their heads slightly. Someone said, "I don't know much about the law enforcement camp." Someone recalled, "I think I remember him. It's said that a year ago, a newcomer from the law enforcement camp killed a king in a life and death battle. It seems to be him." Kill a king with 1 slash? In the arena, the number of spectators had reached 1,000,000, and half an hour had passed. The host roared, "Next, our first fixed-level competition is about to officially begin. First of all, let's welcome our Snake King, Lin Qijun, ranked 6,962 in the arena." The Snake King had already had 8 consecutive wins. He participated in 498 battles in the arena, won 338, tied 4-6, and lost 114. He is a really strong king. "Welcome to the arena, Snake King." In the audience, when they saw Lin Qijun walk out with enchanting steps, countless 10,000 scale race venerables expressed their love crazily and shouted like crazy. "Snake King, kill him." "Junjun, I love you. Qijun, I bet on you to win with all my money." The host grinned. "Next, let's welcome our player to be ranked, Ye Feng Liu. Although he has just entered the law enforcement camp, he is the strongest newcomer in the past 100 years. Besides, this is Ye Feng Liu's first battle in our scavenger arena. He will definitely play his best. Let's wait and see." Humph. How dare he come to such a high-level ranking competition when he's just entered the law enforcement camp? Is this person out of his mind? He came to the scavenger arena for the first time? How can he win? In the field, Han Fei appeared indifferently without any expression. In his hand, he was holding a long knife with a sheath. When Han Fei came to the arena, Lin Qijun sneered. "Won't the sheath affect your speed?" Han Fei said indifferently. "It's just a ranking competition. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." Boo! This simple conversation immediately made countless people boo. Someone cursed, "Is he out of his mind? He doesn't even intend to draw his saber when facing the Snake King." Someone sneered, "I've never seen anyone use a knife with a sheath. This person is probably just pretending." Someone laughed. "This person is going to lose face." Hearing Han Fei's words, Lin Qijun sneered. "No matter how confident you are, I will try my best. I'll let you know that even if I rank the 7,000th place, not everyone can challenge me." Han Fei looked at the referee in the distance. "Hurry up, I have 2 more battles." Seeing that Han Fei didn't give her any face and didn't even have the mood to talk to her, Lin Qijun's blood boiled. She grabbed at the air, and a short bloody whip appeared in her hand. Seeing Lin Qijun was already furious, and this was the best time, the referee shouted, "The first ranking competition begins now." Bang! The place where Lin Qijun was standing exploded. This woman, holding a short whip like a knife, rushed over crazily like a huge snake opening its bloody mouth. "Hiss, sir, wow, is it so violent at the beginning? Is Ye Fengliu stupid? He didn't even dodge? He doesn't even move. Does he want to be beaten? Don't tell me he can't even withstand a single blow from the Snake King." As for Han Fei, he just raised his head slightly and looked at the attack that the short whip launched. For once, he smiled. Whips could be long or short and soft or hard. The short whips were as thick as steel and had stronger instant erupting power. The moment the whip mark appeared, Han Fei's figure instantly disappeared. When he took a closer look, he had already collided with Lin Qijun. He grabbed the short whip with one hand and completely resisted the power of the short whip with his body. Lin Qijun was shocked. Could this be a body refiner? In close combat, Han Fei swept the long knife, but the knife wasn't drawn. Lin Qijun quickly reacted and lowered her head to dodge, but Han Fei raised his foot and swept it across, causing the void to explode. Lin Qijun didn't expect that there were still people in the Sea Establishment realm who liked this kind of primitive close-quarter combat. When she wanted to retreat, she found that her short whip was caught. After a moment of hesitation, she had no time to retreat and could only raise her hand to block. Bang! However, when Han Fei kicked, the runes of the Great Tao burst out, and Lin Qijun was swept thousands of kilometers away in an instant. She crashed into the bottom of the sea, setting off a tsunami. When everyone saw Lin Qijun clearly, they found that half of her body had exploded, and she was actually half human and half snake. She had fused with her companion spirit at the last moment. Even so, she was almost kicked to death. It could be seen how powerful Han Fei was. His countless people were dumbfounded. So strong. This is the first fucking powerhouse I've seen who almost killed a king with one kick. Is Ye Fengliu so strong? His physique has reached such a terrifying level? Oh no, I underestimated this guy. After seeing Han Fei's kick, Chu Mo, who would be in the second-ranking competition, narrowed his eyes and murmured, "This guy is also a body refiner." However, Lin Qijun was too careless. Otherwise, she would have had a chance to fight him. Lin Qijun didn't expect that she would almost be kicked to death so soon. At this moment, after her body recovered, she fused with her companion spirit and her eyes were bloodshot. I won't make the same mistake twice. 10,000 Snake Abyss. Around Han Fei, it was full of eerie snake caves. Long snakes entangled him. Dark green poison was erupting, and a 10,000-kilometer-long huge snake raised its head. Humph! Han Fei thrust the knife into the void and punched the sea. The terrifying ripples directly blew up the entire illusion of the snake caves. As he waved his hand, the long knife broke through the void and attacked Lin Qijun. The latter collided with the giant snake's skull, but to her surprise, Han Fei's casual slash pierced through the snake's head. Because their strength was not on the same level at all, when Lin Qijun was about to resist Han Fei's attack, Han Fei disappeared again. When everyone saw clearly, Han Fei was already in front of Lin Qijun. Lin Qijun swept her snake tail, but Han Fei kicked again. This scene made countless people speechless. Fang. On the field, although Lin Qijun only flew hundreds of kilometers away this time, when she came back to herself, Han Fei had already put a long knife on her neck. At that moment, Lin Qijun was speechless. Sure enough, there was a reason that she was regarded as the weakest person. This person was very strong enough to crush her in all aspects, and this was exactly what Han Fei wanted. This was a ranking competition spanning 2,000 places. If he couldn't even fight the first match easily, how could he grow quickly? Therefore, not only must he win this battle, but he must also win a decisive and crushing victory. At this moment, the audience was silent. No one expected Han Fei to be so strong that Lin Qijun didn't even have a chance to fight back. The referee was also stunned for a long time before he reacted. Ye Fengliu won the first ranking competition. Someone exclaimed, "Fuck, I'd bet that the Snake King would win." Someone sighed, "We should have guessed it long ago. The Snake King is only the first person to fight him. There are still Chu Mo and Lu Feiming who are much stronger." Lin Qijun, who had been defeated, didn't feel quite disappointed about this defeat. She had felt that she was going to lose. The only thing that disappointed her was that she lost too quickly. Were the newcomers so strong now? As for the second round's opponent, Chu Mo, he was also under pressure. With the strength Han Fei showed, he might not be weaker than him. The referee shouted, "The second round of the ranking competition is about to begin. Those who don't have tickets, leave the field within half an hour." Those who don't want to leave, buy a ticket immediately. Chapter 2185, Physical Battle on the Field. Han Fei stood proudly with his long knife floating by his feet. He looked at Chu Mo, who was walking over slowly with a solemn expression. The latter said in a deep voice, "Are you good at close-range combat? Why don't we fight in close-range combat?" Chu Mo opened his hands and clenched them into fists, making cracking sounds. A pair of boxing gloves appeared on his hands, and the scales on his body gradually began to glow red. Han Fei said indifferently, "Okay." Many spectators who were about to leave immediately stopped when they heard this. If a king fought in close-range combat, it seemed worth watching. Just now, when Han Fei killed Lin Qijun in 2 rounds, the speed was too fast. Except for the sea establishers, the venerables could only see the scene of them colliding. Perhaps because Han Fei's attack was too simple, most people didn't see clearly in the first round. They only knew that Han Fei was very strong and was a body cultivator. Someone said, "Okay, I have a feeling that this Ye Fengliu is not an ordinary person. I've never heard of a newcomer who can defeat the Snake King within 2 rounds. There is going to be a good show in the arena," someone said. "I'm really not trying to learn anything from him. I just want to see how 2 body cultivators fight." Among them, many body refiners couldn't help but ask, "What kind of body tempering technique does Ye Fengliu cultivate? He looks very strong." In fact, Han Fei had also thought about this problem. Body tempering was his advantage, which had to be shown. The character he had transformed into had an astonishing physique. In terms of body tempering technique, Han Fei used the body tempering techniques deduced from the ones he obtained from Shui Fei, Ding Yi, and some other sky-opening realm powerhouses he had killed. The result of the deduction was naturally not as good as the void refining technique, not even the purity mystic body. It was probably only about the same as the chaotic origin body that Taiyuan cultivated. Therefore, the body tempering technique he cultivated could withstand scrutiny. After another half an hour, the number of spectators increased from 1 million to about 1.3 million. The referee roared, "In the second battle, Han Fei's opponent is Chu Mo, who has won 19 battles in a row. He has participated in 687 battles in the arena, won 498 battles, tied 54 battles, and lost 135 battles. Chu Mo, nicknamed Chu Fist King, and I believe many people know about his great Nirvana Fist. I guess you can't wait to see the close-range combat of the 2 body cultivators, right? Now, the battle begins. As the referee shouted, Chu Mo, like Lin Qijun, took the lead to attack. In a battle between strong masters, there were always benefits to being the first to attack. After the power was stimulated to a certain extent, it needed to be released. The so-called attacking later to find the other party's weakness was actually a little nonsensical. In a situation where the difference in strength was not very large, it was very difficult to gain the upper hand if you attacked later. Chu Mo's combat style was very similar to Han Fei's in the past. He immediately launched a big move. He jumped into the air, and a spiral formed by chaotic chi appeared on his fist. He rolled the void and punched out a big fist mark in the void vortex. What? The Desolation Fist is so fierce? Good lord, they're both body refiners. Let's see how this Ye Fengliu will resist now. This ranking competition is worth it. This fist mark, with the chaotic chi as the guide and the great technique circulating in the meridians, can instantly trigger a void vortex and trigger a large amount of void power. Let's see how Ye Fengliu can block it. Faced with Chu Mo's punch, the scales on Han Fei's body also began to shine. Spiritual energy and chaotic chi were shaking, and his blood and chi soared to the sky. Han Fei also punched, but this was not the sacrificing punch, but an ordinary fist mark that had fused with the great Tao of gravity and borrowed a trace of the heavenly Tao's natural runes. Behind Han Fei, a huge tide surged, helping him punch out a scarlet light. Bang! Boom! Ripples flashed, and the waves of explosion hit the protective barrier of the arena one after another. Bang! 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 The protective barrier shook from the impact, and turbulence surged in the place where the 2 of them were fighting. Chu Mo's Desolation Fist was shattered and he was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei took half a step back and stepped on the huge wave. With a bang, he continued to rampage and quickly rushed in front of Chu Mo. Chu Mo used his big move, but it failed to shake Han Fei. Now, Han Fei started to really fight him in close-range combat. The 2 were fighting fiercely, neither willing to give in. Bam, 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 bang, bang, bang. No matter what kind of battle it was, the battles of body refiners had always been the craziest and most exciting. No matter how strong the audience was, they would watch seriously when the body refiner's fists collided powerfully. Shanzai, whose record was broken by Han Fei, couldn't help but nod slightly when he saw the power Han Fei showed. It's not that Chu Mo is weak, but that this Ye Fengliu is too strong. If I've guessed right, it should be because his bloodline level is very high. In addition, he is a body refiner, so his strength is naturally strong. Fortunately, the ranking had risen by 1,000 all at once. He can't end the battle in 2 rounds like just now. Suddenly someone said, "Look." The scales on Han Fei's body suddenly spewed out a dazzling sheen, and Han Fei's punching speed became faster and faster. What? Can he change his strength so quickly? If he wants to exert such powerful force with every blow, he must at least have a 9th grade spiritual heritage. Bang, 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 bang. Han Fei's speed was getting faster and crazier. He didn't care about the power of Chumo's punches at all. Han Fei's fists almost turned into light. No, look, the seawater around Chumo is seriously squeezed. Ye Fengliu has mastered the great Tao of gravity. Good lord, body refinement and the great Tao of gravity. How strong is his power? Chumo was unable to keep up with Han Fei's rhythm. Finally, everyone saw Chumo use his rhythm. Finally, everyone saw Chumo use his rod. As soon as the Vajra heavy rod was used, it was as powerful as a huge mountain collapsing. Clang. At the moment Chumo attacked, Han Fei held his long knife horizontally and took 3 steps back. The long knife was brandished like a stick. He turned it gently, grabbed the stick backhand, and swept it with his foot. Then Chumo was sent flying thousands of kilometers away like a cannonball. Han Fei snorted, spun the long knife in his hand, and threw it out. In midair, Chumo tried to block it with his stick, but his power was obviously not enough. Clang, bang, Chumo smashed into the bottom of the sea again. Han Fei flew thousands of kilometers, held the long knife, and jumped in midair. Bang, at the bottom of the sea, billowing ripples surged in all directions. When everyone took a closer look, they found that the long rod in Chumo's hand was bent, and Han Fei's sheath was placed on Chumo's neck. Gulp, he won again? This guy is so strong. What a powerful explosion. Isn't his origin sea only 80,000 kilometers long? How can he be so strong? Someone said. The origin sea is the origin sea. This person's bloodline is definitely not low, his spiritual heritage is extremely high, and he has mastered the law of gravity. How can his strength be weak? Countless spectators gasped. Even the kings who came to watch were shocked. Many kings sighed. Can a newcomer reach the 5,000th place? Someone was moved. Don't forget, he hasn't used his knife yet. The referee roared. The second round of the ranking competition is won by Ye Fengliu. The third round is about to begin. You have half an hour to buy a ticket or leave. In the dark, Lu Chen, who was receiving Han Fei, was speechless. Is this guy really so strong? Fortunately, the arena lord was right. Otherwise, he would have offended him. The referee was promoting. The third person to fight is the Dragon King, Lu Feiming. Everyone, do you want to see the dragon fight? Do you want to see the dragon fight? Today, your chance has come. The Dragon King, ranked 5,007th, has participated in 892 battles in the arena, winning 782, drawing 37, and losing 73. This is the Scavenger Arena. A real king has come. Let us welcome the Dragon King. The moment Lu Feiming walked onto the battlefield, he looked at the long knife at Han Fei's feet and said casually, "It seems that you don't intend to unsheathe this knife?" Han Fei said indifferently. "It depends on your strength." Lu Feiming smiled and said, "I'm very curious about what your companion spirit is." Han Fei smiled. "You will see it when you should." In the outside world, Chen Yan had already received the news. As a seedling that even xuanhuan valued, Chen Yan naturally didn't dare to be careless. In the dark, Chen Yan arrived. Seeing that Han Fei had won 2 rounds in a row and hadn't drawn his saber yet, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Nie, I'm afraid your arena won't be at peace for a while." The arena lord was called Nian Jiang. Needless to say, he was very strong. To be able to control such a large arena in the main city, he couldn't be weak, just like Chen Yan. At this moment, the third round was about to begin, and the audience had reached 1.5 million people. Many people rushed over when they heard the commotion in the arena. At this moment, the referee shouted, "Seal the entrance to the arena." The third ranking competition will begin in 100 seconds. Chapter 2886, A Flood Dragon is no more than this. Based on Han Fei's current performance, he knew that he hadn't reached the level of a peerless heavenly talent. Many people were even looking forward to Han Fei winning all 3 battles. As long as he won the third battle, Han Fei's ranking would immediately be fixed at about 5,000th place. He could only challenge those above him, not those below. Most of the strong masters' rankings were high, so Han Fei's challenge became more and more difficult. And the real strong masters were not afraid of Han Fei's challenge. It was just a challenge. Defeating a heavenly talent was something to remember. In the field, 100 seconds had passed. Amidst the discussion, the referee shouted, "The third ranking competition has officially begun." As usual, Han Fei didn't attack immediately. Lu Feiming didn't attack immediately either. He sneered, "I suggest you use your saber. Otherwise, if I really attack, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Han Fei said, "I don't think you can withstand a single slash from me." Humph. Some people were good at using companion spirits, but most people's companion spirits were not as strong as them. Lu Feiming waved his hand, and a sea-ferocious beast that spanned nearly 100 kilometers bent its body. "A flood dragon," someone exclaimed. "This thing is very strong." Someone sighed. How long has it been since Lu Feiming fought in the arena? His current strength has probably ranked above the 5,000th place, right? 1. Name a flood dragon. Lu Feiming's companion spirit. 1. Introduction. On introduction. A half-blooded dragon born of a dragon and a flood dragon. Because of its impure bloodline, it can't enter the dragon race. The flood dragon can have the power of an azure dragon. It can be extremely fast. Its defense power is extremely strong and can deflect 80% of the force in the face of absolute strength. The flood dragon has the ability to go berserk, which can double its master's strength. CHATAH-P1. 1H20H20 Realm, C Establishment. 1H-teen Chaotic, Chi-T-teen, 10,080 Wisps, 1018P21, 1018P28. 1018H20H2820, 1018P21, Quo H20H20, H20H20 Roar, Heavenly Dragon Swings Tail, Soul Attracting Eye, Madness. Quote, none. If the Flood Dragon and Lu Feiming fused, this person's defense power would increase several times. As for Lu Feiming, he cultivated both body and energy, so his physique shouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be easy to beat him with absolute strength. Han Fei calculated in his heart. Lu Feiming was a good combat power standard. In the short term, he would set his goal at Lu Feiming's level. Of course, it was the combat power of Lu Feiming after he fused with the Flood Dragon, not that of his own. Bang! The dragon flicked its tail, and Han Fei suddenly erupted. The seawater exploded, and Han Fei had already punched the Flood Dragon. A power comparable to the one he used to fight Chumo erupted. However, this time, the Flood Dragon didn't retreat, and Han Fei was pushed back hundreds of meters by the Flood Dragon. Even so, many people still exclaimed, "Hiss, is this guy still human? He actually resisted this tail with pure strength." What do you know? The Flood Dragon clearly didn't use its full strength. Ye Fengliu might not have used his full strength either. In the first two battles, I feel that Ye Fengliu's strength hasn't really been revealed. As if to confirm what this person said, when a sharp claw that could split the sky drew 5 blood marks and descended above Han Fei's head, Han Fei raised his long knife horizontally and blocked above his head. The giant claw that covered half of the arena was blocked by Han Fei. All the kings saw that the seawater under Han Fei was compressed and gravity was poured on Han Fei. Humpha Han Fei clasped the seawater and turned it into a huge hand that covered the sky. He pinched the dragon's claws and crushed them. Rumble, rumble. Lu Feiming couldn't help being shocked. This person could actually block the power of the Flood Dragon. However, he was only shocked. Lu Feiming shouted in a low voice, "Fuse." The huge dragon fused with Lu Feiming. His body doubled in size, his muscles bulged, and a dragon roar erupted from his mouth. Someone exclaimed, "Sea suppression, dragon roar, soul attack. Can Ye Fengliu block it?" Swish to Han Fei spun the long knife in his hand twice, and a magnificent knife light slashed out. This slash was simple and unadorned, and it came with a sheath. What? The knife cut the soul? This person fused his soul power into the knife. How can he deal with the endless dragon roars like this? Few of the strong masters present could understand it. In the dark, Ni Yungxiang smiled and said, "This newcomer from the law enforcement camp is very strong. His saber technique has already entered the heavenly Tao, and his killing intent is extremely strong. Where did you find such a seedling?" Chen Yan smiled and said, "I don't know where Shui Fei got his luck to meet this guy. You should know about Shui Fei's tax reduction, right? It's because of this guy." "Oh?" Nian Shang couldn't help but say, "That's indeed interesting. It seems that Shui Fei values this guy very much." Chen Yan smiled. He indeed has a reason to value him. Under Han Fei's slash, the sea split and the soul attack of the sea-quelling dragon roar was cut open by Han Fei, unable to hurt him at all. Han Fei snorted. "A flood dragon? It's more than that, little gold." Tweeda, a pair of golden red wings bloomed on the battlefield. As an ancient mutant species too, Little Gold's speed was unparalleled. Besides, Little Gold specialized in the Tao of thunder. After opening the sky, he awakened the Thunder Body clone, the soul-destroying Thunderclaw, and the former Thunder Domain also turned into the Thunderstorm. Wow, what is that? Is that a fish? Or a legendary bird? It's shining with golden light. It doesn't seem weak. This strange companion creature is also in the Sea Establishment realm. Fuse. As Han Fei shouted, a pair of golden red wings suddenly appeared behind him. Swish. At that moment, Han Fei turned into a ray of light and flashed past. His speed rose to its peak. The burly body of Lu Feiming was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Swish, swish, swish. The sky was full of light and shadows, and Lu Feiming was stunned. He could barely see the trajectory of Han Fei's attack, but he couldn't stop him at all. Lu Feiming roared, "Let's fight fair and square." Buzz. When Han Fei stopped, he looked at Lu Feiming indifferently and said coldly, "I'm just telling you that even if your companion spirit is strong, it has weaknesses. Since you want to fight fair and square, try taking a slash from me." Huh? Many people were refreshed. Is he finally going to use his knife? Under such circumstances, is there a need for him to attack? To be honest, I have no idea what he did just now. I only saw Lu Feiming flying in the air and being covered in wounds in the blink of an eye. With an absolute advantage in speed, it seems that there's no suspense in this battle. Someone who had betted on Han Fei couldn't help but curse. Why are you pretending at this moment? Just win with speed. Why do you still bother to fight head on? Lu Feiming, on the other hand, thought that he could easily resist Han Fei. However, the actual situation was completely different from what he had imagined. This Ye Fengliu seemed to be an omnipotent powerhouse. When a body cultivator had absolute speed and a method to cut through soul attacks, he would already be standing at the peak of the sea establishment realm. At this moment, Lu Fiming thought that fighting Ye Fengliu head-on was his only chance to win. He roared. A scarlet blood chi erupted from his body and his eyes glowed red. One of his arms turned into a dragon claw, and a ray of light appeared in his eyes. It was still a soul attack, which was his strongest soul attack. He felt that for a person like Han Fei, his soul should be his weakness. However, Han Fei held the knife in one hand and didn't unsheath it. Lightning appeared on the scabbard, and Little Gold's lightning storm was all on Han Fei's knife. Faced with that ray of light, Han Fei pushed the blade with his palm. Although he wouldn't use all Great Daos in one sword, this slash was full of knife intent and augmented by the Lightning Dao runes. The Lightning Dao runes shattered. Someone was lost for words. Son of a Biak Teach, is this the slash, he said? Someone stared at the knife and fell into deep thought. A king exclaimed, these Saber Dao runes are so terrifying. This Dao's killing intent is too strong. Someone took a deep breath. The Dao runes returned to the saber. He hasn't even drawn his saber, but he is already so strong. What if he draws the saber? Faced with Lu Fiming's violent claw, Han Fei ignored it and pierced through it with a slash. The ferocious beast was paralyzed before it touched Han Fei. Pooh, 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 pooh. Lu Fiming's entire arm turned into nothingness under this slash. After the aftershock of this knife shattered Lu Fiming's arm, it flew thousands of kilometers and hit the protective barrier, instantly leaving a crack, scaring many people back. Fortunately, the protective barrier was immediately repaired. Someone exclaimed, fuck, I was almost scared to death. So strong. He won 3 battles in a row. Can Ye Fengliu's real strength not be measured? No. In fact, it can be measured. He fought Lu Fiming the longest and exposed most of his trump cards. Now, we just need to wait for him to draw his knife. Someone shouted in a low voice. I have an epiphany. No, I have to go back to cultivate. Someone suddenly laughed. I see. I understand now. Clang. Han Fei put the long knife on his shoulder and said indifferently, a flood dragon is nothing more than this. The referee couldn't help taking a breath and then shouted, the 3rd round of the ranking competition, Ye Fengliu wins. Han Fei looked at the knife and turned around silently. When he passed by Lu Chen, he said indifferently, let's settle the dividends. When I can challenge someone, come to room 5 on the 32nd floor of the cultivation tower and find me. Gulp. Lu Chen swallowed. Yes. Let me calculate Brother Yi's gains. Han Fei didn't know that after he left, there were still people immersed in the slash he launched just now, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 2187, Dominate the Arena. On the 2nd day after Han Fei went back to cultivate, Lu Chen came. The reason was that Han Fei's sudden rise attracted the attention of many strong masters. Before his challenge began, many people had already made appointments to fight him. It was said that Han Fei's last slash touched many people and inspired them, so he attracted their attention. Besides, it was said that Han Fei's combat power was astonishing. Many people wanted to see Han Fei draw his saber. They felt that since the saber had been hidden for so long, it must be different. Perhaps they could figure out something from it. At this time, many people had forgotten Han Fei's original background. However, there was also a small number of people who were secretly plotting and wanted to teach Han Fei, this lowly yet arrogant human, a lesson. No matter what the reason was, the challenges Lu Chen made with Han Fei the next day were mostly strong masters ranking above the 4500th. Their average ranking was about 4200th. As for the king's ranking from the 4500th to the 5000th, they knew their limits. Lu Fiming's complete defeat had already shown the problem. Even if they were stronger than Lu Fiming, they wouldn't be much stronger. There was no need for them to give away their lives. And this was the effect Han Fei wanted. However, he couldn't appear too strong. Therefore, the next day, when Han Fei attacked again, it still wasn't difficult for him to win against those ranking about 4500th. However, when Han Fei beat the 4087th place, he fought nearly 100 rounds before he won. During this period, he was bombarded dozens of times by the other party and was slightly injured. Therefore, countless people realized that this guy's strength limit was about 4000th place. Therefore, more and more people tried to make an appointment to fight Han Fei. As for Han Fei, because he had successfully made a name for himself, he announced that he would fight once a month and 10 people each time. No one objected to this. After all, after 3 ranking competitions, his ranking had jumped almost 1,000 places on the 2nd day. No matter how well Han Fei hid his strength, he was still a newcomer to the law enforcement camp. His origin sea hadn't been fully opened. How could he enter the top 2,000 all at once? The top 2,000 were basically equivalent to the peak of the law enforcement camp and scavengers. Many kings had cultivated for thousands of or even tens of thousands of years to reach this height. How could a newcomer like Han Fei reach this height so quickly? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Excluding the strong masters who were not in the main city, Han Fei had reached 3,678 in the past 3 years. He had won 300 battles in a row and had never lost or drawn his saber. Gradually, Han Fei's monthly challenge became a must-see event for some rich people, just to see Han Fei draw his saber once. Some people guessed that Han Fei was practicing and nurturing the knife. He wanted to nurture the knife to the extreme. On this day, Chen Yan reported to Zhao Honghuang, Master Honghuang, so far, it seems that Yefeng Liu has grown extremely fast. With the resources obtained from the Cultivation Tower, he has reserved a room in the Cultivation Tower for as long as 30 years. Besides, he has already gathered all the resources to allocate the Origin Sea. He is now in an explosive growth period. Master Honghuang, your foresight is really admirable. Zhao Honghuang had also heard of it, but this kind of thing wasn't worth his attention. He asked, "What's the specific situation?" Chen Yan said, "Now that Yefeng Liu has established his Origin Sea, I estimate that his Origin Sea has already reached 80,000 kilometers. This guy is extremely talented. From the way he nurtures his saber, it's only natural for his Origin Sea to reach 80,000 kilometers during this period of outbreak. Of course, it's mainly because he has been cultivating in the Cultivation Tower. According to my continuous observation, his strength has soared. At present, it should be at about 30-50,000 waves, and his soul power should have reached more than 800,000 points. But after this outbreak period, his growth speed should slow down." Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. "Then, we'll see in 10 years. By the way, recently, select some people who are brave and talented from the inner camp. There should be about 100 of them." Huh? Shen Yan's heart stirred. "Master Honghuang, is it the end of the 10,000-year period? Has the Divine Capital Dynasty started again?" Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. "This time, 100,000 years have passed since the Emperor-level battle. The Sea Realm has been peaceful for almost 100,000 years, and many strong masters and geniuses have accumulated. Therefore, this time, we can't let down the momentum of our City of Scavengers. You need to personally select these 100 people. I heard that the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin have already begun to prepare." Chen Yan's heart did a flip. "I've already heard about this matter. I heard that the chosen team in the City of Wanderers is getting more and more active. Among them, there is a heavenly talent named Neza who can even fight sky openers as a sea establisher. He has killed a lot of people in the City of Origin." "Humph," Zhao Honghuang snorted. "Heavenly talents are rare. This Yefeng Liu is indeed a seedling. Unfortunately, it's only less than 100 years away from the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Otherwise, another 7 years passed. Today, the scavenger arena was overcrowded because it was time for Han Fei's challenge again. He had been fighting the monthly challenge for 10 years. For 10 years, Han Fei had won 1,000 rounds in a row and never lost. In fact, Han Fei regarded this as a kind of training. He almost suppressed his strength to the limit. Under this limit, he didn't use any additional strength to compete with these people. This day was the critical moment for him to enter the top 3,000. Now, Han Fei was like the sun at high noon. In the scavenger arena, no one expected Han Fei to win 1,000 rounds in a row without being defeated. As early as when Han Fei entered the 4,000th place, there were countless people waiting for him to lose, including the arena lord Ni Yongxiang. However, up to now, Han Fei could already split the profits with the arena in each match, but he hadn't been defeated. This made Ni Yongxiang speechless. He even went to Chen Yan to ask about this guy, and Chen Yan said, "Master Honghuang is deliberately nurturing this child. Are you going to interfere?" These words rebutted Ni Yongxiang. How could he, Ni Yongxiang, compare to Zhao Honghuang? Seeing that Chen Yan's attitude was so firm, he understood that the higher-ups thought highly of Yefeng Liu. At this moment, in the arena, this was Han Fei's 10th battle today, and the last battle to advance to the 3,000th place. Han Fei's opponent was Chu Yuepiao. Just like Han Fei, he was a real saber cultivator. Chu Yuepiao was speechless. He had been waiting for Han Fei to be defeated, but he didn't expect that he would finally have to fight this guy. It was already very difficult to maintain the ranking of 3,000th, but now a guy who hadn't been defeated in 1,000 rounds had come. They were both saber cultivators. It was fine if others couldn't force Han Fei to draw his saber, but if he couldn't, his Dao path would probably be destroyed by Han Fei. Therefore, as soon as Chu Yuepiao came up, he said to Han Fei, "Brother Ye, can you draw your saber for this match?" Han Fei had already fought 9 battles in a row and was more or less injured. Faced with Chu Yu's plea for help, Han Fei replied, "It depends on whether you have enough strength to make me draw my saber. If you don't want your saber to be destroyed, you better take out your strongest saber today." Chu Yuepiao said, "Brother Ye, aren't you tired after fighting 1,000 battles? As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I think you're too high profile now, Brother Ye." Han Fei snorted. "Brother Chu, aren't you tired of guarding the 3,000th place? I can help you." "I'm not tired, Chu Yuepiao." Alas, Chu Yuepiao sighed slightly. "You're forcing me. I didn't want to be high profile. I just wanted to be a quiet saber cultivator and restrain my killing intent. However, why can't you skip me? You can beat others." Han Fei thought to himself. "Skip you? I'm going to rise today. If I skip you, how can I rise? Buzz." Chu Yue's eyes turned cold. His fawning attitude changed and he turned into a cold and murderous saber cultivator. Clang! Chu Yuepiao walked towards Han Fei step by step. He extended a hand into the void and drew a knife from the void as if he were using the void as a sheath. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person was indeed not simple. He had read this person's information. In the past 100 years, his position had never wavered. Even if he fell out occasionally, he could still kill his way up. At this moment, countless spectators exclaimed, "What a powerful saber intent! Look, the heavenly Tao has fused with the saber Tao. Chu Yuepiao has actually reached this realm. He has been hiding his strength. Look at Ye Fengliu's fingers. He's going to use his knife. Hiss, today's match is really worth it." Instantly, the million people in the arena widened their eyes. Could it be that Chu Yuepiao was really so strong that he could force Ye Fengliu to use his knife? Chu Yuezi shouted, "I'm not weak on the path of the knife either. You've been nurturing your knife for 10 years, and I've been nurturing my knife for 300 years. Today, let's see who will win." Clang. In this battle, before the two of them attacked, the long knife in Han Fei's hand trembled and hummed. Swish Chu Yuepiao sneered and slashed out. In the entire arena, the sky and earth lost their color and the knife light bloomed and pierced the soul. Faced with this slash, countless people saw that Han Fei looked solemn. Clank. At that moment, the sheath of the knife that Han Fei had been hiding for 10 years suddenly opened an inch. Cough, cough, a puff. At that moment, a voice suddenly shouted in the field, "Those under the sea establishment realm, close your eyes." However, everyone had been waiting for Han Fei to draw his saber for 10 years. Who was willing to close his eyes? A silver light, as fast as a star mark, flashed without a trace. Behind Han Fei, knife chi filled the sea. Draw clank, crack, crack, bam, 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 bam. Countless explosions sounded, and countless people's eyes exploded. They really couldn't bear the Tao runes in the knife. They could only hear the sound of knives breaking. When their eyes regrown, they saw a huge ravine thousands of kilometers long and thousands of meters deep on the seabed between Chu Yuepiao and Han Fei. Who won? Whose knife is broken? When everyone's eyes fell on Chu Yu's knife, they saw that the long knife in his hand had been cut into half, and his knife in 10 had disappeared. Fuck, 300 years, still weaker than 10 years, Puff, Chapter 2888, when did you draw the knife? After the battle, Han Fei didn't leave the arena. Millions of spectators saw that the scales on Han Fei's body were emitting a faint red sheen, and Han Fei's aura was rising. What? Did he have an epiphany? So strong. The color of his scales is changing. What's going on? Why does this feel like atavism? Really? Bloodline atavism? He's already so strong. How can he still have a bloodline atavism at this time? The arena lord immediately noticed it. At this moment, he muttered, "It's really a bloodline atavism. Is the dragon essence born in his bloodline?" Roar. At that moment, behind Han Fei, blood and chi soared to the sky, forming an octopus phantom, and the octopus tentacles seemed to be the blood shadows of azure dragons. Although the dragon octopus blood shadow only appeared for a short period of time, millions of people saw it. They seemed to have witnessed the awakening of a strong master. What kind of creature is this? I've never heard of it. This is the first time I've seen it. It seems that his bloodline is very special and powerful. No wonder he is so strong. Han Fei pretended for 100 seconds to create a magical scene of bloodline atavism, which was enough for him to make a huge leap in strength. After fighting for 10 years, in the arena, he needed another explosive improvement to continue to fight through the last 3,000 places of the arena. Chen Yan hurried to the undersea jungle of the law enforcement camp. Master Huang, something strange happened. Ye Fengliu has been fighting for 10 years. Today, he drew his saber and showed signs of atavism. Huh? This child's strength, soul, and comprehensive strength has been greatly improved in all aspects. I heard from Ni Yongxiang that this atavism is very spectacular, witnessed by 1 million people. Zhao Honghuang was a little interested. Atavism in battle? Shen Yan said. That's right. He has been nurturing his saber for 10 years. Today he finally drew his saber and this scene appeared. Oh? Who made him draw his saber? Shen Yan said. Chu Yuepiao, a low-key king from the scavengers. Zhao Honghuang said, pay attention. In addition, Ye Fengliu is not allowed to participate in the arena again. Over the years he has made a lot of money and can fight to the 3,000th place. He should be close to the inner camp now. It seems that he reached where he was today 20 years earlier than I expected. Even Zhao Honghuang and the others evaluated Han Fei as an extremely rare heavenly talent. It wouldn't be strange if anything happened to such a heavenly talent. In their eyes, Han Fei's atavism was equivalent to a great increase in strength. It should be certain that he could enter the inner camp. However, there were too many people in the city. They wouldn't let the public know too much about such a talent. Therefore, Zhao Honghuang's first order was that Han Fei was not to participate in the arena battles again. Chen Yan said, yes, my lord, then the 30 years you specified, Zhao Honghuang said. I promised him these 30 years. It's up to him how he uses them. Han Fei, who was told that he couldn't fight in the arena, wasn't too surprised. He said that he needed to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. Even Chen Yan couldn't help but be speechless. With such a huge uproar, he only needed to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years to digest his atavism. This person was really something. On the arena's side, it was announced that Ye Fengliu would enter a long seclusion, and his monthly challenge ended. Hearing the news, countless people couldn't help but feel regretful. Many people felt that Ye Fengliu's attack was clean, and his Tao runes were extremely strong. By watching Ye Fengliu fight, could they really comprehend something? Unfortunately, such an opportunity was gone just like that. When this matter was over, the scales on Han Fei's body turned bright red. This was the atavistic image he had created for himself. It was as if he was wearing a bright red battlesuit 3 years later, on this day. In the valley of the law enforcement camp, a large group of people had just returned from the trial. As soon as someone returned to the valley, he laughed. "We're finally back. It feels good to be alive." Someone smiled and said, "Keep showing off. You've gained so much this time, which is enough for you to cultivate for 100 years. I'm afraid you'll be able to open up your origin sea for 100,000 kilometers, right?" The man replied. "If nothing else, it's about the same. Finally, I can feel the first floor of the law enforcement camp." Someone was surprised. "Oh, the first floor of the law enforcement camp? Then you'll have to enter the top 300 of the outer camp." The man smiled and said, "In cultivation, as long as you don't die, your strength will inevitably grow." Huh. Who is that person? He is all red. Many people turned their heads and saw a strange human with red scales walking towards the law enforcement camp. Someone shook his head. "No, there was definitely no such person in the law enforcement camp before. He's probably new." Immediately someone shouted, "Hey, brat, come here." Han Fei glanced at these people indifferently as if he didn't hear them. Ignoring them, he walked straight to the valley of the law enforcement camp. "Hey, are the newcomers so arrogant now?" A 10,000 scale race powerhouse created a void hand and was about to grab Han Fei over. However, at that moment, Han Fei's eyes turned cold. With a flip of his hand, he waved the sheathed long knife in the air. With a casual wave, knife intent burst out, and the man's void hand exploded. When the man came back to his senses and wanted to attack again, he was shocked to find that his palm was instantly cut in half. The faces of these people changed drastically, and the eyes of the person whose palm was cut turned cold. "Humph! How dare a newcomer be so arrogant in the law enforcement camp? I'd like to see what you've got." He moved and stood in front of Han Fei. On the side, a group of kings of the 10,000 scale race who were definitely not weak sneered and watched the show. "I haven't returned for decades, but such a character has appeared in the law enforcement camp. He's quite bold. Old Lu. Half of his hand was cut off by a newcomer. I definitely can't stand it if it were me. Old Lu, teach him the rules." At this moment, the man's palm grew back and he looked at Han Fei coldly. "Bow and apologize to me. I may spare you this time, or get lost. All the kings?" Someone cursed. "Liu Dai, teach this brat a lesson." Liu Dai was also furious, but they were still outside the valley and no fighting was allowed in the city, so he could only turn the power of his soul into a soul thorn, trying to seriously injure Han Fei. However, the moment this attack was launched, he saw a scabbard pressed against his glabella. Liu Dai vomited blood and his soul was almost destroyed. The soul thorn just now was cut in half and didn't hurt Han Fei at all. The leader of this group of people immediately changed his expression. "Old Lu, retreat." Liu Dai also knew that he had encountered a tough nut to crack. This person was definitely not ordinary. The leader stepped forward. "Boy, you're so rude to your seniors. If you apologize today, I'll spare you." "Liu Dai, Brother Lei." The leader shook his head slightly, indicating Liu Dai not to dwell on this matter anymore. He said, "Boy, in the law enforcement camp, it's not a good thing to offend a king of the 10,000 scale race. If you really enter the camp, can you fight all the 10,000 scale race kings?" Han Fei said expressionlessly. "Get out of the way." Damn it, he doesn't know his place. Instantly, the kings of the 10,000 scale race were all furious. What was this guy's attitude? Tianlei also narrowed his eyes slightly. "I don't want to say the same thing twice. Apologize to Senior Liu Dai and this matter is over." "Otherwise," Han Fei raised his eyes and looked at Tianlei. "Otherwise, what?" Tianlei sneered. "It seems that although the newcomers are not weak, they are too arrogant. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the law enforcer today." Seeing that Tianlei was about to attack, everyone smiled. This guy is doomed. Brother Lei has always been ruthless. How can he let him off without beating the hell out of this guy? Can he really be so ruthless in the city? Some kings quickly stood in all directions and sealed the space. Tianlei sneered. "A newcomer should have the awareness of a newcomer. You still have a long way to go in the law enforcement camp." Buzz. In an instant, a knife light bloomed and a scimitar shone like a full moon. There was only light and shadow, but no blade. At this moment, killing intent surged, and cold Dao runes appeared in the void. Puff! Just as everyone was about to watch the show, with a flash, Han Fei had already walked to the edge of the seal, and a crack had already appeared on the seal. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the kings, Han Fei left. As for Tianlei, the cold smile on his face was gradually disappearing, and the upper half of his body was slowly sliding down. Puffed! At that moment, blood splashed across the sky. A strong master who could enter the first level of the law enforcement camp was cut in half in an instant. Tianlei's expression slowly turned to shock and horror. His voice trembled. "When did you draw your knife?" Chapter 289, Entering Death God Mountain, again. By the time Tianlei and the others realized what was going on, Han Fei had already disappeared from their sight. Han Fei had his reasons for rising so quickly and even creating the illusion of atavism. Although the chaotic wasteland only belonged to the most remote place in the East Sea Divine Realm, However, this was also a part of the East Sea Divine Realm. Every 10,000 years, the Divine Capital Dynasty, which was at the core of the East Sea Divine Realm, would hold a 10,000-year competition. At that time, all the heavenly talents in the East Sea Divine Realm would go to the Divine Capital Dynasty, and Ye Fengliu's current strength was far from enough to reach that level. The kings who could go to the Divine Capital Dynasty had all had their origin seas reach the limit. The 10,000-year competition was the cradle of the birth of sky openers. During or after every 10,000-year competition, a large number of sky-opening realm powerhouses would be born, and the 10,000-year competition this time was even more extraordinary. This time, it was a once-in-100,000-year competition, which was divided into 3 levels, including the Venerable Realm, the Sea Establishment Realm, and the Sky-Opening Realm. This was the information Han Fei had learned from Shui Fei's Origin Sea, so he had already had a plan back then. Because the spots for the 10,000-year competition were very rare, he wanted to get a spot in the City of Scavengers. Neza went to the City of Wanderers not only to gain experience, but also to get a spot. Gu Tingnan probably would give him a spot. However, one spot was not enough. Han Fei's idea was to get Zhang Daqian a spot too. With Zhang Daqian's potential and talent, if he worked hard before the 100-year competition, he should be able to fully expand his Origin Sea. At that time, he would prepare some resources and weapons for him. Han Fei could definitely get this spot. In his current bloodline, there were signs of an octopus bloodline atavism. At that time, Zhang Daqian could replace Ye Fengliu. The only thing he lacked now was a slot for the sky-opening realm, which Han Fei hadn't planned how to use yet. At this moment, Han Fei walked into the valley of the law enforcement camp. However, after he walked in, he found that it was his second time here. He didn't know where the way to the inner camp was. But after Han Fei walked in, many people immediately looked at him strangely. Last time, many people thought that Han Fei was a human and despised him for his poor bloodline. However, Han Fei's last battle in the scavenger arena showed signs of atavism. The dragon octopus blood shadow made countless people brag for him. Outside, it was already rumored that Ye Fengliu alone had the combat power of 9 dragons. As the saying went, fame was not without merit. Han Fei had entered the top 3,000 in the arena in 10 years and experienced the atavism of the bloodline. His current strength had become a mystery. Many people didn't treat Han Fei as a human at all because, at this moment, Han Fei didn't look like a human at all. Everyone would only think that he had turned into a weird octopus, an octopus with dragon bloodline. Since he was here, Han Fei wasn't afraid of not knowing the entrance to the inner camp. But before entering the inner camp, he was going to do one thing first, which was to fight another battle in Death God Mountain. Earlier, Chen Yan had told him that he could consider fighting the Death God Mountain again when he entered the inner camp, and Han Fei had the same thought. The difficulty of the Death God Mountain was increasing in battle. This was an excellent training ground. As the difficulty increased, Han Fei could show his true talent in front of these kings. Last time, he hid his real strengths and only entered the top 100. This time, Han Fei's goal was not the so-called top 100, but the first place. Han Fei ignored the countless perceptions of the law enforcement camp and walked straight to the trial ground of the Death God Mountain. At this time, Tianlei and the others had already returned. The moment they came back, they were asking around who this person was. Brother Lei, when did you come back? Someone noticed Tianlei and the others and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Tianlei glanced at the second floor and immediately said, "Qinghuo, it doesn't matter when I came back." That, the one walking in front. Tell me who that guy is first. The king named Qinghuo couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lei, your blood chi fluctuations are so strong. Did you fight him?" Tianlei said, "I was almost killed by him. This B-starred, tell me where this new person came from, what great Tao he took, and what floor he lived on." Qinghuo said, "Well, Brother Lei, I advise you not to provoke this guy. He's not human at all." Tianlei was lost for words. Of course I know he's not human. How can he be human when he looks like this? No, Brother Lei, what I mean is that this guy is a little abnormally strong. Just don't provoke him. Tianlei couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Isn't he a newcomer?" Qinghuo said, "Yes, but he might be the strongest newcomer in history." Tianlei's eyelids twitched. "What do you mean?" Qinghuo sighed. This guy killed Chen Feng on the first day he entered the law enforcement camp. He killed him with a single slash in a life-and-death battle. Tianlei couldn't help but look serious. "Chen Feng from the 3rd floor? Isn't that guy very good at escaping?" Qinghuo said. "Yes, but it was useless. He died before he could even withstand a single slash." Ternlei couldn't help but ask. Shenlei couldn't help but ask, "Strong? Alas." You might not believe it, but this guy started from the 7,000th place in the arena. In just 10 years, he reached the 3,000th place. After thousands of battles, he has never been defeated and has 1,000 consecutive wins. Do you believe it? Tianlei and the kings who followed him were speechless. What the hell? How could someone have 1,000 consecutive wins in a place like the scavenger arena? Instantly, Tianlei's desire for revenge disappeared without a trace. He couldn't afford to offend this person. At this moment, seeing Han Fei standing at the gate of the Death God Mountain, Tianlei couldn't help but ask, "Is this guy here for the test of the Death God Mountain?" Someone behind Tianlei said, "With his strength, won't he enter the top 100? Qinghuo sneered. The top 100 list? He entered the top 100 list on the first day he came. Look, the last on the top 100 list, the one named Ye Fengliu, is this guy. Dianlei, all the kings, on the Death God Mountain. Han Fei stood there again, listening to the roars. Faced with the first wave of more than 100 living corpses, he didn't even move. With a casual tap of his finger, a living corpse exploded. This scene continued until the 401 first living corpse. At that moment, Han Fei finally moved. Han Fei only knew that the first place was Li Hui, who had killed 702 enemies. According to the rules of the Death God Mountain, the strength of the living dead would increase by 1.2 times every 100 people. Han Fei felt that there was still a problem. If Li Hui could fight 702 people, his real combat power would probably be stronger than when he was at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. But this was something Han Fei wanted to explore. At this moment, facing the 401's living corpse, Han Fei resisted with his strength and burst out. Huffy. It turns out that the amplification of the undead has decreased. No wonder. I thought it would continue to increase with this amplitude. According to Han Fei's actual test, the strength of the living dead above the 400th had reached an astonishing 370,000 to 380,000 waves. This power was already top-notch in the Raging Sea. Of course, it was also because the kings of the Raging Sea hadn't fully expanded their origin sea. A moment later. Above the 500th, the pure strength of the living dead could reach between 410,000 and 420,000 waves. Above the 600th, the pure strength of the undead could reach more than 450,000 waves. At this time, Chen Yan had quietly appeared on the Death God Mountain and was calculating Han Fei's strength again. His strength has exceeded 450,000 waves. In 10 years, it has increased by 130,000 waves. Chen Yan was speechless. This time, Ye Fengliu's rise was unstoppable. In the outside world, countless people had already gathered around the Void Stone Monument outside the Death God Mountain. When Ye Fengliu's name appeared at the 98th place, these people became energetic. Although they knew that he would definitely improve his ranking, they still couldn't help but want to see how high he could climb. Yes, the 97th place. Oh, it jumped to 91st place. So fast? Look, he's ranked 80th. His ranking is rising so fast. What? Why is his ranking still rising even though he has reached the 50th place? For a moment, everyone was speechless. At first they exclaimed, but later they became numb. At this moment, Han Fei had become the 16th place. Many people were shocked. Tianlei asked, will he make it into the top 10? The name Ye Fengliu was climbing at a visible speed. His kills corresponded to 616, 617. The number kept going up without any sign of stopping at all. Finally, when Han Fei killed 618 people, he entered the top 10. Someone sighed. This time, the 10,000 scale race actually gave birth to a super powerhouse who is not from our race, someone sighed. No, in the inner camp, there are also many heavenly talents of our 10,000 scale race. After all, this list is made by our 10,000 scale race, in the Death God Mountain. When Han Fei killed the 700th living corpse, the phantom of a dragon octopus erupted behind him. Chen Yan keenly observed that the scales on Han Fei's body were softening. When the 701 first living corpse hit Han Fei, the fist marks collided, and Han Fei's body trembled like ripples, and a lot of the huge force was removed. Chen Yan was about to record it when he suddenly found that there was another person beside him. It was xuanhuan. Master Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan nodded slightly. This is this guy's trump card. His deflective power has reached more than 50%. It seems that it is indeed the atavism of the bloodline of the ancient demonic octopus, Chen Yan said. But, Master Xuanhuan, even if he can deflect the force, how can his soul withstand it? Xuanhuan said, look at the flickering faint blue ripples on his body. What is that? Chen Yan couldn't help being puzzled. Ownerless souls? Hiss, hiss, he can mobilize ownerless souls to protect his own soul? Xuanhuan couldn't help narrowing his eyes. It seems that his atavism this time is not simple. Finally, when Han Fei killed 702, Xuanhuan's voice fell. Young man, you should know how to hide your strength. Stop at 703. At this moment, outside, on the Void Stone Monument, Ye Fengliu was already ranked first. Chapter 29 finally obtained the world origin. Although the people in the law enforcement camp valley didn't see how Han Fei attacked, they had personally witnessed the record of the Death God Mountain being broken. It was different from the first time Han Fei challenged the Death God Mountain. At that time, because Han Fei had just entered the top 100 and was ranked last, everyone thought that Han Fei tried his best to get this position. But this time, when Han Fei entered the top 10, the hearts of the onlookers sank. They knew that an unparalleled genius had appeared. Those who could enter the top 100 of the Death God Mountain were nothing, but those who could enter the top 10 were all rare heavenly talents. It was impossible for such a person to stay in the outer camp. He would definitely enter the inner camp. Besides, even if he entered the inner camp, he would be an outstanding talent. Tianlei and the others who clamored to take revenge just now had all turned green. Brother Lei, should we go out to gain experience again? Tianlei shivered. Ah, yes, you're right. I still lack some energy crystals. Does anyone want to go hunting with me for a few years? I'll go, Brother Lei. Let's go together. Who doesn't lack energy crystals? Let's go, let's go. Tianlei and the others slipped away as soon as they returned, not even going to their own cave. The few of them left in a hurry. Tianlei was still a little nervous. That guy shouldn't be so vengeful, right? Whether he bore a grudge or not, he would stay away for 2 years. When this person entered the inner camp, how would he have the time to cause trouble for him? Not long after Tianlei and the others left in a hurry, a figure walked out of the small world of the Death God Mountain. At this moment, Han Fei's chi and blood were steaming. He still had some atavism characteristic, and some strange red mist was still dissipating from his body. When they saw Han Fei, the entire law enforcement valley was silent. Ling Ran, the human who had once received Han Fei, and some other human powerhouses were also shocked at this moment. Although they felt that Han Fei couldn't be completely regarded as a human now, Han Fei was once a human after all. In a sense, they felt that Han Fei was still a member of the human race, even if they knew that the 10,000 scale race definitely didn't think so. Now, Han Fei had become a legend in the law enforcement camp. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. Someone murmured, "Will he still remember the human race?" Someone heaved a long sigh. Whether he will remember the human race or not, so what? It's true that he is a heavenly talent, but even if he opens the sky and takes care of the human race, he can't change the current situation of the human race, Lin Ran said. After all, he used to be a member of the human race. I'm willing to wish him good luck. Apart from the discussion on the human side, most people were concerned about what Han Fei would do next. Someone said, "He has broken the record of the Death God Mountain. What will he do next?" Someone replied, "Isn't it obvious? It must be the inner camp." Someone was puzzled. "Do you think it's a coincidence that he killed one more person than the first place?" Or, someone sneered, "Who cares if he did it on purpose? Being first is already high profile enough." Buzz. While everyone was staring at Han Fei, Chen Yan suddenly appeared. Chen Yan said, "Ye Fengliu has officially broken the record of the first place on the Death God Mountain and become the new first place. On the order of Lord Honghuang, he will be rewarded with a world origin fruit." Hiss? What? Reward him with a world origin? Isn't this reward a little too much? He is not from the 10,000 scale race. How can he be rewarded with a world origin so easily? Someone sneered. What do you mean by easily? Is it easy to break the record of the Death God Mountain? Han Fei was also stunned. World origin fruit? He had seen this thing in the memories of Shui Fei and the others, but he didn't know what it was or how to use it. Unfortunately, his Neza avatar was too far away from his original body. Otherwise, Han Fei would have known that the world origin was a top treasure that increased one's potential and was much more advanced than the mystic yellow soil. Because he didn't know what the world origin was, Han Fei was very calm. Chen Yan raised his head and looked at Han Fei, saying, "Breaking the record of the Death God Mountain is the only reason you got it." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Thank you, Master Honghuang Chaos. Thank you, Lord Law Enforcer." Chen Yan nodded slightly and was about to let go of the world origin, but then he said, "You can take it with your hand. Don't put it directly into your origin sea. Otherwise, it will immediately melt, and you'll have to cultivate on the spot." Seeing that Han Fei was slightly puzzled, Chen Yan snorted. "I don't know where you get your luck from. Take it and cultivate hard." When Chen Yan threw out the world origin fruit, Han Fei took it and information popped up in his eyes. One name, world origin fruit. Introduction. It contains the truths of the great Tao, the law of the heavenly Tao, and the vitality of all things. It's the foundation of the birth of all Taos. If ordinary people take this thing, they can reach the sky in a single bound. At least they can obtain a level 9 spiritual heritage, and some have a chance of obtaining a heavenly heritage. If they take this thing, the origin sea will fuse with the natural law of the heavenly Tao and greatly increase their potential. Even if they die, their origin sea can become an ownerless small world with the world origin. A level chaotic spiritual treasure quality. Average quality a contained world origin unknown. Effect strengthen the origin sea, improve spiritual heritage, and stimulate potential. Han Fei was shocked. This was fucking good stuff. The words chaotic spiritual treasure alone were enough to impress Han Fei. The only time he had obtained a chaotic spiritual treasure in his life was from senior sister Green Lotus. After Xiaoshan ate it, she really gave birth to the divine child. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to condense a sesame-sized fetus. Han Fei looked at the world origin fruit again and couldn't help but feel excited. This thing could even help ordinary people reach the heavens in a single bound. He could imagine how advanced it was. He didn't know it back then, or Han Fei felt that he might have dug the world origin of the raging sea. So that's the reason why everyone wants to find an origin ground. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood. It was not that the resources in the origin ground were attractive, but that the world origin was too attractive. Han Fei never thought that he could get such a treasure after only passing a test of the Death God Mountain. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the other small world entrances. How could Chen Yan not understand his thoughts? Chen Yan snorted. Master Honghuang made an exception to give this world origin fruit to you. Most people, even if they are in the sky-opening realm, have never received such a reward. Besides, the other small worlds are not suitable for you. Even if you pass the tests in them, you won't get a second world origin fruit. Han Fei sighed in his heart, thinking that it was a pity. If he could get such a reward by clearing a trial, he would have something to do in the next few years. The surrounding kings all exclaimed and sighed. Hiss! World origin? I've only heard of that thing. This is the first time I've seen it. Sure enough, only such a monster has the chance to be rewarded with such a treasure. Someone sighed. Unfortunately, this person is not a member of our 10,000 scale race. Otherwise, I can be his follower. Someone shook his head. It doesn't matter if he's a member of our 10,000 scale race. What's important is that he's in our law enforcement camp. With Master Xuanhuan watching over him and our monarch guarding him, no matter how talented he is, he has to obey our 10,000 scale race. While others were discussing, Han Fei had already disappeared. Cultivation Tower. When Han Fei appeared with the world origin in his hand, the old man guarding the cultivation tower was fascinated. Isn't the thing in his hand the world origin? Although he knew that this brat was quite valued, it was a little unbelievable that he would be rewarded with a world origin. It wasn't that it was difficult for sea establishers to obtain the world origin fruit. In fact, in the city of scavengers, the top powerhouses were not short of world origin fruits at all. But how long had Han Fei been in the law enforcement camp? This world origin fruit meant that the higher-ups attached great importance to him. Another moment later. The moment Han Fei put this thing into his origin sea, he finally experienced what his Neza avatar felt back then. After a while, Han Fei looked at the abnormally lush spiritual plants and orchards in his origin sea and couldn't help but feel a little amazed. This thing was at least 7 or 8 times better than the mystic yellow soil. Besides, although it wasn't obvious, Han Fei still felt that his potential had been improved a lot. Han Fei estimated that even if this improvement wasn't 10%, it was at least 50%. At his current realm, with the enhancement of his double heavenly heritage and top bloodline, he could still tap into his potential. The effect at this moment was obvious. Besides, as his potential increased, Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to have increased too. But now he couldn't find anyone to test it or come up with any conclusions. 3 days later. After many experiments, Han Fei finally confirmed that the world origin was a shortcut for ordinary kings to open the sky or become even stronger. This thing had no side effects. After fusing with the Heavenly Tao, he could even gain a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Tao and use his great Taos more naturally. Han Fei knew that his next step was to obtain more world origin no matter what. Chapter 291, Battle for Entering the Inner Camp. 3 days ago, Han Fei went to the Death God Mountain just to show off his strength in front of these countless kings and let them witness his growth and strength. The reward of the world origin fruit was completely beyond Han Fei's expectations. However, after obtaining the world origin fruit, Han Fei knew that what he was going to find and obtain next was this thing. 3 days later, Han Fei returned to the law enforcement camp. However, this time he walked to a trench that divided the law enforcement camp. When someone noticed Han Fei, he immediately shouted, "Look, Ye Fengliu is going to break into the inner camp." What? So fast? He digested the world origin so soon? Hiss, is it really him? Look, he's carrying a knife on his back. It seems that he's really going to attack. Unfortunately, we can't see the battle in the inner camp. No, one of them can be seen. When he beats the drums, someone must come out to fight him. Someone's eyes lit up, and then he said, "It seems that this guy hasn't been in the law enforcement camp for a day since he entered it, right? He didn't even get a cave to live in." Someone sighed. I'm afraid that he never planned to stay in the outer camp from the beginning. His original goal was the inner camp. While they were discussing, Han Fei had slowly walked to the center of the trench. In the deep darkness, something seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to attack, which was inexplicably terrifying. Whoosh! A huge black shadow smashed at Han Fei from the front in a strange arc. The black shadow was very slow. Han Fei took a closer look, only to see a big bell swinging at him. Han Fei expressionlessly raised his hand to block it. Clang! The sound of the bell resounded throughout the two camps. The outer camp had long known about it, and they were all watching with their eyes wide open. It was not uncommon for people from the outer camp to break into the inner camp, but not many people gained so much attention. There was really no one like Han Fei who had entered the city only for 10 years, but had fought to the point of being banned from the scavenger arena. Therefore, everyone wanted to see how Han Fei broke into the inner camp and what the result would be in the inner camp. Clang, 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 quang. When the bell rang, most of the powerhouses in the inner camp who were cultivating opened their eyes. Someone murmured, "Someone broke into the camp again?" What a mess. Hey, this bell is so annoying. It's just someone breaking into the camp. What's the point of knocking it so many times? Most of these people were strong. After all, only those ranked below 900th and close to 1000th would accept the challenge. In theory, it would be the person ranking last in the inner camp to accept the challenge. When the bell rang, a man from the 10,000 scale race slowly stood up. This person's expression was cold and ferocious. He was unusually burly and had a huge frame, like a giant of the 10,000 scale race. When this person got up, someone smiled and said, "Tumeng, why is it your turn to accept the challenge? Where are the people ranking below you?" The brawny man said. A 10-person team went on a mission. With that, the man named Tumeng stepped into the trench. Buzz. When Tumeng walked out, many people in the outer camp exclaimed, "Oh, it's Boss 2? Why is he here to fight?" Logically speaking, he shouldn't be ranking last in the inner camp. someone said. Isn't it simple? It means that the strong master ranking below Boss 2 is not in the inner camp because of something. Heh. Boss 2 is a real body refiner. If it weren't for his soul, hush, someone scolded. Are you an idiot? This is a fair challenge. If you expose the problem of Boss 2, won't you be telling Ye Fengliu how to fight him? The person who was scolded was speechless. Ye Fengliu is not stupid. It's useless to hide this kind of thing. The strength of Boss 2's soul is his only weakness, but no matter what, Boss 2 has entered the inner camp. The weakness of his soul is only relative. Someone said, okay, this matter is indeed not important. It's said that Ye Fengliu is also a body refiner. I heard that his body showed the sign of atavism to the ancient dragon octopus, and his defense power is extremely strong. Even if they fight head-on, Ye Fengliu might not lose. Who is the challenger? Tu Meng's voice was deep, and his words gave people an invisible pressure. However, only Han Fei said coldly as usual, I'm Ye Fengliu from the outer camp. Tu Meng grinned. I've never heard of you. My name is Tu Meng, ranked 990th in the inner camp. The people ranking below me are not around, so your opponent can only be me. You can choose not to fight and wait for the 1000th place to come back. Without thinking, Han Fei said indifferently, fight. Tu Meng had thought that this battle might not necessarily need to be fought, but he didn't expect this person to challenge him without hesitation. Of course, Tu Meng wouldn't be careless. Those who could enter the inner camp from the outer camp were definitely not simple. Besides, before he came to the inner camp, there was definitely no such person as Ye Fengliu in the outer camp. If there was, it was impossible for him not to remember him. After all, his red scales looked too dazzling. Tu Meng, okay, then be prepared, buzz. Black turbid liquid surrounded his body, and his suppressing pressure was getting heavier and heavier. His power had even triggered the surrounding sea area. The surrounding void was trembling because of Tu Meng's power. However, Han Fei still didn't move at all, not even preparing to draw his saber. Bang! Tu Meng, who had finished accumulating strength, burst out his speed to the limit in an instant. The instantaneous kinetic energy triggered the seawater behind him, which roared terrifyingly and rushed at Han Fei like a sea current at the limit of speed. Han Fei's eyes glittered, as expected of an expert from the inner camp. This strength was already extraordinary, but it could be transformed into 2 moves. Because the time was too short, Tu Meng originally felt that Han Fei couldn't withstand a single blow of his. However, when he slashed at Han Fei's glabella with one hand, the latter moved slightly to the side, clenched his left hand into a fist, and casually launched a Great Force Dragon Fist. At this level, combat skills were actually meaningless. The Great Force Dragon Fist was the Cao family's unique technique, but it might have to be traced back to the God of War. As soon as this punch was thrown out, the dragon roar shook. However, Tu Meng seemed to be a body refiner too. He reacted in time and tried to block Han Fei's punch with his hand. But Han Fei showed an imperceptible look of disdain. He held the knife in his right hand and tapped it from behind, gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Han Fei had already raised his foot and accumulated strength. With a sweep of his foot, he kicked Tu Meng and the rapid waves behind him away. The entire trench instantly flashed with a strange blue light, blocking this terrifying collision. In the outer camp, countless people exclaimed, fuck, is Ye Fengliu's physique stronger than Boss 2's? One kick, just one kick? Is Boss 2 not even qualified to make Ye Fengliu draw his saber? I heard that Ye Fengliu had an epiphany in the arena and then was disqualified. Could it be he comprehended something? For a moment, there were all kinds of guesses. Although Tu Meng was kicked away, his eyes lit up. Is this person a body refiner too? As if he was interested, Tu Meng stomped on the seawater tide behind him again, jumped up, clenched his fists, and pressed at Han Fei with the Great Tao of Gravity. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person walked the Great Tao of Gravity? Interesting. At that moment, Han Fei raised his hand and blocked Tu Meng's terrifying power with his saber. It could be seen that Han Fei's flesh and blood were shaking as if they were deflecting the force. At the same time, anti-gravity power appeared on Han Fei's knife. Humph, only brainless brute force? Han Fei snorted and suddenly kicked into the air. Although Tu Meng managed to block it, he felt that his arms were about to be shattered. Tu Meng, who was kicked into the air, was about to attack with all his strength and was activating a secret technique, but suddenly Han Fei appeared in front of him. Bang! It was just a simple punch. The fist mark carried Tao runes and golden light flickered. With this punch, Tu Meng was blasted into the entrance he came from. Boom-a. The seal at the entrance was almost shattered by Han Fei's punch, but it didn't completely collapse. However, in this way, Tu Meng almost had no chance of winning, because in terms of strength he was almost crushed by Han Fei. Boom! Han Fei casually carried the long knife on his shoulder, came to Tu Meng casually, and said indifferently, "You are no match for me. Make way. I can still—" Tu Meng tried to stand up, but Han Fei's left hand was already on Tu Meng's shoulder. This guy tried for a long time but couldn't even stand up. At this moment, Tu Meng was shocked. What kind of person was this? How could he be so strong? Chapter 292, that's it. Tu Meng's heart was in turmoil. He really couldn't understand how such a thin and weak guy could be so powerful. Also, this guy was already so strong. Why did he only think of entering the inner camp now? According to his strength, he could have entered the inner camp 100 years ago. What Tumeng didn't know was that Han Fei had only been here for 10 years. In the outer camp, countless kings who were watching the battle were speechless. Fine, they had long known this result. It seemed that Ye Fengliu had never lost in fighting. In fact, many people in the inner camp knew Han Fei. Many people had been invited to the arena to watch the battles, but Tumeng didn't know about it. At this moment, the brawny man said, "I admit defeat." Han Fei retracted his hand and watched the entrance of the inner camp slowly open indifferently. When Han Fei stepped in, Tumeng followed him and asked, "Brother Ye, what race are you from? You completely crush me in strength. Even in the inner camp, your pure strength is at least in the top 500. How did you develop this strength in the outer camp?" Han Fei said indifferently. "It's all about bloodline." Tumeng immediately understood. His disappointment just now was swept away. It seemed that this person's bloodline was extremely strong. He thought to himself, "That's right, this guy looks strange, so there must be something wrong with his bloodline." Han Fei stepped into the inner camp and found that this was not a valley, but a small world. This small world was rich in vitality, a bit like an undersea jungle. However, there were not many creatures here. In the first place, there were not many normal creatures in the chaotic wasteland. Except for the ominous creatures, there were almost no normal marine creatures here, so it was not easy to see some here. Unfortunately, the area of this undersea jungle was only less than 1,000,000 kilometers, about 600,000 kilometers. And the further he went, the sparser the plants became. As soon as Han Fei came in, he felt many perceptions sweeping over him. Because Han Fei wanted to fight, he didn't care if there were rules here and simply swept his perception over. As his perception scanned, he found that 1,000,000 kilometers away, there were caves that had been opened. These caves seemed to be next to an earth vein, which should contain a large amount of vitality. Humph! Before Han Fei could figure out why these people built caves based on the ground veins, he heard someone snort coldly. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that his soul was attacked by other souls. Although he could easily shatter the soul, he still pretended to collapse. The two perceptions collided in the void, shattered, and exploded. Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and he looked at a cave. In front of the cave, there was a stone tablet with the number 827 engraved on it. Seeing Han Fei cast his gaze over, someone in the cave snorted. "The inner camp hasn't reached the point where you can pry into it as you please. Since Tumeng was defeated, he will naturally explain it to you." Tumeng didn't expect Han Fei to be so bold. He immediately said, "Brother Ye, no matter if it's in the inner or outer camp, no one is allowed to snoop on others at will. Since you have defeated me, you can enter my number 990 cave. I'll clean it up briefly. There will be a detailed introduction of the inner camp in the cave." However, Han Fei said indifferently, "Just tell me the rules. I don't think I can use your cave." "Huh?" Before Tumeng could react, someone sneered. "What an arrogant newcomer. You are that Ye Fengliu who entered the outer camp for 10 years and ranked 3,000th in the arena, right? Why, you've just entered the inner camp, but you're already so arrogant. Are you planning to enter the top 300 in another 10 years? Someone snorted. "Ye Fengliu, I heard that your saber Dao is extremely powerful. Not only have it fused with the heavenly Dao, but you have also awakened your bloodline. However, are you dreaming if you think you can defeat the entire inner camp?" Someone was puzzled. "Oh, no wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out that he's a top heavenly talent." Humph, however, those who can enter the inner camp are all heavenly talents. Someone sneered. "You might not believe it, but he is a human who accidentally ate foreign blood and became like this. Otherwise, what kind of bloodline awakening can the human race have?" "What? A human? Ridiculous. How dare the human race enter the inner camp? How dare the human race be arrogant in the inner camp?" Earlier, these people in the inner camp were only a little unhappy with Han Fei's strength. But when they learned that Han Fei's original body was actually a human, many people were furious. Han Fei was speechless. "What's wrong with humans? Did humans eat your rice or abduct your daughter? Where did the 10,000 scale race and the human race get such a huge grudge?" However, Han Fei didn't care about their reaction. He said indifferently, "Since you're not convinced, let's fight. Does that 827 guy dare to accept my challenge?" Han Fei didn't know if the inner camp could fight in disregard of ranking. If they could, who would be willing to fight them one by one? If he fought 10 battles a day, it would take months, right? Humph, ridiculous. Come and provoke me after you understand the rules. Besides, I'm waiting for you. In cave number 827, a voice sounded with disdain. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Tumeng, who also looked at Han Fei speechlessly. In fact, he didn't like humans either, but he had lost. Besides, how could Han Fei be considered a human now? Therefore, Tumeng explained, "You can only challenge one by one according to their rankings in the inner camp. This is an origin ground where the world origin hasn't been deprived at all. Ranking means how much world origin you can enjoy. If you know something about world origin, you will know how rare an opportunity to cultivate in the inner camp is." Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Could he obtain world origin by cultivating here? He couldn't help but look at the caves. He had thought that they were just connected to the ground veins, but now it seemed that it was a kind of release of world origin. No wonder, but in that case, it suits me. Han Fei asked indifferently, "Where is the 989th place?" Someone sneered. Is this brat really going to challenge us one by one? How arrogant. Let's see how far he can go. As soon as Han Fei said so, a female powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race stood up and sneered. Tu Meng's soul is not strong enough. I'm not surprised that he lost. If you want to challenge me, come on, Tu Meng thought to himself. I didn't see Ye Fengliu's soul power. However, I can't suffer alone. You should see how strong this newcomer is. The battlefield of the inner camp was actually very vast. What Han Fei saw was only the caves of these people, which were their cultivation places. All other places were considered the battlefield of the inner camp. As for the inner camp, it was also a training ground. Outside these people's caves, in the depths of the small world, there were some powerful sea beasts. People often went to fight sea beasts to stimulate their potential. The place Han Fei was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the cultivation places of the kings. At this moment, opposite Han Fei, the woman sneered. Ye Fengliu, I've seen you fight. You're a body refiner like Tu Meng. Your soul power is mediocre, but your saber technique is not bad. If you use your saber, you might have a chance to win. Han Fei said, I won't draw my knife easily. Hearing Han Fei's cold words, many people joked. Lin Shuang, look, he doesn't take you seriously at all. I definitely can't stand it. Lin Shuang, the newcomer is too arrogant. Let's see if you have the ability to take him down. Lin Shuang, if you can't take him down, you can let him come over. I don't mind teaching him a lesson for you. Lin Shuang sneered. You want to take away my cave? In your dreams. Han Fei didn't know how much of the world origin they were talking about here. If there were as many as the world origin fruit Chen Yan gave him, it would be perfect. Puffa Lin Shuang immediately took action. She weaved a net with her soul power and grabbed a black steel needle, which turned into thousands of needles and seemed to pierce Han Fei into a beehive. Han Fei casually slashed at the net, but his knife didn't leave the sheath. The knife light cut through the soul net and found that there was an abnormal power absorbing his knife chi. Humph, this net can swallow all forces. Otherwise, why do you think Tu Meng can't beat me? However, in the next moment, Han Fei's body moved slightly, and the soul power between his eyebrows burst out, turning into a sword and slashing at the void. The soul net was instantly torn apart. Huh? His soul turned into a knife? This person's soul is not weak. Lin Shuang's expression changed slightly. Ye Fengliu's soul was much stronger than she had imagined. However, she wanted to see how he would block her soul-subduing needle. Unfortunately, Han Fei's body emitted a faint blue light, which was the materialization of ownerless souls. Clank, 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 wank. When the dense flying needles fell on Han Fei, none of them could break the ownerless soul barrier that was protecting him. Han Fei took a deep look at Lin Shuang and said indifferently, That's it? Chapter 219.3, Domineering the Inner Camp, a Human Weapon. Lin Shuang was shocked. Was this person's soul so strong? Buzz. In an instant, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. In the next moment, a shadow flashed in front of Lin Shuang, and she felt an indescribable terrifying force blasting at her. Her internal organs instantly exploded, and most of her battlesuit was shattered. Bang! Lin Shuang was punched tens of thousands of kilometers away, and half of her body exploded. Her flesh and blood were blurred, her battlesuit was broken, and a big hole was dug out of her chest. Hiss! Many people were shocked. Lin Shuang was defeated so easily and completely. Soul attacks didn't seem to be of much use to Ye Fengliu. Interesting. Those who didn't intend to join in the fun couldn't help but look at the battlefield. Many of these people were top powerhouses ranking above 500th. Each of these people had fully expanded their origin seas. Not only had they fully expanded them, but their combat power had also reached their peak state. Someone stopped cultivating and began to pay attention to the battlefield. Someone said directly, this person's strength has already entered the top 500. His soul strength is definitely in the top 800. Unfortunately, Lin Shuang can't measure this person's strength. Someone nodded slightly. He's not weak. Overall, it might not be difficult for him to enter the top 700. At that time, most of his means will be revealed, but it won't be easy for him to move forward further. Next. At this moment, Han Fei's voice was indifferent and he had no intention of leaving. Buzz. On the other side, Lin Shuang put on a new battlesuit. As soon as her body was repaired, she looked at Han Fei in shock and then at another young man who was rushing over not far away. The young man said, My name is... Before the man finished speaking, Han Fei interrupted him. I don't need to know your name unless you can beat me. Humph, the young man sneered. Ye Fengliu, don't tell me you want to fight all the way from the moment you enter the inner camp. Which ranking do you want to fight? The 800th place, the 700th place, or even the 500th place? The young man's mocking tone seemed to be provoking Han Fei. However, he didn't know that Han Fei's real goal was not to reach the 900th place at all. As long as he wanted, with his current strength, he might even be able to enter the top 10 lords, let alone this mere inner camp. He suddenly attacked with the long knife in his hand, and a golden light burst out of the sheath. He said indifferently, You're too noisy. The young man turned his hands into claws and tried to crush the knife. However, as Lin Shuang and the others knew, Han Fei's knife Dao was no longer an ordinary knife Dao, but the power of the heavenly Dao. Crack-a-boom, the void pincer instantly shattered, and the young man was cut into 2 halves. His body was blown thousands of kilometers away by the explosion. Han Fei didn't look at this person again and said in his cold and emotionless voice, "Next." The people in the inner camp would never refuse to fight. Since they were in the inner camp, they might face challenges from people ranked lower than them at any time. You couldn't refuse to accept challenges unless you were not around, or you needed to cultivate in seclusion for some special reason. If there was no suitable reason, they had to accept the challenge. Even if they didn't participate in this battle for special reasons, if the person ranked ahead of them was defeated, their ranking would automatically drop by 1 place. Therefore, most of the people in the law enforcement camp had challenged others and had also been challenged by others. These people were not afraid of fighting, especially when their opponent was Han Fei, who could easily beat his opponents. It didn't matter if they lost against such a person. Anyway, they wouldn't be the only ones who lost. If they could tie with Han Fei or even win by a fluke, it would be an honor. At least, they had broken Han Fei's undefeated record. Therefore, when Han Fei shouted, someone immediately replied, "Let me." Boom boom boom. In 2 moves, the big horn on this person's head was cut off by Han Fei, and he was defeated in 2 moves. Next. A moment later, a giant turtle phantom was penetrated and defeated in 3 moves. Next. In this way, Han Fei fought a total of 39 battles. He won consecutively and never lost. Han Fei used 5 moves, which made the kings in the inner camp speechless. Did this guy really want to enter the top 500 on the first day he came in? Finally, after Han Fei defeated 49 people in a row, he showed a trace of fatigue. Of course, this was intentional. Although his goal was to enter the top 100, he didn't need to do it so fast. No matter how monstrously strong he was, it was impossible for him to remain so monstrously strong. He needed some time to recover. Otherwise, how many people could easily believe that Han Fei was a newcomer? The next day, the 3rd day, on the 7th day, Han Fei greatly reduced the frequency of battles. On the first day, he challenged 49 people in a row, and now he challenged about 16 people in a row. This meant that as the rankings of the people he fought rose, Han Fei's battles became more and more difficult. This also meant that Han Fei had a limit to his strength, although no one knew where his limit was. On this day, it was finally the turn of the number 827 Strong Master. This person had mocked Han Fei, but he never expected that Han Fei would stand in front of him in only 7 days. Han Fei said indifferently, "Hey, 827, come out." Xuanhuan was also in a complicated mood. He didn't expect that in just 7 days, Han Fei had fought more than 100 battles in a row and reached him. He wasn't afraid of fighting. He still remembered that on the first day he had mocked Han Fei. But now, Han Fei had fought more than 100 battles, which he had all witnessed. Not only was he not confident of defeating Han Fei, but he might not even be able to make Han Fei draw his saber. Therefore, Xuanhuan came out with a black face, mainly because he was afraid of losing face. He had already decided that he must use all his secret techniques, fuse with his companion spirit, and activate his intrinsic item this time. No matter what, he had to make Han Fei draw his knife. On the field, Han Fei still looked indifferent, as if he didn't remember that number 827 had once mocked him. Someone sighed. Xuanhuan was too careless back then. If Ye Fengliu becomes stronger in the future, I wonder if he will take revenge on him. Someone laughed. Why? Ye Fengliu is too cold and can't be befriended. If we stand against him, we will probably become his enemy. But he probably won't hold a grudge against someone just because he was mocked. Someone exclaimed, but he's a human being. Someone was lost for words. What kind of human is this? Even if he is a human, so what? If he can't be used by our 10,000 scale race, do you think Master Hong Huang will allow him to join the law enforcement camp? That's true, huh? Look, Xuanhuan has erupted. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan, who had been under a lot of pressure these past few days, used his life scales as soon as he came up. The scales on his body began to glow green. Half of his body was seriously deformed, like a soft mollusk, and the deformed hand held a big halberd on which soul fire was beating. Soul slash, soul-breaking armor. In this strike, Xuanhuan fused his soul and strength, and the way his strength circulated was similar to that of Immortal Fiend Saber. However, his strength level wasn't that high. Of course, with Xuanhuan's strength, it was still extremely powerful. Although Han Fei still looked cold, he put his hand on his long knife. Huh? Ye Fengliu is going to draw his knife? The eyes of a powerhouse ranked at the top lit up. Xuanhuan is not bad. At least he can force him to draw his saber. Someone chuckled. After he draws his knife, he shouldn't have many trump cards left, right? Wait, he is not drawing his saber. Under everyone's hot gaze, Han Fei used the knife as a long stick and smashed downward with all his strength, producing 3,000 stick shadows. He heard clang, 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 clang. The continuous and extremely fast knocking sounds set off thousands of waves. The seemingly ferocious melee was impacted by countless ownerless souls. Xuanhuan only lasted less than 300 times before he showed signs of collapse. Look, there's a great Tao of gravity. Unfortunately, Ye Fengliu is a body refiner and is extremely strong in the first place. With the great Tao of gravity, he can condense ownerless souls into armor and sweep across his enemies with his rod. It's only natural that Xuanhuan can't resist it. Puffer, the power of the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks became stronger and stronger. In the end, xuanhuan didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for his companion spirit, he would have been blown up by Han Fei. When he withstood Han Fei's 500 strikes, his companion spirit was broken. xuanhuan's head was whipped dozens of times by Han Fei and twisted into a fried dough twist. As if he had just done something trivial, Han Fei put away his knife without even looking at xuanhuan and shouted as usual, "Next." Chen Yan, who had been secretly observing, thought for a moment. Should he really let this guy challenge others one by one? This was simply an emotionless puppet, having no fear, no worry, and no other thoughts at all. It seemed that for him, as long as he could fight his way through, it was enough. He was speechless. He didn't know how strong his bloodline power had been awakened. It had only been a few days. Was he going to enter the top 500 directly? Just as Chen Yan frowned, xuanhuan's voice sounded, "Don't worry about it. Just observe the power he shows after he draws his saber." Yes, Master Huang. Chapter 294, 10-Layered Tribulation Pill. Just like when Han Fei challenged the arena ranking every day, this crazy challenge lasted for more than a month. In just a month, Han Fei had reached the 500th place. In the inner camp of the law enforcement camp, this was a record that almost never appeared before. Chen Yan would take some time to check Han Fei's challenge progress every day. Today was the critical moment for Han Fei to enter the top 500 of the inner camp. Therefore, all the strong masters in the inner camp that didn't go out were basically watching the battle here. In fact, there were less than 300 people in the top 500 in the inner camp. The others had all participated in various missions. Therefore, the top 500 was not the key. This ranking only represented Han Fei's potential in the city of scavengers. Being able to enter the top 500 of the inner camp meant that Han Fei was qualified to be one of the top powerhouses in the city of scavengers. His opportunity to open the sky and his strength after opening the sky would be greater. In fact, those who could enter the inner camp all had the possibility of opening the sky. However, the ones who could really win the higher-ups' favor were still the top 100. At this moment, standing opposite Han Fei was a king of the 10,000 scale race who exuded a strong murderous aura. This person must have cultivated some strange technique to have such an aura. The man said, "The more you fight, the slower you will be. At this point, you can only fight 6 people a day. I might not be able to win, but I don't believe you can enter the top 100 all the way. Then, let's fight." A huge dark red axe appeared in this person's hand, and with the axe, a black chain appeared. Whoosh! This person grabbed the chain and waved it in an arc. His strength was comparable to Tu Meng. Han Fei wanted to rush forward, but this person clearly deliberately revealed a flaw. He was holding a chain in his left hand. Han Fei raised his long knife to his side. Clang! Han Fei's figure was knocked dozens of meters away. Receiving this blow, Han Fei couldn't help but realize that this giant axe had the ability to absorb power. Interesting. You want to absorb my power to increase your strength? After the tentative attack, seeing that Han Fei didn't attack, the man suddenly drew back the giant axe and grabbed it. At that moment, Han Fei saw that he was also holding a dark red giant axe in his left hand. Your saber Dao has entered the heavenly Dao. Then let me show you my axe Dao who has entered the heavenly Dao too. Buzz. Behind this person, a huge shadow appeared, and the two axes slashed angrily. It was as if a light broke through the sky, and the suppressing pressure of the great Dao descended. Under the murderous aura, Han Fei was a little surprised. This person's murderous aura was really strong. Among the powerhouses watching the battle, someone said with a faint smile, "Guomeng has been to the infinite mining area to study. He has been in seclusion all these years. His real strength is more than the 500th place. I wonder if Ye Fengliu can block this axe." After seeing this axe, Han Fei knew that he couldn't continue to hide his strength. This person's strength was definitely not the 500th place. Compared to the people before, this person's strength was almost doubled. Han Fei didn't believe that any random king ranking 500th could produce such an attack. In this axe, murderous aura soaked the soul, power was mixed in, and the will of the heavenly Dao enhanced its power. Han Fei guessed that it didn't make sense for this person to rank 500th. Boom! Han Fei raised his hand and pried open the sheath with his thumb. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened. Was this guy finally going to draw his knife? Good lord, he has been holding it in until now. Does he nurture his saber again? It shouldn't be a saber-nurturing technique in such a short time. It should be what he comprehended in the scavenger arena. A strong master ranking about 300th said solemnly, "I can't withstand Guomeng's axe. He has been in seclusion since he came back from the infinite mining area. I didn't expect him to hide his real strength so well." Someone nodded. That's right. This axe has already fused with the heavenly Dao. We can't tell if it's his own Dao or the heavenly Dao. Clang! With the sound of metal friction, Han Fei held the sheath in one hand and the knife in the other. The sound of the long knife pulling seemed to have been ringing for a long time, but in fact, it was only for a moment. With a shining knife light, before the knife was completely unsheathed, within 1,000 kilometers, it formed a knife hell, attracting all things into knives. The moment the long knife was drawn out, many people seemed to be frozen in the moment Han Fei drew out the knife, as if Han Fei would never finish drawing his saber. Drawing technique. When the draw technique and the blade inferno fused, the kings couldn't tell if Han Fei had pulled out the knife or if he had hidden billions of knife lights in the sheath. Clang, the knife and axe collided, and the sound was crisp and continuous. At that moment, the sky changed color and streams of light flew everywhere. It seemed that the winner hadn't been decided, but billions of knife lights swept across where Guomeng was. Puh! 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 Knife marks kept appearing on Guomeng's body, one turning into 10, 10 into 100, and then densely covering his body. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. At that moment, a strong master in the inner camp suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing. Both of them have already fused with the heavenly Tao? A woman opened her eyes slightly. In terms of this blow alone, these two people are close to the top 100. Unfortunately, such an attack needs a long time to be launched. Therefore, their real combat power is between the top 100 and the top 200. Kraken suddenly, Guomeng felt a sense of powerlessness from the giant axes. He put his axes together, and an immortal chi burst out, barely blocking Han Fei's attack, and he retreated thousands of kilometers. When he stopped, Guomeng narrowed his eyes, looked at the giant axe in his hand that had a crack, and slowly put it away. Okay, you win this battle, someone exclaimed. Guomeng, you admit defeat? Guomeng sneered. It's just a competition. Is it more important than my battle axe? Then, Guomeng glanced at Han Fei. Your knife is about the same, right? Because Han Fei had already put away his knife, others couldn't see it, but from what Guomeng said, Han Fei didn't seem to win anyway. Therefore, someone heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought he was going to win again. It seems that he is finally going to stop at the top 500. Stop? I don't know where you get the confidence to say that. The strength of these two people has clearly exceeded the 500th place. Even if they increase by 200 places, no one will say anything. How can you say stop, huh? So strong? Of course. Look at their expressions. Do they look relaxed? Someone couldn't help but glance at the top 500 powerhouses and found that most of them looked solemn, as if they were still recalling the battle just now. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The kings immediately cupped their hands. Greetings, Master Law Enforcer. Chen Yan nodded slightly, glanced at Guomeng and Han Fei, and then said, Guomeng has fused with the heavenly Tao. According to previous strength tests, he is ranked 237th in the inner camp. Any objections? As he spoke, Chen Yan looked at a person who was ranked 237th. However, that person hadn't completely fused with the heavenly Tao. The man hurriedly said, Master Law Enforcer, I have no objection. Chen Yan continued, Yi Fengliu has already fused with the heavenly Tao. Although he has the upper hand in this battle against Guomeng, he has the suspicion of nurturing his saber, so he is ranked 238th in the inner camp. Any objections? The powerhouse, who had just been replaced by Guomeng, smiled bitterly and said again, I have no objection. He was speechless and took 2 steps back. However, as Chen Yan said, he could resist neither Guomeng nor Ye Fengliu according to the power that the two of them had just shown. Even if he could barely take it, he would be powerless to fight again. Therefore, he was convinced by the ranking this time. Then Chen Yan said, Ye Fengliu, come with me. Originally, Chen Yan didn't want everyone to see him giving special treatment to Ye Fengliu, but there was nothing he could do. This was the will of Master Xuanhuan. Another moment later, in the undersea jungle of the law enforcement camp, Chen Yan took Han Fei here and said, Master Xuanhuan, Ye Fengliu is here. Okay, let him in. Chen Yan looked at Han Fei. Boy, you're lucky. Go. Seeing Zhao Honghuang again, the latter looked at Han Fei for 10 seconds. But Han Fei was unmoved. I don't believe you can see through me. Sure enough, after a minute, Zhao Honghuang finally retracted his scrutinizing gaze and said indifferently, Who taught you this knife technique? Han Fei said, Master Honghuang, I once saw a knife in my inherited memories. I visualized it every day and finally entered this realm. Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. If that was the case, it made sense. However, from another perspective, if Han Fei got it from his inherited memories, then he was no longer completely a human. It could be said that he was half beast and half human. If he had a bloodline avatism again in the future, he might directly become an octopus. Zhao Honghuang said, There's no need for you to carry out the inner camp challenge for the time being. I'll give you an opportunity to obtain a world origin fruit. Do you want it? Han Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining. Zhao Honghuang was very satisfied with Han Fei's expression. He said leisurely, The world origin fruit will only be born in revived primitive graveyards and origin grounds. And in the chaotic wasteland, such a revived place is extremely difficult to find. Every revived place is found by people at a great price. Therefore, I can't give it to you easily. Han Fei wondered what Zhao Honghuang was up to. Please enlighten me, Master Honghuang. Zhao Honghuang held a red pill in his hand. I don't believe in absolute loyalty. Even the people of the 10,000 scale race don't have absolute loyalty. If you want an opportunity, take this 10-layered tribulation pill. Chapter 295, Blood Devouring Pill. When Han Fei saw the pill, although he didn't know what kind of pill it was or why it was a 10-layered tribulation pill, he knew it was definitely not something good. As Zhao Honghuang said, he didn't believe in absolute loyal subjects, so he had to control himself with medicine. This should have been a despicable thing, but in the world of cultivators it was obvious, but it seemed natural. After Han Fei took the pill, information popped up in his eyes. was named the 10th grade tribulation pill, false divine pill, blood devouring pill. Introduction. This is a fake pill refined by an alchemist with world origin. It's also called a 10th grade tribulation pill. This pill contains tremendous energy and the power of the great Tao. At the same time, it has an extremely terrifying hellfire poison. After taking it, it will stimulate the potential of the body and also cause poisonous flames to flare up intermittently. When the poisonous flames erupt, the sky fiends will descend and the hellfire poison will burn. After taking this pill, if the hellfire poison is not removed, the taker will be unable to open the sky. Level sky opening realm. Quality high quality contained heavenly Tao runes or remarks as remarks. Taking this pill can greatly stimulate your potential, but it will also stop you before opening the sky. When Han Fei saw the 10th grade tribulation pill, his heart turned cold. This xuanhuan was indeed not a good person. Xuanhuan said, "This pill is both a great tonic and a great poison. It's refined from world origin and can greatly stimulate your potential. However, this pill also contains a great poison. If you stimulate your potential, you'll have to be baptized by the sky fiends and be burnt by hellfire. Without a specific antidote, it's very difficult for a sea establisher to resist such a great poison." After that, Zhao Honghuang took out another medicine bottle. This is an antidote that can relieve the pain of this pill. However, this antidote can only cure the symptoms, but not the root cause. At most, it can relieve your pain for 100 years. There is no free opportunity in the world. If you want to get a great opportunity from me, you will have to bear the corresponding consequences. Do you dare to take this pill? This was a very tacky trick, but also a very useful trick to control others. If it were someone else, they would have to sell their lives to Zhao Honghuang. Whether he was willing or not, he would only be absolutely loyal to Zhao Honghuang and the 10,000 scale race in the future. However, Han Fei was different. He was already in the heaven-opening realm. Besides, he could completely refine the hellfire poison of this pill with the yin-yang millstone. At the very least, under the illumination of his heaven enlightenment divine technique, what was a mere great Tao pill poison? This thing was indeed unsolvable for ordinary sea establishers, but for Han Fei, it was just a big tonic pill. He could eat 10 of them, let alone one. Of course, this kind of 10th grade tribulation pill was probably very rare. If it was refined with world origin, at least it was certain that this pill could stimulate potential. What Han Fei lacked most now was world origin, so he swallowed the 10th grade tribulation pill without hesitation. Zhao Honghuang was actually a little surprised to see Han Fei swallow such a poisonous pill expressionlessly. In his opinion, Han Fei was indeed a top heavenly talent. It was actually a pity for him to swallow this pill now. Although he could resolve this pill in the end, the residue of the pill poison was not easy to resolve. Perhaps it couldn't be seen in the sea establishment realm, but in the sky opening realm, it would inevitably affect his potential. However, this was not something Zhao Honghuang should consider. Although he said that he didn't believe in absolute loyalty, he still felt that Ye Fengliu was from the human race after all. He didn't believe that Ye Fengliu had no ties with the human race. Therefore, the best way was to control Ye Fengliu. As long as he was under control, the City of Scavengers would only have one more powerful sky-opening realm powerhouse in the future that could be used for many years. Seeing Han Fei swallow the 10th grade tribulation pill without hesitation, Zhao Honghuang threw the antidote over and said, "Take it when the poison takes effect." Han Fei cupped his fists. "Master Honghuang, what's the opportunity?" Judging from Han Fei's attitude, he was determined to become stronger. Zhao Honghuang was happy that Han Fei was so focused. He said, "Digest the effects of the 10th grade tribulation pill first. You won't be able to digest it without a year or two. In 3 years, I'll naturally give you an opportunity." "Thank you, Master Honghuang." After Han Fei left, Shen Yan appeared quietly. Chen Yan said, "Master Honghuang, it seems that Ye Fengliu is indeed not disloyal. He ate the blood-devouring pill without thinking about the consequences. It seems that he is preparing to walk the path to the end." Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. "That's good. It saves us the trouble of nurturing a traitor who is extremely prone to betrayal. By the way, the number 9 revived place should be able to open in 3 years, right? Buzz." Chen Yan couldn't help but look at Zhao Honghuang in surprise. "Master Honghuang, do you mean that you want him to go to the number 9 revived place?" However, Ye Fengliu's current strength hasn't entered the top 100 yet. Although the number 9 revived place is ordinary, it's a selection ground, right? This is a target for the 3 parties to compete for. Usually, the ones sent over are the top kings. If he enters now, won't he be too weak? Zhao Honghuang shook his head indifferently. It doesn't matter. Although the blood-devouring pill is not good, it's good at stimulating potential. It's comparable to 2 world origin fruits. If he uses it, he will naturally experience it. Besides, do you really think that this guy's strength has completely burst out? Not yet? Chen Yan was a little surprised. From the battle between Han Fei and Guo Meng just now, Han Fei's strength seemed to have reached its limit. Even if he was stronger than Guo Meng, he wasn't much stronger. However, Zhao Honghuang said, "Don't forget, he has a heavenly heritage. With the heavenly heritage's control of energy, he should be able to use the previous blow again." His Chen Yan's heart did a flip. He seemed to have forgotten about this. Heavenly Heritage cultivators had extremely strong recovery abilities. They could mobilize the spiritual energy, chaos energy, and power in their bodies much more easily than others. According to this calculation, even if Ye Fengliu couldn't enter the top 100 now, he would probably be able to after digesting the blood-devouring pill in 3 years. Chen Yan immediately cupped his hands. Master Hong Huang is wise. After taking the blood-devouring pill, Han Fei returned to the inner camp and went to the cave 238 he just earned. As soon as Han Fei entered the cave, he felt that this was actually a place full of earth-veined spring water. There was an indescribable vitality circulating here. This kind of vitality could attract spiritual energy and even connect to the endless void to draw out chaotic qi. As for Han Fei, he sealed the cave and sat cross-legged. He had already felt a strange power that seemed to be drilling into his limbs and 2 spiritual heritages, Yin-Yang Great Millstone. In the blink of an eye, the moment the yin-yang millstone appeared in Han Fei's dantian, the infinite hellfire poison and even the power of the world origin gathered into the yin-yang millstone. Kakaka. When all the poison in his body was absorbed by the yin-yang millstone, Han Fei was slightly relieved. 3 days later, in the yin-yang millstone, a strange green-yellow mass of poison appeared. Han Fei was holding a piece of liquid divine light that looked like plasticine in his hand. When he saw the liquid divine light from Gu Tingnan, he had tried many times and had already figured out the way to make the liquid divine light. He stuffed the milky white holy liquid into his mouth. It could be said that every pore of Han Fei was glowing. The hellfire poison slowly dissipated under the purification of a large amount of divine brilliance. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. Swallowing the blood, devouring pill, and swallowing world origin were 2 different concepts. The pill was complicated, and the release of the medicinal properties was not so direct. It took Han Fei more than 3 months to completely absorb this blood-devouring pill without any side effects. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that this 10th grade tribulation pill is indeed effective. It actually increased my potential and comprehensive strength by nearly 10%. In this case, if I have 10 or a dozen of these 10th grade tribulation pills, I should be able to fully unleash my current potential in the Origin Sea. If it were the world origin fruits, there might be more than 20 of them, 3 years later. According to Zhao Honghuang and Chen Yan's expectations, Han Fei finally came out of seclusion. As soon as Han Fei came out of seclusion, many people were stunned and someone was lost for words. This guy is out of seclusion. Is he going to start a challenge again? Someone sighed. It seems that this guy only has time to cultivate and fight. If he continues to fight like this, I'm afraid he won't stop even if he enters the top 100. However, this time, it was beyond everyone's expectations. As soon as Han Fei came out of seclusion, he saw an enchanting woman from the 10,000 scale race wearing a mask, a brawny man wearing heavy armor and holding a steel pillar, and a thin man from the Blade clan whose hands were sharp blades walking over. Among the 3 of them, the woman in the lead was from the 10,000 scale race. She should be the most beautiful 10,000 scale race woman Han Fei had seen so far. Unfortunately, she was wearing a half mask. As for the brawny man, he was also from the 10,000 scale race, but his strength and aura were completely different from Tu Meng's. Han Fei thought to himself, if I've guessed right, these 2 people are both in the top 100. As for the man from the Blade clan, he was not simple either. Only the 10,000 scale race was qualified to enter the inner camp of the law enforcement camp. It was probably not easy for an outsider from the Blade clan to enter. Someone exclaimed, Bai Ronran, Ghostblade, Tianhong, why are they here? Hiss, when did the strongest 3-person team of Team 1 return? Why are the top 10 interested in Ye Fengliu? Chapter 296, Number 1. In the inner camp, Han Fei didn't know these 3 people, mainly because he hadn't reached the top 100 yet. However, even if he didn't know them, Han Fei could feel the difference in their strength and aura. That was a kind of aura of the strong. Others might not know, but how could Han Fei not know? Han Fei was a little surprised. This was probably the kind of aura he had when he reached the peak of the Sea Establishment Realm. Back then, Han Fei had just entered the peak of the Sea Establishment Realm. Although he hadn't comprehended the Tao and opened the sky, nor had he reached the true peak. However, his bloodline no longer allowed him to keep a low profile. He hadn't reached the peak of the Sea Establishment Realm, but he dared to fight Sky Openers. When he reached the peak of the Sea Establishment Realm, he could actually fight a Sky Opener alone. As for the 3 people in front of him, even if they weren't as strong as he was back then, they were probably not far away. Han Fei thought for a moment. There couldn't be many such people. Even if the Sea Realm was much more advanced than the Raging Sea, the opportunities he obtained back then might not be less than these people. Besides, he still had the Demon Purification Pot, so the aura of these 3 people were comparable to his. They were definitely people with great luck. The woman in the lead was wearing a half-open dress and baring her smooth thigh. However, how could the 10,000 scale race have smooth white legs? And on a closer look, it was obvious that the scales on this woman's body were almost imperceptible, like smooth skin. Boom. The 3 of them walked dozens of meters away from Han Fei, and the guy in the huge armor pressed the Vajra pillar in his hand to the ground, and the airwaves rippled straight at Han Fei, as if reminding Han Fei not to stare at the woman's thigh. Han Fei looked calm and his expression didn't change at all. He slowly moved his eyes away from the woman's thigh without any embarrassment of being exposed. After the woman stood still, she put one hand on her waist and stretched out her leg as if showing off her thigh. She asked, "Are you Ye Fengliu?" Her voice was pure but without any emotion. Or rather, none of the three of them had any feelings. They felt the same as Ye Fengliu, who Han Fei pretended to be. Han Fei said indifferently, "It's me." The woman raised her right hand slightly and hooked 2 fingers. "Fight." Han Fei was speechless. "What the hell is this?" Swish A. A crossblade was reflected in front of Han Fei so fast that many people didn't even see who was attacking. Only Han Fei saw it clearly. The strong master of the Blade Clan had attacked just now so quickly that the blade didn't even leave a shadow. Han Fei didn't want to be outdone. He reached out his right hand, grabbed a knife out of the void, and slashed back. It looked like Han Fei had reached out his right hand and torn the crossblade. Clank. When the knife lights collided, an invisible barrier bloomed around them, trapping the 4 of them. Han Fei sensed the power of the Blade Clan's powerhouse and thought to himself, this is definitely not an ordinary top 100 king. Judging from their casual blow, they can't be low-ranked. Han Fei guessed that if these people were not in the top 10 of the inner camp, he would immediately change his opinion of the Sea Realm. Even now, he suspected that the Sea Realm was really full of monsters. How could a force have so many strong masters of this level? Since they could be so strong now, it meant that these 3 people all had the strength to fight a sky-opening realm powerhouse. In fact, if the sky opener were very weak, they might not be a match for any of the 3. He thought that if he performed too well and could even compete with these 3 people, it might arouse suspicion. However, it shouldn't be a problem for him to barely hold them off. After all, he had already reached 2038th place and had taken a 10th grade tribulation pill. With his potential stimulated, it shouldn't be a problem for him to show combat power that could barely enter the top 100. Han Fei tore the crossblade with one hand, and the man from the Blade Clan rushed forward, the knife in his hand as fast as a mystic light. As for Han Fei, when he reached out to tear the crossblade just now, he drew out a long knife with his left hand and held it in his hand. Billions of knife lights appeared, and in the barrier, infinite knife lights collided with each other. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei and the man from the Blade Clan had exchanged 1,000 blows. After 1,000 blows, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. In the law enforcement camp, countless kings were dumbfounded. What? He survived Ghostblade's attack? Hiss. It's only been 3 months. Did he get some huge opportunity? How can he resist Ghostblade? No, Ghostblade doesn't seem to be attacking with all his strength. It's like a test. Otherwise, with Ye Fengliu's current ranking, he definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Someone asked in confusion. However, even if it's just a test, Ye Fengliu seems to be stronger than before. Could it be that the law enforcer secretly gave him some opportunities? I heard that Ye Fengliu passed the trial of Death God Mountain in the outer camp and the law enforcer rewarded him with a world origin fruit. Someone guessed, I guess Ye Fengliu must have obtained some opportunities, but even if he was given another world origin fruit, his growth speed shouldn't be so fast, right? What if there are 2? Everyone, these people had underestimated Han Fei. It had to be known that in the outer camp, Han Fei had only spent 10 years to reach the 3,000th place in the arena and pass the trial of the Death God Mountain. Since entering the inner camp, he had reached the 238th place. Who could believe this speed of increase in strength? In the 3 years in the inner camp, it was impossible for Han Fei to make no progress. It was just that ordinary heavenly talents couldn't understand it. Ghost Blade of the Blade Clan retreated, and the brawny man in armor of the 10,000 Scales Clan next to the woman attacked. The iron pillar in the man's hand blasted at Han Fei without any fancy moves, just to see how much strength Han Fei had. Han Fei also discovered that something was wrong. The man from the Blade Clan didn't use his full strength, they were just testing his strength. Although he didn't know who these people were, Han Fei didn't ask them who they were. Since the other party had come up to fight, why not fight? Boom! Han Fei took action, and golden fist marks burst out. He pressed his hand against the other side of the golden pillar as if he wanted to compete with this person in strength. However, terrifying ripples swept in all directions, and the scales on Han Fei's body instantly emitted a red light, as if a primordial force had burst out. Even so, Han Fei pretended to retreat 100 meters, and cracks appeared under his feet. Before, all the kings had watched Han Fei fight all the way, and no one was his opponent. But today, they felt quite relieved, because in their opinion, Han Fei was completely suppressed no matter in combat power, strength, or speed. Only a few people didn't feel the pleasure of watching Han Fei being tortured, because they knew that Han Fei's strength had been improved to a terrifying level since he could block the attacks of these 2. Han Fei was unwilling to admit defeat. His body glowed red, murderous aura filled the sky, and a primordial power appeared out of nowhere. Bang! The seawater exploded like a compressed nuclear explosion. Han Fei had already rushed forward crazily. The shadow of the dragon octopus overlapped with his arm, and the crazy power shook the entire barrier. Rumble, rumble. The brawny man in armor held his rod with both hands and struck horizontally with great force. Ka-ka-ka! The terrifying power instantly filled the entire barrier with cracks. Bang! In the surging tide, a figure hit the barrier. It was none other than Han Fei. Someone said, sure enough, Han Fei is still far weaker than Tianhong. Someone was lost for words. Isn't that obvious? If his current strength is comparable to Tianhong, he would have entered the top 10. Han Fei stepped on the barrier, intending to burst out again. Done. With a soft shout, the battle seemed to be over. When the waves in the barrier subsided, everyone saw that there was also a scratch 1,000 meters long under Tianhong's feet. At this moment, they didn't know how to measure Han Fei's strength. Han Fei pointed his knife at the three of them and asked indifferently, "What do you mean?" The leading woman said, "Wait outside the city 7 days later. We'll take you on a mission for 3 years. Get prepared." With that, the three of them turned around and left without saying who they were. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that his opportunity had come. However, these so-called opportunities should be for sea establishers after all. Unless it involved world origin, they were meaningless to him. He even wondered if he should take the opportunity to kill these people. These people were indeed heavenly talents. With their abilities, it was not bad that they were so strong. After they left, a voice echoed leisurely beside Han Fei. Han Fei turned his head. Wasn't that Guomeng who had fought him? Guomeng said, "That woman, the strongest in the inner camp, Bai Ran, has only attacked a few times. The one from the Blade clan is called Ghost Blade, ranked 7th, and the main attacker of the first team. That iron lump is ranked 8th, named Tianhong, the strongest body refiner in the inner camp. They are members of the first team in the inner camp and have always been very mysterious. They must have taken a fancy to you because of your potential." Han Fei nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and walked straight out of the outer camp. Chapter 297, Mo Kies' Request. No matter what Bai Ran and the others did, he would find out sooner or later. Han Fei didn't take it to heart. After leaving the law enforcement camp, Han Fei went to the city of scavengers to make a big purchase. Han Fei had fought 1,000 rounds in the arena and his wealth had reached an astonishing number. If it were outside the city, someone might want to rob him. In a place like the chaotic wasteland, the most important organization was the Resource Exchange Center, which was equivalent to the logistics division of the Scattered Stars Island. The Resource Exchange Center contained almost all the local resources of the chaotic wasteland, which were explored and dug out from outside by countless people. In fact, many of them were obtained from some primitive graveyards and revived places. In history, there were also origin grounds that had been excavated. The exploration of an origin ground could bring about a large amount of resources. Unfortunately, there hadn't been a new origin ground for nearly 2,000 years. The resources that had been excavated from the origin grounds had long been consumed. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting in a private room in the Resource Exchange Center. In front of him was a row of jade slips, and opposite him, someone was recording. Han Fei said, "Ultra-quality spiritual stone resources, 100 billion. Each of the 180,000 minerals and soil of different kinds recorded in this jade slip. One portion of each of the ominous demonic plants recorded here. And I want 10 big tendons of the sky-opening realm. As for the waste materials in the origin ground in this jade slip, calculate how much they are worth in total. I'll take them all if I can." Behind the recorder was a sea establishment realm attendant. Everyone knew Ye Fengliu's name. Everyone jokingly called Han Fei the Saber King because countless people were waiting for so long for Han Fei to draw his saber. The recorder felt that Han Fei must be buying resources crazily because he wanted to get enough resources to expand his origin sea by at least 50,000 kilometers. This 50,000 kilometers referred to the 50,000 kilometers other than the original 100,000 kilometers of his origin sea. In the eyes of others, Han Fei was only at the peak of the sea establishment realm now. They felt that this was a resource Han Fei had prepared to break through to the sky-opening realm. In fact, they didn't know that these resources were at most enough for Han Fei to expand his origin sea by less than 10,000 kilometers. Han Fei's true origin sea had almost reached 200,000 kilometers, and he had obtained about 1.2 billion energy crystals in the arena. Han Fei bought the resources based on his wealth, mainly to enrich his origin sea. After a while, the registrar said, "Master Saber King, the result is out. A total of 1.16 billion energy crystals. I can give you a discount and only charge you 1.15 billion. Han Fei nodded slightly. That's it. After Han Fei stuffed a huge amount of resources into his origin sea, the registrar said, "Wow, this person is too rich. Even a lord can't buy so many resources at once." The sea establishment realm waiter said, "What do you know? These people are just preparing in advance. Some people find it difficult to open the sky, but some people don't. Just like the lords below the 50th place, their purchases usually aren't large, but look at the ones above the 50th place. Who doesn't spend hundreds of millions each time? This Ye Fengliu has accumulated so many resources now. Once he opens the sky, do you think he will be weak? However, I heard that he has only been a king for more than 300 years. Does he already have to prepare for the sky opening? Your 300 years are different from other people's 300 years. He can book a room in the Cultivation Tower for 10 years with 300,000 energy crystals a year. Are you willing to spend 300,000 energy crystals to cultivate in the Cultivation Tower?" The man shook his head quickly. "My cultivation speed is slow." Even if I use the best room in the cultivation tower, I'm afraid I can only increase my strength by 10 or 20% a year. But if I spend so much money for the room, I'll be poverty-stricken. That's it. So, rich people can be bold. After spending the money and buying some resources, Han Fei was about to buy some more cultivation techniques. As soon as he appeared, he saw a woman walking towards him. It was Mo Qi. Theoretically speaking, Ye Fengliu shouldn't know Mo Qi, so he didn't acknowledge her. However, Mo Qi shouted, "You, come here." Han Fei paused, his face indifferent, as if asking what was going on. Mo Qi said, "We're fated. Come here, I'll read your fortune." Han Fei pretended to look at Mo Qi as if she were an idiot, but the latter waved her hand and Han Fei disappeared. As soon as Mo Qi took Han Fei away, Chen Yan found out. This person was not someone he could afford to offend, so Chen Yan immediately reported to xuanhuan. xuanhuan said, "It doesn't matter. Mo Qi is especially curious. Ye Fengliu is in the limelight. It's not strange that she's curious. As long as Mo Qi doesn't leave the city of scavengers, it's fine." Regarding Mo Qi, both Zhao Honghuang and the 10,000 scale monarch treated her with respect. They knew Mo Qi's identity. They could keep her, but they didn't dare to kill her. The Time Temple was a taboo existence. No one dared to kill the disciples of the Time Temple no matter where they went. Otherwise, if the Time Temple traced back time and found that you killed someone from the Time Temple, not to mention a monarch, even the entire city of scavengers would disappear from this world. When it came to Mo Qi, Han Fei didn't hide it anymore. He said, "Aren't you afraid that others will find out about our relationship?" Mo Qi sat on the table and snorted. "What am I afraid of? Does Zhao Honghuang dare to touch me? By the way, are you your original body or an avatar? I find you too cold. You've never come to me after entering the city for so many years." Han Fei shrugged. "Look at my current strength. Is it my original body?" Mo Qi was puzzled for a long time. It doesn't seem like it. However, as an avatar, how did your strength improve so quickly? In just a dozen years, you made it into the top 300 of the law enforcement camp. "Why, what are you up to?" Han Fei said. "I'm just growing up in the city of scavengers. I don't have any plans for the city for the time being." Mo Qi narrowed her eyes and said, "That's not right. In my opinion, you must have a purpose. The Divine Capital Dynasty's 10,000-year-old competition is coming. You are working so hard to climb up for that competition, right?" Han Fei nodded. "That's indeed one of my purposes, but I'll still come back." Mo Qi said carelessly, "I'm not afraid that you will run away. I'm just wondering if your original body is going too." Han Fei asked, "Does it matter?" Mo Qi said, "Your original body hasn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, right? This time, it's the 100,000-year competition. There's a sky-opening realm competition. Aren't you afraid that you'll be killed if you go there?" "Then who will help me get out?" Han Fei asked. "Is it that dangerous?" Mo Qi said, "Anyway, I've given you a suggestion. If you just go there for fun, it's fine. But if you really want to make it to the end, it won't be a joke. Countless strong masters in the entire East Sea Divine Realm, and even the strong masters of other divine realms, will also go there. At that time, the major powers will watch the battle. You are just an emperor who hasn't turned your origin sea into a star. Don't be tricked." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't know much about this matter. He just wanted to take a look at the 10,000-year competition. Now that he couldn't take down the 10,000 scale monarch, he could only participate in these matters. After all, he couldn't just do nothing, right? And the 10,000-year competition was the greatest opportunity Han Fei knew. Han Fei asked, "Got it? Anything else?" Mo Qi couldn't help but say angrily, "Can't I look for you for no reason?" "Humph, since you're going to participate in the 10,000-year competition, why don't you help me do something?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" Mo Qi said. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I promise I won't trick you. Anyway, I'm not going to participate in the competition. Just help me go to an appointment. Anyway, you know the great Tao of time. When the time comes, just say that you're my disciple. Just say that you're my younger brother, okay?" Han Fei, EE1. When he came out of Mo Qi's room, Han Fei didn't know what appointment he had promised Mo Qi. Was it too hasty? However, Mo Qi shouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. After all, the two of them were only temporary allies and didn't know each other before. She had no reason to harm him. In addition to this matter, Mo Qi also gave him some information. One was about the strong masters in the law enforcement camp, and the other was about the revived places in the chaotic wasteland. It was not until this moment that Han Fei learned that Bai Ranran had once killed a sky-opening realm powerhouse alone. It was very rare for a king to cross realms to kill an emperor. Even the weakest sky-opener was not something ordinary kings could compare to. As far as he knew, he was the only one who could cross realms to kill an emperor, and even Wang Yijian couldn't do it. However, he finally met another today. Bai Ranran, the first team? Interesting. Chapter 2988, Explore a Revived Place, 7 days later. Han Fei came out of the cultivation tower and went straight to the gate of the city of scavengers. When Han Fei got it, there were already 6 people here. Unfortunately, Bai Ranran and the other 2 were not among them. Han Fei didn't know these people, but these people knew Han Fei, so someone greeted Han Fei, "Ye Fengliu, over here." Han Fei glanced at them. They were all from the 10,000 scale race. Including Bai Ranran and the other 2, among the 10 of them, only he and Ghostblade were not from the 10,000 scale race. It could be seen that the 10,000 scale race generally didn't like foreigners to join their team. Han Fei created an extremely cold image, so he just stood there and ignored the others. These people seemed to reject Han Fei too, and one of them seemed to be a little hostile. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. Because they were unfamiliar with each other, there was no introduction until Bai Ran Ran and the other two walked over like three big shots. Bai Ran Ran came over swinging her hips, and Ghostblade was silent as if he was ready to fight at any time. Tian Hong was like an iron lump, and not even a hair on his body could be stuffed into his armor. Of course, Han Fei liked to show off too. Now, he didn't put the knife back into his body but kept it with him. Later, he felt that just hanging it might be a little low class, so he imitated Wang Yijian and let the knife float behind him. However, no one criticized Han Fei's actions. A saber cultivator might have his own way of cultivating the saber. When Bai Ran Ran arrived, her cold voice sounded, "Do you all know each other?" Someone looked at Han Fei and smiled. "He might not know us." Bai Ran Ran said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. This time, you'll mainly carry out missions alone. Only those who survive in the end are qualified to join the first team. However, not everyone can join. Do you understand?" Han Fei thought to himself. "It turns out that I'm not a member of the first team yet, nor are these 6 idiots. So, there are only 3 people in the first team?" Bai Ran Ran said, "Now, follow me to the graveyard battlefield." Han Fei didn't expect that he would go to the graveyard battlefield in the end. If he guessed right, his Neza avatar should also appear on the graveyard battlefield. As for whether he would meet him or not, it was hard to say. Anyway, even if he encountered his Neza avatar, it wouldn't be a problem. Neza shouldn't be much weaker than Bai Ran Ran. After all, he was different. Half a month later. The graveyard battlefield. When Han Fei came here, he found that this was a vast graveyard. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more primitive graveyards buried here. At present, according to the map that Han Fei and the others had obtained, there were more than 100,000 primitive graveyards marked on the map. Bai Ran Ran said, "You get the map in your hands because you are strong enough to obtain it. Even if you can't enter the first team, you can keep this map. If you are interested, you can explore these primitive graveyards." Someone couldn't help but ask, "Boss Bai, everyone knows about these primitive graveyards. Can we still find anything valuable from them?" Bai Ran Ran said without any emotion, "The primitive graveyards are very big. If you search carefully, you will find something useful." Bai Ran Ran raised her hand, and behind her, Tian Hong extended his iron hand and dropped 7 jade slips, indicating that Han Fei and the others would each get one. Han Fei casually grabbed one and scanned it with his perception. It turned out to be a huge sea chart for a sea area hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. Bai Ran Ran said, "The 9th primitive graveyard has already been revived. The entire number 9 revived place has been covered by devouring worms. Those who hold this token are not afraid of the devouring worm's devouring power. You have it, so do the people from the City of Origin and the City of Wanderers. For this mission, each of you is responsible for a sea area to search for the World Origin fruit, and at the same time you have to face the attacks of the strong masters from the other 2 cities." Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that this was a 3-party mission. However, was it so easy to obtain World Origin? Han Fei didn't know that if others heard his simple idea, they would think he was a fool. This was a 3-party competition. Those who entered were all strong masters. They might not be the strongest, so finding treasures was secondary. Surviving was the key. Han Fei asked, "Are there World Origin fruits in every area?" Han Fei couldn't wait anymore. Anyway, he was going to carry out the mission alone. It would be great to obtain a World Origin fruit alone. Bai Ran Ran looked at Han Fei and snorted. "I estimate that there are 4 to 5 World Origin fruits. The area where they are located must be among the 7 areas assigned to you. Whether you can find them or not depends on you." Han Fei didn't ask why they didn't give him the entire sea chart, because for sea establishers, the screening range of hundreds of millions of kilometers was not small. It would take a lot of time to finish exploring it. Without the complete sea chart, others might not be able to, but Han Fei didn't care. He only felt that these World Origin fruits were already his. Bai Ran Ran and the others thought this was a trial, and Han Fei thought this was harvesting resources. After Bai Ran Ran finished speaking, a sky-opening realm powerhouse came to the camp where Han Fei and the others were. The man who was full of murderous aura looked at Han Fei and the others casually and said, "Just the 7 of them?" Bai Ran Ran, "Yes." The man said, "It's said that the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin both value the revived place this time. There should be many strong masters coming this time. You'd better be mentally prepared." Bai Ran Ran said, "It's okay. The 3 of us will patrol this place." The Emperor nodded slightly. "Well, okay. In that case, don't delay and move out quickly. Quickly flatten the number 9 revived place. Because on number 3's side, 8 people went to investigate and only 1 came back. I estimate that in a year at most, that place will become a place of fighting. Ordinary kings are not qualified to go there." Bai Ran Ran nodded slightly and left. Han Fei and the others followed. In an ice crack behind the primitive mist, Bai Ran Ran led the crowd to an empty place. As a large number of ownerless souls were released, a dark passage appeared in front of them. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Something was wrong here. Just as someone was about to enter, suddenly, Tianhong held his Vajra rod horizontally, his eyes suddenly cold, and the big stone pillar in his hand struck thousands of kilometers away. Clang, the ripples swept over. When everyone saw clearly, they found that it was a killing array. What attacked them was a strange wall. On the wall, there seemed to be twisted souls roaring. From the wall, they could see a large number of dry hands extending out. Tianhong's rod shattered a large number of twisted bodies, but the wall didn't break. At this moment, it was circling around Han Fei and the others. Bai Renren sneered and raised her hand, forming a seal with one hand. A mystic light seal froze the void. Boom. The strange wall was frozen in the void. Although it seemed to be struggling, it seemed that it would take a long time to break this seal. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although Bai Ronron seemed to be forming a seal, in fact, she was using the power of the heavenly Tao to seal the void. At the same time, she used the great Tao of ice to freeze the space. She even had the ability to make space slightly sticky like the Snail Emperor. In just a seal, she fused multiple great Taos. Bai Ranran was indeed not simple. Ignoring that thing, Bai Ranran turned around and walked into the dark passage unhurriedly. Although everyone knew that they had been ambushed, the team leader didn't panic at all, so there was nothing to panic about. When everyone walked in, a desolate world covered in white sand appeared in front of them. From what Han Fei had learned earlier, this white sand should be the remnants of the devouring worm. That thing was destroying this world and absorbing the origin of this world. To everyone's surprise, there was no ambush nearby. It seemed that the killing array outside was just for show. Bai Ronran said, "Let's explore separately. Note that someone from the city of origin has already arrived. The person who came is extremely strong, including an array master. This person's name is Butcher An. He has a butcher's knife in one hand and a killing array in the other. He's comparable to the top 10 of the inner camp. If you meet him, run." Butcher An? Han Fei couldn't help but smile. From the An family? As it happened, he didn't have a good impression of the An family at all. Since Butcher An was comparable to the top 10 of the law enforcement camp, he might as well kill him. Swish, 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 swish. Bai Renren wasn't here to be a nanny, so Han Fei and the others went their separate ways and didn't stay long. Han Fei came millions of kilometers away, took out his fishing hook, and fished in the void. When he pulled out the vast ocean navigator from time, he also hooked out the 9-palace luck ruler. Time fishing was really good. One treasure could be used as two. The vast ocean navigator turned and pointed in a very clear direction. Han Fei grinned. Okay, let's get all the world origin fruits first. Chapter 2999, Hunting begins as a sky opener. It was extremely easy for Han Fei to do something that sea establishers could do. He was willing to spend hundreds of years creating an identity for himself because he hoped to subvert the entire city of scavengers with this identity, while others were still searching, investigating the terrain, and looking for targets. Han Fei had already stepped out of the area he had been assigned to because there was no world origin fruit here at all. After only half a day, Han Fei had passed 2 areas and came to a strange place with white sand. Here, sandstorms and tornadoes were raging in the sky, and the sea of sand was gathering and seemed to be trying to swallow Han Fei. Han Fei paused and didn't really attack. Bai Renren said that the token she gave him could save him from the attack of the devouring power of the devouring worm. However, after Han Fei came into contact with the tide of sand, he realized that the swallowing power wouldn't stop him, but the endless sand would still stop him. Faced with this situation, Han Fei turned into white sand and drilled through the sea of sand. The devouring worm was probably a little confused. Why was this person gone? He was driving the sea of sand with the world origin, but it didn't mean that the entire sea of sand was the original body of the devouring worm. If that was the case, how big was his original body? Therefore, when the devouring worm lost track of Han Fei, the sand tide stopped. Then, Han Fei easily found a blooming sandflower. Wasn't there a world origin hidden in it? Han Fei grinned. Sure enough, it didn't take him much effort to obtain this world origin. If he had known that world origin was so advanced and easy to obtain, he might have chosen a different path from the beginning. But now, Han Fei was not in a hurry. It would take a lot of time for others to search a sea area, but he had the vast ocean navigator, which could point to the direction accurately and save him a lot of time. Han Fei immediately activated the Twin Divine technique, and his white mist body sat cross-legged and threw the world origin fruit into his origin sea. The speed at which a pure world origin fruit fused into the origin sea was very fast. In less than half a day, all kinds of plants in Han Fei's relatively barren origin sea began to grow again. After all, Han Fei's origin sea was nearly 200,000 kilometers long. Before he took this world origin, his origin sea was barren. All his resources were used on his origin sea. Since they were used and fused with his origin sea, it meant that there was nothing left. But now, as soon as the world origin was injected, his origin sea seemed to welcome new vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few world origin fruits. Plus the one Chen Yan gave him before, and those contained in the grade 10 tribulation pill, Han Fei felt that his potential had finally increased by more than 20%. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that if he really wanted to dig out the potential of his origin sea, it wouldn't be enough without 20 world origin fruits. Wait, Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. He noticed that his spiritual power was reduced by 3 points. According to his 300 years of experience in seclusion, the exchange rate of spiritual power and strength was on average 1:1. However, it had become 3 for 3. Before, Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it because it was too inconspicuous. Fortunately, as the power conversion range expanded, Han Fei vaguely felt that something was wrong. Swallowing the world origin fruit can increase the transformation speed between soul power and strength? Han Fei couldn't help being overjoyed. What did this mean? It meant that it might only take him 100 years to transform his soul power and strength that took 300 years in the past, and he had only eaten a few world origin fruits. What if he ate all the world origin fruits here? Han Fei couldn't help but grin. The graveyard battlefield was a good place. Just as Han Fei felt the change in his origin sea, he suddenly sensed something and looked 1,000,000 kilometers away. Someone was flying over. However, the person who came was not someone he knew, which meant that he was not from the City of Scavengers. Since he was not from the City of Scavengers, in order to prevent him from being from the City of Wanderers, Han Fei's face quickly changed into the appearance of an emperor from the City of Origin he had seen before. However, the person who was charging at Han Fei stopped and looked at Han Fei in shock. Master Anxiang? Of course, the person immediately realized that something was wrong. Master Anxiang? No way. There were only a few emperors on the graveyard battlefield. Whoever dared to rashly mobilize an emperor to disturb the order of the graveyard battlefield would suffer serious consequences, which would be targeted by the other 2 cities. Besides, that emperor must die. Therefore, when this person saw Han Fei, he immediately began to escape, because he knew that it was impossible for Master Anxiang to be here. Han Fei smiled. The first one I encountered was from the City of Origin. You're unlucky. Buzz. With no one watching him, Han Fei accelerated his speed to 600,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye and blocked the man. With the face of Anxiang, Han Fei said with a smile, "Keep running." The man's face changed drastically. "You can't be an emperor, you're just good at pretending." Han Fei smiled. So? The man was shocked by Han Fei's speed. He had thought that the City of Origin should be the first to enter this place, but he didn't expect that there was someone faster. At this moment, it was impossible to escape, so he could only fight. Buzz. A triangular divine seal appeared between the eyebrows of this person. As this seal erupted, Han Fei immediately felt that his strength doubled and his body overflowed with chaotic qi. The chaotic qi exploded in an instant and was instantly absorbed into the person's body. This person unleashed all his strength and slashed across the sky, illuminating thousands of kilometers. Han Fei had to admit that when he saw this sword, he knew that this person's strength was probably in the top 200 of the law enforcement camp. If he guessed right, this guy should be a heavenly talents of the City of Origin. However, Han Fei reached out and grabbed casually, and the sky-splitting sword qi was shattered. How is it possible? You're only a sea establisher. How can you break my sword barehanded? Han Fei grinned. Alas, what a pity. Who told you that I am in the sea establishment realm? In the next moment, before the man could continue to attack, Han Fei had already slapped his head. However, Han Fei didn't kill this person immediately. After searching his soul, he learned that this person was called Zhao Mo and wasn't from the An family. From his memories, Han Fei learned that the City of Origin's team was indeed led by a butcher named Butcher An. After understanding this information, the power in Han Fei's hand erupted. Bang! The person exploded into nothingness, and a blood-colored crack appeared in the sky. This was not the sea realm, so the weather changed greatly. At this moment, in the number 9 revived place, many people looked up. They had only been here for 2 days, but someone had already been killed? On Han Fei's side, his face, body, shape, Dao runes, luck, voice, and so on all became Zhao Mo's. Han Fei chuckled. The hunt has begun. Another half a day passed. Han Fei found the second world origin fruit as fast as he could. Anyway, because of his advantage in speed, when Han Fei got the second world origin fruit, there were no changes except for another sandstorm. After taking the world origin fruit again, Han Fei specially sensed the conversion speed of soul power and power, but this time there was no change. Well, I probably ate too little. After all, I haven't dug out enough potential yet. If others knew that the improvement of Han Fei's potential after digesting a world origin fruit was not even 5%, they would be shocked. For example, his Neza avatar had digested a world origin fruit and improved his potential by 30%. This showed how strong the potential limit of Han Fei's original body was. The 9th revived place was ranked 9 in the graveyard for many years. Perhaps the original 9th graveyard was very strong, so it was ranked 9th on the graveyard battlefield. After so many years, the primitive graveyards had more or less revived. This was why so many strong masters were fighting on the graveyard battlefield. Now, the battle in the 9th revived place had just begun, but Han Fei had already taken 2 world origin fruits. Even Bai Ranran, the so-called strongest in the law enforcement camp, wouldn't expect this. After collecting the second world origin fruit, Han Fei immediately began to track the third. However, this time Han Fei wasn't so lucky. After all, it took him 2 or 3 days to get 2 world origin fruits in a row. When Han Fei found the place where the next world origin fruit was, he found that a battle was breaking out here. Among them, there was a person Han Fei knew. He didn't know his name, but he was one of the 10,000 scale race powerhouses who came with him. And fighting with this 10,000 scale race powerhouse was a demonic plant and a powerhouse from the city of origin who had used the god's arrival technique. This was a 3-party melee, but he didn't see who owned the world origin fruit. Han Fei guessed that the world origin fruit might have been eaten by someone. When Han Fei arrived, the powerhouse from the city of origin was overjoyed. He laughed out loud. Let's see how you can escape today. Han Fei knew this person was from Zhao Mo's team. He had just searched Zhao Mo's soul, so he naturally recognized him. Zhao Mo shouted, Yunan, where is the world origin? Yunan smiled and said, of course I've already eaten it. I wanted to set up an inescapable net and 2 came at the same time. We can each take 1. When the 10,000 scale race's powerhouse and the demonic plant saw Han Fei, they immediately wanted to leave. Originally, the 2 of them felt that the world was so big, so how could it be so easy for another person to come? Therefore, they both felt that they might be able to kill the other party and become the final winner. But now, seeing that more people had come from the city of origin, they naturally had to give up. Han Fei faced the person from the 10,000 scale race without hesitation. Seeing this, Yunan naturally went to snipe the demonic plant powerhouse. The person from the 10,000 scale race was called xuanhuan. He sighed and prepared to escape through the void. He felt that the other party's strength was not much higher than his. He might not be able to win in a head-on clash, but it would definitely not be a problem for him to escape. After all, there were 2 main reasons for coming here. One was to find the world origin fruit, and the other was to survive the trial. However, as soon as this person traveled less than 10 million kilometers, he discovered that there was a person in front of him. Xuanhuan's pupils were constricted. When did you catch up? Han Fei smiled. Why is a dying person like you so talkative? Xuanhuan sneered. Few people in the same realm dare to say that they can kill me. What makes you think you can? Chapter 2000, Meet himself. Xuanhuan was not afraid of fighting, but the moment Han Fei attacked, he was frozen and couldn't move at all. Han Fei walked to him casually. He couldn't resist the terrifying suppressing pressure at all. It was an absolute suppression from the life level. You're not in the sea establishment realm? Who are you? Han Fei grinned and his face began to change. He wanted this person to experience what despair was. When Yifeng Liu's face appeared, Xuanhuan was shocked. It's you? Han Fei said casually. It's your honor to become my puppet, after half an hour. On the other side, Yunan was chasing the demonic plant, and the 2 had been fighting in the void for a long time. Sword waves surrounded them, and Yunan sneered. I heard that your chosen team is full of strong masters. Why are you so weak? This demonic plant summoned the void divine spikes that filled the sky and turned them into a domain. However, he was ambushed by Yunan and was seriously injured. Now that his strength had been greatly reduced and he had no time to recover, he was about to cut off part of his body to cover his retreat. But on this side, after only half an hour, the 10,000 scale race powerhouse who was chased away by Zhao Mo just now ran back. Damn it, what is Zhao Mo doing? Where is he? However, Xuanhuan, who had already become Han Fei's puppet, shouted at the demonic plant, let's work together to kill the guy from the city of origin first, okay? The demonic plant powerhouse was puzzled. This person had escaped from the pursuit so quickly, but why did he come back? There was clearly something wrong. However, the demonic plant was seriously injured and couldn't escape, so he could only respond, why didn't you join forces with me just now? Puppet Xuanhuan sneered. Why do you care why I didn't join forces with you just now? Do you have a choice? Even if you die, you should take someone with you, right? As for Yunan, his face turned cold. There's no sign of a king dying here. Zhao Mo is definitely not dead. How dare you appear? Aren't you afraid of dying here? Xuanhuan chuckled. How can I abandon a person who has just swallowed the world origin? As for that person, he's still trapped by me. He can't even take care of himself. How can he have the ability to help you? With that, the puppet Xuanhuan attacked without hesitation. They were all top heavenly talents. Even if there was a gap in their strength, it wasn't to the point of being insurmountable. Xuanhuan attacked, but his combat power had soared much more than before. He broke through a layer of the sword domain with a single slash and attacked Yunan first, not caring if the demonic plant attacked or not. Seeing that his sword domain was broken, the demonic plant immediately used a secret technique. Part of his body was instantly burnt, and he turned into a red light and quickly escaped. He didn't believe this person from the 10,000 scale race. If this person wanted to attack, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now to join forces with him? Han Fei didn't expect the demonic plant to stay in the first place. He just wanted to threaten him. The reason why he broke the sword domain was to give the demonic plant a chance to escape. Now that the demonic plant had run away, Han Fei didn't bother to hide. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yunan. The latter reacted fast enough and realized that this person had hidden too deeply and must be very strong. At this moment, a sword condensed between his eyebrows and, with his soul as the guide, wrapped in the great Tao from the triangular divine seal, tried to penetrate Han Fei. However, as soon as the soul sword left his glabella, 2 fingers tapped between his eyebrows. Bang! Yunan was dumbfounded. His head was buzzing, and a small part of his soul power had been cut off by the 2 fingers. When he came back to his senses, he found that he couldn't move anymore. After only half an hour, another living dead puppet appeared in front of Han Fei. Except that the first person was killed by Han Fei, he had already figured it out when he attacked the second person. If the people from the other 2 cities were all dead, the people from the City of Wanderers would probably be targeted. These people were all top heavenly talents. It was a pity that they died like this. He couldn't just let these people die without any value. Therefore, Han Fei's current plan was to refine all these people into corpse puppets. At least, he had to muddy the water. Of course, after Yunnan was killed by Han Fei specially went to his origin sea. This guy had just swallowed the world origin, but a large part of the power hadn't been digested yet. As soon as the demon purification pot appeared, it sucked crazily. Han Fei had thought that after this crazy absorption, he would have some more power of the world origin. However, to his surprise, the world origin that was sucked back by the demon purification pot this time was directly poured into the 5th divine pill, which was sucked away in the blink of an eye. Hey, don't snatch it. Han Fei was lost for words. No wonder the demon purification pot's vines didn't like to eat ordinary resources recently. So it was interested in world origin now. There weren't many world origins in the first place. He didn't even get a taste of it. Fortunately, when the 5th small pill swallowed this part of the world origin, it glowed faintly and seemed to have ripened a lot. If this was the case, it might ripen after swallowing a few more world origin fruits. However, Han Fei felt terrible. World origin was too precious. He needed it. The 5th divine pill, and Little Black, Little White, and the Emperor Sparrow all needed it. Unfortunately, according to Bai Ronran, there seemed to be only these few world origins in a revived place. How was this fucking enough? While Han Fei was hesitating, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Information was synchronized in his mind. Huh? My Neza avatar? Han Fei was immediately refreshed. Yes, when he was close to his avatars, information would be synchronized. After all, although they were his avatars, they were actually separated from the main soul. In a sense, his Neza avatar and his Zhang Daqian avatar were both part of the original body. According to the synchronized information, Neza was fighting fiercely. Han Fei immediately fished out the vast ocean navigator and disappeared as the needle turned. The time for Han Fei and the others to carry out this mission was 3 years, but it didn't mean that the exploration time in the 9th revived place was 3 years. In fact, since this place had almost been eaten up by the devouring worms, there was no need for such a long exploration time. Since it was a competition, he should race against time. Others didn't have the vast ocean navigator, but Neza did. And the devouring worm was set up by the City of Origin in the first place, so the people in the City of Origin should know the locations of the world origin fruits better. Neza must have fallen into an ambush like Yunnan. At this moment, in a sandstorm somewhere in the number 9 revived place, a fatty was holding a fodder chopper that was so thick that it looked like a dragon coiling around a knife. This person was clearly Butcher Ann that Bai Ran mentioned. The one fighting Butcher Ann was Neza, who had 3 heads and 6 arms. At this moment, the 2 parties were fighting in a tie, and the winner hadn't been decided yet. Around them, there were 2 additional battlefields. Clearly, they were also battles between the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin. However, in a battle of this level, everyone's combat power was equal. It was actually not easy to win. Butcher Ann shouted, Neza, no matter how many combat skills you haven't mastered your great douse well enough. How can you beat me? Fatty, if you didn't have the divine arrival technique, I would have smashed you. How dare you be so arrogant to me with a broken knife? Butcher Ann was not angry. He took a deep breath and his body expanded like a balloon. As he spewed out, thousands of ghost shadows descended like heavenly demons, forming a wall of ghosts, trying to surround Neza. Neza didn't want to be outdone either. The chaotic sky silk flashed, and an array appeared on the red silk. The sword array burst out, and the sword tide surged, blocking the wall of eating demons. The 2 parties were evenly matched. At this moment, Neza's heart suddenly stirred. A large amount of information was synchronized in his mind. Some new insights, new combat techniques, and new power structures appeared. One of the reasons why Neza had been getting stronger was that he had obtained the inheritance of his original body. Although he was walking different great douse, he could use all kinds of insights, combat skills, and cultivation techniques of the original body at will. If he wasn't strong, it would be a waste of his original body's strength. The original body is here too? After more than 300 years, Neza had already reached the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. He had even gathered the world origin fruits 1 step earlier than his original body. Now his potential could be considered completely stimulated. 300 years later, the chosen team that Neza joined 300 years ago had become one of the top 10. In fact, Butcher Ann was no match for him. However, with the enhancement of his bloodline, weapons, and the god's arrival technique, he was no weaker than Neza. At this moment, after synchronizing information with the original body, Neza seemed to have experienced another 300 years of combat experience. A lot of insight surged into his heart. He felt that his strength had increased again. Butcher Ann was puzzled. He thought to himself, how can this damn guy continue to become stronger under such circumstances? Is there any justice in this world? We are all in the sea establishment realm. Is there no end to your growth? After half an hour, Butcher Ann felt that he couldn't fight anymore. Neza was a lunatic. He could continue fighting after so long and didn't care about the consumption of energy and resources at all. Butcher Ann shouted, Neza, it's difficult for us to decide the winner. Why do you keep pestering me? Anyway, this world origin has been eaten by me. If you have the ability, go fight the people from the city of scavengers. Why are you pestering me? On the other side, suddenly, a bright moon rose to the sky. On the moon, there was a sickle. A powerhouse from the city of origin was about to be killed. Chirp! In the blink of an eye, Butcherin suddenly grew a pair of heavenly cicada wings. He was as fast as a stream of light, and the fodder chopper suddenly blocked the sickle. Taking advantage of the moment when Butcheran was saving his pal, Neza opened the sky with a backhand slash, swept across the moon, and pierced through Butcheran's chest, leaving a big hole. And this was nothing. Butcheran didn't care about being hit. However, at the same time as Neza attacked, an iron lump appeared. The iron lump held a huge Vajra pillar and smashed the powerhouse from the city of origin, who almost died under the sickle. Tianhong, fuck you. Bang, Neza and Butcheran both retreated. Holding a sickle, Long Yue appeared beside Neza. Tianhong is here. I'm afraid Bai Ranran is here too. And probably Ghostblade. These three people have always been inseparable. We'd better leave soon. However, only Nezha knew that this was not the real Tianhong at all. This was fished out by his original body. Chapter 2001, 100 Transformations. Han Fei, unlike his original body, Nezha had been in the chosen team for 300 years. He knew very well who Bai Ranran was and who Tianhong was. Han Fei didn't know much about this. Therefore, when their information was combined, it was equivalent to Han Fei having spent 300 years in places like the graveyard battlefield. At this moment, Han Fei fished out Tianhong just to muddy the water. There were people from the city of wanderers and the city of origin, so how could there be no one from the city of scavengers? As soon as Tianhong appeared, he killed a powerhouse from the city of origin. Although that powerhouse was almost killed, Butcher Ann had gone to save him. Even so, Butcher Ann couldn't save him. Butcher Ann roared, Tianhong, Bai Ranran is not here. How dare you be impudent in front of me? Tianhong said indifferently. I just want to help him die faster. Ashhole. Butcher Ann was furious. His heavenly cicada wings burst out, and his fat body was as fast as a beam of light. The big fodder chopper crossed thousands of kilometers and hacked at Tianhong. As for being stabbed by Neza, he didn't care. At this level, if he could be stabbed to death by a spear, how could he be called a strong master? The ground under Tianhong's feet trembled, and the 100-meter sea area collapsed. Waves swept in all directions. On the huge Vajra pillar, a dragon turtle rushed out. After all, they came to the number 9 revived place today just to search for resources. Originally, everyone just took it as a good revived place to explore. However, the leaders began to fight each other. Neza fought Butcheran because he was ambushed. But when Tianhong was involved, except for Neza, everyone else felt strange. Logically speaking, everyone should be familiar with each other. I've taken the world origin here, so who the fuck will really come up to fight to the death? Isn't this a waste of effort? Therefore, Butcher Ann felt that Tianhong was deliberately targeting him. At this moment, Han Fei's original body contacted Neza. Han Fei immediately understood Neza's thoughts. As his name suggested, Butcher Ann was a fierce fighter, but he was easily hot-headed. For example, Neza was still watching him, but he had begun to fight Tianhong. Wasn't he afraid of Neza attacking him together with Tianhong? This person could be kept because this kind of personality could be made use of. In addition, as the leader of the team of the City of Wanderers, Neza shared another piece of information, which was that what the three parties really wanted to compete for was not the 9th revived place at all, but the 3rd. Neza was here purely to snatch the world origin. Because Ninetails and the Licking Dog were both with him, even if his world origin was enough, Ninetails and the Licking Dog still needed it. Besides, the function of world origin far exceeded Han Fei's understanding. It had a deeper function, which was to improve the bloodline. In addition, Han Fei also got an answer to a question from Neza, which was when a sea establisher completely explored his origin sea, it required a period of time to fully tap his potential. It didn't mean that if the world origin was swallowed and his potential was tapped, his combat power would soar. This also needed a large number of battles. However, because there were countless people at the peak of the sea establishment realm, these people's strength was close to each other. How could their strength be distinguished? According to the information obtained from Neza, a peak-level sea establishment cultivator with a strength of 500,000 had almost reached an upper limit. However, this 500,000 was relative, measured by different bloodlines and talents. For example, Neza's current strength was about 460,000 waves. If he completely digested the potential tapped with the world origin, he might be able to approach the 500,000 mark. But it was difficult to break through this level, and before Han Fei opened the sky, his strength limit reached 560,000. What caused this gap? According to Neza's understanding, the fundamental reason for such a gap was the level of bloodline. However, the gap caused by bloodline levels was limited and could be made up for. Otherwise, when countless strong masters of the same level were together, how could their strength be distinguished? And the distinguishing standard was the Great Tao. The City of Wanderers was an open country where one could obtain a lot of information about the outside world. After all, many people came from the outside world. According to the news from the outside world, there were various great Taos. In the East Sea Divine Realm, there were the 10,000 Tao ranking, the Bloodline ranking, the Race ranking, the Battle Technique ranking, the Great Technique ranking, and the Dharma Body ranking. There was every ranking you could think of. All of this, combined, was the key to determining a person's strength. Therefore, there was the saying of ranking climbing. In order to become stronger, many people kept climbing up in the rankings, looking for higher-level combat skills, cultivation techniques, and so on. Even bloodlines could be improved. Han Fei had always thought that the bloodline swallowing was a special benefit given to him by the demon purification pot. Only he had it. However, from Neza's soul information, he could clearly know that world origin could strengthen the bloodline. As for how to strengthen it, it was to fuse the direction he needed to evolve with world origin. This fusion could be done in any order. For example, if he swallowed too much of the world origin, he could swallow other bloodlines in the future. As long as he activated the world origin and slowly swallowed this bloodline, his bloodline could change. In other words, at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm, the bloodline was no longer fixed and could be artificially interfered with, and the difference in the bloodline meant the difference in potential. As for the difference in bloodline level, the further one cultivated, the greater the gap in combat power between them. Therefore, Neza was fighting for the world origin to improve his bloodline. After all, there was still a gap between Neza and the original body. When Neza first swallowed the world origin, he dug out 30% of his potential, but his original body only released 20% of his potential after eating 4 or 5. Of course, this was also because Han Fei's original body was already in the sky opening realm. After all, there was a big gap of an entire realm. After synchronizing a lot of information, Neza thought that he should put Butcher Ann and the others aside for now. At least, he shouldn't kill them now. This was because there was really nothing in the 9th revived place that could cause a battle between powerhouses of this level. If people at the level of Tianhong and Butcher Ann died here, it was very likely to affect the exploration of the semi-origin ground later. And the so-called semi-origin ground was also called the 3rd revived place. This was because it had been revived for a long time but hadn't been explored because the strong masters didn't want to open it too early. The reason why they didn't want to open it too early was that the 3rd revived place would decide the list of people going to the Divine Capital Dynasty this time. At the same time, it was to give some strong masters a chance to make last-minute preparations. Therefore, the battle in the 9th revived place was a pure competition. There were not many big shots who came here. For example, Byron Ran and the other 2 came, but they brought 7 trial personnel with them. It was the same case for the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin. Han Fei understood what Neza meant. While Han Fei and Neza were exchanging information, Tianhong and Butcheron fought head-on. Tianhong, who was probably weaker than Butcheron, was blown away by the furious Butcheron. But Neza turned around and said, "Everyone from the City of Wanderers, follow me." After Neza left, Butcheron's heart stirred and he knew that it was time for him to leave. Although one of his men had died, he couldn't stay here for long because Bai Ran Ran and Ghostblade might come. He could block Tianhong and even Ghostblade, but Bai Ran Ran was not easy to deal with. But if he just left like this, Butcheran felt that he might lose face, so he said, "Tianhong, tell Bai Ran Ran that I'm waiting for her in the 3rd revived place." However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded, "I'm here. You don't have to wait anymore." Butcher Ann's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. Who else could it be but Bai Ran Ran? Fucker Butcher Ann wanted to escape with the remaining people from the City of Origin, but in fact the person was already running. However, Bai Ran Ran's figure flashed and she grabbed the person out of the void and crushed him with a hand seal. Butcher Ann wanted to save that man, but he didn't dare to move because Bai Ran Ran had arrived. Ghostblade must be beside her. He definitely couldn't defeat the 3 of them alone. He had to run. He had no choice. The 2 of his men could only die for nothing this time. Chirp! The heavenly cicada flapped its wings, and Butcheran ran very fast. Bai Ran Ran naturally didn't chase him. When Butcheran disappeared, Bai Ran Ran's appearance and figure began to change. This time, her sexy long legs became thick, and her muscles bulged. Yes, who else could this person be if not Han Fei? He had become a woman again, but nobody knew. Billions of kilometers away, Bai Ran Ran and the other 2 were looking for the life origin fruit. However, even Bai Ran Ran was very surprised. She ran to a few places in a row and found that the world origins had all been dug up. Just as Bai Ran Ran was wondering who was so fast, Tianhong suddenly twisted his head and shivered. Bai Ran Ran asked, "What's wrong?" Tianhong said gloomily, "I don't know. I suddenly feel a little tired as if I fought a battle."